sweltering July heat, the sun blazed down, causing beads of sweat to cascade down one's face. Lin Xian, clad in the yellow uniform of the Meituan delivery service, navigated through the bustling streets and alleys of the capital. Indeed, Lin Xian was a delivery courier. Previously, he had been a software engineer, having graduated from university and worked at a gaming company. However, due to the incessant difficulties imposed by his superior, Lin Xian made the resolute decision to resign and become a delivery courier just over a month ago. He juggled his delivery job while simultaneously submitting resumes in search of new employment. The bittersweet experiences of this transition were known only to him. "I have a little donkey, I never ride it." Suddenly, his phone rang. His Bluetooth headset was set to auto-answer. "Where is my delivery? Why hasn't it arrived yet? It's been over 2 hours. I'm going to file a complaint." A woman's voice erupted from the other end, coarse and loud. It was evident that her emotions were running high. Lin Xian's immediate reaction was to assist. Wait a minute. Over 2 hours late. Could this possibly be something Lin Xian would do? Despite having only been in the delivery business for a month, he had never been late. His rating, while not a perfect 100, stood at an impressive 99. Yet, his professionalism compelled him to resolve the issue promptly. "May I ask where your delivery address is? I will look it up right away." Building A, 18th floor, room 05, Zhizhou Commercial City. Lin Xian parked his electric bike and promptly checked his delivery tasks for the day. Building A, 18th floor, room 05, Zhizhou Commercial City. He quickly found the information. "Madam, your order was delivered at 11 hours 1 minute and 25 seconds as per your request. You instructed me not to take it upstairs, but to leave it at the reception on the ground floor. You explicitly stated that if I brought it upstairs, you would lodge a complaint. I repeatedly reminded you not to forget." Lin Xian was at a loss for words. How poor was her memory? "Then why didn't you call to remind me? I've been waiting forever. I'm starving." Just as Lin Xian was about to retort, click. The call was disconnected. Lin Xian. He shrugged. Was it truly his fault? He glanced up at the sky, the sun still mercilessly blazing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Xian swiftly cast aside his earlier annoyance. Encounters with such peculiar individuals were not uncommon. He often faced several in a week while on his delivery rounds. Life must go on. There was no need to get worked up. Lin Xian lived his life with a carefree and nonchalant attitude. He revved the engine of his electric bike and continued his journey through the streets. Ding! A series of electronic mechanical sounds suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System is initializing. Scanning host. Transmitting information. Enhancing host's physical capabilities. Welcome to the Life Special Experience System. By completing system tasks, your physical form will be augmented, accompanied by additional generous rewards. Ding! Task initialization underway. The system is dispatching a new user gift package. 10 well-preserved Sihiyuan courtyard houses in the capital property deeds and keys have been placed in the delivery box. Lin Xian felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, instantly invigorating him. He no longer felt the oppressive heat. Could this be the result of the system enhancement? Lin Xian was bewildered. Had fortune truly smiled upon him? Or was he merely succumbing to auditory hallucinations? A binding system. And 10 Sihiyuan. What was happening? At that moment, a character attribute panel appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Host, Lin Xian. Age 24. Height, cm. Weight, 70 kilograms.
Physique, 80.
Life, 85. Within the delivery box on the back of his electric bike lay a thick stack of property deeds and a set of keys. He casually picked up the top deed. The homeowner's name was unmistakably Lin Xian. Flipping through a few more, each bore his name, with varying sizes, some over 1,000 square meters, while the smallest was still over 600 square meters. Lin Xian gasped in astonishment. He had recently read news articles discussing the Sihiyuan. During the Qianlong era, there were over 26,000 Sihiyuan in the capital, yet by the 1980s only 6,000 remained, and now merely over 3,000 were well preserved. In the past, most Sihiyuan were humble abodes for ordinary citizens, but now they represented wealth and power. Estimating their market value, Lin Xian roughly calculated that these 10 Sihiyuan were worth around 1 billion. He had truly become the fortunate protagonist of a novel, endowed with a golden finger. Making a quick call, Lin Xian transferred his current delivery orders to a nearby colleague. Seeing is believing. He hopped onto his little motorcycle and headed straight for the nearest Sihiyuan. Soon, He found himself in front of a courtyard with gray bricks, dark tiles, and a striking red door. A Sihiyuan. As the name suggests, it was a courtyard enclosed by 4 sides. From the outer wall, Lin Xian took a cursory glance. This Sihiyuan was quite spacious. Taking out the keys, he prepared to unlock the door. Passers-by noticed a delivery worker attempting to open the door. Their curiosity piqued. "Hey, young man, you must have the wrong address, no one lives here." An elderly gentleman approached, hands behind his back, clearly a resident of the area. Lin Xian, holding the keys, was trying each one to, "Sir, this is my house, I'm just stopping by to check on it. Is this lad a bit daft? How can he deliver food with a Sihiyuan like this?" Chapter 2. A young man from a nearby couple scoffed. "What a waste, he's quite handsome. Could he be a thief? I saw in the news that some thieves disguise themselves as delivery workers." The woman beside him chimed in. "Hey, young man, can't you find a proper job?" A kind-hearted lady approached, attempting to pull Lin Xian away. "What a handsome boy, he shouldn't stray down such a misguided path. Ma'am, this truly is my house." Lin Xian could only smile wryly at that moment. With a click, the lock opened. The crowd. "You own such a grand Sihiyuan, yet you deliver food? Indeed, it's your house. My apologies, young man." The lady chuckled, patting Lin Xian on the shoulder. "It's all right." Lin Xian smiled as he, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, lifted the delivery box from his electric bike, slinging it over his shoulder as he stepped inside. Once inside, there was another door. The courtyard was surrounded by tall walls, with no windows on the outer facade. The seclusion and security were undoubtedly high. It would be utterly quiet at night. The rooms within the courtyard were remarkably well preserved, and the facilities were comprehensive. The garden, adorned with rockeries, flowers, and trees, was beautiful and clearly well maintained, indicating that the previous owner had cherished the property, likely selling it. Due to urgent circumstances in this bustling city, it felt like a paradise detached from the chaos. Lin Xian resolved to move into the Sihiyuan today. Living in the basement for over a year had been far too unpleasant. "You have a new order." A voice message from Meituan riders popped up. Excited as he was, he still had deliveries to make today. He pulled out his phone to open the unread message. The delivery address was Sunshine Garden Community on Tongfor Road. Not far, however, this order included a special note. "Dear delivery brother, please pick up a pack of sanitary pads from the convenience store at the community entrance, specifically the Hushabo Night Use Soft Pads, CM size." Lin Xian. There truly was a request for sanitary pads. He had always thought that was merely an online joke. Hushabo Night Use Soft Pads, CM size. He is a young man who has remained single for 23 years, which is rather embarrassing. However, there is little to be done. Meituan's management philosophy is that the customer is king. He carefully placed the property certificate aside and retrieved the key to the Sihiyuan, leaving the rest at home to examine later when time permits. Having accepted the order, Lin Xian swiftly mounted his electric bike and hastened towards the merchant to collect the meal. After picking up the food, he made his way to the Sunshine Garden Community. As he passed the entrance of the community, Lin Xian paused in front of a small convenience store, hesitating. After a moment of resolve, he stepped inside. Lin Xian wandered among the shelves, his demeanor somewhat furtive. Although it was merely a convenience store, it resembled a miniature supermarket. At last, he found the sanitary pads he was searching for. There were indeed numerous brands available. Lin Xian diligently sought out the specific brand he needed. There it is. He picked up a package, questioning himself, is this the right one? "Buying for your girlfriend, are you?" "It must be for a girlfriend," a cheerful auntie remarked with a knowing smile, observing Lin Xian with an expression that suggested she understood his predicament. She had been watching him for quite some time, noticing his discreet behavior as he browsed the store and ultimately lingered here, scratching his head in confusion. In an instant, Lin Xian's face flushed crimson. It was not shyness but rather an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Not wishing to elaborate, he gently nodded, hoping the aunt would take her leave. "What's there to be shy about? What kind do you need? I can help you find it," she kindly offered. This young man was quite handsome, purchasing sanitary pads for his girlfriend, a true sign of thoughtfulness. How wonderful it would be if he were her son-in-law. I need the Safi Night Use Pads," Lin Xian replied. The aunt swiftly retrieved a package from the shelf, efficient and precise. "This one? Thank you." Lin Xian expressed his gratitude as he accepted the sanitary pads and hurried towards the cashier. "That will be 16 yuan," the young cashier said with a tight-lipped smile while handing Lin Xian a small black bag. He took the elevator upstairs. Lin Xian arrived at a door and knocked. "Hello, Meituan Delivery, your order has arrived," he announced. After a brief wait, the door opened to reveal a woman in her 20s, her features striking a delicate brow, a graceful nose, and luscious lips. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. However, her complexion appeared rather pale, and she seemed frail, resembling a delicate flower in need of care. "Hello, are you Tu Jiao Jiao? Could you please provide the last 4 digits of your phone number?" 0890, she replied, her voice faint and lacking energy. "Here is your order." Along with your Lin Xian handed over the meal and the package. Tu Jiao Jiao's pale face flushed with a hint of color. She had been experiencing menstrual cramps and was nearly out of sanitary pads. When placing her order, she had requested assistance in purchasing a package. She never expected this delivery boy, especially one so handsome, would actually fulfill her request. Are delivery boys this attractive nowadays? Feeling a mix of embarrassment and shyness, Tu Jiao Jiao stammered, "Thank you. Just a moment, I'll send you the money." She turned to bring the meal inside, retrieving her phone to transfer the payment to Lin Xian. Chapter 3. Ding delivery task completed. Reward: 10 billion cash to the host. Note: the host must spend 1 billion within 24 hours. At that moment, as Tu Jiao Jiao turned, a voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind. 10 billion, and he was required to spend 1 billion within 24 hours. Was this a precaution against him hoarding wealth? Wow, was all Lin Xian could think to express his astonishment. A few seconds later, a notification chimed on his phone. Lin Xian glanced at his screen. Your debit card account 7623 received RB.00 on July 25th at 16:06. Remaining balance 0.52 AI Bank. No need. Lin Xian smiled at Tu Jiao Jiao, who had reemerged with her phone. With 10 billion at his disposal, would he truly care about a mere 16 yuan? Could it be that this young man had a romantic interest in her? Just as their gazes met, Lin Xian, still smiling, said, "Enjoy your meal." In the next moment, he turned and strode towards the elevator. "Wait," Tu Jiao Jiao exclaimed, anxious to obtain the young man's WeChat contact. Upon hearing her call, Lin Xian turned, only to have Tu Jiao Jiao, in her haste, collide into his embrace. The scent of her perfume enveloped him, catching him completely off guard. To prevent her from falling, Lin Xian instinctively wrapped his arms around her. As Tu Jiao Jiao stood up, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Handsome, may I add you on WeChat?" This remarkably attractive young man could not simply slip away in her 21 years. She had never encountered someone who stirred such emotions within her. "Certainly," Lin Xian replied, pulling out his phone to display his QR code. They exchanged WeChat contacts. "You look rather pale. Drinking some ginger tea with brown sugar can help alleviate that." With that, Lin Xian stylishly turned away just as the elevator arrived. Being cared for by someone she found attractive felt like a sweet nectar to Tu Jiao Jiao's heart. Lin Xian completed 2 additional deliveries, yet the system offered no rewards. It appeared that only by fulfilling the specific requests noted in the delivery orders could he earn the system's benefits. As a part-time delivery worker, Lin Xian enjoyed the luxury of free time. He decided not to take on more deliveries that day. He needed to allocate time for moving and prepare for a more significant task ahead: spending money. Upon returning to his rented basement room, Lin Xian felt a wave of heat wash over him. The rented space was quite small. Aside from one wall, the other 3 sides were partitioned with boards. During the day, when everyone was out working, it was manageable. However, by night, the adjacent rooms were filled with sounds of flatulence, snoring, and arguments. "Xiao Lin, why are you back so early today?" This was Zhang Cheng from next door, a 30-year-old bachelor without a stable job. "I am moving," Lin Xian replied after exchanging pleasantries, then entered his room to begin packing. Lin Xian owned very few possessions: essential documents, a few changes of clothes, and a laptop, all of which barely filled a suitcase. Upon arriving at the Sihiyuan, Lin Xian set down his luggage and took a shower. Sitting at a stone table in the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze, he pondered how lonely it felt to inhabit such a large space alone. He contemplated bringing his aunt and cousin over in a couple of days. Since childhood, Lin Xian had been an orphan. His parents perished in a car accident when he was very young, leaving him a sum of compensation. Initially, several uncles took turns caring for him, but soon they had consumed the compensation money to build houses, and once the funds were depleted, they lost interest in him, often resorting to abuse or neglecting to feed him. Ultimately, it was his aunt who took him in, allowing him to experience the warmth of a family, though she herself was a widow, and his cousin was in poor health. Their family was not financially well off. Lin Xian had earned his university tuition and living expenses through his own efforts, and now that he was working, he allocated some of his salary for rent and living expenses, while sending the rest back home to support his aunt. Living in the Sihiyuan was genuinely comfortable, cool, and tranquil as the night unfolded. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Lin Xian's face. That night, Lin Xian slept exceptionally soundly. After freshening up, he donned a light blue t-shirt and a pair of faded jeans. Lin Xian was not overly concerned about his attire as long as he felt comfortable. It sufficed. After all, he could wear a burlap sack and still stand out in a crowd. Gazing into the mirror, the figure reflected is tall and striking, with chiseled brows and captivating eyes. Regal nose and delicate lips, a few strands of hair falling between his brows lend the 23-year-old a lingering aura of youthful charm. What a charming and sweet presence. He is undoubtedly a heartthrob for young women. Lin Xian rode his electric bike directly to the largest auto exhibition center in the capital, the Global International Auto Exhibition Center. This venue showcases a plethora of luxurious vehicles. Today, Lin Xian's objective is to select a dazzling and eye-catching car. For a man, apart from a deep affection for women, the next passion is surely automobiles. Nothing epitomizes his current identity as a wealthy individual more than a luxury car. At the Global International Auto Exhibition Center. It is still relatively early, and the crowds are sparse. Lin Xian secured his electric bike and was about to head towards the exhibition hall when he was abruptly interrupted. "Excuse me, sir, we do not permit solicitation here. Please leave immediately." Chapter 4. Lin Xian was intercepted by a security guard, whose demeanor was exceedingly arrogant and unfriendly. Although he claimed to be polite, his attitude resembled that of someone shooing away a beggar, as if he himself could afford luxury cars while serving as a mere guard. The young man before him wore a faded t-shirt and bleached jeans, with a pair of flip-flops and a black canvas bag slung over his shoulder. His hands, neck, and wrists bore no adornments, exuding an air of poverty. Those who attend the International Global Auto Show, seeking to purchase vehicles, are typically affluent. Who among them does not arrive in luxury cars, adorned in designer attire or sporting prestigious watches? Lin Xian had encountered such disdainful gazes numerous times before. He had often met individuals who judged others based on their attire. He was not inclined to engage with such people, yet he was determined to impart a lesson in modesty. Recently, he had set his sights on a Pagani Huayra sports car, and with some spare cash on hand, he had come to make the purchase. As he lit a cigarette, he remarked casually, "You must speak with credibility if you wish to boast." The security guard felt as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. Before Lin Xian could call for a superior, another security guard approached. Upon seeing him, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk internally. Wasn't this the cousin his second uncle had mentioned, who worked as a manager at the auto show? "Long time no see, second brother," Lin Xian greeted calmly. "What brings you here?" "I heard from your second uncle that you haven't found a job yet," Lin Lei replied disdainfully. "Leave this to me, I know this guy. He has no money to buy a car. Just a delivery boy," Lin Lei said, patting his colleague's shoulder. Lin Xian, cigarette in hand, stood to the side, watching his cousin with a cold gaze. This was the same person who had bullied him in his youth, always eager to elevate himself by belittling others. What distinction could a security guard claim over a delivery man? After extinguishing his cigarette in a trash bin, Lin Xian turned to Lin Lei and said, "I'm here to buy a car. Could you assist me, second brother? I heard from my second aunt that you are a manager at the auto show. Perhaps you could help me secure a discount?" Caught off guard by Lin Xian's revelation of his lie in front of his colleagues, Lin Lei felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. "Do you think the International Global Auto Show is a place where just anyone can enter? If it weren't for our family ties, I would have already kicked you out. You could toil your entire life and still not afford a car here. Just leave before you damage something. You wouldn't be able to compensate for even 1/10 of it." Lin Lei waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "Just anyone?" Lin Xian found the remark particularly irksome. He raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lin Lei as he stepped closer, fists clenched. "What do you think you're doing?" Lin Lei stammered. It had been years since they last met, and Lin Xian had grown significantly taller, towering over Lin Lei, who felt a sense of impending defeat as he sensed an impending confrontation. How could this brat intimidate me? Lin Lei thought. He had always been the one to bully Lin Xian. Sighing, Lin Xian gazed at his immature cousin and lamented how difficult it was to spend money freely. At that moment, a clear, melodious female voice resonated. Lin Xian turned to see a beautiful woman in a professional skirt suit, her makeup impeccably done, striding gracefully from the exhibition hall in high heels. Her eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Xian. What a handsome man! Director Qin, Lin Lei and the other security guards stammered in fear. Director Qin, this person is my relative. He is a bit unhinged. I will have him leave immediately, and it won't disrupt business. Lin Lei quickly interjected, casting furtive glances at Lin Xian, urging him to depart. Regardless of whether Lin Xian intended to buy a car or not, the mere thought of the company discovering that he had obstructed a customer at the entrance was enough to jeopardize his position. Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the director here, Qin Rushuang. How may I assist you? Director Qin ignored Lin Lei and directly inquired of Lin Xian. Feigning ignorance to Lin Lei's subtle gestures, Lin Xian offered a subtle smile, which made Director Qin's eyes sparkle with admiration. Overlooking the fervent gaze directed at him, Lin Xian recounted the incident succinctly. Director Qin, you truly ought to instill some discipline in your subordinates, he remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. You two should head to the finance office to settle this month's wages. Employees like you only tarnish the reputation of the International Global Auto Show, Director Qin asserted with authority. When they attempted to plead their case, her icy glare silenced them. Lin Xian had no intention of making things difficult for them. Had they allowed him entry to view the cars earlier, he would have left them be. However, these individuals, failing to recognize their own status, looked down upon a delivery worker simply because they held a position as security at the global center. Lin Xian felt it was time for them to learn a lesson. To compensate for the unpleasant experience you've just endured, I will personally assist you with your inquiry, Director Qin exclaimed warmly, her charming smile radiant as a blooming flower. That sounds excellent, Lin Xian replied with a nod. With the beautiful director personally guiding him, what more could he desire? Chapter 6. May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir? My name is Lin Xian. To Lin Xian's surprise, he revealed his full name without hesitation, causing Qin Ruoshang's heart to race with excitement. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Mr. Lin, please follow me this way. Lin Lei and the security guard watched the duo's retreating figures, filled with regret. They never anticipated that Lin Xian would unveil the entire truth. Their jobs were now in jeopardy. Although merely security personnel, the salary at the Global Auto Show Center was quite substantial. Particularly for Lin Lei, he still doubted that Lin Xian could afford any of the cars displayed, as the reality of Lin Xian being merely a poor delivery worker lingered in his mind. Qin Ruoshang guided Lin Xian through a selection of over 10 vehicles, yet Lin Xian remained unsatisfied, almost leading her to believe he was merely seeking trouble. He paused before a burgundy supercar. The striking color and sleek lines elicited an involuntary admiration from him. Wow, Lin Xian exclaimed. Qin Ruoshang quickly introduced, Mr. Lin, let us take a look at this vehicle, the Pagani Huayra. Its performance is powered by a Mercedes-Benz V12 engine, boasting a maximum horsepower of 720, a displacement of 6.0 litres, a top speed of 378 kilometers per hour, and a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration in just 3.2 seconds. The exhaust system is crafted from titanium alloy. The braking system employs ceramic carbon fiber, and the body is composed of carbon fiber and aluminum alloy. Even the audio system, air conditioning, and central console are made from carbon fiber. The entire vehicle weighs in at 1.3 tons, and the gullwing doors add an extra flair. This model features a two-tone burgundy paint job, carbon fiber accents, and customized caliper colors, in addition to optional luggage sets. How much? Lin Xian interjected directly. This is the top configuration. The total cost, including fees, is approximately 100 million. Lin Xian promptly declared, I want this one. He believed this car perfectly matched his persona. Qin Ruoshang was taken aback. Encountering such an assertive customer was unprecedented. This vehicle cost a fortune, and yet Mr. Lin decided to purchase it after a mere glance? Just this one? she incredulously asked, gazing at Lin Xian with wide eyes. She had never encountered a customer who made such a swift decision. Typically, buyers would view multiple times, negotiate, and involve family members before finalizing their choice. Was this young man truly so certain? Did he not wish for family or friends to assist in the decision? No need. I want this one, Lin Xian confirmed resolutely. In her professional capacity, Qin Ruoshang was familiar with many affluent individuals in the capital, yet she could not recall which wealthy family Lin Xian belonged to. Could he have just returned from abroad? That was indeed a possibility. Very well, Mr. Lin. Please follow me. Her professional demeanor quickly returned as she led him to the VIP lounge at the Global Auto Show Center, where she warmly invited him to sit and prepared coffee. Mr. Lin, will you be paying in full or via mortgage? She inquired with a smile. In full, with a card. Lin Xian leaned back against the sofa, handing his ID to Qin Ruoshang as he settled in the lounge to wait. Meanwhile, Lin Lei and the security guard, who had been anxiously lingering outside the finance office, witnessed Lin Xian purchase a vehicle valued at 100 million. Regret consumed them, particularly for Lin Lei, who felt deeply humiliated. Having always harbored a sense of superiority over Lin Xian, witnessing him acquire such an extravagant vehicle was a bitter pill to swallow. Jealousy burned in his eyes, fists clenched in rage. Yet he felt utterly powerless against Lin Xian. After signing the contract and processing the payment, Qin Ruoshang intended to discuss the vehicle's features with Lin Xian. This way, please. She opened the door for him, her smile radiant. Encountering such a client brought her immense joy. Not only was he generous and forthright, but he was also exceptionally handsome. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Director Qin, as soon as she emerged, her colleagues approached, eager to plead for forgiveness. What are you still doing here? I trust you are aware of the company's policies. Qin Ruoshang showed no mercy. Such employees deserved to be dismissed immediately. Apologies, Mr. Lin, she said apologetically to Lin Xian, who merely nodded. He had no intention of interceding on their behalf, especially since his cousin, who had bullied him since childhood, now regarded him with a glare that seemed to wish him ill. Qin Ruoshang proceeded to explain the car's features and potential issues with professionalism and thoroughness. Lin Xian observed her with admiration. She possessed both beauty and a commendable work ethic. After detailing the relevant information, Qin Ruoshang accompanied Lin Xian for a test drive, and they exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. By the time everything was settled, it was nearly noon. Oh, it's 12 o'clock, Mr. Lin. As a token of gratitude for your support of my work, may I invite you to lunch? Qin Ruoshang eagerly proposed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Surely, it would not be proper for a lady to treat. I shall take you out instead. Also, Miss Qin, you may simply call me Lin Xian, he replied with a smile. Well then, I shall graciously accept your offer, Qin Ruoshang said, her demeanor both charming and poised, her heart secretly elated at having drawn closer to her ideal. Chapter 7. Lin Xian, the gentleman, opened the door to the passenger seat for Qin Ruoshang before making his way to the driver's seat. What would you like to eat? He inquired as he glanced over, noticing her cautious demeanor as she settled into the passenger seat, seemingly anxious about damaging the car's pristine interior. Her transformation from a formidable career woman to this delicate figure was striking. No need to be so tense. It's merely a mode of transportation. Lin Xian chuckled, his expression radiating affection. He leaned across her, fastening her seatbelt, and sensed her body tense slightly at the proximity. Their eyes met, and he was captivated by her exquisite features, magnified at such a close distance. In silence, she appeared a touch aloof, yet the faint blush adorning her cheeks added a layer of charm to her beauty. Their breaths mingled in the air between them. At that moment, Lin Xian's heart raced, for he was still a 23-year-old bachelor, untouched by romantic pursuits. What do you feel like eating? Just as their faces drew nearer, Qin Ruoshang shyly turned away. Seeing her flustered state made Lin Xian chuckle softly. No rush. I prefer to understand a bit more before making my move, he thought, recognizing that they had only just met. Realizing she had been teased, Qin Ruoshang playfully tapped him with her small fist, though deep down, she had hoped he might lean in for a kiss. With the seatbelt secured, he ignited the engine, and with a roar, the The sports car sped away from the Global International Auto Show Center. Qin Rushuang chose a hot pot restaurant conveniently located nearby. Lin Xian had visited this establishment with colleagues before. Tucked away in a narrow alley, it boasted reasonable prices and fresh ingredients. He was pleasantly surprised by her down-to-earth choice, given her ethereal appearance and her unwavering efficiency in the workplace. It seemed her earnings were substantial, yet she opted for such a humble dining option, increasing his fondness for her significantly. As they drove into the alley and parked outside the hot pot restaurant, onlookers soon gathered around the luxury car. "Wow, how spectacular! What brand is this? I've never seen such an extravagant vehicle," exclaimed one. "It's a Pagani Huayra, top-tier model. Probably worth over 100 million. Every man's dream." The air buzzed with excitement as various voices chimed in. A young boy approached, his eyes wide with wonder. "Hey, don't touch it. If you break it, you'll have to pay," his grandmother admonished, sensing its exorbitant value. When Lin Xian emerged from the car, gasps of admiration erupted anew. What a divine pairing. A luxury car and a strikingly handsome man. I might faint. I need a kiss from this handsome fellow to revive myself. Quick, I must take a photo. Some men standing nearby felt a twinge of jealousy at the girl's enthusiasm. However, they overlooked the fact that Lin Xian was not only good-looking but also exceedingly wealthy. Lin Xian chuckled to himself, bemused by the exaggerated reactions. "Did you see that? He smiled at me," one girl gushed, shaking her friend's arm in excitement. "He was clearly looking at me." The fragile bonds of friendship seemed ready to unravel. After stepping out of the car, Qin Rushuang instinctively linked her arm with Lin Xian's, entering a protective mode without realizing it. Lin Xian glanced at her delicate hand resting in his elbow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. She seems eager to hold on. "Welcome." The scene had not gone unnoticed by the restaurant owner, who greeted Lin Xian and Qin Rushuang with extraordinary warmth. Lin Xian recognized a truth. When people perceive you as wealthy, they shower you with adoration, regardless of your attire. Such is the reality. Even if one feels resentment or jealousy, it holds no weight. On this bustling Saturday afternoon, the hot pot restaurant was abuzz with patrons, and all the private rooms were occupied. The owner eagerly offered to make adjustments for them, but Lin Xian politely declined. Qin Rushuang gazed at him with sparkling eyes, appreciating his humility and grace, qualities absent in many wealthy suitors she had encountered. She found those men repulsive, their ostentation contrasting sharply with Lin Xian's charm, which shone like a star in the night sky. The pair settled at a table by the window, where Qin Rushuang thoughtfully prepared dipping sauces for their hot pot, one spicy and one sesame-based, while continuously adding ingredients to Lin Xian's bowl. As they savored their meal, Lin Xian's phone rang from his pocket, interrupting the moment. Chapter 8. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Xian recognized it was a call from his aunt. "You eat first. I'll take this call," he said to Qin Rushuang before stepping outside. "Hello, Aunt," Lin Xian answered, leaning against the car. "Xian, have you eaten yet?" came the gentle voice of his aunt from the other end. "I've already had my meal. How about you, Aunt? Did you eat with Zhengjing? How has your health been lately? And what about Zhengjing? Is she feeling better?" Lin Xian inquired in rapid succession. "Everything is well. Both Zhengjing and I are fine, so don't worry. But you must remember to eat on time and be cautious while ordering takeout. Did you know Zhengjing mentioned you transferred 1 million to my account? Where did you get so much money?" His aunt's voice trembled slightly. "I'm still young and can earn money. Zhengjing's condition is stable, so please don't do anything foolish, all right?" Lin Xian felt his eyes welling up as he listened. "And this money is earned by me. Please don't hesitate to use it for yourself and Zhengjing. I'll come back in a few days to take you both to the capital. Just as long as you earned it. Your aunt has money. I'll keep this for you. You'll need it when you find a wife." They exchanged a few more words. "Whereas Zhengjing? Tell her to come and talk to her brother." "Hello, brother," came the soft voice of Zhengjing from the other end. "You little rascal, why haven't you called your brother in so long?" Lin Xian feigned anger, though a radiant smile adorned his face. "I'm about to start my senior year. With all the extra classes, I hardly have time to talk to you." Zhengjing's playful tone came through the phone. "Aha, I'm just teasing you. Don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. I know, you're so naggy. You're almost as bad as Mom. As Lin Xian chatted with his family, Qin Rushuang watched him through the glass. One moment he furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern. The next, he broke into a bright smile. This left her wondering who he was speaking to that could evoke such a range of emotions. After ending the call,
Link sur un lit à cigarette.
the conversation with family filled him with warmth. In his childhood, he had endured indifference and mistreatment at several uncles' homes until his aunt appeared and rescued him from that mire. With her gentle and patient comfort, he overcame those traumas and became an optimistic individual. This call reminded Lin Xian that life encompasses more than just wealth. It also holds familial bonds. Outside the glass window, sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees, casting dappled light upon Lin Xian. Leaning against the car in a relaxed posture, one long leg casually draped over the other, he held the cigarette between his slender fingers. Unbeknownst to him, his nonchalant demeanor had captivated several passing girls and even Qin Rushuang, who watched in awe. He was simply striking. After extinguishing the cigarette, Lin Xian re-entered the restaurant. I'm done. Let us eat, Qin Rushuang said, adding a freshly cooked piece of beef tripe to his bowl. Though her heart raced with curiosity, she felt it inappropriate to pry into his private conversation. After their meal, Lin Xian drove Qin Rushuang back to the Global International Center. He planned to return home for a quick nap, as he still needed to inspect 9 courtyard houses. He intended to visit each one in the afternoon. Since the courtyard houses could not be demolished to build a garage, Lin Xian parked his sports car in the underground garage of the neighboring community for convenience. I have a little donkey. I never ride it. Just then, his phone rang again. It was his aunt once more. He quickly answered with his Bluetooth headset. Hello, Xian. I forgot to mention something during lunch. What is it, Aunt? Do you remember Aunt Zhang? Who lives in the same alley as us? Yes, I do. She has a niece who just graduated and wants me to introduce her to you as a potential girlfriend. You should have met her when you were younger. Her name is Wang Gui, and she used to play in our alley. Lin Xian racked his brain but couldn't recall this Wang Gui. All right, I'll meet her, he replied, wondering if his aunt was worried he might remain single. But I've only seen her once this year, and I'm not sure you two are a good match. His aunt continued, Aunt Zhang is very enthusiastic. I didn't want to refuse. Just meet her. And if you don't like her, it's fine. No need to worry about social niceties. Understood, Aunt. Minutes later, his aunt sent him Wang Gui's phone number and WeChat details. Out of politeness, Lin Xian promptly sent a friend request, awaiting her approval. Before long, she accepted. Hello, are you Aunt Zhang's niece? He initiated the conversation, adding a grin emoji. Hello, came her response after a brief pause. Lin Xian guessed she might be browsing through his social media profile. He rarely posted, and when he did, it was mostly about games. The two exchanged messages, but the atmosphere felt reminiscent of an awkward parental matchmaking scenario. Wang Gui, send me a photo of yourself, she prompted, recalling how he looked like a bean sprout in their childhood encounters. Determined, she thought that if Lin Xian still resembled that awkward boy, meeting wouldn't be necessary. After hesitating, Lin Xian decided to take a quick selfie and send it over. Wow, you're so handsome, Wang Gui exclaimed, genuinely impressed. He truly looked striking, though the antique vibe of his surroundings caught her attention. She then sent him a selfie in return. With large, expressive eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and a delicate face, her skin appeared flawless. Perhaps she wasn't so bad after all? Chapter 9. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, and Lin Xian could distinctly perceive that Wang Gui's demeanor had become considerably more cordial than at the outset. Lin Xian maintained his initial composure, exhibiting politeness, tranquility, and occasionally a touch of humor. After chatting for a while longer, they agreed to meet for dinner that evening. After a brief afternoon nap, Lin Xian set out in his Pagani. He meticulously inspected the 9 traditional courtyard homes, all of which were remarkably well preserved. Lin Xian had no intention of renting them out, fearing that tenants might neglect and damage the facilities within. However, he could not simply abandon them, as that would lead to gradual disrepair, and managing so many properties alone was beyond his capabilities. Thus, He enlisted the services of a specialized property management company to oversee the homes, ensuring that any necessary repairs were promptly addressed. Lin Xian also guided them in confirming the locations of the 9 courtyards. The management company was taken aback by the fact that someone as young as Lin Xian owned such an impressive number of properties, leading them to speculate that he must be the son of a wealthy family. After prepaying a portion of the management fees, Lin Xian glanced at the time, which read 3:45. He was scheduled to meet Wang Guigue at 5:30. With ample time remaining, Lin Xian decided to purchase a new outfit. After all, one should not appear too shabby for a blind date. Dressing well is a form of respect for the other party. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Zhen, a colleague from the Meituan company. "Hello, Xiao Lu. Brother Lin, did you see the group notification? Their SA meeting at 4 o'clock. And we must all wear our uniforms. No late arrivals." "Got it. I'll be there shortly." With only 15 minutes left, there was no time to return home and change. Fortunately, he had stowed a set of work attire in the trunk. After changing in the car, he drove to the company. From a distance, Lin Xian spotted a large group of Meituan colleagues clad in their uniforms, congregated in the plaza at the company entrance. The top executives of the company mandated that every morning and evening meeting be held in this plaza, claiming it was to promote the corporate culture and showcase the impressive and orderly ranks of Meituan delivery personnel. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed toward the delivery workers. Everyone turned their heads. "Wow, that's incredible." A red sports car sped towards them, moving with such velocity that it seemed as though it had been gifted a pair of angelic wings. As it approached, the car slowed down and parked in a space by the plaza. Bathed in golden sunlight, the vehicle appeared as if it were cloaked in a delicate halo. Absolutely stunning. Goodness, it's a Pagani Huayra. What astonished everyone even more was when a delivery worker, dressed in the same uniform, emerged from the car. Everyone was left speechless. Lin Xian. Brother Lin, where did this car come from? Indeed, that car is too impressive. How I wish I could drive a luxury vehicle like that. The crowd gathered around, chattering excitedly. Lin Xian's casual remark sent ripples through the crowd. Delivering food in a sports car? Is he here to experience life, purposefully seeking hardship? Wow, Brother Lin, you're a secret tycoon. Lin Xian, you've been hiding this too well.
Manager yang maorong apro achet.
Playfully patting Lin Xian on the shoulder, laughing. Lin Xian, from the moment I joined the company, I sensed your extraordinary demeanor, and I was right. You are quite understated. Indeed, while we look like a mess in our uniforms, Lin Xian resembles a superstar in his. Another chimed in. And while we're standing here sweating profusely, look at Lin Xian, he is as fresh as a daisy. This was indeed true. Since Lin Xian's body had been enhanced by the system, he discovered that he no longer felt the heat as he once did. Moreover, he sensed a significant increase in his physical strength. Can we even compare? The elders always say that those who sweat less carry an air of nobility. Lin Xian, you must be here to experience life. Lin Xian smiled, tacitly affirming their assumptions. Of course, the crowd lavished praise upon him, each voice adding to the chorus of admiration, leaving Lin Xian feeling somewhat bashful. Due to the excitement surrounding the car, the meeting was delayed. By the time it concluded, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and the riders needed to prepare for their shifts. Lin Xian hastened to the meeting place for his date, aware that there were no clothing stores nearby. Although there was one not far away, he feared being late. Lin Xian was quite punctual and believed it would be rather ungentlemanly to keep a lady waiting. Fortunately, the traffic was light, and he arrived at the date location 10 minutes early. The venue, chosen by Wang Guigue, was an upscale Japanese restaurant. Lin Xian found a seat, ordered a glass of water, and began perusing the menu while waiting for Wang Guigue. Many of the dishes were unfamiliar to him, and the prices were exorbitant. Although these prices were trivial for Lin Xian, he still felt averse to them for a simple reason. He did not particularly enjoy Japanese cuisine. After flipping through the menu and idly browsing his phone, he began to wonder where Wang Guigue was when a message popped up on WeChat. Chapter 10. The deceptive photo. Wang Guigue, have you arrived? Lin Xian, I'm here at the restaurant. Wang Guigue, I'll be there shortly. However, Wang Guigue's promise of arriving shortly made Lin Xian wait another half an hour. He harbored a deep disdain for those who lacked punctuality and often felt that Wang Guigue was adopting an air of superiority over him. His impression of her diminished further. At last, Lin Xian spotted a girl in a denim skirt entering the restaurant, scanning the room as if searching for someone. He was uncertain if this girl was indeed Wang Guigue. She appeared somewhat plump with a darker complexion and was quite tall, giving her a somewhat robust appearance. As Lin Xian assessed her, she noticed him as well. Her face lit up and she approached him. Lin Xian, is this really Wang Guigue? He glanced at the photo on his phone, and it seemed entirely different. The image portrayed a far more attractive individual. This was a classic case of deception through photographs. It seemed that online beauties could not be trusted. Wang Guigue, you must be Lin Xian. I'm Wang Guigue. Lin Xian, yes, that's me. Please have a seat. Lin Xian stood to pull out a chair for Wang Guigue. Regardless of his personal feelings, one must always exhibit proper etiquette. Wang Guigue, you are even more handsome in person. Her satisfaction with Lin Xian's appearance increased. Lin Xian, you are lovely as well, he replied with a smile, and her face flushed with delight at the compliment. Wang Guigue, let us order. Lin Xian handed the menu to her and signaled for the waiter. Wang Guigue, I heard from my aunt that you work in game development at a gaming company? Lin Xian, I've already resigned. Wang Guigue, resigned? She looked up at him in surprise. Wang Guigue, what are you doing now? Lin Xian, I deliver takeout. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted to something quite delicate. Wang Guigue glanced at Lin Xian's attire, which she had found somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, she realized he was indeed wearing the uniform of a delivery service, with its name emblazoned across the front. Her gaze transformed into one of disdain. Why did her aunt introduce someone like him to her? A mere delivery person was hardly suitable for a match. It was as if a frog aspired to court a swan. What good was being handsome if one had no means? The waiter, observing the subtle change between the two, could not suppress a smirk, amused by Wang Guigue's reaction. He had witnessed Lin Xian arrive in a luxurious sports car. Yet, he chose not to enlighten Wang Guigue, having seen many women of her ilk who adored wealth over character. Lin Xian, I'll have this. And this Wang Guigue proceeded to order an extravagant array of over 10 dishes. Lin Xian's eyes widened. What was she thinking? Would they even finish such a feast? Moreover, it was their first meeting. Wasn't she being a tad presumptuous? However, he refrained from stopping her. For Aunt Zhang's sake, treating her to a meal was hardly a burden. After all, Lin Xian was not financially strained. Wang Guigue, however, was intentionally testing him. She wished to see him falter. This restaurant was rather upscale, and her selections would surely tally over 10,000. At the opportune moment, she could feign an urgent engagement and leave. Soon, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Lin Xian dined leisurely, maintaining an elegant demeanor. They conversed as they ate, with Wang Guigue predominantly inquiring while Lin Xian responded. Wang Guigue, have you purchased a house in the capital? Lin Xian, no, I haven't bought one. It was provided by the system. Wang Guigue, what car do you drive? Lin Xian, a small electric scooter. Wang Guigue could scarcely contain her exasperation. Wang Guigue, my mother insists that any suitor must prepare a dowry of 500,000, given the sacrifices they made to raise me. In her mind, she mused that if he could muster such funds, perhaps she could entertain the idea of dating him. Lin Xian, that seems reasonable. He chuckled, pondering Wang Guigue's audacity to make such demands. The waiter overhearing this felt a wave of nausea. Did she truly believe he was made of gold? To demand such a sum was absurd. And what of the sacrifices of others' parents? Wang Guigue continued, furthermore, I absolutely refuse to live with in-laws. In this day and age, equality between genders is paramount. I shall not be responsible for household chores. Additionally, I have a younger brother, and my parents are aging. It is our duty to care for him. Lin Xian had no in-laws, only a beloved aunt who had raised him. He found it amusing that she harbored such disdain. How could she leap so far ahead in her expectations after just one meeting? Lin Xian, none of that is an issue. He continued to eat at a measured pace, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Waiter, Dude, are you serious? Are you speaking in jest? Wang Guigue was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a casual acceptance from him. Then she reconsidered. A man like him, with his circumstances, would undoubtedly hold tight to any chance he had to be with someone like her. Alas, he was simply not her type. Just as Wang Guigue contemplated making her exit, Lin Xian signaled for the waiter to bring the bill. Chapter 11. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 10,066 yuan. Alright, I will pay 5,066 with my card. Lin Xian retrieved his card and handed it over. Wang Guigue questioned, why only 5,000? She had clearly heard that the total bill exceeded 10,000 yuan. Miss Wang, are you not an advocate for gender equality? The principle of splitting expenses embodies this equality. I wholeheartedly support it, so you could take a small loss, and I shall cover the remaining 66. Did she expect him to be the fool? Not a chance. The waiter quietly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up from behind. Initially, he thought this fellow was a pushover, yet he turned out to be rather forthright. Why should he bear the cost for a girl he had only just met after she had ordered so extravagantly? Miss, will you pay by card or in cash? The waiter immediately turned to Wang Guigue. Her face flushed with anger, yet she felt too embarrassed to react. She tossed a bank card to the waiter. After processing the payment, Wang Guigue stormed out of the restaurant. She walked briskly, only pausing at a corner to take out her phone and dial a number. The call connected. Hello, Aunt. Please refrain from introducing me to any more potential suitors. What's the matter? I am utterly infuriated. The person is simply bizarre. Not only is he poor, but he is also exceedingly stingy. To split the bill for a meal, have you ever seen a man ask a woman to pay? Wang Guigue vented, embellishing her grievances. In summary, Lin Xian was depicted as impoverished, miserly, and peculiar. A quintessential scoundrel. Aunt Zhang pondered, this doesn't seem right. I remember this child as humble and polite, with a decent temperament. How has he changed so drastically? Has the experience of studying in a big city for a few years inflated his ego? She resolved to calm her niece and later inquire with Lin Xian's aunt about the matter, considering they were both from the same hometown. This behavior was simply excessive. After ending the call, the roar of a sports car caught her attention. A striking red sports car sped around the corner and quickly vanished from view. How wonderful it would be to catch the attention of a man who drives such a luxury car. Recalling the 5,000 yuan Lin Xian had just cost her, an amount that represented over a month's salary from her internship, Wang Guigue was furious. In a fit of anger, she blocked and deleted Lin Xian from her WeChat and erased his phone number. The time was still early, and Lin Xian drove directly to a nearby shopping center, K Hyatt International Trading City. The first floor housed cosmetics and jewelry, while the second and third floors were dedicated to women's apparel. Men's clothing occupied the fourth floor, and the fifth floor featured bedding, with dining options on the sixth and seventh floors. After parking in the underground garage, Lin Xian took the elevator to the fourth floor. K Hyatt International Trading City was a mid-range shopping venue where the prices were relatively reasonable. For Lin Xian, it was not the cost that mattered most, but comfort in wear. His appearance immediately attracted attention. Sales assistants warmly welcomed him, eager to entice him into their stores. Young women and wives alike stole glances, while their boyfriends and husbands scoffed at Lin Xian. What, just because he is slightly handsome and tall? Just a pretty boy. These women were so superficial. Lin Xian found himself almost dragged into a store by an overly enthusiastic salesgirl, while the employees of neighboring shops expressed disappointment as he entered another store. Each time he tried on a new outfit, the salesgirls couldn't help but marvel. If their brand were to feature this young man as a model, it would surely be a commercial success. Lin Xian ended up purchasing several outfits he had tried on. The salesgirl enthusiastically escorted him to the elevator before returning to her store. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel that being handsome was indeed a burden. After waiting for 10 minutes for the elevator without success, he opted to take the escalator down. On the second floor of K Hyatt, Wang Guigue and her classmate Zhang Na were preparing to ascend to the third floor. How miserly! I have never encountered such a stingy man. If I were in your place, I would never let you pay for that meal. Splitting the bill on a blind date is outrageous. What a scoundrel! Zhang Na exclaimed indignantly. Exactly. I lost 5,000 yuan. It drives me insane. Wang Guigue replied, seething. Should I ever see that scoundrel again, I will certainly demand your money back and give him a piece of my mind. Zhang Na declared angrily, envisioning herself as a champion of justice set to vanquish all scoundrels. Wang Guigue. Why are you silent? Zhang Na nudged Wang Guigue's arm. Noticing her gaze fixed on a particular spot, her eyes ablaze. Zhang Na turned to see a handsome young man and immediately recognized him as the very scoundrel they had just been discussing. Wait for it, she cursed, hastening up the escalator. As Lin Xian descended the escalator, he sensed an ominous energy approaching him. Turning, he saw a girl ascending the escalator at a brisk pace. Her gaze fixated on him as if she were ready to devour him whole. The two crossed paths. Zhang Na reached out, attempting to grab Lin Xian's sleeve. What the? In a reflexive motion, Lin Xian sidestepped her grasp. Don't go, Wang Guigue shouted. Chapter 12. In the face of an absurd situation, one would be a fool to remain unaware. Lin Xian quickened his pace, not out of fear of the two women pursuing him, but rather from a strong desire to avoid entanglements with this individual any further. He dashed towards the basement with the two women hot on his heels. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Xian initially intended to locate the stairwell leading down, yet the mall's labyrinthine layout compelled him to head towards the main entrance instead. In a moment of clarity, he questioned why he should flee. He had committed no wrongdoing. It was better to clarify matters now to prevent this woman from tarnishing his reputation back home. With his current speed, there was no way they could catch up. Resolving not to run any longer, Lin Xian simply halted at the entrance of the mall, awaiting their arrival. Before long, the two women arrived, panting heavily. Run, will you? Keep running, Zhang Na yelled, immediately lunging at Lin Xian, determined to expose the true nature of this scoundrel. Let us talk this over. No need for any embrace. Lin Xian stepped back, evading the frenzied woman's advance. The mention of scoundrel drew the attention of passersby, who paused to observe the unfolding drama. Thief, return my classmates' money, or you shall not leave today, Zhang Na declared, her voice brimming with indignation. In that moment, Lin Xian was not merely a scoundrel but had also been branded a fraud. What have I deceived you about? He retorted, standing firm in his integrity. You swindled me out of 5,000, Wang Guigue exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, on the verge of tears. What deceit have you suffered, young lady? A bystander interjected, stepping forward to uphold justice. Before she could respond, Wang Guigue burst into tears. Lin Xian was taken aback. Her theatrical display left him in awe. Do not cry, young lady. We are here to support you. Originally, he was introduced to me by my aunt. Today, he invited me to a Japanese restaurant for dinner. Lin Xian was astounded by the audacity of such a person, who had completely inverted the truth of the matter. How can we trust your words? A young woman from the crowd questioned. Little girl, you are unaware. But this fellow is a con artist who lures individuals to upscale restaurants, orders an excessive amount of food, and then pockets the commission. A rotund middle-aged man proclaimed, firmly convinced of Lin Xian's deceit based on appearances alone. She is lying. Lin Xian began to protest, but a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. She is indeed lying. I can testify. A young man in the restaurant's distinctive uniform stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Wang Guigue's expression soured. Her bad luck continued as she had not expected to encounter a waiter from the very restaurant they had visited. I work at that restaurant. This girl looked down on this gentleman and deliberately ordered over 10,000 worth of dishes, intending to swindle him. This is outrageous. If you dislike someone, simply do not meet them. If you meet and find them unappealing, just walk away. Why attempt to exploit them? How could she not appreciate such a handsome young man? Surely, she must be seeking a celestial being. Is this young man not handsome enough? You do not understand. Men must not only be handsome but also affluent. No, that is not the case. They are in cahoots and will not speak in my favor. He is merely a delivery boy. What wealth could he possess? Wang Guigue shouted in desperation. Zhang Na stood by, confused by the unfolding situation. I simply cannot tolerate your distortion of the truth. This gentleman is worth billions, drives a luxury car. Would he swindle you out of 5,000? If you feel cheated, you may report it to the police. Our establishment has surveillance cameras that cannot lie. Sir, you do have your car, do you not? Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. Today's young women are excessively enamored with superficiality. Whoever marries such a person will surely face domestic turmoil. The truth of the matter was evident to all present. Thank you, my friend. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude as he turned towards the basement. You're welcome, replied the waiter, unable to withstand the societal decay wrought by such women. Wang Guigue, did you use me as a pawn? Zhang Na, furious, shook off Wang Guigue's grasp and strode away without looking back. Wang Guigue remained in a daze, her humiliation overshadowing any concern about offending her classmates. What truly gnawed at her was the revelation that Lin Xian was a billionaire who drove a luxury car. Regret consumed her, and all she could think about was how to win Lin Xian back. Upon returning to the courtyard, night had fallen. Lin Xian took a refreshing shower and reclined on a rocking chair in the yard. In truth, he felt no heat. Holding half a watermelon, he savored each spoonful while gazing at the night sky. The stars shone brilliantly over the capital, and he had not marveled at the stars in quite some time. It was a delightful experience, for the past years had been arduous and filled with struggle. Everything that had transpired over the past few days felt like a dream, so surreal. Yet, the balance in his bank account confirmed that it was all genuine. Lin Xian had indeed become a billionaire. Chapter 13. Lin Xian stirred his thoughts, summoning the system panel in his mind. Host: Lin Xian. Age: 24 years. Height: cm. Weight: 70 kilograms. Physique: 90. Life: 90 below. There was a task completion list. Warm-hearted gentleman online. Helped a client purchase sanitary pads. Completed. The rest remained to be unlocked. To be unlocked. Lin Xian recalled that when he first accessed the system panel, none of this information was present. His physique was merely 80, and his life score stood at 85. He was aware of the changes in his body over the past couple of days, yet the meaning of life eluded him. Was it to be taken literally? Did it refer to lifespan? Closing the system panel, Lin Xian took out his phone, intending to invite his good friend for a couple of games. He noticed an unread message on WeChat. Opening it, he saw the name Tu Jiao Jiao at the top. Tu Jiao Jiao, hey big brother, are you busy today? Time: 18:20. Lin Xian was in the midst of shopping for clothes. Tu Jiao Jiao, I forgot to ask your name the other day.
Jem tu Jiao Jiao.
What is your name? Time: 18:25. Tu Jiao Jiao, are you busy? Have you eaten yet? Remember to eat on time. It's not good for your stomach otherwise. Time: 18:36. Tu Jiao Jiao, are you there? With a pitiful expression. Time: 18:51. Seeing that sorrowful expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle and quickly replied. Lin Xian, just finished. Smiling emoji, at Sunshine Garden Community. Tu Jiao Jiao was lounging on the couch, idly scrolling through Douyin. After watching a couple of videos, she checked WeChat to see if Lin Xian had replied. She understood that girls should maintain some reserve, but she had been patient for an entire night and the whole day. Was it possible that he had a girlfriend? Tu Jiao Jiao leaned back on the sofa, her mind swirling with thoughts. Ever since meeting Lin Xian last Saturday, he had occupied her thoughts during meals, while walking, and in everything she did. She felt as though she were succumbing to lovesickness. Suddenly, she spotted a message from her crush on WeChat. Though it was merely 3 short words, it sent her leaping off the sofa in excitement. Tu Jiao Jiao. So, have you eaten? Are you tired?
Lin Xuan, I've eaten.
How about you? Tu Jiao Jiao. I've eaten too. As Lin Xian replied to Tu Jiao Jiao's messages, he checked for other unread messages. The second was from Qin Rushuang. Time: 17:35. Qin Rushuang. Ah Xian, your license plate has been issued. I had someone help apply for it. The plate number you wanted, 59s, is ready. Do you have time tomorrow? Or you could send me an address and I can bring it over to you. Since Lin Xian had asked Qin Rushuang to call him by his name, she had begun addressing him as Ah Xian. She had jokingly mentioned being older than him and suggested he refer to her as sister. Lin Xian could never bring himself to call her that. No girl wished to be called sister. Girls always wanted to be the younger sister. Seeing this, Lin Xian gave Qin Rushuang a thumbs up. Her efficiency was commendable. Lin Xian, thank you, Rushuang. I trust you to handle this. Thumbs up emoji, Qin Rushuang. It's nothing. Shy emoji. Instantly, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was she really keeping her phone close at hand? He responded to a few more messages. One friend request caught his eye. He glanced at the profile picture and chose to ignore it. However, the individual persisted, prompting Lin Xian to block them outright. Lin Xian continued his conversation with Tu Jiao and Qin Rushuang, traversing topics from the weather to careers, from careers to life, and then from life to the wonders of astronomy and geography. His demeanor oscillated between aloofness and humor, never appearing frivolous. A top student since childhood, he possessed a wealth of knowledge that brought bursts of laughter from Tu Jiao, who was thoroughly entertained. Discussions about life resonated with Qin Rushuang, who seemed to find solace in his words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Guigue anxiously messaged Lin Xian, only to find herself blocked. She mentally rehearsed countless apologies, yet there was no opportunity to convey them to Lin Xian. Frustrated, she called her aunt for advice. The next morning, Lin Xian donned his work attire. Although he was now quite affluent, delivering food was still part of his responsibilities. After all, it was his job. Most importantly, completing delivery tasks would yield further wealth. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Once in his car, he sent a WeChat message to Qin Rushuang, intending to head to the Global International Auto Show Center to have his license plate installed. Upon arrival, he found Qin Rushuang eagerly awaiting him, having even prepared breakfast for him, a thoughtful gesture. After finishing the last sip of milk, he watched as the installer affixed the license plate, feeling quite satisfied. A luxury vehicle deserved an impressive number. Director Qin, is this the esteemed guest who purchased our Sol Pagani Huayra? A deep voice inquired. Lin Xian turned to see a man in his 60s approaching, impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of authority. Mr. Zhang. Qin Rushuang turned and promptly introduced Lin Xian. Xian, allow me to introduce you to our Group S General Manager, Mr. Zhang. He was eager to meet you after hearing that you purchased this car without hesitation the other day. Mr. Zhang, this is Lin Xian. Hello. Greetings. Lin Xian offered a composed smile, revealing a charming display of teeth as he shook hands with Mr. Zhang. Impressive, youthful and accomplished. Mr. Zhang had initially expected Lin Xian to be a brash and spoiled rich kid, but upon meeting him, he was pleasantly surprised to find him remarkably composed and exuding an extraordinary charm. Chapter 14. Mr. Zhang's flattering praise. In response to Mr. Zhang's compliments, Lin Xian remained composed. Little Lin, what a remarkable position you hold. Mr. Zhang continued. Currently, I am delivering for Mi Tuan Company. Mr. Zhang exclaimed. Could it be that you are the son of Mi Tuan's esteemed family? Not only Mr. Zhang, but our director Qin, the beautiful Qin, was also curious about Lin Xian's background. However, Mr. Zhang recalled that old Yang from Meituan only had a daughter. Noticing Lin Xian's reluctance to divulge more, Mr. Zhang refrained from pressing further. After all, it is rare to find young individuals willing to endure hardship, and even rarer for scions of affluent families to do so. Thus, Mr. Zhang regarded Lin Xian with newfound respect. This young man is grounded and reliable, making him a suitable son-in-law for the Zhang family. He possesses an impressive appearance as well. Perhaps he could serve as a spokesperson for our company. Coincidentally, we are currently seeking endorsements for several luxury vehicles. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he had caught someone's eye. Little Lin, you have a fine presence. Would you be interested in helping me with some promotions? Mr. Zhang proposed decisively. Lin Xian, taken aback, thought, why is this old fellow suddenly suggesting this? He had no intention of appearing in front of the camera at this moment, and promptly replied, I am grateful for your appreciation, Mr. Zhang, but I currently have no plans to appear publicly. Oh, don't be so hasty in your refusal. Mr. Zhang chuckled. Just then, Lin Xian received a notification from the Meituan delivery app. He had intended to finish preparing his vehicle and leave, so he had activated the automatic order-accepting feature in advance. I must get to work now. I shall visit you again another time, Mr. Zhang. Lin Xian lamented. Indeed, work is paramount. Mr. Zhang nodded earnestly. A humble disposition and the ability to remain grounded. What a commendable young man. Lin Xian nodded respectfully to Mr. Zhang and bid farewell to Qin Rushuang with a silent gesture. He retrieved his remote key, opened the car door, and took a seat inside. After picking up the order, he drove the sports car to the designated location. Upon arriving at the residential complex, he signed for the delivery and ascended the stairs to knock on the door. Meituan Delivery. Your meal has arrived. Enjoy your meal, he announced in one fluid motion. As he exited the complex, he spotted a traffic officer preparing to issue a ticket. Oh no, Lin Xian dashed over. Officer, please show some leniency, he pleaded, grasping the pen the officer was holding. Is this your vehicle? The officer asked incredulously, scrutinizing Lin Xian from head to toe. It was astonishing to see a wealthy young man driving a sports car to deliver takeout. It seemed a waste of resources. Meanwhile, another delivery worker remarked, in this day and age, even sports cars are competing for our jobs. Work is hard to come by. Yes, it's mine. I'm leaving right away, Lin Xian replied hurriedly. Be cautious next time. Don't park carelessly, or you might end up with scratches, the officer advised as he put away the ticket. Lin Xian thought, is he really letting me off this time? It was yet another stark reminder of the realities of society. As Lin Xian started his vehicle, the Meituan system sent him a new order notification. He opened his phone to find an order from Maple Leaf Hotel. Do they even offer takeout? Lin Xian wondered. This establishment is a leading figure in the dining industry, with branches in every major city across the country. Upon further inspection of the menu, he was taken aback to discover that the dish was Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, with the delivery address set to a high-end residential area, Jinzun Garden. The engine of the sports car roared as he swiftly arrived at Maple Leaf Hotel. After waiting for a considerable time at the front desk, he still did not see the dish prepared. He asked the front desk staff to check in the kitchen. Soon, a rotund chef clad in a white coat and tall hat emerged, instructing the front desk to cancel the order. This individual was none other than Lu Yong, the executive chef of Maple Leaf Hotel. What is going on? The lobby manager inquired. How can Maple Leaf Hotel casually cancel a guest's order? This would severely tarnish the hotel's reputation. Lin Xian recognized the lobby manager as his university classmate, Wu Ping, who had consistently struggled with his grades. To his surprise, Wu Ping had not pursued his major but had become the lobby manager at Maple Leaf Hotel. It seemed that Wu Ping had not noticed Lin Xian, as who would pay attention to a mere food delivery person? The head chef, Rao Bo, is on leave, and this dish cannot be prepared today. Lin Xian had never tried Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, but had heard that it required over 100 intricate steps, particularly a few critical ones that an ordinary chef could not execute. Why didn't you inform us sooner? We could have temporarily removed it from the menu. Now that the customer has placed an order, you must fulfill it, the lobby manager insisted. Can you make it? If it turns out poorly, it would damage the hotel's reputation, the executive chef retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hearing this exchange, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, not out of concern for his own wasted trip but from deep apprehension regarding the management practices at Maple Leaf Hotel. How could such a large hotel function with its upper management operating independently? Did they not understand the importance of unity? A month prior, he had read in the financial news that the largest shareholder of Maple Leaf Hotel had transferred all their shares. Just by observing the executive chef and lobby manager, it was evident that the new major shareholder was inexperienced in the restaurant industry. Ding! The system has detected a special task and is sending it to the host. Task details. Please assist Maple Leaf Hotel in preparing Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Lin Xian was startled by the electronic voice in his mind. Prepare Buddha Jumps Over the Wall? Do they think I am a chef? Besides, only one chef at Maple Leaf Hotel is capable of making it. What gives the system the impression that I can accomplish this? I haven't even begun to enjoy my newfound life of leisure, and now I'm being thrust into the depths of hardship. Chapter 15. The system has detected a new skill. Do you wish to comprehend and learn it? A voice resonated within Lin Xian's mind. Subsequently, a recipe radiating a purple glow materialized in his consciousness. Lin Xian promptly focused his thoughts on the comprehension option beneath the recipe. Congratulations, host, on mastering the culinary deity's recipe. A surge of electricity coursed through Lin Xian's brain as he bowed his head and closed his eyes, envisioning a cinematic montage of culinary techniques from every cuisine across the nation and the globe. Upon reopening his eyes, clarity enveloped him. I shall prepare it, a resonant male voice declared. Wu Ping and Lu Yong were still embroiled in a heated debate when Lin Xian confidently approached them. Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the unexpected speaker. Lin Xian, Wu Ping exclaimed in astonishment. What brought you to deliver takeout? Glancing at Lin Xian's rice ball uniform, Wu Ping smirked triumphantly. Once a top scholar and campus heartthrob, had he truly fallen to such depths? It seemed this era still favored those with influential parents. Wu Ping had barely managed to graduate, yet now he leveraged his family connections to serve as the lobby manager of a publicly traded company. Indeed, Wu Ping's father was the father-in-law of the current major shareholder of the Maple Leaf Hotel. Meanwhile, the once esteemed scholar now found himself delivering takeout. Wu Ping's sense of superiority swelled, barely restraining himself from laughing triumphantly. You!
Liu Yang eyed Lin Xuan skeptically,
wondering if he truly claimed he could prepare Buddha jumps over the wall. Lin Xian, don't make a fool of yourself. As a delivery person, you wouldn't even know what Buddha jumps over the wall is, Wu Ping scoffed. Their rivalry had been evident during their university days, and now Wu Ping seized the chance to belittle Lin Xian. Fear not. If I fail, I shall offer my head for you both to kick, Lin Xian proclaimed boldly. The kitchen of the Maple Leaf Hotel was off-limits to outsiders, and Lu Yong immediately objected. No worries. I will take full responsibility. Wu Ping was eager to witness Lin Xian's impending embarrassment. Even if Lin Xian managed to create what he thought was Buddha jumps over the wall, Wu Ping could still declare it subpar, for he now held the reins of authority. You once crushed me with your grades and looks. Now I shall overshadow you with my power, he mused, pulling out his phone to prepare for a live broadcast of Lin Xian, clad in his rice ball uniform, cooking. The former scholar and heartthrob had not only fallen to delivering takeout but was now hastily preparing dishes in the kitchen, fearing complaints from clients. The thought of Lin Xian's imminent disgrace filled Wu Ping with delight. Lu Yong, observing this troublemaker sent by the major shareholder, felt a headache coming on. It was only 9 in the morning, and no customers had arrived yet. Onlookers began to whip out their phones, eager to capture the spectacle for social media. Lin Xian, do you need a helper? Wu Ping feigned concern. No need. Just prepare the ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall. Lin Xian replied with unwavering confidence. Very well. You assist him in gathering the materials, Wu Ping casually instructed a bystander. At that moment, the kitchen of the Maple Leaf Hotel was packed with people, all recording the event on their phones. Wu Ping hastily took out his phone to announce in the alumni group. Breaking news. Once the campus heartthrob and software engineering prodigy, Lin Xian has now fallen to delivering takeout. Accompanied by a photo of Lin Xian in his rice ball uniform, wearing the Maple Leaf Hotel's exclusive chef's hat, standing by the stove. Oh my, is that really him? How did he end up like this? Some lamented. He was never that great. You all overestimated him. Others chimed in. Lin Xian is still as handsome as ever. He was quite exceptional. Is delivering takeout truly shameful? Better than being an unemployed drifter. Such a pity. He was a promising talent. If Professor Zhao knew Lin Xian was delivering takeout, he would probably faint. Lin Xian is my idol. I don't care if he delivers takeout. Lin Xian had once been a prominent figure at the school, and the alumni group erupted in an animated discussion. Amidst the flurry of messages, some spoke ill of Lin Xian, while others defended him. Wu Ping smirked slyly and edited another message. Dear all, would you like to see our Heartthrob's culinary performance live? Please join us on the Domiao live streaming platform, room number 37583. He had just set up the live stream. Soon, the room Wu Ping created was overflowing with participants, numbering over 10,000, primarily B University alumni. Is Lin Xian truly going to cook? A viewer inquired. Host. Wu Ping replied, of course it's genuine, and it was Lin Xian's own request. Needless to say, it's bound to be a display of clumsy knife skills. What could a bookworm possibly cook? He must be desperate for fame, thinking his looks would make him a celebrity. Too bad he chose the wrong path. He would have been better off as a duck. Let us not speak too soon. I have faith in Lin Xian. Before long, the ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall were all prepared. Chapter 16. Lin Xian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and mentally rehearsed the preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall once again. The barrage. Why close your eyes? Ha ha ha. Are you preparing a big move? Do you really think you're a culinary god? The barrage erupted with mockery. At this moment, Wu Ping felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Lin Xian gradually opened his eyes, his handsome face stern, his thin lips pressed together, and his gaze sparkled like cold stars. This captivated the hearts of the young women in the live stream.
Wow, so handsome, so handsome.
That look, oh my god, I'm in love. Honey, you're so handsome. Can you all stop being so infatuated? He's just too handsome. I can't control my feelings. Wu Ping thought to himself, you shallow women will soon realize that what you admire is merely a dashing figure without substance. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xian was entirely focused on crafting Buddha jumps over the wall. Dragon slang cut.
Bang 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 bang.
Lin Xian picked up a fish, his hands moving as if guided by an unseen force, slicing it into perfectly uniform pieces. Yet the fish remained intact. The movements were crisp and decisive, executed with elegance and fluidity. The barrage. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! The comments were flooded with exclamations and astonishment. Not only the viewers but also those gathered in the kitchen were left in awe. This was simply incredible. Indeed, the takeout industry was teeming with hidden talents. Wu Ping was also astonished. He had intended to embarrass Lin Xian, but little did he know that the latter possessed genuine skill. He hurriedly tried to shut down the live stream, unwilling to let this fellow steal the spotlight. However, at that moment his phone froze, and he could not turn it off. This was, of course, the doing of the system. Even if he smashed his phone, the live stream had to continue. He had aimed to make Lin Xian look foolish in front of their peers, but ended up inadvertently adding a touch of brilliance. Heavenly cut. Lin Xian tossed a king oyster mushroom into the air. With a swift motion, he sliced it. Crack, crack, crack. Like a magician performing, the mushroom fell neatly onto the cutting board. Plating. The barrage. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, the person lacks education. A single exclamation suffices. Is this guy the reincarnation of a culinary god? Reincarnation of a culinary god? He's just a chef. I've seen better. To the person above. Have you ever seen such a handsome chef? He's an amazing cook. Anyone who marries Lin Xian would be the happiest. Lin Xian is mine. Draw your swords. To the person above, watch me perform the dragon-slaying heavenly cut. The takeout group is indeed the most extraordinary existence in this world. It's hard to understand. With such skills, being a chef is far superior to delivering takeout. To the person above, you don't comprehend the gravity of this master's presence. After completing the large cuts, Lin Xian switched to a smaller knife. He picked, sliced, and diced with utmost calmness and proficiency. At this moment, even a fool could see that he was a master, especially a few young chefs in the back, their eyes brimming with excitement and tears. Having studied under their master from a young age, they had trained for years, yet crucially, their master had never allowed them to observe certain cutting techniques. Now, this takeout rider was openly showcasing these unique skills for all to witness. They eagerly pulled out their phones to record the entire process. In just 10 minutes, Lin Xian had prepared all the ingredients, plated them, and was ready to cook. A young chef had already washed the pot for Lin Xian and placed it on a stove facing the audience. Assisting a culinary genius like Lin Xian was an honor for these aspiring chefs. Set the pot. Ignite the fire.
Pour in the oil.
18 dragons subduing stir-fry. The spatula clashed against the iron pot. Masterfully executed. Boom! Flames erupted from the pot, ensuring every ingredient was evenly heated and seasoned. The barrage. Oh wow! It's on fire, it's burning. To the person above, you're only worthy of eating instant noodles. During this time, the onlookers had already segmented the recorded video and uploaded it to Douyin, quickly garnering numerous views. Naturally, Lin Xian was oblivious to all this. He was solely focused on completing the Buddha jumps over the wall. Just as he finished stir-frying and plating, another young chef eagerly brought over a clay pot. The ingredients were neatly placed into the pot, broth poured in, and it was set to simmer. Clap, clap, clap. The kitchen of Maple Leaf Hotel erupted in thunderous applause. The barrage. Absolutely spectacular. More thrilling than any food show I've ever watched. I'm utterly convinced. I believe that delivering takeout is purely out of passion. I want all the information about this young man. To the person above, I have his address, phone number, and WeChat, but each piece of information costs 10,000. At this moment, Wu Ping wished he could slap himself. How had he given Lin Xian such an opportunity to shine? Stop filming. Aren't you supposed to work? Wu Ping roared, asserting his authority. Reluctantly, but under the pressure of his fury, the waitstaff began to retreat from the kitchen. The chefs returned to their tasks. Chapter 17. It seemed that no one had the inclination to work. They all wanted to exchange a few words with Lin Xian. However, the imposing Wu Ping was lingering in the kitchen, watching closely. After all, he was the brother-in-law of a major shareholder, and no one dared to offend him. Lin Xian, impressive. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. Why not come work for me? Wu Ping feigned an invitation. Thank you. I prefer the freedom of delivering takeout. You know I dislike constraints. Cooking is merely a hobby for me, Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. This fellow was ostensibly praising him, yet he was subtly belittling Lin Xian to elevate himself. Lin Xian was well aware that he did not genuinely wish to extend an invitation. Nevertheless, Lin Xian felt he was overthinking it. I truly have no aspirations in that direction. Besides, Wu Ping claimed this Maple Leaf Hotel was his. He certainly did not believe it, especially after witnessing him arguing with that chef. Was he deaf and blind? Lin Xian remained in the kitchen until the Buddha jumps over the wall was completed before departing. After packing the meal and checking the time, he was relieved not to be late. This dish was complex, thus the delivery time was longer. He exchanged greetings with classmate Wu Ping and set off to deliver the meal. Since Lin Xian had only joined the class group, he was unaware of the happenings in the alumni group. Meanwhile, in room 1202 of Building 3 at Jinzun Garden, Tang Xiaowan was nestled in her blanket, wearing headphones, one hand on her phone and the other propping her delicate chin, scrolling through Douyin. Her long, fair legs swayed in the air, exuding innocence and playfulness. A video titled "The Most Handsome Chef in the World" piqued her curiosity. How handsome can a mere cook be? Can he compare to the charming boys in my comics? Indeed, Tang Xiaowan was a comic artist. In the next moment, she was taken aback. Oh my, he is incredibly handsome. He looks just like he stepped out of a comic. No, he surpasses comic characters. She swallowed hard, overwhelmed by his charm. Xiaowan, the sun is already high. Why aren't you getting up? Her mother's voice echoed from the living room. I'm up. Tang Xiaowan felt a familiar sensation. Parents never seem to appreciate their children sleeping in. They began calling before 8. How long until Dad arrives? Donning a camisole, Tang Xiaowan floated out of her bedroom. Look at you, looking like a ghost with that messy hair. The house is a mess, and you want to clean up. I have to tidy every time I come over. Her mother scolded while tidying up. Because I am the happiest girl in the world, I have you as my mother. Tang Xiaowan cooed, hugging her mother affectionately. Knock, knock, knock. Me Tuan takeout, your delivery has arrived. Lin Xian's voice called from outside the door. I'll get it. Tang Xiaowan bounced over to open the door. As the door swung open, Lin Xian turned around to find a girl with a disheveled chicken coop hairstyle, wearing a camisole nightgown standing before him. Despite her messy hair, she was incredibly sweet and adorable, petite and charming. Tang Xiaowan opened the door, and their eyes met as Lin Xian turned. This delivery guy is so handsome, yet he looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Ah! Tang Xiaowan squealed, covering her face and promptly slamming the door shut. Wasn't he the cooking guy from Douyin just moments ago? My goodness! The world is truly small. The handsome guy who had made her drool on her phone had suddenly appeared before her eyes. Fate was indeed marvelous. She glanced down at her disheveled appearance and felt mortified. Hastily, she ran her fingers through her chicken coop hair. Lin Xian stood outside, bewildered. What was happening? He had never encountered such a situation. Could someone explain this to him? With no choice but to wait outside, he stood there. Inside, Tang Xiaowan dashed into the bathroom, rushing to wash up, smooth her hair, and apply lipstick. She then raced into her bedroom to change into a pretty dress. What are you doing? Her mother, hearing the commotion, asked from the kitchen door. Nothing, nothing, Tang Xiaowan replied, nervously waving her hand, eager for her mother to return to the kitchen. Her quirky mother shook her head and went back to cooking. Tang Xiaowan stood by the door, her heart racing wildly. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xian finally saw the door open again. It was the same girl, but she had clearly made an effort to present herself more attractively. Even the most oblivious person could discern that this girl was smitten at first sight. She had evidently dressed up for him. Your delivery. Lin Xian flashed a radiant smile, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. Tang Xiaowan was nearly entranced. Hello. You are so handsome, she gushed, her eyes sparkling. She wanted to draw him. 1,000 sketches. 1,000,000. Thank you. You are quite beautiful as well. Enjoy your meal, Lin Xian said, turning to leave. Wait. Tang Xiaowan grabbed his hand. Lin Xian looked down to see a pair of delicate, white hands clutching his own. What is it? Do you have a girlfriend? Tang Xiaowan inquired. Not yet. Upon hearing Lin Xian's reply, Tang Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Chapter 18. My name is Tang Xiaowan. I am 22 years old. What is your name, handsome? Lin Xian. A splendid name, yet it lacks something essential. What is missing? It lacks me. May I become your girlfriend? Upon uttering these words, Tang Xiaowan shyly lowered her head. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming warmth engulf his ears. Oh, how adorable! You truly possess a remarkable charm. As Lin Xian pondered how to decline, he couldn't shake the feeling that such a response would be rather hasty, despite her sweetness. Being friends first is also an option. Noticing Lin Xian's silence, fear gripped Tang Xiaowan. The thought of rejection would surely break her heart. Thus, she suggested starting with friendship, gradually winning him over. All right, let us exchange WeChat. Lin Xian quietly sighed in relief. Adding the contact of his idol filled Tang Xiaowan with immense joy. After bidding farewell to Tang Xiaowan, Lin Xian descended the elevator, only to be greeted by the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and obtained 70 of the shares of Maple Leaf Hotel. A surge of energy coursed through his body. Lin Xian felt invigorated. Even the hunger that had accompanied his morning errands had vanished. Upon accessing his attribute panel, he noted an increase of 10 points in physique and 5 points in vitality. The system had rewarded him with a substantial share in Maple Leaf Hotel. Lin Xian delivered a few more takeout orders. Glancing at the time, nearly noon, it was time for lunch. Though his body had just been enhanced by the system, one must not overlook the pleasures of exquisite food and charming company in this life. Otherwise, what meaning does life hold? Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang. It was his university class leader, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's personality was quite bold and straightforward, and she was genuine in her interactions. Lin Xian shared a good rapport with her, as she got along well with everyone in the class. Hello, class leader. What brings you to call me? Lin Xian answered, feeling no estrangement despite nearly 2 years apart. Lin, what are you up to? You've become quite popular. Did you know? The classmates are buzzing about you, yet you haven't made an appearance. Lin Xian. I've become popular? How did I not know? Forget it, just check the group chat for yourself. After hanging up, Lin Xian opened the class group chat and, to his astonishment, found discussions revolving around him. Typically, Lin Xian refrained from engaging in group chats, often muting notifications. Yet, the recent messages were filled with screenshots and clips of him preparing Buddha jumps over the wall. Upon reviewing the chat history, he noticed that while some words praised him, they also belittled him as merely a delivery person or a cook who delivers meals. Lin Xian remained indifferent. People often tended to elevate themselves by disparaging others to satisfy their vanity. I can sense you all are gossiping about my charm. Lin Xian playfully shared a lively emoji. The group erupted with excitement. Hu Yuhang commented, You finally decided to show your face. Lin Xian replied with a series of smile emojis. Jiang Wei shared a link. The most handsome chef on Douyin. Lin Xian clicked the link. To his surprise, it was a highlight reel of his impressive culinary skills. The Douyin short video had garnered over 60,000 likes within just a few hours, with comments reaching into the tens of thousands. As he browsed through the comments, most were compliments regarding his looks. Some sought personal information, while others playfully proposed to him. And of course, there were critics as well. Lin Xian found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief at his unexpected online fame. However, he had always preferred to remain low-key, and this sudden attention was not to his liking. He resolved to contact the person who posted the video and request its removal. Due to Lin Xian's situation, the once quiet class group chat buzzed with activity once more, reminiscent of their spirited days. Observing the enthusiasm, Jiang Wei decided it was time to organize a gathering. Hey, it has been nearly a year since we last met. Shall we plan a reunion? The class leader's suggestion quickly gained approval from most of the classmates. Lin Xian, will you be attending? He was asked. Of course, I will be there. Truth be told, Lin Xian was somewhat reluctant to participate in the reunion. In the early days post-graduation, such gatherings revolved around reminiscing about school days and sharing anecdotes. However, as time progressed, class reunions had morphed into showcases of materialism and competition. Lin Xian preferred intimate gatherings with close friends, where they could bond without encountering those he wished to avoid. Wu Ping remarked, of course he will come. He is the main event. The other classmates echoed their insistence for Lin Xian's attendance, especially since he had missed the last significant gathering. The most vocal were Wu Ping and a few classmates who had done rather well for themselves. Wang Hao, Li Tai, Wei Jimin. They were always the loudest in the group chat. Ultimately, the class leader, Jiang Wei, determined that the reunion would take place the following evening at 6 o'clock, with the venue being Maple Leaf Hotel. This location was suggested by Wu Ping, who encouraged his classmates to support his hotel. The owner of Maple Leaf Hotel certainly commanded respect. It was well known as one of the premier dining establishments in the capital. Wu Ping basked in the accolades once again. Chapter 19 Lin Xian, you all chat slowly. I have matters to attend to. Xiang see you. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. Aren't you going to take a break? Li Tai, does a delivery person have time for a lunch break? This is the prime time to earn money. Let us not disturb Brother Xian from making a living. Jiang Wei, Li Tai, go play then. Jiang Wei, Lin Xian, you must come tomorrow night. Lin Xian, certainly. Lin Xian stretched lazily, closing his phone. He had yet to have lunch amidst their idle chatter. After finishing his meal, he intended to catch a quick nap. In the conference room on the 33rd floor of the Maple Leaf Hotel, several shareholders convened for an urgent meeting. Has Yuan Xiaofei truly sold all his shares? One of the shareholders, Wu Kai, asked incredulously. The Maple Leaf Hotel has been established for 60 years, evolving from a single establishment into a national chain with dozens of locations. After weathering countless challenges, it has become a premier dining brand. Now, however, it faces a dilemma due to the largest shareholder selling all his equity. Bang! Shareholder Lei Jiang stormed in, throwing a stack of documents onto the large conference table. This kid has failed in his investments, racking up debts in the billions, and has secretly sold his shares, completely disregarding our well-being. Lei Jiang exclaimed angrily. The sale has already occurred. What's most crucial now is to contact the new shareholder for a meeting. Another shareholder, Li Yong, remarked. Secretary Tang. Mr. Lei. Secretary Tang entered the room. Please contact the new shareholder immediately and inform him that the three of us wish to meet with him. Understood. The three were left in a quandary. The new major shareholder was a mere 24 years old. In Lei Jiang's eyes, such youth accompanied by such power could only mean he was a rich heir. He feared that this frivolous scion might purchase the Maple Leaf Hotel merely for amusement, potentially jeopardizing the reputation built over decades. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, in the midst of a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Tang Yuran, the administrative secretary of Maple Leaf Hotel. The three shareholders wish to meet with you. May I ask if you have some time? A sweet voice resonated from the other end of the line. The other three shareholders want to meet me. All right, I'll head over shortly. Please have them wait for me, Lin Xian replied casually. Certainly, Mr. Lin. At the Maple Leaf Hotel, Building A, 33rd floor, Lin Xian hung up, got up, freshened up, and changed into a formal suit. He adjusted his tie in front of the mirror. A dazzling red Pagani sports car glided into the entrance of the Maple Leaf Hotel, catching the attention of passers-by. The doorman promptly rushed to open the car door for Lin Xian. Stepping out, he tossed the keys to the doorman. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, with a figure that embodied the golden ratio and tousled hair neatly swept back, he exuded a mature charm that replaced the youthful naivety of his earlier years. His presence commanded attention. Wow, how handsome! Gasps of admiration filled the air. Ignoring the envious gazes around him, Lin Xian strode into the hotel. Welcome, the receptionist stammered, unable to meet Lin Xian's gaze. May I ask if you have a reservation? Another receptionist approached with a smile. Although she attempted to maintain her composure, the flush on her cheeks betrayed her nervousness. I'm going to the 33rd floor. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? The two receptionists exchanged glances. The 33rd floor housed the executive's offices, and without an appointment, one could not ascend. Is that Mr. Lin? Just then, a stunning woman in a tailored suit and 7-inch heels emerged from the exclusive elevator. The outfit accentuated her exquisite figure, her dark hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her swan-like neck. I am Mr. Lin, hello, I am Tang Yuran, the one who just called you. Tang Yuran bowed respectfully to Lin Xian, secretly astonished at how youthful and impeccably handsome the new major shareholder appeared. You are as sweet in person as your voice, Lin Xian generously complimented. You flatter me, Mr. Lin. Tang Yuran blushed, offering a shy smile. The two receptionists nearby, hearing Lin Xian praise Tang Yuran, felt a pang of jealousy, muttering that she was a seductress. Mr. Lin, please this way. Tang Yuran gestured for Lin Xian to follow, maintaining a respectful distance. Upon reaching the elevator, she pressed the button, waiting for Lin Xian to enter before stepping in herself. In the confined space of the elevator, they could hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Tang Yuran dared not breathe too loudly, stealing glances at the esteemed major shareholder beside her, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Lin Xian, however, remained composed, standing tall at 185 centimeters, allowing him to catch a glimpse of Tang Yuran's graceful neck and, ding! The 33rd floor arrived, and Tang Yuran let out a sigh of relief, quickly exiting the elevator. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Xian followed Tang Yuran into the conference room on the 33rd floor. Chapter 20 Knock. 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 Mr. Lei, Mr. Wu, Mr. Li and Mr. Lin have arrived. Tang Yuran gently tapped the door before pushing it open to the conference room. Lei Jiang, Wu Kai, and Li Yong had been waiting inside. Upon seeing Lin Xian, they were momentarily taken aback. He was not at all the frivolous young master they had imagined. Instead, he exuded an air of composure and reliability. Hello, Mr. Lin. The three quickly rose to their feet, each extending a handshake to Lin Xian. This is Mr. Lei. This is Mr. Li. This is Mr. Wu. Tang Yuran introduced each of them to Lin Xian in turn. Internally, Lin Xian commended Tang Yuran for her excellent work. A salary increase was certainly in order for her. Please, gentlemen, feel free to converse. Once all four were seated, Tang Yuran smiled and exited the conference room, only to return shortly with tea before stepping out again. First, let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Lin as he joins us at Maple Leaf Hotel. Li Yong initiated the conversation. At 46 years of age, Li Yong hailed from a culinary background and currently oversaw the restaurant department. Please just call me Lin Xian. We will be collaborating closely, aiming for shared success. So let's dispense with the formalities. Lin Xian remarked courteously, acknowledging that the shareholders were all older than him. However, Li Yong, Lei Jiang, and Wu Kai refrained from addressing him by his first name. Despite his youthful appearance, he was, after all, the significant shareholder of Maple Leaf Hotel. After a brief discussion, they decided to refer to him as Mr. Lin, a title that conveyed both respect and comfort. The purpose of our gathering today is to discuss the future of Maple Leaf Hotel. As our largest shareholder, we are eager to hear your insights, they collectively affirmed. Wu Kai, with his roots in seafood, was knowledgeable about logistics and ingredients, now managing the hotel's procurement, while Lei Jiang was responsible for human resources. Each of them led a proficient team, except for the problematic manager, Wu Ping, who had secured his position through connections. Mr. Li, Mr. Lei, Mr. Wu, the management of Maple Leaf Hotel should continue to follow the established procedures you've implemented in the past. My interest in the culinary aspect is merely a passing one. I may not be able to devote much energy to it, Lin Xian stated candidly. He was indeed an outsider in the culinary field and had no intention of involving himself in management. He merely wished to partake in the profits. However, he continued, this morning, while delivering takeout, I noticed some issues with our second-tier Chinese restaurant department. It would be prudent for you to investigate. Upon mentioning the Chinese restaurant, the three executives were filled with frustration. They were well aware that the former major shareholder, Yuan Xiaofei, had inappropriately installed his brother-in-law as the dining room manager without regard for qualifications. The man, lacking any real understanding yet eager to feign competence, had caused the restaurant's performance to plummet over the past 6 months. Unfortunately, due to his status as a major shareholder, they were powerless to intervene, hoping only that this troublemaker would temper his disruptive behavior and not tarnish the hard-won reputation of Maple Leaf Hotel. "Mr. Lin, are you engaged in delivering takeout?" one of them queried, recalling Lin Xian's earlier statement. "Yes," came the reply, leaving the three in disbelief. Was this truly the reason for his claimed lack of involvement? While it was indeed a demanding task, it was utterly bewildering. Lin Xian had just established a favorable impression, only to undermine it moments later. However, they also felt a sense of relief. Lin Xian's declaration of non-involvement in management was, in fact, a blessing. Had he taken charge, it might have been even more chaotic than under Wu Ping. Ultimately, it was agreed that while Lin Xian would not partake in management, he could conduct random audits of all operations, including finances and procurement. Despite his non-involvement, a lavish office was prepared for him on the 33rd floor, the largest and most opulently decorated. The thought of collaborating with such a dashing CEO filled Tang Yuran with joy. Her office was conveniently located just outside Lin Xian's, allowing her to see him daily. Anticipation and nervousness coursed through her, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Mr. Lin, this is the office we have prepared for you. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Li Yong warmly guided Lin Xian in. As the executives entered, Tang Yuran hurried to open the door for them. Lin Xian stepped into the office, noting the redwood flooring, crystal chandelier, genuine leather sofa, and the immaculate windows. The decor was indeed unique. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he drew back the curtains to reveal a view of Mirror Lake Park, offering a scenic panorama that would be delightful during breaks. Lin Xian was quite pleased, yet his immediate focus remained on delivering takeout. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to spend time in this office daily. "How do you find it, Mr. Lin? If there are any shortcomings, I can have them rectified immediately." Wu Kai inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "It is splendid. I am very satisfied. Thank you," Lin Xian replied graciously. Just then, a notification chimed from Lei Zhang's phone, signaling a new message. Noticing Lin Xian still admiring the office, he opened it to find a video shared by an employee named Lu Hai in the group chat. Chapter 21. Why are employees playing on their phones at work? As the head of the Human Resources Department, Lei Zhang strictly enforces a no-phone policy during work hours, requiring all mobile devices to be placed at the bar. However, Lu Hai, a novice apprentice, inadvertently shared a video intended for a friend in a group chat. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late to retract the message. The current predicament is that the entire Chinese cuisine department has seen the video featuring Lin Xian, unbeknownst to them that he is a shareholder of the hotel. The front desk staff of the housekeeping department have encountered Lin Xian but remain oblivious to his status as a company shareholder. Conversely, a few senior executives are fully aware of the situation. Lei Zhang clicked on the video, which showcased Lin Xian preparing Buddha jumps over the wall. Upon viewing it, he was taken aback and quickly summoned 2 colleagues to watch as well. Tang Yuran, intrigued, joined them to observe. Lei Zhang was so thrilled he nearly slapped his thigh in excitement. They had all misjudged Lin Xian. His acquisition of shares in Maple Leaf Hotel was no mere coincidence. He truly possessed culinary expertise. Wu Kai was equally astonished by Lin Xian's remarkable culinary skills at such a young age, far surpassing the prowess of seasoned chefs. Such mastery could only be achieved through relentless dedication and study. All 3 of them, being connoisseurs of gastronomy, were invigorated and appreciative of this young talent who had concealed his abilities. It is not merely the quality of the cuisine that defines a talent. Rather, it is the age and the skill level that affirm their belief that this young man embodies resilience and ambition. The future of Maple Leaf Hotel is undoubtedly promising. Tang Yuran, however, held a slightly different perspective. The seemingly aloof yet dignified man before them possessed an unexpectedly down-to-earth side, donning a chef's hat like an amiable neighbor. His focused demeanor while cooking was strikingly handsome, reinforcing the adage that a man engrossed in his work is most attractive, fueling her admiration for Lin Xian. Confronted with the fervent gazes of the 4, Lin Xian appeared bewildered. Was there something on his face? What was with those expressions? Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Please come to the hotel more often to offer guidance. We still have Western cuisine to cover. After all, you are a major shareholder, and you must think of ways to enhance the company's performance. Indeed, indeed, Lin Xian. Hadn't they just agreed he would be a bystander? Why the sudden call for his guidance? Then it dawned on him, had they seen the video? Did that mean he was expected to conduct a chef training course at Maple Leaf Hotel? How would he find time for food delivery then?
No.
His priority was food delivery, nothing else. Glancing at the time, he made an excuse to leave. Lin Xian took the elevator straight to the first floor, only to remember he had forgotten to inform Wu Kai about the class reunion tomorrow night and to ask for his assistance in making arrangements. However, it was still not too late. Lin Xian pulled out his phone and called Wu Kai, who cheerfully agreed to help. After hanging up, Lin Xian felt a sense of elation. As for Wu Ping, it was not that he disregarded their friendship. He simply had no inclination to concern himself with him. Whatever fate awaited Wu Ping was of his own making. Besides, even without his intervention, those three would eventually expel him from the hotel. At the Human Resources Department of Maple Leaf Hotel, Li Yong presented a stack of anonymous letters from employees, all exposing Wu Ping's misconduct, extorting kickbacks from suppliers, pilfering from the kitchen, forming cliques, and personal misconduct. Li Yong surveyed the litany of accusations with a cold smirk. This brat had overreached. He promptly instructed Tang Yuran to prepare a termination notice and send it directly to Wu Ping's email. Considering the gravity of Wu Ping's actions in the kitchen, he could have reported him to the authorities. However, out of respect for his brother-in-law Yuan Xiaofei, with whom he had struggled alongside for years, he opted for a private resolution, immediate termination with no chance of reemployment, and a demand for job handover by the 30th of this month. Reflecting on Yuan Xiaofei brought a pang of sorrow to Li Yong's heart. After all, they had battled together for many years. Yet, the thought of Yuan Xiaofei selling off his shares behind their backs diminished his grief. Upon receiving the termination notice, Wu Ping was stunned. He quickly called his sister, only to learn that her husband had not returned home for 3 days and that creditors were persistently knocking at their door. Wu Ping's sister, having ascended to her position through dubious means, had no children with Yuan Xiaofei. He typically only provided her with a meager allowance. It was likely that Yuan Xiaofei was not missing but rather hiding from debts in some obscure corner. How could this happen? Wu Ping was furious, slamming his fist down on the desk, sending files scattering to the floor. Colleagues from the adjacent office, alerted by the commotion, rushed over only to find Wu Ping in a rage, his face contorted with anger, and promptly retreated. The boss's brother-in-law, not someone to provoke. How would he handle the class reunion tomorrow night? Thankfully, the termination notice specified that he had until the 30th to complete the handover, and today was only the 27th. No one knew yet, so he could still make a grand appearance tomorrow night. Chapter 22. Lin Xian drove back to the courtyard, glancing at the clock, which indicated just past 3 o'clock, still early enough to deliver some takeout. He changed out of his clothes and donned his delivery uniform. Would he be scolded for claiming that the takeout t-shirt was more comfortable than a suit? Haha, he genuinely found the t-shirt more agreeable. Wait a moment, why had his skin lightened? The contrast between his original arm and the short sleeves created a stark black and white boundary. Now they appeared uniform. He felt a secret satisfaction. Although he was a man unbothered by tanning, it was still desirable to have a fair complexion, not only for girls but for boys as well. Men cared about their appearance too. Those who claim that a man's good looks are of no consequence are merely comforting themselves. He opened the delivery app on his phone, and soon enough, an order was dispatched. The pickup location and delivery destination were inconsequential to Lin Xian. What truly mattered were the special instructions. As he scrolled through the order, he came across a note. Please deliver to the space between the 2nd and 3rd floors. I will hoist it up using a rope. Indeed, had the system heard his innermost thoughts? It seemed to grant whatever he desired. However, what on earth did it mean to deliver to the space between the 2nd and 3rd floors? He shrugged it off. He would figure it out once he arrived. After driving to the pickup location, he attracted quite a bit of attention while delivering takeout in a supercar. Lin Xian pondered whether he should consider purchasing a more understated vehicle in the future. After collecting the order, he sped towards the destination. Upon arrival, he made several phone calls, but no one answered, leaving him to wander the staircase aimlessly. "Hey, over here." Just then, a gritted teeth voice called from above. Raising his head, he saw a face peeking through a small window in the wall. It turned out that the so-called space between the second and third floors was actually a duplex on the second floor. It was indeed a space between the second and third floors. The one who placed the order was a chubby boy in his early teens. The boy gestured towards a security door just one flight of stairs away and made a shushing motion with his hand. Then he lowered a rope from the window. "Tie it and I will pull it up." The boy's mouth moved, but his voice was barely a whisper, evidently placing the order secretly without adult supervision. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile at the irony. The boy was sneaking a snack despite his ample size, securing the food box to the rope. Lin Xian watched as the boy hoisted it up, then called out cheerfully, "Meituan Takeout wishes you a pleasant meal." He then hurriedly descended the stairs, elated by his mischief. The sudden shout startled the boy, nearly causing him to fumble the food box. Ding! "Congratulations, host, for completing a special task. Reward: a luxurious Cullinan off-road vehicle." A surge of energy coursed through Lin Xian's body, indicating that the system had once again enhanced his physique. Opening the attributes panel in his mind, he saw that both his physique and vitality had increased by 5 points, now standing at 195, respectively. This task had been remarkably simple. It truly seemed that whatever he thought of manifested into reality. Just as Lin Xian contemplated purchasing an off-road vehicle, the system had delivered one to him. Upon reaching the roadside, Lin Xian spotted a wine-red Cullinan parked nearby. He pressed the button on the remote in his pocket. Beep! The headlights flickered to life like dazzling stars. The Cullinan, named after the largest diamond in the world, seamlessly blended Rolls-Royce's aristocratic elegance with a new philosophy of sportiness and luxury. Its interior exuded a vintage style favored by European royalty, yet the fully digital dashboard embodied modern technological sophistication. A perfect combination. Unlike the Pagani Huayra, the Cullinan's imposing design radiated strength, satisfying every man's primal instincts. Though its price was several tiers below that of the Pagani, it was undoubtedly a symbol of understated luxury. Lin Xian was thrilled. It was perfect for driving back to his hometown, where the roads were not as well maintained as in the capital. Now he had no worries. However, with 2 cars parked outside, he would need to hire a chauffeur. Lin Xian certainly did not trust that anyone would take off with his vehicle. He booked a chauffeur online while he himself sat in the Cullinan, examining the vehicle's performance capabilities. The chauffeur, nervous about driving such an expensive car for the first time, was terrified of scratching it, yet he yearned to drive it. For nearly every man, driving a car like this was a dream. Little did he know that this delivery boy had such aspirations.
Truly enviable.
"No worries. Just drive steadily. I'll lead the way." Lin Xian rolled down the Cullinan's window and reassured the anxious chauffeur before taking the lead. Unlike the Pagani, the visibility in this off-roader was superb. The chauffeur was so excited that he wished to slam on the gas and speed away. But alas, it wasn't his car, so he refrained. Nevertheless, it was exhilarating. The 2 vehicles, one after the other, entered the underground parking garage of Lin Xian's neighboring community. As the chauffeur exited the basement, he slapped his thigh in realization. He had been so excited that he had forgotten to take a picture. Such a stunning vehicle, who knew if he would ever have the chance to own one in his lifetime. Once the car was parked, Lin Xian felt relaxed enough to resume his delivery duties in the Cullinan. He pondered whether he should hire a driver in the future. After all, he was a major shareholder in a publicly listed company, and couldn't he always be the one driving to events? Chapter 23. July's skies are as fickle as a woman's face, changing in an instant. Just a moment ago, the evening glow painted the horizon, and the next moment, dark clouds gathered, and a tempest arose. Lin Xian sped home in his newly acquired Cullinan SUV. Before he could reach home, torrential rain began to pour down in a cacophony. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, casting a gloomy pall over the sky. "I have a little donkey which I never ride." The car's Bluetooth headset connected to a call. "Hello." On the other end, there was only the sound of howling wind. "Can you hear me?" Lin Xian pressed on. This time, amidst the wind, he faintly heard a girl sobbing. Lin Xian. He recalled that he had never let down any girl. Speak up. If you remain silent, I will hang up. Lin Xian. A quavering voice broke through the line. It sounded like Qin Rushuang. What's wrong? Lin Xian hurriedly inquired. I miss you so much. I long to see you. The soft, nasal voice resonated through the phone. Lin Xian. What on earth is happening? In their previous encounters, he sensed she had a slight interest in him, yet she had always struck him as a capable but reserved individual. That she would express such sentiments. There could only be one explanation. She must be intoxicated. Where are you? I'll come to get you. Lin Xian immediately responded. I'm at your doorstep. Why haven't you returned? Boo-hoo. Listening to her wailing on the line, Lin Xian was simultaneously amused and exasperated. He quickly drove back, instructing her, stay put. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Lin Xian pondered, wait, how did she know where I live? He slapped his forehead. He had left his address when signing the contract for the car. Could it be that she had been scheming from their first meeting? With a thud, the Cullinan halted at the entrance of the courtyard. Stepping out, Lin Xian saw a petite figure huddled at his door, drenched through. Her disheveled hair cascaded down as her head rested on her knees. She looked pitiful and helpless. Lin Xian felt a pang in his heart, tightening slightly. This was the third facet of her he had witnessed. Initially, she appeared as a strong woman, then a grounded, reserved young lady, and now, in this feeble and vulnerable state. You're back, Qin Rushuang murmured. Lifting her head, her enchanting eyes gazed at Lin Xian, flushed with a rosy hue, evidently having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. How much have you had to drink? Lin Xian sighed, gently patting her cheek. Don't touch me. Qin Rushuang swatted his hand away. All right, I want to touch you, but you can't just sit here. You're such a blockhead. Qin Rushuang chastised. Lin Xian, how am I a blockhead? He considered himself steady and poised, yet not devoid of humor. Then why didn't you ask me out? Why did you act that way in the car and then ignore me? Hoo-hoo, you're so mean, so mean. Was this a reprimand or could it be interpreted as a confession? Lin Xian recalled that during their first car purchase, he might have inadvertently given her the wrong impression. Oh well, as a man, one should take responsibility for the women one flirts with. He opened the door and scooped up the curled-up Qin Rushuang. For the first time, Lin Xian appreciated the benefits of the system-enhanced physique. Holding the 90-pound Qin Rushuang felt as light as cradling a kitten. He kicked open the front door, stepped inside, and then shut it behind them. The next day, Qin Rushuang awoke with a throbbing headache, her eyes fluttering open to find herself sprawled on an unfamiliar bed. Before she could scream, she noticed her attire. A man's shirt. Glancing around, she took in the room's antiquated yet luxurious decor. Panic surged through her as she scrambled to find her clothes. Had she truly lost her 26 years of innocence just like that? All she remembered was drowning her sorrows in alcohol the previous night. And then she took a taxi. Could this be Lin Xian's home? Just then, a door swung open, and Lin Xian emerged, yawning from the adjacent room. Awake? Good morning, Qin Rushuang. It really is him. Her face flushed crimson. Hey, don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything. Lin Xian was a paragon of virtue. How could he take advantage of her? Last night, she had thrown herself into his arms, repeatedly professing her affection. Fearing he might find her age unappealing, laughing and crying, Lin Xian was utterly bemused. He could only reassure her. Later, she confessed how weary she felt in life, longing for a shoulder to lean on. It turned out, Qin Rushuang was not always the strong woman she portrayed. 2 years prior, she had been a privileged young lady. However, her father's company had been sabotaged by traitors colluding with rivals, leading to the family's abrupt bankruptcy. Her father had sold off all assets to barely repay debts, succumbing to illness shortly after, leaving her and her sister orphaned a year ago. Her mother had passed away when she was still a child. Chapter 24. Listening to Lin Xian, a profound sense of pity welled up in his heart for her. Her background was akin to that of the tragic heroine in a sorrowful novel. Really? Qin Rushuang asked uncertainly, yet a wave of disappointment washed over her. What do you think? Lin Xian suddenly sat beside her, teasingly gazing at her. Qin Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, then impulsively wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, pressing her lips toward him. Lin Xian, who had initially intended to tease Qin Rushuang, found himself momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next moment, he transformed from passive to active, seizing the initiative. The two remained lost in their affectionate exchange until noon. After they had dined, Lin Xian drove Qin Rushuang back to her residence. He watched her enter the community before he departed. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Lin Xian picked up his phone to see a call from his beautiful secretary, Tang Yuran. Hello, he answered, and the magnetic voice on the other end quickened Tang Yuran's heartbeat. Mr. Lin, it's Yuran. The class reunion you requested for tonight is set in the Junzi Pavilion on the second floor of the Chinese restaurant. Everything has been arranged perfectly. Tang Yuran endeavored to calm her nervous heart, using what she believed to be her sweetest and most enthusiastic tone. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Xian responded, appreciating Tang Yuran's reliability. It's my duty. It's my duty. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Tang Yuran felt a surge of joy, thinking she should report to Mr. Lin more often. She wondered when he would come to the office. You have a new order. Just as Lin Xian hung up, he heard the system notification from Mi Tuan. He hadn't activated the system. It was evident that the system, noticing his recent lack of enthusiasm in delivering meals, had taken the initiative to accept an order on his behalf. Unfortunately, the system couldn't converse. Otherwise, he would have exchanged a few heated words with it. Who has enough money to deliver meals regularly instead of enjoying life? Complaints aside, deliveries still had to be made. He opened the system. Surely the automatically accepted order had some special task. However, regrettably, this delivery came without any special assignment. He drove towards the pickup location. At the Fengya Hotel's Chinese restaurant, at 8:20 a.m., Wu Ping was bustling through the halls and various private rooms, striving to assert his dominance one last time. Here, and here, these water stains are not wiped clean. What on earth are you doing? If you can't do it properly, then get out. I won't tolerate uselessness. Wu Ping scolded, pointing at the impeccably cleaned glass turntable. Why does the restroom smell so foul? And this flower arrangement is utterly unattractive. The Chinese restaurant did not serve breakfast. It would not open until 10:30 a.m., and with no guests at the moment, Wu Ping was reveling in his authority. Hearing his shouts, the waitstaff responsible for that area hurriedly brought cleaning tools to tidy up once more. In truth, they had already redone it several times that morning, casting helpless glances at their supervisor. However, early in the day, the supervisors in various areas had also been mercilessly berated. Everyone dared not voice their anger. Supervisor Yang. Another furious shout startled Yang Li, who was inspecting the napkins. Manager Wu, she cautiously replied. This napkin folding is hideous. Have you trained them as I instructed? I see your spine has stiffened. Are you disregarding my orders? Yang Li, a graduate in hotel management with ample experience, felt stifled by the incessant commands of this outsider sent by the big boss. Manager Wu, this method is both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Yang Li timidly attempted to explain. Aesthetically pleasing? Aesthetically pleasing? Wu Ping snatched the neatly folded napkin and hurled it at Yang Li's face. As a young woman, the humiliation brought tears to her eyes. The other supervisors and waitstaff dared not approach, knowing their monthly evaluations rested in his hands. Any displeasure from him could mean a significant deduction from their salaries. They all instinctively retreated, fearful of drawing his ire. Each felt that Manager Wu was exceptionally fierce today, and it was best to keep their distance. Wu Ping continued his inspection with an air of superiority. Upon entering the Junzi Pavilion, he was greeted by colorful balloons adorning the floor and walls, and beautiful flowers gracing the central table. A grand banner hung on the backdrop, emblazoned with the words, "Reunited to relive our school days." Quite impressive. You all should learn from Supervisor Yen, Wu Ping remarked, admiring the setup that had been completed by the next morning after he had given his orders the previous night. No, it wasn't me. It was Secretary Tang, Yen Wan stammered. When Wu Ping had assigned the task at 10 o'clock last night, she had already clocked out, intending to come early the next day, only to find everything arranged. Upon inquiry, she discovered it was Secretary Tang who had done the work. Secretary Tang? Wu Ping frowned, her sweet visage and stunning figure flashing in his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Chapter 25. Does Tang Yuran have feelings for him? In truth, Wu Ping had harbored feelings for Tang Yuran for quite some time. However, each time he approached her with a smile, she seemed utterly indifferent. Was she merely toying with him all along? Did this mean he might finally win her heart? Wu Ping reveled in his thoughts. He pointed towards the Junzi Pavilion and exclaimed, "Do you see that? This exemplifies a commendable work ethic. Everyone should learn from Secretary Tang. Understood?" Unfortunately, poor Secretary Tang was oblivious to the wave of resentment directed towards her. Lin Xian had just finished delivering food and was exiting a residential complex when he noticed a heated argument at the entrance involving two men and a woman. It appeared to be a love triangle, igniting Lin Xian's curiosity. "Weren't you just telling me you were going shopping with your girlfriend? And here you are, holding hands with my buddy?" shouted a man in a white t-shirt, his eyes inflamed with anger. "And you, I always considered you a brother, yet you sneak around with my girlfriend behind my back. Is this how you repay my trust?" Lin Xian clicked his tongue, finding the situation utterly kitsch and distasteful. The betrayal was particularly galling. He held disdain for such women and equally for men who would stoop so low. The man in the white t-shirt grew increasingly agitated, landing a punch squarely on the floral shirt man's face, who immediately sported a bruise. "Well done." Lin Xian silently cheered for the man in white. Any man would find such treachery intolerable. The floral shirt man, refusing to relent, retaliated with a punch, and soon they were locked in a fierce struggle, each throwing punches and kicks with fervor. "Stop. Please, stop fighting." The woman, the catalyst of this chaos, panicked as she hurried forward to separate them. Before long, a crowd had gathered, murmuring and pointing. "She's just one woman, guys. Life's too short for this." Someone shouted from the crowd. "Can't you resolve this peacefully?" A middle-aged woman chimed in. Clearly, the two combatants were beyond reasoning, especially the man in white, who felt he could not lose face after already suffering in love. But ultimately, due to the disparity in their physiques, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. After the brawl, they collapsed onto the ground, panting. The man in white looked rather worse for wear, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, his face swollen and eyes darkened. "Are you all right?" The woman rushed to the floral shirt man, crouching down to tend to his wounds. Witnessing this, the man in white's heart shattered. Why? Despite his unwavering devotion and spending his salary on her clothing and cosmetics, why had she betrayed him? "Zhou Bo, let us break up." The woman glared fiercely at the man in white. "Fine, but in the past 2 years, I've spent at least 300,000 on designer bags and cosmetics for you. You owe me that money back, or let him repay me." The man in white had a revelation. Such a woman was not worth his time. Lin Xian silently applauded him, thinking it better to walk away than to be empty-handed. "Are you even a man? Asking a girl to pay you back after a breakup?" The floral shirt man scolded. "If you're a man, pay for her. She is practically a commodity now." His words were bold. The floral shirt man, incensed, raised his fist to strike again. "Young master." Lin Xian stepped forward from the crowd. He quickly approached the man in white, helping him to his feet. "Young master, do you need me to call someone?" The man in white paused, then replied, "No need. She is just a woman, a worthless creature. Zhou Bo does not regard her." Under the gaze of onlookers, Lin Xian opened the door to a luxurious SUV parked by the roadside. Once Zhou Bo was seated in the passenger seat, Lin Xian took the driver's seat. The woman gasped, her defenses crumbling as she realized Zhou Bo was a super-wealthy heir. Why had she chosen a pauper over such affluence? "Zhou Bo, she began, wanting to reconcile. Lin Xian revved the engine and sped away, leaving her behind. The floral shirt man pondered. Should I continue with this woman? What if Zhou Bo seeks revenge? I was merely playing with her. There is no way I could be interested in someone like her. It's best to distance myself. The author reminds me to request support at the end of each chapter. So, please show your love and support. Chapter 26. Thank you, buddy. As the vehicle drove down the street, Zhou Bo expressed his gratitude to Lin Xian. A man may shed blood or part with wealth, but he must never lose his dignity in the face of adversity. His appreciation for Lin Xian was sincere. "You're welcome," Lin Xian replied with a friendly smile. He initially intended to offer some comforting words but reconsidered. Zhou Bo likely desired a moment of solitude. After all, there are countless blossoms in the world. And Lin Xian merely hoped his friend would soon emerge from his emotional turmoil. "I'll get off here," Zhou Bo said. "All right." Lin Xian nodded, turning at the intersection and pulling the car to the side of the road. "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Zhou Bo inquired as he exited the vehicle. "Just a small courtesy," Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. Zhou Bo nodded slightly and opened the door, stepping out. "You have a new order." Lin Xian took out his phone to check the Meituan notifications. The task had finally arrived, making his afternoon of food delivery worthwhile. Lin Xian had discerned a pattern. After delivering about 10 orders, a special request would typically follow. Of course, the system-generated orders did not count, such as the Buddha jumps over the wall task. He glanced at the note. "Please deliver the order and tell the little girl. Little princess, your meal has arrived." This task seemed quite simple. Lin Xian turned the car around and headed toward the pickup location. At the Lijing Tiancheng residential complex, Lin Xian took the elevator straight up to the 19th floor. Standing at the door of apartment 1902, he knocked and announced, "Meituan delivery, your order has arrived." Upon finishing his sentence, he heard the sound of little feet rushing from within. Click! The door swung open. Lin Xian instinctively expected an adult, only to be met with the sight of an adorable little girl standing at the threshold, gazing up at him with her bright, sparkling eyes. The little girl appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, lacking even a small stool of her own. Lin Xian bent down, gently ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, "Little princess, your meal has arrived." Ding! "Congratulations, host, on completing the special task. You are rewarded with 50 luxury apartments in the Tangshan Yipin Binjiang complex. The system is enhancing the host's physical abilities." A surge of energy coursed through Lin Xian's body, and he felt an overwhelming strength, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Incredible! Tangshan Yipin, developed by Tangshan Group Limited, spans over 20,000 square meters, with a total construction area exceeding 100,000 square meters. It consists of 4 extraordinarily luxurious riverside residences and a high-end clubhouse, with the highest floor reaching 44 stories and standing at 153 meters tall. The units at Tangshan Yipin command a staggering price of around 230,000 yuan per square meter, establishing a record in the luxury real estate market of Xia country. The residents here are either rich or noble, and it is said that the parking lot is filled with Rolls-Royces and Bentleys. Acquiring a single unit is already a rare feat, yet the system was granting him 10. "Here you go, a delicious treat." Lin Xian handed the food to the little girl, reminding her to be careful. However, he couldn't help but silently criticize the girl's parents for allowing such a small child to come out to collect a delivery. "Wasn't that a potential danger? Are you my daddy?" the little girl asked, wrapping her arms around Lin Xian's leg and gazing up at him. Lin Xian was taken aback. He looked down, bewildered, at the little one clinging to his leg. Children can eat whatever they want, but one must not mistakenly claim a father. "Meow meow, you naughty girl. How dare you call someone else daddy again? Just wait until I give you a spanking." As the security door swung fully open, a soft, sweet voice filled the air. Lin Xian looked up to meet the gaze of a stunning woman. What beautiful eyes! They were a mesmerizing blend of allure and innocence, shimmering with an amber glow. Her long, naturally curled eyelashes framed her enchanting gaze, while her delicate features, including a straight nose and cherry-red lips, completed her captivating appearance. Her figure was equally alluring. Lin Xian dared to assert that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, rivaling even the top beauties of the entertainment industry. Her voice alone could ignite countless fantasies in the hearts of men. As Lin Xian admired the exquisite woman before him, she too scrutinized him. Standing at over 6 feet tall, with fair skin, Lin Xian's slightly fitted Meituan uniform showcased his perfect physique. His smooth, pale face bore defined features, and beneath his long, lowered eyelashes were eyes that sparkled like stars. His high nose and perfectly shaped lips added to his striking appearance. Though clad in a rather unremarkable delivery uniform, His nobility and elegance could not be concealed. Despite the sweltering heat, he bore no trace of sweat, only a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from him. Feeling flustered under the handsome man's gaze, the woman averted her eyes, her cheeks flushing. "Daddy, why did you take so long to come back?" Meow Meow said with a hint of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing Meow Meow call him daddy, the woman's face turned even redder, and an air of unease enveloped the room. "I'm terribly sorry." Meow Meow tends to misidentify her father, the woman, Hua Nongying, said with an apologetic smile directed at Lin Xian. "Not a problem," Lin Xian replied, lifting Meow Meow into his arms. "Where's Meow Meow's father?" Lin Xian inquired. Ahem. Hua Nongying cleared her throat, reluctant to disclose this matter in front of Meow Meow. Chapter 27 reveals that Meow Meow is not actually her biological child, but rather one she found and chose to raise, as she has no intention of marrying. However, upon meeting Lin Xian, she begins to reconsider the notion of marriage, finding it less intimidating than she once believed. Lin Xian, sensing her reticence, refrains from pressing further. As Uncle Huanying prepares to take Meow Meow from Lin Xian's arms, the little girl insists, "No, I want Daddy to hold me. This is my daddy." She clings to Lin Xian's neck, refusing to let go. "No problem. I'll play with her for a while." Lin Xian, charmed by the adorable child, responds, "I truly appreciate your kindness. Please, don't just stand there. Come in and have a seat," Huanying urges. Lin Xian, not one to be impolite, carries little Meow Meow inside. The modestly sized home is tidy, with a soft mat laid out on the living room floor adorned with a few scattered plush toys. As soon as they enter, Meow Meow expresses her desire to be set down, and Lin Xian gently places her on the mat, where she eagerly grabs a stuffed animal. "Daddy, this plush toy is my favorite. I'm giving it to you," she declares, her eyes sparkling with joy as she tiptoes to present it to Lin Xian. "This toy is truly lovely. Thank you," he replies, affectionately ruffling her hair as they play together. "Please have a seat. I'll fetch you a glass of water," Huanying says as she heads to the kitchen. Lin Xian, seated on the floor, picks up a large tiger plush toy. "I'm a mighty tiger, and I feast on little children," he exclaims, hiding his face behind the toy. Meow Meow bursts into delighted laughter. Just then, Huanying returns from the kitchen, carrying fruits and drinks, and she feels a warm glow at the sight of their interaction. As she sets the refreshments on the coffee table, she suddenly notices that part of her lingerie is exposed beneath Lin Xian, who is seated. She smacks her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to remove it upon returning home, a habit she had long practiced. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian inquires, surprised. "Is this beautiful woman perhaps a bit scatterbrained?" "And no, it's nothing. Here, drink some water." Huanying hastily hands him a cup. In truth, Lin Xian had noticed her attire upon her entrance, but he chose to pretend he hadn't seen anything, given the awkwardness of the moment. After spending some more time playing with Meow Meow, who eventually tires and falls asleep, Lin Xian prepares to take his leave. Huanying walks him to the door, feeling a pang of reluctance but also a sense of relief. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Goodbye," she smiles, waving as he departs. "Next time, don't let strange men in so easily." Lin Xian suddenly leans closer, gesturing toward the sofa with a knowing glance. Huanying is caught off guard, her embarrassment heightened as she recalls her exposed lingerie. She wishes she could simply vanish into the floor. "Goodbye." Lin Xian waves as he takes the elevator down to the underground parking lot. "I have a little donkey, and I never ride it." Just then, his phone rings. "Hello, class monitor. Have you finished your tasks? Remember, it's at 6 o'clock. Don't be late." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Lin Xian changes into a different outfit in his car, having prepared a set for the class reunion he knows he will attend. Checking the time, he realizes it is 5:37, which should give him just enough time to arrive. He encounters some traffic due to an accident but ultimately arrives at the Maple Leaf Hotel just after 6. Upon reaching the venue, he parks in the underground lot and takes the elevator to the second floor. As he approaches the entrance of Junzi Pavilion, the sound of laughter greets him. "Sorry for being late," he announces as he strides in. "Hey, our handsome Lin has arrived. Come, sit here." Class monitor Jiang Wei beckons him to join. How selfish of you, class monitor, to let our handsome Lin sit beside you, remarks Xiang Xiu. Indeed, indeed, the other girls chime in from a distance. Are you unhappy? Jiang Wei challenges. Absolutely not. Xiang Xiu retorts. You'll just have to endure it. Jiang Wei asserts with authority, causing the room to erupt in laughter. The boys, feeling overshadowed by Lin Xian's entrance, suppress their discomfort, knowing all too well how the female gaze always gravitates towards him in college. Is everyone here? Lin Xian takes a seat beside Jiang Wei, scanning the room and noticing 3 empty spots. He is uncertain about who exactly is attending this reunion. Chapter 28. As Li Tai and Wang Hao had yet to arrive, Wu Ping had stepped out for an errand. At that moment, Jiang Wei's phone rang. Wang Hao, what on earth are you doing? We've all been waiting for you. What's that? You're lost and driving around in circles? Jiang Wei furrowed her brows, incredulous. Who are you trying to fool? The Maple Leaf Hotel is easy to find. Just follow Jiangbei Avenue straight to the end. How can you not find your way? If you can't even navigate this road, what are you doing driving a car? Everyone understood that he was merely flaunting his vehicle. Among the gathered classmates, most had only recently begun their careers, and few owned cars, and those who did possessed only modest ones. There was nothing to boast about. At that moment, Wang Hao was driving a luxury Mercedes SUV worth nearly 500,000, a purchase made possible by a down payment from his parents, supplemented by a loan. He was aimlessly circling outside the Maple Leaf Hotel. Do you know Qingda Plaza? Park there and stay put. I'll call Wang Yang and Lu Shimin to pick you up. Jiang Wei concluded and hung up, subsequently calling Wang Yang and Lu Shimin to fetch Wang Hao from the nearby Qingda Plaza. Is he for real? There's south only one road. How could he possibly get lost? Wang Hao muttered, pulled along by Lu Shimin. Let me call Li Tai again, Jiang Wei said, picking up her phone to dial. Jiang Wei activated the speakerphone, and after several rings, Li Tai finally answered. What's going on? We're all waiting for you here. Apologies, class monitor. I had a designer fly in from the States to discuss a collaboration. I've just finished and am on my way now. Li Tai replied, his tone dripping with a sense of superiority. Just as Li Tai hung up, Wu Ping entered the private room with hurried steps. My sincerest apologies, everyone. A friend from Hong Kong wanted to discuss a partnership with our Maple Leaf Hotel, which caused a delay. Wu Ping entered with a beaming smile. These 3 truly excelled at pretense. Even before their arrival, they had already begun to display their airs. Boss Wu, your business acumen is astounding. Even those from Hong Kong seek your collaboration. Please don't forget us, your former classmates, when you have good projects in the future. They could not help but flatter Wu Ping. Absolutely, no problem at all. Wu Ping basked in the admiration, feeling somewhat elated and patting his chest confidently. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire his audacity, especially since he had received a termination notice for Wu Ping that very morning from Secretary Tang. This man is so vain. Can't he be a little more modest given our lack of resources? Nevertheless, he had no intention of exposing him, choosing instead to spare him some dignity as a fellow classmate. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Wang Hao finally arrived. I truly apologize. I never realized the Maple Leaf Hotel was right next to Qingda Plaza. My sense of direction is abysmal. Wang Hao entered with Wang Yang and Lu Shimin, his demeanor filled with remorse. As he took a seat, he subtly showcased his luxurious Panerai watch worth 70,000 on his wrist. A round of drinks for you. You must be punished for your tardiness. One of the boys teased. You're such a klutz. How could you get lost on a single road? Xiang Xiu chimed in. Xiang, it's been a year since we last met. Your tongue has become sharper. Wang Hao jested. May your sharp tongue not be your demise. Xiang Xiu retorted playfully. Lin Xian, the illustrious campus heartthrob. Wang Hao turned his head to gaze at Lin Xian. Suddenly called out. Lin Xian remained composed. Yes? Are you really delivering takeout now? Wang Hao tossed the question Lin Xian's way. Lin Xian nodded calmly. Indeed, I am delivering takeout. Oh, what a shame. A talent like you reduced to this. Wang Hao shook his head in mock sorrow, implying that it was regrettable for such a gifted individual to be reduced to delivering food. I remember you landed a job at Shengda Games after graduation, Xiang Xiu remarked. Shengda Games is one of the top gaming companies in the nation, and during recruitment, Many from their class were turned away, yet Lin Xian was the only one selected from his department. I didn't want to continue, so I resigned. Lin Xian replied. Come on, man. You're being too reckless, his peers exclaimed. In truth, Lin Xian had been doing well at Shengda, but due to conflicts with his direct supervisor, he had made the bold decision to leave. Classmates, I sincerely apologize for my delay. I couldn't get away. The designer from the States insisted on finalizing the plan before letting me leave. As they conversed, Li Tai entered, followed by a beautiful woman carrying his bag. What a commanding presence, everyone remarked. Not at all, it's quite fine, they said, helping to make space for the woman beside him. And who might this be? A curious classmate inquired. This is my secretary, provided by the company. Li Tai replied with a cheerful smile. Secretary. Everyone instantly understood. Not only was his career flourishing, but he also had a beautiful assistant by his side, prompting envy among those still struggling. Chapter 29. Li Tai reveled in the envious gazes of his classmates, filled with pride. Mr. Wu, may I inquire if we can begin serving the dishes? A respectful waiter approached. Serve the dishes. Serve the dishes. Everyone is here. Their class consisted of 32 individuals, and tonight, 24 had gathered, perfectly filling the private room in Junzi Pavilion. Soon, the table was laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies from land and sea. This feast must be quite expensive. Several classmates with modest salaries exchanged glances, their lips sealed but their hearts murmuring discontent. Why couldn't Wu Ping arrange a simpler meal? This menu was personally curated by me for tonight. Feel free to eat and drink as you please, Wu Ping proclaimed with the air of a gracious host. Mr. Wu, does this imply that you will be footing the bill tonight? Xiang Xiu's question echoed the curiosity of the crowd. The entire Junzi Pavilion fell into an anticipatory hush, awaiting Wu Ping's response. Lin Xian observed with keen interest. True to form, Wu Ping did not disappoint. A pang of regret surged through him. Why was he posturing when he was on the verge of financial ruin? The cost of this banquet would easily exceed 40,000. With 20-odd attendees, each would be responsible for around 2,000, a burden that could be borne. However, once spoken, words could not be retracted, much like water spilled from a vessel. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear the weight of the situation. Ah, it's merely a small gesture. Consider this my treat for the evening. Though his heart bled, he forced himself to maintain a facade of bravado. Mr. Wu is magnanimous. Come, let us raise our glasses to Mr. Wu. The class monitor led the toast. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for providing us with this opportunity to gather. One drink down. Mr. Wu, why does tonight's wine taste so bitter? Wu Ping mused. Hey, Lin Xian, why are you drinking a soft drink? SNT that reserved for girls and drivers? Li Tai pointed at Lin Xian, adopting the tone of a superior reprimanding a subordinate, drawing everyone's attention back to him. I drove here, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Drove? What kind of car does a delivery guy like you drive, a battery-powered one?
Li Tai retorted.
Lin Xian, you're being inconsiderate. After all, we've gathered here, and you refuse to drink. It's quite disrespectful to us, your classmates. Wang Hao slammed the table, appearing genuinely upset. All right, let us see what you can do. I'll drink with you, Jiang Wei, truly a remarkable woman, declared. Lin Xian, unperturbed, realized she had a point. He smiled, filled his glass to the brim, and downed it in one go. Lin Xian, I think you should consider a different job. Working for Wu Ping as a chef could suit you well. The pay is decent. We saw your video in the skirt last time and felt you'd excel as a chef, Li Tai said before the group. Or, if you're facing difficulties, just share them. Many of us can help brainstorm solutions. His words, while seemingly sincere, subtly belittled Lin Xian's capabilities. In truth, even if Lin Xian weren't delivering, becoming a chef was out of the question. He had ranked first in his major during university. Delivering food was merely a transitional phase in his job search. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I actually think delivering is quite good. His calm demeanor only served to amplify the sense of superiority among the others. What's wrong with delivering? Even as a delivery person, I am the most handsome one. Indeed, several girls chimed in. The group continued to clink glasses and engage in light banter. Soon, some classmates took their glasses to toast Wu Ping, Wang Hao, and Li Tai. Meanwhile, Li Tai's secretary diligently served him food, gently urging him to eat before drinking. Such a sight evoked admiration from the male classmates. Your necklace is stunning. My boyfriend bought it for me. It cost over 10,000. Wang Yang, have you found a girlfriend yet? Not yet. I'm broke. Can't afford to support a girlfriend. Lu Shimin, I heard you were planning to buy a house. Did you? Oh, don't mention it. My mother said housing prices would drop, so I hesitated, but unexpectedly, they have risen. I need to save a bit longer for the down payment. The girls chatted about clothing, jewelry, and boyfriends, each determined not to be outdone. The boys compared houses and cars, finding solace in the fact that none of them owned anything substantial. Oh, I'm so broke I might as well eat dirt. Can anyone lend me a bit? Wang Hao exclaimed. You drive a luxury car. It's us who need the support, alright? I just put down a payment on a house in Jiangwan City. And I'm broke. If it weren't for Mr. Wu treating us tonight, I might not have been able to afford a meal this month. Wang Hao lamented, his plight drawing sympathy. Jiangwan City, an older neighborhood in the southern district of the capital, boasted prices exceeding 60,000 per square meter. Acquiring a modest 50-square-meter apartment would require a down payment of at least 100,000. The group expressed their envy, some classmates still residing in basements while others had already secured their own homes. Chapter 30. Is it fashionable these days to feign poverty for the sake of pretension? Alas, times are tough. I, too, have applied for a loan of 300 million from the bank this month. Upon hearing Wu Ping's declaration, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Such a staggering figure was beyond their wildest imaginings. A loan of 300 million, what monumental business could warrant such an amount? Lin Xian spat out his tea in disbelief. Such audacity to boast. Can you even secure a loan of that magnitude? Lin Xian, why are you so agitated? You ought to venture out more, suggested Li Tai with a chuckle. How can I not be agitated? Even delivering tenfold orders wouldn't earn such an amount. Wang Hao chimed in. You really are something. No amount of fine cuisine can silence you. The class monitor Jiang Wei came to Li Tai's defense. What the monitor says is true. Come, let us all drink. We shall not return until we are inebriated.
Wang Yang proclaimed.
By the way, Li Tai, how is your relationship with Zhang Shaoli progressing? Zhang Hai inquired. Zhang Shaoli, the belle of their class, was absent that day. Aha, I ceased my courtship with her long ago, Li Tai replied, brimming with pride. Indeed, you ought to have ended it sooner. I heard during university that she had entanglements with several boys from our class. Lu Mei remarked. To be honest, she once tried to seduce me as well, but I found her repugnant. Wang Yang added. Li Tai's expression darkened immediately. Damn it, Zhang Shaoli is my wife now. Moreover, Li Tai's petite secretary wore a look of bemusement, evidently lacking any genuine affection for him. Zhang Shaoli had just become Li Tai's wife. They had obtained their marriage certificate the previous week. Xiang Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was something Zhang Shaoli had confided to her last week. Is this a case of mutual infidelity? The crowd directed sympathetic gazes toward Li Tai. No matter how successful one may be externally, a scandal at home is a considerable embarrassment. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room turned icy and silent, steeped in awkwardness. Alas, we have run out of alcohol. Lu Shimin shook the bottle in his hand. Bring more wine. 2 bottles are nothing to Boss Wu.
Yang Hai shouted.
At that moment, Wu Ping felt an inner turmoil, wishing to silence the one requesting more alcohol. Yet, he had no choice but to summon the waiter for more drinks. Before long, a stunning beauty clad in a fitted uniform entered the gentleman's lounge, bearing 2 bottles of wine. Wu Ping felt a surge of excitement. Secretary Tang had personally brought the drinks, making him believe that the enchanting beauty was now within his grasp. He eagerly stood to introduce her to everyone. Tang Yuran, both in beauty and stature, far surpassed the petite secretary Li Tai had brought along. With such a beauty beside him, Wu Ping would surely gain prestige. Allow me to introduce. This is our company's administrative secretary, Tang Yuran. Wu Ping stood, enthusiastically approaching her, hoping to embrace her shoulder. To his surprise, she completely ignored him, even recoiling in disgust from his outstretched hand. Wu Ping's arm fell limply in the air before he awkwardly retracted it. The crowd gasped. This secretary certainly has a strong personality, showing no deference to the boss. The beauty approached Lin Xian, respectfully stating, "Mr. Lin, these 2 bottles of wine were sent at the behest of Mr. Li. Additionally, Mr. Li has instructed me to convey that he will cover all expenses incurred tonight at the Gentleman's Lounge as a small token of appreciation for your investment in Maple Leaf Hotel. Please, enjoy yourselves without reservation." The crowd murmured in astonishment. What is happening here? This beautiful secretary referred to Lin Xian as Mr. Lin. But isn't he just the delivery guy? Hearing her mention Lin Xian's investment in Maple Leaf Hotel, and knowing that Wu Ping was its current owner, they were all taken aback. "Excuse me, did you just call him Mr. Lin?" Wang Yang asked, pointing at Lin Xian in uncertainty. "Indeed, Mr. Lin is the grand owner of Maple Leaf Hotel. Did you all not know?" Tang Yuran countered. Turning back to Lin Xian, she added, "Mr. Lin, you are far too modest. It's merely a title. I still prefer delivering takeout." Lin Xian replied with unruffled composure. The crowd was taken aback. Just a title. They were left dumbfounded. "Well then, Mr. Lin, everyone, please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." Tang Yuran smiled and bid farewell as she exited the Gentleman's Lounge. Bravo to you, Lin the campus heartthrob, for managing to keep such a profound secret. Jiang Wei slapped Lin Xian on the shoulder. "Wait a moment. I have a question." Lu Shimin raised his hand. "Isn't Maple Leaf Hotel owned by Wu Ping?" "No, he is merely the manager of our Chinese dining department." A waiter interjected, looking innocently bewildered. She had been standing outside the door, listening intently, and was astonished to discover that the handsome delivery boy from the previous day was, in fact, their grand boss. Does this mean that Wu Ping's brother-in-law is no longer the top dog? Yesterday, she noticed the new boss seemed at odds with Wu Ping. How wonderful! They would no longer have to endure Wu Ping's oppression. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward Wu Ping. He stood at the entrance, hand raised, caught in a state of indecision. He felt as though he could vanish into the floor in embarrassment. What a monumental disgrace, especially in front of all his classmates. How would he navigate this situation moving forward? He had thought that masquerading as the owner of Maple Leaf Hotel would elevate his status among his peers, only to discover that Lin Xian was the major shareholder of the establishment. Chapter 31. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With those words, Wu Ping fled in utter disarray. Is he really leaving just like that? Wang Yang remarked, pointing at Wu Ping's retreating figure. Ha! With such a grand facade shattered, how could he possibly remain here? Xiang Xiu laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in the private room, Wang Hao and Li Tai sat on pins and needles, reflecting on their earlier boastful words, which now seemed akin to the antics of a mere jester, utterly lacking in substance. Lin Xian, throughout the ordeal, had merely regarded their jibes with a wry smile. This was the true demeanor one would expect from a genuine tycoon. The unmarried female classmates gazed at Lin Xian with bright eyes, envisioning the delight of being his girlfriend. Handsome and wealthy, those already in relationships contemplated their own boyfriends, feeling an overwhelming urge to cast them aside for Lin Xian. The banquet soon drew to a close, and class monitor Jiang Wei rallied everyone for a group photo, with Lin Xian naturally positioned in the center of attention. Those who had not exchanged contact information with Lin Xian eagerly sought to obtain his number. Meanwhile, the staff at Maple Leaf Hotel's dining department buzzed with excitement, sharing the news that the charming young man from yesterday was the new boss of the company. "Is that true? How wonderful!" exclaimed the female servers, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Would they have the chance to see him frequently? Perhaps even encounter him serendipitously? Romantic scenes from classic idol dramas flashed through their minds, filling them with joy. I wonder who else could so effortlessly display their unique talents. He clearly does not rely on this for a living, remarked a kitchen apprentice. That is the hallmark of an entrepreneur, chimed in another. From now on, Lin is my boss. Ha, do you really think Lin cares about having you as his subordinate? As the banquet concluded, Lin Xian found himself somewhat inebriated, overwhelmed by the enthusiastic toasts from his classmates. Several female classmates, who had abstained from drinking, offered to drive him home, the implications of their gestures unmistakable. Yet, Lin Xian, Now a billionaire executive was beyond their reach. The beautiful secretary Tang Yuran awaited him in the lobby, unwilling to allow such opportunities to fall into the hands of those vixens. At 7:35 p.m. on Xingqing Road Alley, Liang Meixian, having just finished dinner, was taking a stroll when she noticed a plump, middle-aged woman approaching her. "Xiao Xian, I finally found you. I looked for you twice yesterday, but you were nowhere to be seen." Liang Meixian replied, "What do you need? Why didn't you call me?" "Oh, this matter cannot be adequately explained over the phone. A few days ago, I introduced my niece Wang Gui to your nephew Lin Xian." "Oh, what of it?" "I was just about to call Lin Xian to inquire. The day before yesterday, my niece told me that your Lin Xian has long since quit his job and is now delivering takeout. And it gets worse. He took Gui to a lavish restaurant, and the boy had her pay for the meal, 5,000 yuan. That's 2 months' worth of their household expenses." "Surely not." Liang Meixian instinctively doubted this claim, well aware of Lin Xian's character. Even if he were disinterested in the girl, he would never behave in such an outrageous manner. If something untoward had occurred, she was certain it was the girl's doing. "Zhang Jie, Xiao Xian has grown up under your watch. He has always been humble and polite. A good child. There must be some misunderstanding," Liang Meixian insisted. "I know that, but Gui wouldn't lie to me. Besides, Lin Xian has rarely returned home since starting university. How would you know if he has changed?" Zhang Guifan retorted. "I find that comment unpalatable. Perhaps it was your niece who provoked my Xiao Xian. And let us be honest. Is Wang Gui really so naive that she would pay 5,000 just because he asked?" Liang Meixian shot back, unyielding. "I intended to discuss this calmly. But tarnishing Lin Xian's character is simply unacceptable. After all, he is looking for a wife. How can she tolerate such slander? Don't go overboard. Who are you calling naive? I think Lin Xian is the real deceiver." Zhang Guifan snapped back angrily. Thus, the two began to argue, each exchanging barbs. Chapter 32. Zhang Guifan returned home in a huff, grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the table and gulping down nearly half in one go. She then sank into the sofa, analyzing which of her recent remarks had failed to strike a nerve and which had lacked the necessary sting. She pondered how to better assert her dominance in future encounters. Just then, the phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was Wang Gui calling, someone she had intended to contact as well. "Hello? Gui. Auntie, about that Lin Xian I mentioned last time." Wang Gui had meant to express her fondness for Lin Xian, clarifying that the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. Heaven knows she had nearly lost her mind over the past few days, trying to add him on WeChat without success. After much contemplation, she could not fathom an appropriate way to apologize, so she called her aunt, hoping she could speak to Lin Xian's aunt on her behalf. Before she could articulate her thoughts, her aunt interrupted her on the other end. "Don't worry, I've just confronted that little scoundrel's aunt. Unfortunately, the other party is exceedingly shameless, and you may not recover that 5,000 yuan. But don't fret, I'll find a way for you." "Auntie." Wang Gui felt tears welling in her eyes. "My dear aunt, do you realize that your actions have completely severed my connection with Lin Xian?" "What do you mean? I don't understand." "You say I've cut off your fate with Lin Xian? Just the day before yesterday, you claimed he swindled you out of 5,000 yuan and asked me to seek justice on your behalf." Zhang Guifan asked, perplexed. In truth, while Lin Xian did deliver takeout, it was merely a personal interest of his, a way to experience life. In reality, he drove a luxury car worth at least several tens of millions and was a super-rich individual. As Wang Gui continued, her tone grew increasingly animated. Who would have imagined that a delivery man could be such a wealthy magnate? If Lin Xian hadn't deceived her, she wouldn't have been in this predicament. Throughout, Wang Gui believed herself to be in the right. Her intended apology was merely a means to secure her place beside this affluent gentleman. Zhang Guifan nearly fumbled the phone in shock. Lin Xian is a wealthy mogul? Has he struck it rich in the capital these past few years? What shall we do now? Suddenly, she felt utterly bewildered. "Auntie, please speak to his aunt again and arrange for us to meet. I'm confident that if I can see him just once, I can win his heart." Wang Gui clenched her fists. "Lin Xian, you shall not escape my grasp this time. I will secure you firmly. Is that truly feasible?" Zhang Guifan expressed doubt, recalling her recent confrontation with Liang Meixian. It would be decidedly embarrassing to show her face again. Auntie, you must assist me. Once I become Lin Xian's wife, I will reward you with a generous red envelope worth $1 million. When we marry, his wealth will become mine. And as for my cousin's dream of opening a restaurant, I will fully support him. As long as you help me secure Lin Xian, nothing else matters. All right, I shall give it another try. Ultimately, she was swayed by the allure of wealth. Please go immediately, Auntie. I await your call, Wang Guigue urged, unable to contain her impatience. Very well. Zhang Guifan hung up, contemplating how to approach Liang Meixian. Yet, if Guigue claimed that Lin Xian drove a car worth several tens of millions, then he must indeed be a billionaire. Oh my goodness! How I wish I had a daughter! Zhang Guifan mused internally. If she had a daughter, she would certainly want Lin Xian as their son-in-law. The following day, Lin Xian awoke well past noon. Due to the enhancements bestowed upon him by the system, he experienced no hangover, feeling instead invigorated and alert. Stretching lazily, he ambled to the bathroom to wash up, only to be taken aback by the sight of a beautiful face in the mirror. Good morning, Mr. Lin. The reflection of Tang Yuran blushed shyly at him. Lin Xian froze for a moment. How did she end up here? Although he had drunk to the point of blackout the previous night, he was certain he had not brought a woman home. Mr. Lin, you were quite inebriated last night. I drove your car to bring you back, Tang Yuran quickly explained. Lin Xian ruminated over this and recalled the events of the night. He turned to her, uncertain. Only then did he notice she was wearing his shirt, with just a couple of buttons fastened, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She looked truly stunning. At that moment, he finally understood why successful men desired beautiful secretaries. Such allure in the office would be a captivating sight indeed. Chapter 33. Everything is fine. I just think you are incredibly nice, Lin Xian remarked with a smile, his gaze fervent. He was taken aback by Tang Yuran's serious demeanor in her uniform at work, which contrasted sharply with her unexpectedly alluring appearance in private. As she glanced down, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How infuriating! She playfully glared at Lin Xian before dashing away. By the time Lin Xian finished his morning routine, Tang Yuran had already laid out a sumptuous breakfast for him. The meal was abundant, featuring a variety of dishes: milk, eggs, bacon, ham, butter, bread, congee, cold dishes, soup, dumplings, broth, and an assortment of fruits. After breakfast, Lin Xian accompanied Tang Yuran to her workplace. At 8 a.m. that morning, the Human Resources Department issued a notification announcing that Lin Xian had become the new major shareholder of Fengye Hotel, simultaneously relieving Wu Ping of his duties as the dining hall manager in the Chinese restaurant. At the entrance of Fengye Hotel, the doorman's eyes nearly bulged when he saw Tang Yuran exit Lin Xian's car. Just the previous night, everyone at the hotel had learned that Lin Xian was the new major shareholder. Before stepping out of the car, Tang Yuran pecked Lin Xian on the corner of his lips. He was momentarily stunned, thinking, what a siren, yet he found it endearing. Once outside, Tang Yuran swiftly resumed her professional demeanor. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly, thinking her duality was quite charming. After watching her enter the hotel, he turned the steering wheel sharply and pressed the accelerator, the crimson Cullinan roaring away with a sense of authority. The doorman mused, when will I have the chance to drive such a car? Lin Xian proceeded to his next destination, the Binjiang Tangshan Yiping community. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted. Please roll down your window. Outsiders are not permitted to enter this community, the guard declared with an air of superiority. Having seen his fair share of luxury cars, he dismissed Lin Xian's Cullinan as unremarkable. The community's parking lot was filled with vehicles worth millions. Moreover, the delivery man's uniform further fueled his disdain, perceiving him as a handsome young man attempting to climb the social ladder by courting wealthy women. Previously, he had heard tales of a delivery man who had attempted to make a fortune in this community. Leave the delivery here, we will take care of it, the guard insisted with finality. Humph, you won't get a chance to ensnare any wealthy women, he thought. I haven't even found that opportunity yet. There's no way I would let you benefit. I am a resident, Lin Xian stated coolly. You claim to be a resident? Ha! I could just as easily claim the entire community is mine. Do you think driving a mere Cullinan will grant you entry? Dream on. The guard's arrogance left Lin Xian speechless. He couldn't fathom how obstinate the security personnel at Tangshan Ipin could be. At that moment, the property manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, approached. Manager Wu, this delivery man claims to be a resident here. Have you lost your mind? This is Mr. Lin Xian, our esteemed resident. Wu Linghai thought of kicking the guard for his incompetence. Upon learning that Lin Xian had purchased a staggering 50 apartments in the community, he had been flabbergasted, considering that each building housed no more than 40 units. It was said that 30% of the property's income was derived from this extraordinary individual. Out of curiosity, he had researched this affluent person, but no information was available, an unsettling mystery. He had also received word that Lin Xian was quite young, not yet 25. Such a background and wealth were enough to leave everyone in awe. Thus, he had stationed himself at the entrance since yesterday, fearing that this esteemed resident could be treated poorly by the foolish guards. Yet he had arrived too late. To offend someone of such stature was tantamount to courting disaster. While he may not have known every resident, he was certain this was someone to be treated with utmost respect. Lin Xian, the one who bought 50 apartments in Tangshan Ipin? The guard's legs turned to jelly, cold sweat pouring down his back. Offending a resident with such an extensive real estate portfolio was a grave misstep. Mr. Lin, I apologize for being short-sighted. I mistook you for a delivery man, the guard pleaded, desperately seeking forgiveness. Ah, Mr. Lin, you must understand. It was not his intention. Wu Linghai interjected, plastering a smile on his face, bowing and scraping. That is of no consequence. You were merely doing your job. However, to be mindful of your attitude in the future. Tangshan Ipin is a distinguished community, and even those who are not residents often possess significant status. We must ensure our property management reflects the high standards expected of us. As the owner of 50 apartments in Tangshan Ipin, Lin Xian had no desire to bicker with a mere guard. Chapter 34. Did you understand Mr. Lin's words? Wu Linghai cast a fierce glare at the security guard once more. This individual was a distant relative of his wife, barely literate, and Wu had initially opposed his employment here. However, he was unable to withstand the formidable presence of his wife, ultimately conceding to allow him to work in this position. Little did he expect that within mere days of starting, the guard would cause trouble. I understand, the guard meekly replied. Then why are you not letting me through? Wu Linghai felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at him. Oh, all right, the guard said, pressing the button to raise the barrier slowly. Be more astute in the future. If such incidents occur again, it could jeopardize your position as well as mine, Wu Linghai declared before striding away. His words rang true. Anyone capable of affording a residence in the luxurious Tangshan Ipin community was either exceedingly wealthy or influential, including numerous prominent celebrities, none of whom could be offended. What chance did he, a mere property manager, have? In the underground parking lot, Lin Xian parked his vehicle with precision. He surveyed his surroundings. The guard's words were indeed accurate. The parking garage of Tangshan Ipin was filled with an array of luxury vehicles. Pagani, Bentley, Lamborghini, and more, rivaling the grandeur of an international auto show. Not a single car was priced below 10 million. In comparison, his Cullinan appeared rather modest. Lin Xian made his way to the building housing his residence, pressed the elevator button, and randomly selected a floor, entering one of the apartments. Instantly, he was enveloped by an air of sophistication, a grand hall, a versatile bedroom, high-quality furnishings. It was nothing short of opulence. Pushing open the sliding door to the living room, he stepped onto a spacious balcony offering breathtaking views of the capital's most stunning scenery. Residing here would be an absolute indulgence. Lin Xian reclined on the balcony's lounge chair, taking in the beauty for a while before exploring the remaining 49 apartments. After inspecting the properties, he descended the stairs, contemplating the fate of these residences. Selling them seemed unnecessary, as he was not in want of funds. Merely keeping them felt wasteful. Each apartment could yield a rental income of at least 1 to 1.5 million annually, amounting to 5 million for 50 units, an impressive sum for someone who once aspired to be a landlord. Resolute, he decided to rent out the 50 apartments. As Lin Xian strolled through the community, admiring its picturesque scenery, he was about to leave when he noticed a girl in a floral mini dress, arms raised, speaking to a large tree. Meow, come down. Don't be afraid. I'll catch you. Following her gaze, Lin Xian spotted a small white kitten, clinging to the tree trunk, unsure of how to descend. Meow, come down slowly. I promise I'll catch you. The girl continued, coaxing the frightened kitten. Alas, the kitten was not human and could not comprehend her words. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the adorableness of the scene. Yes, talking about the cat. The girl turned at the sound of laughter, her brows furrowing in annoyance. But upon seeing the handsome young man before her, she was momentarily captivated. Sunlight filtered through the tree's leaves, illuminating him as if he had stepped out from the pages of a comic book, so striking that he seemed unreal. Zhang Yashuan had never encountered someone so handsome. Lin Xian smirked, bemused by the girl who had transformed from stern to spellbound in an instant. With her willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, cherry-red lips, and a head of hair styled into a bun, she radiated youthful exuberance, dressed in a knee-length floral dress. Snapping her back to reality, Lin Xian gently tapped her on the head. Realizing her blunder, Zhang Yashuan lowered her gaze, biting her lip in embarrassment, showcasing the innocent shyness unique to her age. Could you help me get him down? She asked, pointing to the kitten perched on a tree branch. Of course. Lin Xian replied with a charming smile, bending down to address the little darling beside him. He assessed the situation. The kitten was not perched too high, perhaps under 5 meters. With a ladder, could easily be retrieved. However, after undergoing systematic enhancement, Lin Xian's physical capabilities had vastly surpassed that of an ordinary person, encompassing strength, speed, agility, and flexibility far beyond the norm. Chapter 35. With a light leap, Lin Xian grasped a sturdy tree trunk, effortlessly hanging upside down before bounding towards the position of the kitten. Zhang Yashuan, standing beneath the tree, had not even managed to utter a word of caution when she witnessed Lin Xian already ascending. In fact, she felt that flying would be a more fitting description. In the next moment, Lin Xian gently pinched the nape of the kitten's neck, lifting it with ease, and with a simple jump, he landed gracefully. As he steadied himself, Lin Xian affectionately patted the kitten's head and presented it before Zhang Yashuan. Here you go. How impressive. So strong. This is amazing. Zhang Yashuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to take the kitten, unwilling to tear her gaze away from Lin Xian. Their hands inadvertently brushed against each other, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her, a sensation that enveloped her entire being. Oh my, I think I've encountered my destined partner. Thank you. I'm Zhang Yashuan, a resident of this community. And you? Lin Xian. I don't live here, he replied, flashing a radiant smile. Oh, Zhang Yashuan responded with a hint of disappointment. That's all right, may I add you on WeChat? She continued with a bright smile. It didn't matter whether he lived nearby. In this age of convenient communication, she could reach out to him anytime. Lin Xian sighed. Being handsome was indeed a burden, as he often attracted the attention of girls. Yet, he couldn't resist adding her on WeChat, charmed by her adorableness. They exchanged contacts and parted ways. As Lin Xian drove away from the Tangchen Yiping community, a refined, middle-aged man approached Zhang Yashuan. Xian, who were you just speaking with? Oh, just a delivery guy who got lost. Zhang Yashuan skipped over to her father. I found another stray cat. Our home is turning into a zoo. Zhang Mingwei affectionately pinched his daughter's cheek, his voice filled with tenderness. By the time Lin Xian emerged from Tangchen Yiping, it was already noon. Although he possessed exceptional culinary skills, cooking was not his passion, so he decided to dine out for lunch. After satisfying his appetite and organizing his gear, he drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to continue his delivery work. Upon opening the Meituan app on his phone and logging in, he received a new order notification. You have a new order. Typically, Lin Xian would first check for any special remarks, then look at the pickup and delivery locations. Unfortunately, this particular order had no notes. You have a new order, another notification chimed in. It was common to receive consecutive orders like this. As long as he believed he could deliver within the specified time, he could accept them. Regrettably, this order also lacked any remarks. Without hesitation, Lin Xian accepted both orders, recognizing that even without notes, there could be tasks involved. Buddha jumps over the wall was a classic example. He first picked up the meal for the first order, then drove to the second pickup location. The bustling atmosphere reminded him of when he first started delivering food. After completing the first delivery, nothing unusual occurred. Lin Xian continued driving towards the second destination. Why does this place seem so familiar? He suddenly recalled that he had indeed been here just a couple of days prior. This was the very restaurant where the mischievous child had secretly ordered takeout. However, this time, it was not the child placing the order, but rather the child's mother. Before he could ascend the stairs, Lin Xian was met with the sound of a thunderous roar emanating from inside the apartment. The sum of opposites equals 0. 0. Sighing, Lin Xian felt deep sympathy for both the mother and her child, clearly overwhelmed by schoolwork. Hello. Meatwan delivery. Your order has arrived. Lin Xian knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing a woman in her 40s, clutching her forehead as she stepped outside, looking as if she might faint from frustration. Hello? Could you please provide the last 4 digits of your phone number? 0223. Alright, enjoy your meal. Lin Xian handed over the delivery and turned to leave. Wait, the middle-aged woman called out to him. Is there something else? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I would like to inquire about your educational background. The lady smiled. A bachelor's degree from B University. Lin Xian thought to himself, wondering if she was seeking his assistance in tutoring her child. Could you help my child with this math problem? Lin Xian. She really wants me to look at the problem. Sure. Let me take a look. Upon entering her home the following day, he found the chubby boy sitting at the dining table, tears streaming down his face, utterly dejected. It was evident that he had been overwhelmed by a scolding. Lin Xian shook his head. Although he had no children of his own, he strongly opposed such educational methods. Why are parents of younger students so arrogant and irritable? It's because they believe they can solve every problem. Chapter 36. Why does one become increasingly low-key as time progresses? It may even lead to disdain from children, primarily because they struggle with most problems, if not entirely unable to solve them. Their contributions may be limited to domestic tasks such as cooking and preparing soup. Furthermore, the more one erupts in frustration, the less one can teach, for the louder the outburst, the more the child's mind becomes a blank slate, ultimately leaving them unable to tackle even the simplest of questions. Lin Xian felt as though he had become an educational expert. Approaching, he noticed the chubby boy momentarily stunned. Lin Xian, with a half-smile, winked at him, his gaze imbued with a hint of menace. Young man, you better pay attention, or I shall report you. Which question? Lin Xian inquired as he sat beside the chubby boy. This one. The boy obediently handed Lin Xian the paper, pointing to a specific problem. Upon examination, Lin Xian discerned it was a linear equation. Having always excelled academically, this problem was exceedingly simple for him. He took a piece of scrap paper and read the question aloud. Given that the solutions of the equations 2xa103x and 4xax are opposites of each other, what is the value of a? Listen carefully. I will explain this only once. You go first. The chubby boy nodded earnestly. Let's first analyze these two equations. They both contain x, so to determine a, what must we know? Lin Xian paused, awaiting a response. X. The boy's voice was barely audible, clearly intimidated by previous reprimands. Excellent. It is indeed x. Lin Xian's praise alleviated some of the boy's despondency, instilling a sense of confidence within him. Now, how can we ascertain the value of x from these two equations? The problem states that the solutions are opposites. What does that imply? Lin Xian continued questioning. The sum of two opposites is 0, the chubby boy quickly replied. Correct, very astute. Once again receiving affirmation, the boy's confidence soared. However, this alone does not provide us with the answer for x, as both equations contain two variables. What can we do, then? Think carefully. The boy pondered for a moment, yet remained bewildered. No need to rush. Since there are two variables in the equation, can we express x in terms of a? Lin Xian wrote down a solution on the scrap paper. Let's begin with the first equation. We will isolate x on the left side and move the other terms to the right, then combine them. Lin Xian wrote down the equation, x10a. Now, what does x equal? He spoke with great clarity and patience, convinced that when he became a father, he would undoubtedly be a patient one. Oh, I got it! The chubby boy exclaimed, his face lighting up. Xa10. he shouted excitedly. Well done. Now I entrust you with solving the second equation. Before long, the boy had written down the answer to the second equation. Lin Xian verified it, finding it entirely correct. Now let us continue. We previously discussed that the solutions of the two equations are opposites, summing to 0. Oh, I understand, the boy exclaimed joyfully, seizing his pen and swiftly writing on the scrap paper until he arrived at the solution. A 16-3. Absolutely correct. Lin Xian smiled, feeling like a true educational expert. Ding. The system has detected that the host has completed a special task, rewarding 100 properties in the Blue Bay International School District. Wow! 100 properties in the Blue Bay International School District. The system's generosity was truly remarkable. Thank you so much, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, unable to contain her praise. No wonder you graduated from B University. You are quite impressive. The woman couldn't help but contemplate how wonderful it would be if he could become her son-in-law. Although his current job was not stellar, his family had connections, and securing a job for him would be effortless if he wished. Raising her head, Lin Xian noticed the middle-aged woman gazing at him with a smile. Alarmed, he felt a chill run down his spine. Surely she wasn't plotting something? I must go. I need to leave. Young men must protect themselves. Wait, young man, do you have a girlfriend? I just wanted to ask if you have a girlfriend? The middle-aged woman abruptly seized Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian? Could it be that he had misinterpreted her intentions? Perhaps she merely wanted to introduce a girlfriend to him. I have someone in mind for you, my daughter, who studies dance. She is quite beautiful, the middle-aged woman quickly added, not giving Lin Xian a chance to respond, as she pulled out her phone to show him her daughter's photograph. Chapter 37. Lin Xian was primarily focused on extricating himself from the situation, showing little interest in gazing at his daughter's photograph. However, when the phone was brought close to his eyes, he couldn't help but notice it inadvertently. Was that not Tu Jiao Jiao? She was his first target, and he remembered her distinctly. Moreover, how could he be oblivious to Tu Jiao Jiao's affections for him? She would message him daily, reminding him to eat on time, to protect himself from the sun, to be cautious of heatstroke, and to ensure his safety. Her concern was simply overwhelming. To his astonishment, they turned out to be mother and daughter. Lin Xian marveled at how small the world truly was. Nevertheless, he had to admit that both mother and daughter had remarkably similar tastes. Look, my daughter is quite beautiful, isn't she? The middle-aged woman said with pride. Ahem. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Lin Xian said, forcefully detaching his arm and making a hasty retreat. It was not that he found Tu Jiao Jiao unattractive. On the contrary, he held no aversion towards her. However, he simply could not accept this manner of interaction. He preferred the natural allure of mutual attraction that unfolded effortlessly between two individuals. Lin Xian sprinted downstairs in one breath, glancing back to see that the middle-aged woman had not pursued him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Turning to head towards his car, he was met by the sight of a graceful girl standing before him. Was that not Tu Jiao Jiao? The world can be astonishingly whimsical. Mere moments ago, he was discussing her, and now she stood right before him. Hi there, handsome. It's nice to see you again, Tu Jiao Jiao exclaimed, hands behind her back, approaching him with an exuberant spirit, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Tu Jiao Jiao had just been feeling disheartened. They say there is a mountain between a man pursuing a woman, but a veil between a woman pursuing a man. Yet, despite her explicit and implicit signs of affection and attentive care over the past few days, he seemed largely unmoved. He did not entirely ignore her. He would respond to her messages, but he always gave off an air of aloofness, leaving her feeling frustrated and self-doubting. She had never encountered such a distant young man, which only intensified her feelings of defeat, especially considering that she was accustomed to men approaching her, none of whom she found appealing. Indeed, what a coincidence, Lin Xian replied, his exterior radiating a sunny, handsome smile, while internally he reflected, I just came from your home. Looking down, Tu Jiao Jiao's face was mere inches away. Unlike the frail and pale impression he had first received of her, her skin was still fair, yet it bore no trace of illness. Her unadorned face, illuminated by sunlight, appeared flawless with no visible pores, even revealing fine down on her cheeks. She wore a light blue spaghetti strap dress, standing tall at a height of centimeters, exuding grace. A breeze swept by, lifting the hem of her dress, making her look like a celestial being descended to earth. After exchanging a few words, an awkward silence enveloped them, the atmosphere turning quite delicate. "Have you eaten yet?" Tu Jiao Jiao broke the tension. "I have," Lin Xian replied with a smile, leaving her little opportunity to respond. In truth, Lin Xian was indulging in a bit of mischief, deliberately adopting a cool demeanor to tease her emotions. Men, much like women, relish the thrill of being pursued. Tu Jiao Jiao let out a sigh, feeling slightly disappointed. What she truly wanted to ask was, "Handsome, have you eaten? If not, I would like to treat you." And then, by sharing a meal, he would belong to her. She felt like banging her head against a wall, berating herself for her clumsiness. "I have matters to attend to. We can chat on WeChat later," Lin Xian said. "All right then," Tu Jiao Jiao murmured, pouting, her heart heavy with disappointment. "Quickly now. Don't get sunburned." Lin Xian playfully ruffled her hair. Tu Jiao Jiao's face flushed crimson, realizing that the handsome young man harbored some feelings for her after all. He must be slow to warm up, yes, that must be it. Having affirmed her thoughts, Tu Jiao Jiao brushed away her earlier gloom and felt a renewed sense of excitement. "When you have time, may I invite you to dinner?" Tu Jiao Jiao looked up, gazing at the face that occupied her thoughts day and night. Finally, she voiced what she had longed to say, taking a step closer to winning his heart. "Sure," Lin Xian replied. While he verbally agreed, he had no intention of letting the girl pay, save for someone like Wang Guigue. Once Tu Jiao Jiao turned into the alley leading to her home, Lin Xian approached his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and pressed the key in his pocket. Beep beep. The lights flashed. After getting into the car and before starting the engine, a notification chimed on his phone. Ding dong. He picked up his phone. An unread email awaited him. Upon opening it, he discovered it was an interview notification. The interview was scheduled at a gaming company, Longting, with time set for 3 p.m. today or 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Xian glanced at the address, discovering it was conveniently nearby. Checking the time, he noted it was 2:45 p.m. Perfect timing. He resolved to attend, as, despite currently being a delivery person, he believed he could not remain in this role indefinitely. Chapter 38. Lin Xian drove his car into the underground parking garage of an office building. Inside the vehicle, he shed his delivery uniform and donned a more appropriate outfit he had stashed in the car. Though it was not a suit, it was undoubtedly a far more suitable choice than the delivery attire. Lin Xian ascended directly to the 21st floor via the elevator. Upon exiting, he noticed several artistic characters affixed to the wall directly opposite the elevator. Dragon Rising Game Network Technology Company, Limited. Next to it were several enormous game posters. Turning right, he approached the company's glass entrance. As he walked forward, the glass doors slid open effortlessly. It appeared quite promising, he thought. "Hello, I am here for an interview," Lin Xian announced as he approached the reception desk. The receptionist, engrossed in her writing, had not noticed his arrival. He took the initiative to greet her. When she finally looked up, her gaze fell upon Lin Xian's exceptionally handsome face. Instantly, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by his striking appearance. Am I dreaming? Is there truly such an impossibly handsome young man before me? Excuse me. Lin Xian, noticing her dazed expression, chuckled softly and waved his hand before her eyes. Coming back to her senses, the receptionist's cheeks flushed crimson. How embarrassing. She could only blame his stunning looks. Wait, what did he just say? He mentioned he was here for an interview? How wonderful it would be if he joined our company. I could see him every day. Hello, are you here for an interview? She stammered. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. Oh great, allow me to escort you inside, she replied, promptly stepping out from behind the counter to lead Lin Xian to HR's office, where Li Chong awaited. As they navigated through the office area, employees glanced curiously at the pair. The sight of the receptionist guiding someone for an interview piqued their interest. Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings, and it appeared quite impressive. Another man, muttered a male employee clad in a plaid shirt, his tone tinged with envy. And he's remarkably handsome too, he lamented, feeling a pang of insecurity. With so few women in the company, The arrival of another striking male figure diminished their chances even further. "Please, no more men. Heaven, grant us a female colleague," exclaimed another man, wearing a wrinkled t-shirt, his unkempt appearance suggesting he hadn't groomed himself in days. "Wow, he is so handsome," gushed a bespectacled female colleague, unable to contain her admiration. "I think I'm falling in love," sighed another short-haired girl, cradling her face in awe. The daily routine for these women consisted of unkempt male colleagues, and they were in dire need of a charming young man to refresh their spirits. Secretly, they clenched their fists, determined to ensure Lin Xian's hiring. If HR failed to keep him, they would collectively resign. As Lin Xian followed the receptionist, he could feel the envious glares of the men and the fiery stares from the few women. In truth, he believed the stereotypes regarding programmers' poor grooming habits were merely excuses for their own laziness. Surely, there was always time to change clothes, even amidst a busy schedule. At the very least, he, Lin Xian, was not one to succumb to such slovenliness. Upon reaching the door of HR Li Chang's office, the receptionist knocked gently. "Come in," came the response from within. She opened the door and announced, "Li Chang, there is an interviewee. Let him in," Li Chang instructed. The receptionist ushered Lin Xian into the office, where he saw someone already in the midst of an interview. Lin Xian felt momentarily disoriented, contemplating whether to step back, as no one appreciated the presence of an onlooker during their interview. "Have a seat for a moment," Li Chang gestured to a chair beside him. Was he being invited to observe? Lin Xian sat down, and the receptionist quickly brought a cup of water, placing it on the table before him. "Thank you." Lin Xian smiled. "No need. Good luck," she encouraged, then exited the room, genuinely hoping for his success. "Well, I understand your background, but I believe your work experience is lacking," Li Chang stated. 7 years of experience, and you claim it is insufficient? I am merely applying for the most basic programmer position. How much experience is truly necessary? The interviewee replied, suddenly realizing this was a tactic to negotiate salary. "What duration of experience does Mr. Li consider adequate?" "At least 15 years," Li Chang replied. 15 years. The interviewee's expression soured. Surely, Li Chang must be an outsider to the industry. With that many years of experience, would one truly seek a position as a mere programmer in such a small company? Chapter 39. Had he not recently found himself unemployed while his wife was expecting, desperately in need of a job, he would never have lowered his standards to apply for such a position, only to be met with disdain. Patience. First, securing the meal allowance is of utmost importance. 15 years? Lin Xian listened quietly, intrigued by the position this man was applying for that required such extensive experience. "What are your salary expectations?" Li Chang continued his inquiries. As specified on the resume came the response. "Your expectations seem rather elevated. According to our company policy, the current salary for this position is set at 8,000. In this industry, our pay scale is already considered quite competitive." Leaning back in his executive chair, Li Chang wore a self-satisfied expression and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian. "Ha! 8,000. Such a meager salary, and you dare to offer it?" Lin Xian scoffed internally. This was nothing short of a beggar's wage, yet he showed no intention of leaving. Rather, he was curious to see what price they would ultimately assign him. He felt a profound sympathy for the poor souls outside, enduring relentless exploitation. Perhaps it was the harsh realities of life that left them with no alternatives. "I will think it over." Suddenly, the man being interviewed stood up and walked away. What resolve! Lin Xian silently applauded him. "You come here." Li Chang beckoned Lin Xian over. As Lin Xian approached, he was met with the sight of Li Chang's protruding belly as he took a seat. "What is your name?" Li Chang inquired. "Lin Xian," he replied. Li Chang rummaged through a thick pile of resumes and finally unearthed Lin Xian's. "Graduated from University B? Quite impressive, and you are rather handsome," Li Chang remarked, surveying him with a glance. "However, good looks are of little value. Those who are handsome often find themselves entangled with wealthy women. Besides, in this line of work, even the most attractive man will eventually become an uncle in a few years. Mastering skills is paramount." Before Lin Xian could respond, he was interrupted by the corpulent man before him. Lin Xian thought, is this truly a human resources representative? He lacks even the most basic respect. Mr. Li speaks wisely, Lin Xian quickly replied, making no attempt to retort. Oh, your previous job was as a development engineer at Jazz Network Company. Li Chong mused aloud, glancing at Lin Xian's resume. Labeling him as overly ambitious, Li Chong believed that these recent graduates lacked real-world experience. Presuming that having worked for a reputable company for a brief period entitled them to lofty positions and salaries in smaller firms. An utterly delusional notion. Furthermore, he found it hard to believe that someone so young could be a development engineer. Your resume must be fabricated. How could a fresh graduate hold such a title? I consider myself quite competent, having become an HR at 30, but talents like me are indeed few and far between. Li Chong exuded an air of superiority. No matter how exceptional you are, you cannot surpass me. He also doubted the capabilities of contemporary graduates, recalling how just days ago, a university student had struggled to operate a photocopier. Lin Xian nearly choked at the man's self-aggrandizement, wondering how the company's owner could possibly consider him a valuable asset. And brother, you claim to be just 30? Forgive my eyes, as I fail to see it. Had you not mentioned it, I would have guessed you were in your 40s. Truly, Mr. Li, you are a prodigy. I am in awe. Lin Xian offered a thumbs up, eager to witness more of his boasting. Is this the era where individuals excel at feigning superiority? Is it truly gratifying to belittle others to elevate oneself? Well, I find you somewhat humble. However, your work experience is undeniably insufficient. Li Chong lamented, shaking his head. Mr. Li speaks wisely, Lin Xian echoed, wearing an expression akin to that of an entertained spectator. Continue your performance. What are you currently doing? Li Chong inquired. I am delivering takeout, Lin Xian replied candidly. As he always spoke the truth, everything on his resume was genuine. Now that sounds truthful. You recent graduates, with your lofty titles and embellished resumes, cannot deceive me. I have encountered many college students delivering takeout, Li Chong asserted, projecting an air of having seen through everything, belittling Lin Xian to showcase his own supposed superiority. Internally, Lin Xian was on the verge of laughter, yet he maintained a facade of attentive receptiveness, as if absorbing this misguided wisdom. Chapter 40. I see your salary expectation is 30,000 per month, which is rather unrealistic. Lin Xian exclaimed. Damn it, my previous salary was 50,000, alright? I listed 30,000 just to avoid scaring you away. He appeared desperate to join the company. If it's up to me, I can offer you a maximum of 5,000 with no overtime pay and a single day off on weekends. Lin Xian almost burst out laughing internally. 5,000. No overtime pay and only one day off on weekends? That's worse than delivering takeout. He finally understood why so many people preferred food delivery jobs over traditional employment. Exploitation and oppression. After all the hard work, the pay is so meager that it truly pales in comparison to delivering food. So when do I start? Lin Xian feigned inquiry. Wait a moment. I'll take you to meet our general manager, Chan, Li Chong said, getting up and pushing the keyboard back with his ample belly. Satisfied with himself, Li Chong nodded knowingly. Lin Xian thought to himself, after all this, it seems you have no authority to decide anything. It appears your role as HR is rather meaningless. The other employees at Longting Online Games noticed Li Chong escorting Lin Xian from the office to General Manager Chen's office, and they all sensed something significant was unfolding. It seemed they were about to welcome a new colleague. The most excited were the female employees. Even if they couldn't have him as a boyfriend, simply being able to see him every day was delightful. Upon entering General Manager Chen's office, Lin Xian was immediately struck by an overwhelming aura of opulence. The office was lavishly decorated, a splendid amalgamation of Eastern and Western styles, leading Lin Xian to perceive it as an assortment of all things expensive and extravagant. It appeared that General Manager Chen was eager to convey a sense of grandeur, indiscriminately cramming in everything he deemed valuable, resulting in a space devoid of aesthetic appeal. Li Chong approached Chen, whispering in his ear while occasionally glancing back at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was instructed to wait at the door, unable to hear their conversation. Li Chong was the type to seize every opportunity for self-aggrandizement, currently extolling Lin Xian's virtues, claiming he had retained such a talented individual at the lowest possible salary. He had thus secured talent for the company while simultaneously curtailing labor costs. Standing at the door, Lin Xian observed Li Chang's animated discourse as Chun nodded along, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "All right, Lin Xian, you may come in now," they finally concluded. Lin Xian entered the office while Li Chang stepped back. "Hello, General Manager," Lin Xian said, maintaining his composure as he approached. "Please have a seat." Chun Mo welcomed him enthusiastically. "I just heard from Li Chang that you are exceptionally talented." As he spoke, Chun Mo lit a cigar, reclining in his executive chair, taking a draw. "Li Chang is too generous," Lin Xian smiled humbly. "You made the right choice by selecting our company. It is undoubtedly a fantastic platform," Chun Mo declared, exuding an air of superiority. "Many graduates from prestigious universities aspire to join my company, yet I have not accepted them, as they seem overly ambitious and impractical." With just a few remarks, Lin Xian began to question Chun Mo's reliability, considering that he had chosen someone like Li Chang for HR. How dependable could he be? "In that case, I must feel truly honored," Lin Xian said, almost feeling nauseous as he spoke. Chun Mo was pleased with Lin Xian's response. A second-generation real estate mogul, Chun Mo had established his gaming company after receiving his compensation from land acquisition, despite lacking knowledge in game development or management. However, wealth allowed him to hire a team. "All my employees are university graduates, even the janitors," Chun Mo continued. Lin Xian was bemused. Were university degrees truly so devalued that even janitors were graduates? He nodded along, feigning rapt attention. Observing Lin Xian's earnest and admiring demeanor only inflated Chun Mo's pride. He had only completed middle school, yet he had so many university graduates working for him. What was the use of extensive education? This was an era of privilege, after all. Wasn't it merely about providing them with sustenance? "You know Li Chang, the one who just interviewed you? When he found himself in dire straits, I was the one who hired him, and he is very grateful, working diligently and responsibly." Chapter 41. Li Chang could never have anticipated that his superior would swiftly divulge his secrets. "Mr. Chun, you truly are a benefactor." Lin Xian felt utterly disgusted with himself. Amidst his inner astonishment, he was profoundly impressed by his boss's mindset. How could such a company retain any employees? "Our Longting Online Games is a company with immense development potential and a humane approach. We occasionally gather for small get-togethers," Chun Mo boasted, growing increasingly self-satisfied. Lin Xian thought that such trivial gatherings would be far better replaced with direct monetary rewards for the employees, who would surely appreciate that more. With salaries so low, what value does an occasional gathering hold? In truth, what employees truly care about is the amount of their take-home pay. "Wow, Mr. Chun, you are simply remarkable," Lin Xian continued to flatter. "They are all extremely grateful," Chun Mo went on, speaking as if he were the very antithesis of his name, overflowing with words. Could it be that he was moved by his own rhetoric? "I dare say, the employees of Shengda Online Games do not enjoy the same generous benefits as we do. Their boss certainly lacks my refinement." Lin Xian nearly burst out laughing, stifling tears of amusement. This Mr. Chun was audacious indeed. Shengda Online Games ranks among the top 5 gaming companies nationwide. Could it truly be that he was superior to such a giant? This man was either attempting to make a fool of him or genuinely believed in his own greatness. Given his ability to employ someone like Li Chang, Lin Xian was not the least bit surprised. How remarkable! At that moment, an imaginary police officer in Lin Xian's mind was laughing uproariously, slapping his desk in amusement. "Many employees who resigned from our company wish to return, but I have not permitted it. Even Wang Shan at the front desk cried to work here, saying she would forgo her salary. Do you know why? What an audacious claim. Someone willing to work without pay, in tears, to join your ranks?" Lin Xian expressed his disbelief. "Really? I find that hard to believe. Why? She believes working here is a privilege and that she can learn a great deal. Is this the beginning of his brainwashing? Because here, she can acquire a wealth of knowledge. I often tell my employees that one should have ideals and not merely think of earning money." Upon hearing this, the laughing police officer re-emerged in Lin Xian's mind. "Well, the time is nearly up. The young man is quite impressive and talented. Please report for duty tomorrow and do your best." At last, the boasting came to a pause. Apologies, Mr. Chen, but I may not be able to report tomorrow. What's the matter? Chun Mo's face instantly darkened, believing his brainwashing efforts had been quite successful. My ideal is, no, to not work. Observing Chun Mo's contorted face, filled with anger, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He left without looking back. It was already a favor to listen to his endless bragging. Working here was simply out of the question. After all, I came to work to earn money. You speak to me of ideals, but my ideal is to not work. Even with ideals, one requires financial support. Discussing salaries? Achieving one's own ideals is impossible without it. One merely fulfills the aspirations of the boss. Hey, are you coming to work? A colleague approached Lin Xian as he exited. Are you sure this company is a good place to stay? Lin Xian gazed at him incredulously. Are you all ninjas? Honestly, a few of us are also contemplating resigning. Wise choice. Lin Xian gave him a thumbs up. In truth, among them, only one had been with the company for over a year. The others were relatively new. The boss's words were far sweeter than his actions. He was particularly stingy, offering low salaries while frequently demanding overtime. Those occasional gatherings merely amounted to a bowl of noodles or, at most, some spicy hot pot, simply pitiful. Upon hearing that Lin Xian would not be returning, several young women also expressed their desires to resign, including the receptionist, who was particularly reluctant. After Lin Xian's departure, Chun Mo angrily summoned Li Chong to his office. Li Chong, thinking his boss would praise him, hurriedly made his way to Chun Mo's office, only to be met with a barrage of scolding that left him feeling utterly humiliated. Dejected, Li Chong left the office, his mind racing with thoughts of the young man who had just feigned camaraderie with him, igniting a furious blaze within him. He hoped to avoid another encounter, lest he feel compelled to teach him a lesson in humility. Meanwhile, the receptionist received a parcel, which she delivered to Chun Mo's office. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter demanding that he promptly remove the latest mobile game released by the company. This concluded the 5th update of the day. Flowers, collections, and votes for reviews are greatly appreciated. Chapter 42. Chun Mo scoffed dismissively, paying no heed to the matter at hand, and tore the letter into pieces before discarding it into the trash bin. The first mobile game launched by Longting Online was merely a replication of others, yet it swiftly garnered him a modest profit. Having tasted success, Chun Mo continued to concoct several more mobile games using the same method. In his mind, assembling a team of high-priced engineers was far less efficient than simply emulating existing models. Lin Xian drove back to the courtyard and received a call from Tang Yuran. Have you had dinner, Mr. Lin? He initially assumed she was inviting him to dine together. Not yet, Lin Xian replied, as he indeed had not dined. All right, I understand. Please hold on a moment. Lin Xian was perplexed. What did that mean? Why was he to wait? Although confused, he decided to bide his time. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Xian's phone rang again. Mr. Lin, could you please open the door? Was she coming to personally escort him to dinner? Tang's attentiveness was indeed impressive. Upon opening the door, Lin Xian beheld Tang Yuran in uniform, leading a group of individuals who respectfully stood outside, each bearing a tray. What is this? Lin Xian inquired uncertainly. Mr. Lin, from today onwards, I shall be responsible for your meals and daily needs. Rest assured, we will not intrude upon you, and we shall not reside here without your consent. Tang Yuran spoke with an air of formality, as if she had transformed into an emotionless automaton. Lin Xian found himself questioning whether she was truly the same Tang Yuran he had encountered that morning. Lin Xian had not anticipated that her inquiry about his meal was laden with such implications. To be honest, he felt quite unaccustomed to it. However, he had also encountered people of sophistication. Come in, Lin Xian said calmly. This arrangement could indeed be rather pleasant. They were diligent and meticulous in their work, yet personable and amiable in private, a combination that was utterly irresistible. Such a woman would be hard for any man to refuse, and no man would turn away a secretary like her. Lin Xian pondered whether it was excessive to place Tang Yuran in the Maple Leaf Hotel. With a mere command, the entire group entered in an orderly fashion, trays in hand. Once the sumptuous dishes were laid out on the table, Tang Yuran addressed Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, the meal is prepared. Please enjoy. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Xian said as he approached the table and took a seat. Immediately, a servant presented him with a warm towel to cleanse his hands. Beholding the lavish spread before him, Lin Xian felt it was excessively extravagant. It reminded him of the saying, "The wealthy feast while the streets are lined with the frozen dead." Although that sentiment seemed exaggerated in this context, he truly abhorred such ostentatiousness. Was the previous major shareholder of this nature? Reflecting on Wu Kai, Li Yong, and Lei Jiang, he realized they were all quite pragmatic individuals. Lin Xian promptly declared, "There is no need to send me meals in the future. I cannot guarantee a specific time for takeout, and it would be too troublesome." While this would not financially ruin the Maple Leaf Hotel, he felt it essential to consider the sentiments of the other 3 shareholders. He discerned that they were not individuals who indulged in extravagance or sought pleasure in excess. Tang Yuren felt a twinge of disappointment. Having finally found an opportunity to show her dedication, she had not anticipated Lin Xian's indifference to pomp. Though she was reluctant, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet, Lin Xian could discern her subtle expressions, revealing her current emotional state. He chuckled silently, recognizing that her disposition was somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of Qin Rushuang's character. However, Tang Yuran was far more perceptive. Though she harbored deep affections, she maintained an air of seriousness. "In the future, you need not concern yourself with such matters." Lin Xian's message was unmistakable. He disliked others taking liberties, even if he had feelings for her. "Understood, Mr. Lin." Tang Yuran was astute enough to grasp his meaning, though her heart sank with a mix of disappointment and apprehension. She had indeed overstepped. Believing that adhering to the standards of the Maple Leaf Hotel's major shareholder would endear her to Lin Xian. Such notions were instilled in her by the previous secretary, prompting her to take such initiative. "I will inform you when I wish to dine," he added, observing Tang Yuran's dejected demeanor, which served as a form of consolation. "Your remuneration will be calculated separately," he announced in front of the assembled group. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Tang Yuran's spirits lifted, and the others shared in her delight. She quickly approached Lin Xian to serve him dishes. "Not necessary, I can manage myself," Lin Xian interjected, as he was not accustomed to such servitude. Nevertheless, Tang Yuran insisted on attending to him. Lin Xian, unable to resist her determination, ultimately relented. With an exquisite beauty serving him, and others standing by ready to assist, he could not deny that dining in this manner provided an experience akin to that of royalty. Chapter 43. Lin Xian indulged in the exquisite delicacies before him. Unlike the typical veracity exhibited by most men, his dining manner was leisurely and possessed an air of elegance. Tang Yuran's heart raced once more. How could this man appear so captivating even while eating? Observing him was a pleasure in itself. The onlookers were equally mesmerized, as if his noble demeanor was inherent. They finally grasped that not all individuals are created equal. Some, regardless of wealth or designer attire, exude the aura of nouveau riche. In contrast, Lin Xian donned a simple t-shirt yet radiated an indescribable opulence. In truth, Lin Xian found it challenging to acclimatize to his newfound wealth after a night of fortune. Everything felt surreal. However, he resolved to face it with equanimity, recalling the hardships he had endured. Even if he were to return to square one within a week, he believed in his abilities to thrive once more. With this thought, he became increasingly composed and serene. After the meal, Tang Yuran instructed everyone to clear the dishes and tidy up the courtyard. By the time everything was in order, night had fallen. Tang Yuran prepared to lead everyone away, though she secretly wished to linger. However, with so many present, she hesitated to voice her desire. "Yuran, hurry up," one of the girls urged, noticing her reluctance. Upon receiving Tang Yuran's longing yet wistful gaze, Lin Xian nearly burst into laughter. "What a fool. Secretary Tang, wait a moment. I have a question for you," he called out just in time, fearing she might retreat home, filled with melancholy. The following day, Lin Xian emerged from a hospital after delivering food. He noticed a girl clad in a snow-white dress enthusiastically distributing flyers. Under the scorching sun, her small face was flushed. "Hello, would you like to take a look at some houses?" she asked, only to be met with rejection. "I apologize for the intrusion," she replied politely, unperturbed, and continued her efforts. Hello, would you like to take a look at some houses? This time her flyer was accepted. Thank you, she exclaimed joyfully, maintaining her infectious enthusiasm regardless of the responses she received. She resembled a recent graduate, brimming with energy. Zhu Shanshan thought. The manager said that if I diligently distribute 10,000 flyers, I will close a deal. I must strive to succeed. Although her primary reason for working at Anja Real Estate was not to make sales, but rather to find a local husband with a stable job and property for her mother. The recent successes of her colleagues inspired her to pursue her own goals. Hello, would you like to take a look at some houses? Zhu Shanshan presented a flyer to Lin Xian. Regardless of profession or age, everyone needed housing. Even if they couldn't afford to buy, they could rent. Lin Xian accepted the flyer and glanced at it. Though he had no intention of purchasing a property, he possessed over 100 vacant houses that he wished to rent out. Sir, please take a look. This property is an excellent choice in terms of location, layout, and transportation. Zhu Shanshan earnestly recalled how her manager introduced properties to clients, echoing those words. Noticing Lin Xian examining the flyer attentively, she eagerly elaborated. I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to buy a house. However, we also have rental options available. Whatever type you need, we can accommodate your requirements. Lin Xian had not finished speaking when Zhu Shanshan interrupted, her eagerness to close a deal palpable. Well then, I suppose I'll take a look, he replied, feeling a surge of sympathy for the young girl standing under the blazing sun, her forehead glistening with sweat. Her enthusiasm was commendable, and coincidentally, he also needed to rent out a property. Sir, this way please, Zhu Shanshan said, lifting her skirt and beaming. The Anja branch was conveniently located just around the corner. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xian observed that the lobby was bright and spacious, exuding a sense of professionalism. Suddenly, he sensed two curious gazes scrutinizing him intently. Chapter 44. Lin Xian cast a glance to his right and noticed a portly gentleman adorned with a red tie and dressed in a formal suit, accompanied by a cadre of similarly attired individuals, both male and female, standing in an orderly fashion. It appeared they were convening outside the store. To his left, the Aladdin agency was also holding a meeting outside the shop, their uniforms exhibiting only slight variations. They were the quintessential representatives of a brokerage or sales force. Lin Xian found their choice of store names rather peculiar: Little Red Riding Hood and Aladdin. Whose whimsical imagination had conjured such titles? They sounded decidedly unprofessional, did they not? Gentlemen, are you in the market for a property? Come take a look at our Little Red Riding Hood. We have an array of housing options. The rotund man chuckled, though his mirth could not mask the underlying smugness. Hey, Little Red Riding Hood, what are you trying to do? Are you intent on disrupting industry standards? Zhu Shanshan retorted, her anger palpable as she turned to confront the man. Ah, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. You really think he can afford a home? The man shot a pointed glance at Lin Xian. A mere delivery boy buying a house? He'd probably consider it a waste of his breath. Indeed, Zhu Shanshan, are you out of your mind? Do you think someone like him could ever purchase a property? Mocked a bespectacled gentleman from Aladdin. Do not go too far. Zhu Shanshan's warning was met with even more boisterous laughter from the group. Apologies, ignore them. Let us proceed inside, Zhu Shanshan said apologetically. In truth, Lin Xian paid little heed to these buffoons. What are you all standing around for? Let us continue our meeting. All right, let us resume. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our guiding principle is efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. The abrupt onset of music startled Lin Xian. He glanced back to see a group of agents to the left performing the latest viral dance, the money grab. Our mission is performance, performance, performance. Our goal is to be number one in the capital, number one nationwide, and always striving for the top. Their chants grew increasingly fervent. In truth, Lin Xian held a deep disdain for such rhetoric and found it unappealing. Many share his aversion to these so-called legitimate agencies, whose daily mantras of performance, 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 echo like a rallying cry, complete with singing and dancing. It is a nauseating display. Who genuinely relishes such hollow proclamations? These tactics stem from a bygone era of success theories, which reality has proven to be nothing more than a fade. Lin Xian was aware that some agencies would demand underperforming employees to kneel in front of the store or to parade with a sign of shame. Engaging in such acts of humiliation, they misguidedly believed it was a form of motivation. To them, dignity in the pursuit of performance is of little consequence. Lin Xian shook his head. He could not change their choices. Each individual has their own aspirations. Just as he, a graduate from B University, delivered takeout, others might find it equally incomprehensible. Sir, please have some water. Zhu Shanshan hurried over to pour him a glass, her brow glistening with sweat. Sir, please take a seat, she added, leaving in haste. All right. Lin Xian nodded slightly, assuming Zhu Shanshan had some matter to discuss. Perhaps she needed to use the restroom or wash her hands after distributing flyers. Good day, sir. May I ask your surname? A short-haired woman in a white striped suit approached him, exuding a professional aura. Hello. My surname is Lin. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Mr. Lin, I am the manager of this establishment, and my name is Fang Xijin. Here is my business card. Fang Xijin smiled warmly, extending her card with a respectful demeanor. Lin Xian surveyed the office area behind her, noticing the absence of the girl in the snow-white costume who had been handing out flyers. Mr. Lin, my colleague has gone out to distribute flyers. I will be attending to you now, Fang Xijin said with a smile. Are you looking to purchase a property? We have a variety of listings available. She placed a client registration form in front of Lin Xian. This practice stemmed from her years of experience, gathering client information, as even if they were not ready to buy now, it did not preclude future interest. Purchasing one home does not negate the possibility of acquiring a second. I am not looking to buy a house. Chapter 45 Manager Fang. You have finally arrived. I came to find you yesterday and the day before, but you were absent. Before Lin Xian could finish his words, a voice echoed from behind him. Both Lin Xian and Fang Xijin raised their heads to glance outside the door. Lin Xian found the voice familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Soon, he saw a corpulent man striding in. As the man fully entered, both Lin Xian and the approaching individual froze in surprise. The newcomer was none other than Li Chong, the HR of Longting Company, with whom Lin Xian had interviewed yesterday. It's you? Upon seeing Lin Xian, Li Chong's anger flared up. This brat had caused him to receive a scathing reprimand from President Chun yesterday, and he was still seething with rage. It is I, Lin Xian replied, a smirk of defiance curving his lips. Did he, Lin Xian, have any reason to be afraid? In that moment, sparks flew between their gazes. Do you two know each other? Fang Xijin's attention shifted from Lin Xian's face to Li Chong's. She had an unsettling feeling that, in the next moment, these two would draw swords in her establishment. Manager Fang, I must caution you about this lad. He is a fraud, Li Chong declared, his voice dripping with contempt. Just watch how I expose you. Surely, Mr. Li is joking. Fang Xijin chuckled. Besides, as a real estate agent, what could I possibly be deceived about? The only 50,000 yuan in my account has already been taken by Pan Guiyu. What grounds do you have to accuse me of being a con artist? Lin Xian leaned back in his chair, speaking with nonchalance. As for whether you genuinely intend to purchase a property, I harbor deep suspicions. Given the notoriously stingy nature of Longting's CEO, he doubted Li Chong could command a high salary. Many tend to project their own characteristics onto others. Indeed, Lin Xian had accurately guessed. Li Chong was a frequent visitor at Anjia Realty, having viewed nearly 50 properties without making a purchase. Why had he not bought any? One reason was that he relished the treatment he received at Anjia Realty, where clients were treated like royalty. Secondly, he feigned the demeanor of a wealthy individual, claiming he was not short of funds while insisting on finding the perfect home, yet he remained dissatisfied with every property he viewed. Lastly, he simply could not afford to buy. At this moment, Fang Xijin could not fathom that she was about to encounter her first Waterloo in her years as a real estate agent. Such a situation was unprecedented for Anjia Realty and quickly drew the attention of other employees. In their eyes, Mr. Li, adorned in designer attire and exuding an aura of affluence, appeared to be a man of wealth. Conversely, Mr. Lin seemed quite youthful, merely a delivery worker. By all appearances, Mr. Li appeared to possess greater prowess. However, it was not entirely certain. Many young individuals receive financial assistance from their families to secure a down payment and subsequently take out loans to purchase a property. Moreover, Mr. Lin appeared remarkably composed and steady. Perhaps he truly was here to buy a house. Meanwhile, Mr. Li had been inspecting properties for several months yet claimed he was financially secure, yet he continued to refrain from making a purchase. Consequently, apart from Fang Xijin, no one was willing to assist him any further. Mr. Li, thank you for your warning, but I have faith that Mr. Lin is not like that. Moreover, I have nothing of value to be deceived of. Fang Xijin maintained her cordial demeanor. Wangzi, please attend to Mr. Li for a moment. Understood. Wangzi promptly rose from his seat, silently hoping that Mr. Li would not insist on being shown properties. Mr. Li, please hold on a moment. I will be right with you. Fang Xijin smiled. In her eyes, every individual who entered Anjia Realty was her client, and she had no intention of offending any of them or letting anyone slip away. She believed there was no property she could not sell, nor a client she could not manage. Please do not trouble Manager Fang. You can introduce him. I will remain here to observe what tricks this fellow is up to, Li Chang said, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, provocatively gazing at Lin Xian. He assumed Lin Xian could not even afford to rent a basement. Mr. Lin, please fill out this information. Fang Xijin cheerfully offered him a pen. Her unwavering professionalism impressed Lin Xian, and he admired her decisiveness, as she did not abandon a potential client due to others' remarks. Lin Xian accepted the pen and began to fill out the form. What type of property are you looking to purchase, Mr. Lin? Fang Xijin inquired while he wrote. I do not currently have plans to buy a property. Chapter 46. Lin Xian candidly expressed that he had accumulated more properties than he could occupy. Thus, the notion of purchasing another abode was utterly unnecessary. Is Mr. Lin considering renting a place? What location would you prefer? How spacious should it be? Fang Xijin inquired with a momentary pause, maintaining her politeness. I do not currently require a rental, Lin Xian replied with a playful raise of his eyebrow at Li Chang. Ha! The fox's tail is revealed. Li Chang chuckled boastfully. Youngster, you are still inexperienced. You lack the finesse to show off. Watch how your elder does it, and let me impart some wisdom to you. Fang Xijin persisted. What are Mr. Lin's specific needs? I wish to lease my property, Lin Xian stated nonchalantly. That is certainly feasible. May I kindly request Mr. Lin to present your property certificate or purchase agreement for our review. Lin Xian's declaration did not astonish Fang Xijin or the other agents from Anjiagia, as they had encountered numerous locals who owned multiple properties. In their minds, Lin Xian had already been labeled a local. Upon hearing this, Li Chang nearly tumbled off his chair, fully aware of the implications. He had initially presumed this lad would lack the audacity to boast, only to discover that his ability to flaunt was even more pronounced. However, he remained skeptical about whether Lin Xian could produce the property certificate. You should hastily scurry away. Young man, Li Chang retorted. Wouldn't checking the property certificate clarify everything? Lin Xian shrugged, his demeanor light and carefree. At this juncture, Fang Xijin felt somewhat uncertain. If Lin Xian were indeed deceiving her, it would irk her. If the store manager has reservations, I can bring someone along, she offered graciously. Not at all. We ought to send someone to escort you back, Fang Xijin replied with poise. In truth, she was eager to ascertain whether this Mr. Lin possessed any properties for lease. Had Lin Xian spun his tale for so long that he began to believe it himself? Lies remain lies, never materializing into reality. Apologize to the store manager and depart swiftly, lest you waste everyone's time. Li Chang found Lin Xian's demeanor amusing, convinced that the young man would concoct an excuse to flee midway. Lin Xian smirked but said nothing. Some individuals are simply obstinate, needing a tangible confrontation before they acknowledge the truth. Since they had presented their faces to him, he felt compelled to indulge them. Mr. Lin, allow me to drive you, Wang Zijian promptly offered. He found himself somewhat inclined to believe Lin Xian's claims. With a nod from Lin Xian, they approached the entrance, but Lin Xian halted him. Let me drive my own car. It's parked just around the corner. He gestured towards the street. Following his indication, a striking red Rolls-Royce Cullinan gleamed under the sun, parked elegantly at the curb. Wang Zijin was instantly awestruck, overwhelmed with admiration. A luxury car, every man's aspiration and dream. If only he could afford such an automobile, perhaps Shanshan would not have parted ways with him. This revelation further solidified his belief in Lin Xian's South possession of real estate, and he relished the idea of watching Li Chong face embarrassment, as the latter had made the lives of the Anjiajia agents quite difficult over the past few months. Let us proceed, Lin Xian said, pulling Wang Zijin from his reverie. Ah yes, they both entered the vehicle, and Lin Xian started the engine, heading towards the courtyard. Observing Wang Zijin's envious expression, Lin Xian had no intention of allowing him to take the wheel. To a man, a car is akin to a spouse. It should not be casually handled by others. If Wang Zijin had been astonished by Lin Xian's car, witnessing the courtyard left him utterly speechless. Were the affluent of today truly so understated? Wang Zijin felt he had been schooled once more. As a specialist in luxury residences, should he expand his clientele? Opting not to enter, Wang Zijin waited outside. Moments later, he saw Lin Xian emerge, cradling a large box. Could it be filled with property certificates? Wang Zijin was rendered dumbfounded, hastily accepting the box from Lin Xian's hands. It was quite heavy. He placed it on the back seat and returned to the passenger seat. Let us go, Lin Xian declared, igniting the engine once more. Chapter 47. Mr. Li, let us take another look at this floor plan. This newly launched property features a well-proportioned layout and is situated in a prime location, renowned for its educational district, and most importantly, it is in close proximity to your company. Just then, Lin Xian and Wang Zijin returned, carrying a large box. With a loud thud, Wang Zijin placed the box onto the table, panting heavily. What on earth is this? The other employees of Anjia craned their necks to see. Upon opening the box, Lu Shang was swallowed hard, and the others stared in disbelief. It was a box filled to the brim with property certificates. Flipping through a few, they noticed all were registered under a single name, and they were certificates for properties in the prestigious Tangshan Yipin. Each unit is valued at no less than 10 million. This must be over 100 units. Just imagine the worth. The delivery brother truly kept his identity under wraps. Such humility is simply extraordinary. At that moment, Su Guogu, another manager from Anjia, and Zhu Shanshan, who had just finished distributing flyers, returned. What's going on? What's so astonishing? Su Guogu approached and inquired. Right. Zhu Shanshan chimed in, noticing Lin Xian beckoning her. However, if she were to discover later that she had missed a colossal deal, she might just shatter her own face in disbelief. Are all these property certificates yours, sir? Su Guogu gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief. Indeed, Lin Xian replied, elegantly gesturing with his fingers. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Li Chong and Fang Sijuan were equally intrigued. They quickly discarded their property brochures and approached. What's this? Let me see. Li Chong pushed in closer, and upon seeing the box, his jaw dropped in astonishment. A whole box of property certificates. With so many, he could hardly even dare to dream of such wealth. He felt as if he had willingly placed his face before others to strike. His own face held no value, so it mattered little if it was slapped. Yet, recalling the derisive comments he had made about this young man just the day before, he broke out in a cold sweat. Possessing such extensive properties indicated that this individual's background was undoubtedly formidable. Should he choose to crush Li Chong, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Brother, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your stature, and those words I spoke. Please consider them mere folly. I kneel before you, Li Chong said, genuinely kneeling. The others looked upon him with disdain, realizing he had trampled upon someone he thought weak, only to grovel when their true identity was revealed. Did he misunderstand the concept of humility and resilience? At this moment, he cared not for his pride, fervently offering apologies, hoping that Lin Xian would overlook his previous insolence. Leave, Lin Xian replied coolly. Such a petty individual was not worth his time for retaliation. To Li Chong's astonishment, he actually crawled away, rolling on the ground in a comical manner. The onlookers were left speechless. Even the usually composed Fang Sijuan was taken aback. Mr. Lin, do you intend to rent out all these properties through our store? Fang Sijuan inquired cautiously. Of course, Manager Fong, with your professionalism and dedication, these 50 units from Tangshan Ipin and 100 units from the educational district in Jiangnan Daido will be entrusted to your store. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Oh my goodness. There are also 100 units in the educational district. Zhu Shanshan exclaimed, bewildered. Where am I? What am I doing? Zhu Shanshan lamented, realizing that she had underestimated Lin Xian, believing him merely to be a delivery worker. She had entrusted him to Lu Shanghua for supervision while she continued distributing flyers. In total, there were 50 units in the Tangshan Ipin community and 100 units in the educational district, all to be rented through Anjia. Such exclusive listings, who else could possibly compare? For the first time, Fong Sijuan and Su Guogu agreed on a matter. Whoever rented out a property would claim the commission. With so many properties, no one could monopolize the bounty. Renting out even one unit would yield a commission equivalent to a property. And those capable of renting out 10 units would earn commissions for 10 properties. Zhu Shanshan's previously disheartened spirit was rekindled with joy. If she could rent out a few units in Tangshan Ipin, she might be able to gather a down payment for her own home. Once Lin Xian completed all necessary paperwork, the employees of Anjia felt as if they were being revered as deities. Their elation was palpable, as they understood that there was profit to be made. Who wouldn't he be happy about that? Meanwhile, the managers of the neighboring Little Red Riding Hood and Aladdin store witnessed Lin Xian and Wang Zijian entering Anjia with the box and heard the conversations within. They then saw Lin Xian departing in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, feeling as though their professional lives had received a profound lesson. Never underestimate anyone based on mere appearances. Chapter 48. The joy of body and mind, not only the inhabitants of the realm of peace and prosperity, but Lin Xian himself was also filled with delight, for he had at last realized a dream that had lingered since his childhood, the aspiration to become a landlord. At this moment, monetary concerns seemed trivial. He reveled in the sheer pleasure of collecting rent, and the thought alone brought him immense satisfaction. He picked up his phone and noticed a call from Qin Rushuang. Hello, Rushuang. Xian, where are you? Have you finished work? Have you eaten? Qin Rushuang's voice had transformed into something soft and gentle, though she still retained an air of shyness, concealing some sentiments within her heart. Lin Xian sensed that she bore some hidden wounds from the past or unspoken realities. Yet, he firmly believed that, given time, she would eventually shed all her facades and trust him completely, allowing him to be her pillar of support. Her voice was melodious, slightly sweet, yet imbued with an ethereal charm that captivated Lin Xian. He cherished the way she addressed him as Xian. Just hearing her voice sent shivers down his spine. Have you not eaten yet? Where are you? I shall come and pick you up. Lin Xian inquired eagerly. I am at the office, she replied after a brief pause. Qin Rushuang was taken aback. She had anticipated Lin Xian would decline, as he often exuded a sense of detachment. Sometimes she felt he had affection for her, while at other times, she doubted his feelings. All right, she said as she hung up, feeling a strange sense of unreality. Apart from the previous encounter with the license plate, this was the first time Lin Xian had shown such enthusiasm toward her. Did this signify that she was beginning to occupy a space in his heart? Qin Rushuang cradled her face in her hands, her exquisite and innocent visage alternating between expressions of distress and radiant joy. Finally, the phone rang again. Hello, she answered, her hands trembling slightly. Despite her 5 years of experience in the workplace and her exceptional academic achievements, having skipped several grades and entered university at the tender age of 15, she felt an unusual nervousness in Lin Xian's presence, as though her typically strong demeanor melted away. He appeared so mature and composed, despite being a few years her junior. Come down. I am waiting for you at the entrance. The man's voice on the line was deep and tender, causing her heart to skip a beat. After meticulously retouching her makeup with a small mirror, she made her way downstairs. Upon exiting the doors of the Global International Auto Show Center, she spotted Lin Xian leaning against a striking red Kaluanan. He wore a simple, loose-fitting white t-shirt, black cropped pants, and blue canvas sneakers, an effortless, laid-back look, akin to a comic strip illustration. Here I come. Upon seeing Qin Rushuang, Lin Xian opened his arms wide. Understanding his intent, her cheeks flushed as she shyly approached him. She nestled into his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Passers-by glanced over, captivated by the beautiful scene unfolding before them. What a stunning sight! I wish I could find a boyfriend who is as tall and handsome as him. Excuse me, where can I find such a boyfriend? The other party has rejected your advances and knocked over your hopes. Lin Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. Let us go eat, all right? Upon stepping out of Lin Xian's embrace, Qin Rushuang realized they were being watched, and several employees from the auto show were observing them. Her face turned crimson with embarrassment. Lin Xian, unfazed by the onlookers, smiled as he opened the passenger door for her. Amidst a sea of envious gazes, they drove off into the distance. When did you acquire this car? It's impressive and exudes strength. Qin Rushuang inquired. I just bought it a few days ago. Do you also have a fondness for off-road vehicles? Lin Xian was surprised. It was rare to find a girl who appreciated such rugged cars. Yes, I adore vehicles like this. They seem so practical. Am I being too simplistic? She laughed heartily. Not at all. Is this car really considered basic? Lin Xian was delighted to witness this cheerful side of Qin Rushuang. Their spirits buoyed. They exchanged laughter and banter, bridging the gap in their hearts. They enjoyed lunch together, watched a film in the afternoon, shared a cup of milk tea, and even played with a claw machine to win stuffed toys. For the first time, Lin Xian felt the sweetness of being in a relationship. It was indeed a delightful experience. The couple remained inseparable until Qin Rushuang was assigned to a business trip abroad. The night had been filled with rain, and upon waking the next morning, the air felt exceptionally fresh. The greenery in the courtyard appeared more vibrant. Lin Xian sprinkled some fish food into the pond beneath the rockery, watching as the goldfish swarmed eagerly to feed. His heart inexplicably lifted. After feeding the fish and having breakfast, Lin Xian grabbed his takeaway box, preparing to embark on his day's work. Today, he intended to drive the Pagani Huayra, which had been neglected for a few days. Chapter 49. Lin Feng drove his Pagani Huayra leisurely along the roads adjacent to the university town. Following a heavy rainstorm the previous night, puddles intermittently dotted the roadside. As a well-educated young man of integrity, Lin Feng naturally refrained from speeding on the streets. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine pierced through the air, drawing closer. Lin Feng glanced at his rearview mirror and spotted a gray Porsche hurtling toward him from the right. Just ahead, a large puddle loomed ominously on the road's edge. It was too late to avoid it, and the danger was palpable. Instinctively, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, propelling his sports car forward like an arrow. This maneuver, however, was fraught with peril. The two young women on the roadside turned in response to the Porsche's growl, realizing the driver's intent to splash through the puddle. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to evade the impending deluge. The Porsche barreled through the water, sending a torrent of spray in all directions, drenching the unsuspecting women from head to toe and rendering their elegant dresses a mess. How utterly uncouth! Do you even know how to drive? They exclaimed, their dignified demeanor shattered by the unexpected assault. Who could maintain their composure after being soaked in such a manner? They longed to drag the occupants of the car from their seats and give them a thorough beating. The occupants of the gray Porsche slowed down, reveling in the sight of the drenched women, a man and a woman laughing boisterously at their misfortune. Infuriated, the young women were at a loss for words, contemplating confronting the audacious pair. Just as the Porsche's passengers planned to accelerate away, they found their path obstructed by a red sports car ahead. They had been too preoccupied with the women to notice the fleeting crimson figure. Seeking trouble, mumbled a scruffy man from the Porsche, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet, upon recognizing the Pagani Huayra, his bravado faltered. His Porsche, worth a mere million or so, paled in comparison to the Pagani, which was valued at over 50 million. Anyone who could afford such a luxury vehicle was certainly not someone he could afford to provoke. He was relieved he hadn't fully unleashed his anger and hoped the other driver would simply overlook the incident. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting this transgression slide. Having suffered similar indignities himself, he felt compelled to intervene on this occasion. The door of the Pagani opened slowly, reminiscent of an eagle's majestic wings, exuding grandeur and flair. The influencer seated in the passenger seat of the Porsche was instantly captivated by the stunning supercar before her. Eager to align herself with a wealthy individual, she studied luxury watches and cars in her spare time to ensure she wouldn't miss a genuine tycoon. When she saw Lin Feng emerge from the Pagani, her eyes widened in awe. He was extraordinarily handsome. In stark contrast, the man next to her was so unattractive it made her stomach churn. Had he not lavished her with tens of thousands, she would never have agreed to meet him. The two young women beside her were similarly spellbound by the dazzling sports car and the striking young man who emerged from it, their hearts racing. Yet, drenched as they were, they feared they could never attract such a distinguished gentleman's attention. Lin Feng approached the Porsche, gently tapping on the window. "A word, if you please," he said calmly, his demeanor exuding an air of authority despite his composed expression. How could someone with such a modest vehicle dare to engage in reckless driving? It was evident he was merely a nouveau riche. The two young women, their hearts aflame with admiration, silently cheered for Lin Feng, who embodied justice and righteousness. As Lin Feng stepped out of his car, the Porsche's driver discreetly rolled up the window, realizing he was ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable figure. He dreaded the prospect of confrontation. "Hey there, buddy." The Porsche driver finally lowered the window with a feigned smile. Lin Feng felt a wave of revulsion wash over him at the sight of that smirk. "Step out and let us discuss this properly," he replied, raising an eyebrow, his gaze laced with a clear threat. Meanwhile, the influencer was entranced by Lin Feng, her mind weaving a tapestry of dreams. Dating this charming young man, monopolizing his attention, marrying him and managing his wealth. Such fantasies danced through her head. Chapter 50. Lin Xian encountered a woman in the passenger seat of a Porsche whose gaze seemed to harbor a desire to devour him whole. A shiver ran down his spine. Such a woman, despite possessing a modicum of allure, was not worth having even if she were offered for free. The thick layer of makeup on her face resembled a wall being painted, and her attire exuded an air of debauchery. The two young women on the roadside, devoid of any makeup, could effortlessly outshine her. Upon catching Lin Xian's glance, the internet celebrity immediately adopted a coy demeanor, striking poses and showcasing the antics she often displayed during her live broadcasts. Previously, whenever she spoke or sang in front of the camera in such a manner, the men in her audience would shower her with gifts, adoringly calling her a goddess and behaving like her sycophants. Disgusted, Lin Xian averted his gaze and, with a single hand, dragged the man from the Porsche out of the driver's seat as if he were a lifeless dog. Thanks to continuous enhancements from the system, he had become immensely strong. Grabbing the back of the Porsche driver's neck, he flung him in front of the two young women. The internet celebrity hastily exited the car, brandishing her bag and feigning disdain, but internally, she felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing the two young women's soiled attire. In comparison, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, and from this moment onward, she intended to sever all ties with the ugly man. The Porsche driver was terrified. He looked refined and gentle, yet possessed such immense strength. "Ladies, I apologize. It was my foolishness, my blind eyes. I'll make amends. I'll compensate." He quickly prostrated himself before the two young women, begging for forgiveness. "Your behavior is utterly detestable. Just because you have a car, do you think you're something special? I look down upon people like you, thinking a bit of money elevates you." One of the young women, hands on her hips, pointed an accusing finger at the Porsche driver, her face flushed with anger. This was one of her favorite dresses, and she was unsure if it could be cleaned. Her fury was palpable. "I don't care for your filthy money." Her anger was far from dissipating. "Yes, yes," one of the other young women chimed in, initially intending to scold as well, but upon noticing Lin Xian standing nearby, she chose to exercise restraint. After all, boys typically prefer gentle and soft-hearted girls. Cursing? That's something only country bumpkins would do. "Calm down." Lin Xian approached and gently ruffled her hair, wiping a speck of mud from her face. Her furious expression reminded him of his cousin, Zhen. Both were equally adorable when flustered. He agreed with her words. Did having a bit of money truly make one feel superior? "I can't calm down." The young woman unconsciously echoed Lin Xian's sentiments, and as she felt the large hand on her head, her face flushed bright red. "Oh dear, I've lost all my composure." Besides the Porsche driver, the other two young women were equally bewildered. Had they misjudged? Why did this young man seem to prefer a different type? To them, his actions appeared excessively crude. "Shall we give him a beating?" or perhaps incapacitate his driving hand. Lin Xian continued to coax, his gaze filled with fondness for the young woman. The other two watched this scene, their eyes blazing with envy, regretting their earlier pretentiousness, wishing they had performed better. Please let us not resort to violence. That's illegal. Let him pay us instead, the internet celebrity interjected fiercely, startling Lin Xian and the other two young women, who exchanged surprised glances. Were they not allies? Yet, her fierce demeanor contrasted starkly with the previous young woman's sweetness. She appeared more like a fierce tigress, and in her fervor, her makeup began to crumble. Dear sir, I truly disapprove of such uncouth behavior. I only met him today, and I advised against his actions in the car. I shall sever all ties with him. The internet celebrity reverted to her coy demeanor while casting flirtatious glances at Lin Xian. He was immediately overwhelmed by goosebumps. How narcissistic could this woman be? Did she not see his obvious disdain? The two young women watched the internet celebrity's antics, their mouths agape in astonishment. See? Women are criticized for being materialistic, often due to such representations. Not only do men look down upon such women, but we, too, share the same sentiments. The Porsche driver, lying on the ground, seethed in rage. After spending so much money, he had gained nothing, while this shameless woman immediately cozied up to anyone wealthier than he. He finally understood what it meant to be treated with disdain. Ultimately, the Porsche driver begrudgingly compensated them, repeatedly assuring them he would never engage in such pranks again. Leave, Lin Xian commanded coldly from above. The driver scrambled into his car, speeding away in a panic. Quickly change your clothes. Lin Xian smiled at the two young women. Indeed, we are truly grateful to you today. Without your intervention, we would have been left to contend with such an uncouth scoundrel. They realized that without Lin Xian, they would have had no recourse but to vent their frustrations and accept their misfortune. I merely disapproved. It was but a trivial effort on my part. Lin Xian replied modestly. We'll head back to school to change. Goodbye, dear sir. The two young women waved as they departed. Farewell. Lin Xian reciprocated the gesture. Hey, dear sir, you purchased your car at the Global International Auto Show, didn't you? The previously fiery yet adorable young woman turned back after taking a few steps. Is that your identity? Chapter 51. What's up? Lin Xian inquired. Nothing. I just think this car is dazzling, cool, and incredibly stylish. It suits you perfectly. The girl replied with a bright smile. Lin Xian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was she indirectly complimenting his looks? All right, let's go. I need to change. This outfit is unbearable. Another girl remarked, clearly displeased at being overshadowed. Why are you so dramatic? As the two girls departed, Lin Xian disregarded the influencer's insincere smile and hastily turned to leave. Hey, could you give me a ride? The influencer called, clasping her hands and swaying her body in an attempt to appear endearing. Scram! Lin Xian retorted, unable to tolerate her antics any longer. Even though she was a woman, she had truly crossed the line. It was quite a feat to provoke his usually good-natured temperament. Lin Xian, please let me explain. She shouted after him as he sped away in his sports car, her voice swallowed by the exhaust fumes. Her attempts to appear alluring had backfired spectacularly. At 3 in the afternoon, the cicadas chirped incessantly, reminding everyone just how sweltering this summer was. Lin Xian, still clad in his bright yellow delivery uniform, navigated the narrow streets of the capital. Unlike before, when he had to endure the heat on a small motorcycle delivering takeout, he was now driving a supercar, basking in the admiration of onlookers. Moreover, just last night, Lin Xian had discovered a new, unknown realm within the system, filling him with anticipation. Therefore, he resolved to expedite his delivery tasks, hoping to complete them swiftly and gain entry into this new domain. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed a special task and earned a luxury Patek Philippe watch worth millions. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's physical attributes were enhanced by the system. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed a special task and earned 1,000 high-end branded outfits. Again, Lin Xian felt nearly lose his balance on the stairs. Did the system find him too frugal? A luxury watch and high-end clothing. Couldn't it have required him to purchase them like during the first task? Although Lin Xian wasn't particularly fond of shopping, he seldom bought branded items even when he did. It seemed the system was intent on transforming him into a true affluent gentleman. Ding! Ding! The system notifications continued to chime. Thankfully, the courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate all these rewards, filling several rooms with luxury watches, jewelry, designer clothing, branded items, and even intimate apparel. The abundance made Lin Xian feel as if he could open a luxury boutique. Now, aside from delivering takeout, he donned his own attire. This transformation elevated his aura to an entirely new level. Lin Xian's inherent nobility was now more pronounced, and his overall demeanor had shifted dramatically due to his newfound wealth. He realized that this aura was, in essence, confidence. With money came self-assurance. However, Lin Xian noted that such frequent deliveries only triggered minor tasks. It appeared that the probability of special tasks was not merely based on the frequency of deliveries. After several days of relentless effort, Lin Xian decided to slow down, recognizing the importance of enjoying life as well. One day, after delivering an order, Lin Xian emerged from a residential complex to find Tu Jiao sitting despondently beside a flower bed, seemingly troubled. "Here," Lin Xian said, having purchased 2 chocolate ice creams from a nearby store. He handed one to Tu Jiao. Startled, Tu Jiao looked up to find Lin Xian standing before her. Instantly, her demeanor brightened with youthful vigor. "Thank you." She unwrapped the ice cream and took a small bite. "It's so sweet. Weren't you supposed to treat me to dinner? I've been waiting for your call." Lin Xian settled beside her, taking a bite of his ice cream. "Lin Xian, would you be my boyfriend?" Tu Jiao asked softly, her cheeks flushing. Nervousness prevented her from meeting his gaze. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected such directness from her and struggled to find a response. But she quickly clarified, "What I mean is, could you pretend to be my boyfriend? Is this why you were feeling down?" Lin Xian refrained from asking her the reason behind her request. "Did you notice?" Tu Jiao turned her head, captivated by his striking features, astonished that Lin Xian could perceive such subtleties. Despite the stereotype that men were oblivious, he was remarkably attentive. Moreover, the ice cream made his lips appear so luscious and enticing. She yearned to kiss him. What an extraordinary man he was. Chapter 52. Has your ice cream melted? As Tu Jiao's gaze became increasingly dazed, Lin Xian gently flicked her smooth, plump forehead with his finger. "Ah!" Tu Jiao snapped back to reality, glancing at her ice cream and realizing it showed no signs of melting, understanding that she had been playfully teased. Instantly, she lowered her head in embarrassment. "When?" Lin Xian continued to inquire. "Ah!" Tu Jiao appeared bewildered. "When will you make me your girlfriend?" "What a silly girl." Lin Xian affectionately ruffled Tu Jiao's hair. "Is it really possible?" "Tonight." Tu Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tonight was their university classmates' gathering. Although it was acceptable not to bring a boyfriend, she dreaded being mocked by her friends, especially the 3 girls from her dormitory. They not only had boyfriends, but some had even changed partners multiple times, each one more affluent and handsome than the last. Meanwhile, she had remained single throughout her university years. Just moments ago, she had been disheartened, pondering where to find a boyfriend, only for Lin Xian to suddenly appear before her. In truth, she had harbored feelings for Lin Xian all along, but she feared that such a handsome boy must already have a girlfriend. Otherwise, why would he pretend not to notice her subtle advances? Observing the myriad of emotions flitting across her face, joy, then frowning, made Lin Xian feel a pang of sympathy for her uncertainty. He realized that it had been him who had caused her this emotional turmoil. "I'll pick you up at 5:30, he declared. "Really? That's wonderful," Tu Jiao exclaimed, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with delight as she took a hearty bite of her ice cream. "So cold," she added, covering her mouth the next moment. "Silly girl." Tu Jiao's antics brought laughter to Lin Xian's lips, and they exchanged smiles, the sweetness of the moment enveloping the air around them. After parting ways with Tu Jiao, Lin Xian concluded his work early, shutting down the delivery system. The 2 side rooms of the courtyard had been transformed into a wardrobe by Lin Xian. He casually selected a shirt, paired it with cropped trousers and a limited edition pair of casual leather shoes. His wardrobe consisted solely of top-tier designer brands, allowing him to choose effortlessly. Any piece he donned appeared remarkably appealing, a testament to his own attributes. Ultimately, he adorned himself with a Patek Philippe watch, significantly elevating his overall elegance. A quality watch indeed enhances a man's allure. In contemporary times, a watch transcends mere timekeeping. It embodies a man's identity and status, reflecting punctuality, rigor, and composure. After ensuring he looked suitably handsome and composed, Lin Xian glanced at the clock, 4:40 p.m., just in time to fetch Tu Jiaojiao. He arrived at the underground parking garage, pressed the remote for his Pagani, and settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine. As he approached the exit, the guard raised the barrier, well aware of the wealthy delivery man residing next door. Thus, every time Lin Xian entered or exited, the staff's demeanor was exceptionally courteous. He was even contemplating purchasing a property in this community, having been charmed by their genuine hospitality. Stopping beneath Tu Jiaojiao's building, Lin Xian called her and patiently played a song while waiting. He anticipated that she would be dressed to the nines. Meanwhile, Tu Jiaojiao's bed was strewn with dresses and skirts. Previously, she had been indifferent about her attire for the gathering, but this time was different. She was going with Lin Xian, the person she valued most. She absolutely could not embarrass him. She held up a dress to the mirror, deeming it unflattering and tossing it aside, even though it would have highlighted her radiance. Another dress made her appear heavier, so she discarded it despite her slim A4 waist. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, waiting below, glanced at his watch without pressing her for time. At last, a graceful figure appeared before him, clad in a striking red ankle-length dress, her neck adorned with a four-leaf clover necklace, her long hair cascading behind her like a swan. Simpler than Lin Xian had imagined, yet stunning and perfectly suited to her aura. A delicate touch of makeup enhanced her natural beauty, imbuing her innocent visage with a hint of mature allure. Lin Xian thought she transformed the space around her into a uniquely beautiful landscape. At that moment, Tu Jiaojiao was scanning the area, puzzled. Wasn't it agreed to wait downstairs? Where is he? Did he grow impatient and leave while waiting too long? She scratched her head, chiding herself for being so verbose. Could Lin Xian have left out of frustration? Lin Xian, witnessing her perplexity from the car, couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 53. Just moments ago, she was praised for her maturity, yet now she seems as naive as ever. Nevertheless, her adorable, innocent demeanor is truly endearing. Deciding to refrain from teasing her further, Lin Xian honked the car horn, and the windows of the Pagani Huayra ascended entirely, as if ready to take flight. Tu Jiaojiao, unfamiliar with luxury vehicles and solely focused on locating Lin Xian, was startled by the sudden honking. She then witnessed the door of the car before her flinging open with remarkable swiftness. How magical! This was Tu Jiaojiao's immediate reaction. The car appeared to be on the verge of taking off. Get in. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. Had he not called her, would she have continued her search? That silly girl. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tu Jiaojiao glanced into the car, only to discover Lin Xian seated within this winged vehicle. Why you? How are you inside the car? Tu Jiaojiao exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't he just a delivery guy? How could he possess such an extravagant vehicle? Though she was unaware of the car's brand or price, it was evident to her that this car must be exorbitantly expensive. It's my car, of course I'm in it. Hurry and come aboard. Lin Xian responded with a smile. He truly admired Tu Jiaojiao for maintaining her innocence even while working. Unburdened by material desires, she lived simply and joyfully. Oh! Tu Jiaojiao hastily lifted her skirt and jumped into the car, and Lin Xian then noticed that her skirt had a slit. What a little enchantress. A charmingly clueless one at that. This is for you. Lin Xian tossed a jewelry box to Tu Jiaojiao. Since he intended to help her enhance her image, he couldn't solely adorn himself with a fortune. His girlfriend deserved an exquisite piece of jewelry as well. After all, he had plenty of these items, so he simply chose one he found particularly appealing to gift her. Is this for me? Tu Jiaojiao gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening. Was he pursuing her? Upon opening the box, she discovered a necklace shaped like a leopard's head. Are these diamonds? How much could this possibly cost? No, I can't accept such a lavish gift, Tu Jiaojiao exclaimed, attempting to return the necklace to Lin Xian. Silly girl. Keep it. It's not diamonds, just crystals. Lin Xian chuckled. While other women might weep for such gifts, Tu Jiao Jiao, upon receiving one, was reluctant to accept. Really, just crystals? Yes. Do you like it? Lin Xian nodded. I do. Tu Jiao Jiao replied, her cheeks flushed. Here, let me put it on for you. Lin Xian said, opening the box, removing the four-leaf clover necklace from around Tu Jiao Jiao's neck, and replacing it with the diamond necklace. Tu Jiao Jiao felt as though she could scarcely breathe. For the first time, she was so close to her idol, who had gifted her a necklace and was personally adorning her with it. Was this a dream? If it were a dream, she wished never to awaken. It looks beautiful, Lin Xian remarked appreciatively, causing Tu Jiao Jiao's face to redden further. After fastening her seatbelt, Lin Xian secured his own and started the engine. This car must be quite expensive. Tu Jiao Jiao's eyes roamed the luxurious interior. Not really, just get settled. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, though a mischievous smile played at the corners of his lips. In an instant, the Pagani Huayra surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Ah! A shriek emanated from the passenger seat. Tu Jiao Jiao, startled, quickly grasped the armrest. So fast, she exclaimed, feeling as though she might take flight. As she acclimated to the speed of the sports car, Tu Jiao Jiao gradually grew bolder, exploring the car here and there. Lin Xian observed her with a smile, knowing that as long as she wasn't causing any damage, her curiosity was harmless. Ultimately, Tu Jiao Jiao stumbled upon a registration document. Flipping it open to find Lin Xian's name listed in the owner section, she was left dumbfounded. Lin Xian was indeed wealthy. Reflecting on his aloof demeanor towards her, it suddenly made sense. A boy like him would surely have countless girls vying for his affection. Due to Tu Jiao Jiao's indecision, both she and Lin Xian naturally arrived late. Within a private room of a hotel in the capital, 2 grand circular tables were filled with guests, numbering around 40. One table, however, had 2 vacant seats, specifically reserved for Tu Jiao Jiao and her boyfriend. Class monitor, why are there still 2 empty seats? Wang Gui, well aware of the reservation, inquired. Indeed, Tu Jiao Jiao and Wang Gui were college classmates and even roommates. Her question was deliberately provocative, as Tu Jiao Jiao had always been Wang Gui's nightmare in college, surpassing her in figure, looks, and family background. Wang Gui, who was competitive and had a high opinion of herself, could hardly accept being overshadowed by Tu Jiao Jiao. Thus, she conspired with their other 2 roommates, Zhang Na and Zhou Li, to isolate Tu Jiao Jiao. Women can be peculiar creatures, often harboring hostility towards those who are naturally more beautiful. Although Tu Jiao Jiao was stunning and had an enviable figure, she had never managed to find a boyfriend in college, which allowed the trio to mock her for being unwanted. Is anyone watching? For those who see this, please send more flowers. I beg for flowers, and comments would be appreciated too. Chapter 54. Unable to find a boyfriend in their eyes, no matter how beautiful one might be, it is merely an act of self-appreciation if one remains unattached. Tu Jiao Jiao, being a pliable and gentle soul, bore their mockery without a word. Today, one of her roommates flaunted a boyfriend who had gifted her a lipstick, while tomorrow another would boast about a substantial red envelope received from hers. To them, being surrounded by men was a testament to one's allure, rendering the unnoticed Tu Jiao Jiao a target of their ridicule. Have you forgotten? This is meant for your roommate Tu Jiao Jiao and her boyfriend, remarked class monitor Wei Wan. Aren't you all roommates? How could you be unaware? She retorted. Wang Gui coughed awkwardly, for they rarely kept in touch except when it was time to show off, calling Tu Jiao Jiao to join them for meals. Of course, she was aware that Tu Jiao Jiao would be coming, as she had personally called her, insisting that she bring her boyfriend along, mentioning that other boys and girls from the class would also be accompanied by their partners. Could it be that she feels shy about coming? Zhou Li commented with a chuckle. Just then, a female voice called out from outside, "Sorry we're late." Moments later, Tu Jiao Jiao entered the private room, leading an exceptionally handsome young man. "Apologies for our tardiness," she repeated as they stepped inside. Their entrance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Eyes widened in awe, especially Lin Xian, whose striking looks and commanding presence left the women utterly mesmerized, glancing at their own boyfriends as if questioning their very existence. The men present felt an unexplainable surge of insecurity and jealousy, particularly two who had long harbored secret affections for Tu Jiao Jiao. They had come specifically to confess their feelings, but upon seeing Lin Xian, their gazes turned hostile. Among them were Wang Gue, Zhang Na, and Li Chong, who never expected Tu Jiao Jiao's boyfriend to be Lin Xian. Indeed, this Li Chong was the same individual Lin Xian had encountered during his interview at Longting Gaming Company. He was left contemplating whether to consider himself unfortunate or merely caught in a twist of fate. Meanwhile, Wang Gue's face flushed a spectrum of colors, as the man she had been longing for was now someone else's boyfriend, and that someone was her rival, Tu Jiao Jiao. She resolved to seize this opportunity and win him over. In the briefest of moments, thoughts swirled among the attendees. "Well done, Jiao Jiao, your boyfriend is quite dashing," Class Monitor Wei Wan exclaimed, playfully patting Tu Jiao Jiao's shoulder. Tu Jiao Jiao shyly smiled, casting a glance at Lin Xian. "Allow me to introduce, this is my boyfriend, Lin Xian." Lin Xian smiled and nodded, acknowledging the group. "Please have a seat," Wei Wan urged. Once the couple settled in, the server commenced bringing out the dishes. Li Chong, catching Lin Xian's glance, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, hastily attempting to convey goodwill. Lin Xian found it amusing. Was he truly that intimidating? From the moment they entered until they were seated, the group scrutinized them, particularly focusing on Lin Xian. A girl knowledgeable about fashion whispered, "His outfit is Gucci, a style I always thought was rather unattractive. Yet he wears it so well." Another chimed in, "And have you seen his shoes? They are from a French brand called Berluti, handcrafted and exceedingly expensive. Each pair a work of art." Though they spoke in hushed tones, most present overheard. "And that watch on his wrist is worth over 10 million, gasped another, prompting the entire room to draw a sharp breath. A watch of such exorbitant value was something most in attendance could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. The men were particularly envious. A watch is a symbol of a man's status, second only to a car. Everyone present had made an effort to showcase their finest belongings, yet they felt overshadowed. Also, did you catch a glimpse of the necklace around Tu Jiao Jiao's neck? It may appear simple, but I looked it up and it's Courtyard, worth at least 500,000. Chapter 55. Touching the necklace around her neck, Tu Jiao Jiao was astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be crystal? How could it cost 500,000? My goodness, he actually gifted her such an extravagant present. In disbelief, Tu Jiao Jiao turned to Lin Xian, who was winking at her. To outsiders, they appeared to be engaging in the affectionate interactions typical of a couple. "Jiao Jiao, your boyfriend is incredibly generous." Even the class monitor, Wei Wan, could not help but feel a tinge of envy. The women around her were filled with jealousy, wondering how Tu Jiao Jiao had secured such a wealthy boyfriend who was also so willing to spend lavishly. Meanwhile, the men felt a sense of dread, fearing their own tiger mothers would disapprove of their financial shortcomings. Already burdened with the monthly expenses of buying clothes, bags, and cosmetics for their girlfriends, they now felt even more disheartened in comparison. Among the most affected was Wang Gue, nearly drowning in her own bitterness. This should have been her moment, yet it had inexplicably fallen into Tu Jiao Jiao's lap. The two boys who had intended to confess their feelings to Tu Jiao Jiao realized that they had lost before even beginning, and they accepted their defeat with resignation. Lin Xian, ever composed, remained unperturbed by the murmurs around them. The women were consumed with envy, astonished that Tu Jiao Jiao had found such a wealthy and handsome boyfriend. Wang Gue, who had been secretly observing, was filled with regret for missing out. "Jiao Jiao, you truly are remarkable. You kept such a handsome boyfriend a secret until now?"
Wei Huan remarked.
"That's not it." Tu Jiao Jiao blushed, unsure of how to respond. "With such a handsome boyfriend, why aren't you always by his side? Where's the time to pay us any mind?" Zhang Na chimed in, scrunching her lips. Tu Jiao Jiao's face reddened even further. Though she was articulate, she found herself at a loss when it came to retorting against someone as blunt as Zhang Na, who often disregarded the situation at hand. "Everything's ready. Let us eat and chat," the class monitor announced. As everyone indulged, a few still found it difficult to enjoy the meal. Wang Guigui was determined to find a way to get closer to Lin Xian, to strike up a conversation, and then smoothly apologize before. Yes, she had a plan. Lin Xian, when are you going home for the new year? She asked, causing everyone to look up in surprise. What was their relationship? Why was she asking him that? Tu Jiaojiao turned to Lin Xian, her expression serious. Li Chong also glanced at his new girlfriend, puzzled about their connection and whether he could leverage it to gain Lin Xian's favor, especially since he had recently lost his job. Zhang Na looked at Wang Guigui in disbelief, thinking her audacity was outrageous. Yet she refrained from confrontation this time, hoping to witness a conflict between the two women. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef and offered it to Tu Jiaojiao. Eat more, he said, not even glancing at Wang Guigui. Tu Jiaojiao smiled sweetly, realizing she had overthought things. Lin Xian would never be interested in Wang Guigui. Suddenly, a piece of food fell off someone's chopsticks, hitting the table. The men at the table exchanged glances, thinking it was rather rude to treat a girl that way, especially as it was clear they were acquainted. The other women, however, relished the drama, finding Wang Guigui's attempts rather kitsch. Wang Guigui's reputation for flirting was well known. She would approach any boyfriend with wealth, and many had experienced her advances. Now, witnessing her fail with someone like Lin Xian, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Feeling utterly embarrassed by Lin Xian's indifference, Wang Guigui was determined not to give up easily. Just the other night I was on the phone with your aunt, and she asked me about you, she forced out, fabricating a story. Oh really? Lin Xian frowned, clearly skeptical. Encouraged by Lin Xian's response, Wang Guigui felt a glimmer of hope. As long as he acknowledged her, she could apologize and win him back. Yes. She even asked about our blind dates. She aimed to assert her claim, signaling to Tu Jiaojiao that Lin Xian was someone she had known first and quite well. Gasps filled the room as everyone was taken aback. Was she really trying to sabotage a classmate so shamelessly? The curiosity of those present intensified, and the boys who had earlier felt sympathy for Wang Guigui now turned their pity towards Li Chong. To live well, one must embrace a bit of mischief. Li Chong wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that Wang Guigui was utterly oblivious to the disdain directed at her. He no longer cared about her antics. All he wished was for her not to ruin his chances. Tu Jiaojiao was equally frustrated. Yet Lin Xian was merely her temporary boyfriend. Chapter 56. With a furious bite of the beef, she chewed angrily. Could she retort? Beneath the dining table, Lin Xian gently squeezed Tu Jiaojiao's small hand, trying to soothe her, fearing she might retaliate in frustration. Moreover, how could a man expect a woman to resolve such troubles for him? Lin Xian raised his head and cast a cold, disdainful glance at Wang Guigui. He detested being threatened, especially with the involvement of his aunt. Did she truly believe that she could orchestrate a reunion through her? Absolutely not. Throughout his life, anything Lin Xian disapproved of was never forced upon him by his aunt. Besides, he had no faith in her words. She had touched his sore spot. Wang Guigui, intimidated by Lin Xian's gaze, flinched. Yet, in pursuit of her dreams of marrying into wealth, she resolved to humble herself. Lin Xian, I sincerely apologize for the last incident. I had no idea the dishes would be so expensive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ordered so much. The dowry was insisted upon by my parents, and I personally disagree with it. The most vital aspect of a relationship is affection. Dowries are merely remnants of feudal customs. Wang Guigui rambled on. Lin Xian thought to himself, her audacity knows no bounds. However, he chose not to engage in a quarrel with a woman and decided to ignore her. Then, Lin Xian, can we go on another date? Wang Guigui quickly interjected. As long as he could be swayed to reconsider and date her again, she believed she could win his heart. The crowd erupted in laughter at Tu Jiaojiao's words. It was utterly shameless, especially with his legitimate girlfriend sitting right beside him. Guigui, didn't you tell me afterward that you purposely ordered so many dishes to tease him since he was just a delivery guy?
Zhang Na chimed in.
Unable to allow them to rekindle their relationship, especially since Wang Guigui had previously used her as a pawn, Zhang Na had never forgotten that grievance. You wish to cling to a wealthy man. I shall not grant your desire. The crowd gasped, astonished by her true nature. Wang Guigui glared at Zhang Na, ready to retort, when suddenly, A sharp pain struck her cheek. Slap! The resounding sound stunned everyone present, including Lin Xian. The situation had taken a turn. You actually hit me? Wang Guogue covered her swollen cheek, mortified, as she glared at Li Chong. Do you have no shame? Do you think I am dead? Stealing a classmate's boyfriend right in front of me. Li Chong exclaimed furiously, all the while gauging Lin Xian's expression. The moment he noticed Lin Xian's face darkening, he felt a surge of opportunity and swiftly turned to deliver a slap to Wang Guogue. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for this spectacle, Li Chong said, bowing deeply to Lin Xian. Not at all, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Although he found Wang Guogue repugnant, he also deemed it disgraceful for a man to strike a woman. No one in the room sympathized with Wang Guogue. In fact, they felt she was well matched with the scoundrel. Oh my, your face is swollen.
Zhang na interjected. Li Qiang.
You scoundrel! How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay. Wang Guogue retaliated, grabbing a plate from the table and smashing it over Li Chong's head. The plate shattered into pieces, fortunately without inflicting any serious injury. You lunatic! Li Chong wiped the grease from his face, raising his hand to retaliate, but the crowd quickly intervened to separate the two. The private room descended into chaos, rendering the meal inedible. Numerous waitstaff gathered at the door, eager to call the authorities upon witnessing the altercation. No need, no need. We have resolved this. Class monitor Wei Wan promptly intervened. Given the commotion, it was evident that the meal would no longer proceed. Lin Xian intended to take Tu Jiaojiao elsewhere to dine, whispering a few words into her ear. Tu Jiaojiao nodded repeatedly, clearly elated, as she had not wished to attend this gathering in the first place, and now she could dine alone with her crush. The thought thrilled her. Class monitor, we shall take our leave, Tu Jiaojiao informed Wei Wan. Wait, don't rush off. We still have karaoke planned. Wei Wan grasped Tu Jiaojiao's hand, unwilling to let her go. As soon as it became evident that the two intended to leave, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted from Wang Guogue and Li Chong to Tu Jiaojiao and Lin Xian. Primarily, it was Lin Xian. The girls present desired to feast their eyes upon his ethereal beauty, knowing such an opportunity might never arise again. The boys contemplated forging connections with Lin Xian, recognizing that associating with such a distinguished individual could only yield favorable outcomes in their future endeavors. Especially for Li Chong, upon noticing Lin Xian's impending departure, he approached with his head still adorned with remnants of the food, bowing and scraping. Mr. Lin, are you leaving already? Another person, equally eager as Li Chong, was Zhou Li, Tu Jiaojiao's other university roommate, a scheming individual. How could she let such an opportunity slip away? Even if she couldn't separate Lin Xian from Tu Jiaojiao, she would plant seeds of doubt regarding Tu Jiaojiao's fidelity. Once suspicion arose, abandonment wouldn't be far behind. Jiaojiao, are you truly leaving so soon? We haven't even had the chance to catch up.
Yoli feigned affection, grasping Tu Jiaojiao's hand.
Tu Jiaojiao thought. When did their relationship become so intimate? Chapter 57. Tu Jiaojiao, feeling quite uncomfortable, attempted to withdraw her hand, yet the other party's grip was too tight, making it difficult for her to forcefully break free. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, we have all graduated for quite some time. Zhou Li feigned a melancholic expression reminiscent of youthful days spent with classmates. Tu Jiaojiao was puzzled by Zhou Li's intentions and cast a pleading glance at Lin Xian, who had just finished chatting with a few boys and was now looking her way. In truth, Lin Xian had noticed her distress long ago. She was too shy to confront the situation. As he approached, intending to suggest it was time to leave, Zhou Li interjected, back in the day, you and Chun Lin were quite the pair. Who would have thought you would end up with someone even better than him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Li feigned surprise at noticing Lin Xian, hastily clarifying, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I meant you're better than Chun Lin. What I meant was that's all in the past. No, I meant to say that Chun Lin liking Jiao Jiao is simply impossible now. Zhou Li pretended to be increasingly flustered with each explanation. Tu Jiao Jiao was bewildered. What did this mean? When had she ever been involved with Chun Lin? Her feelings for him were her own affair. It had nothing to do with her. Just as she was about to refute this, Zhou Li continued, it's all my fault for speaking too quickly. Jiao Jiao, please don't hold it against me. I meant no harm. Mr. Lin, I assure you, there is nothing between them. What a perfect demonstration of the phrase there's no such thing as a secret. With an innocent and pure demeanor, Zhou appeared genuinely apologetic, as though she had inadvertently revealed Tu Jiaojiao's secret. It was all too transparent, reminiscent of a white lotus or a green tea girl. Zhou observed the rising panic in Tu Jiaojiao's eyes, a triumphant smirk flashing across her own. Excellent. This was precisely the reaction she desired. Regardless of how one might try to explain, it would likely fall short now. Tu Jiaojiao looked directly into Lin Xian's eyes and softly implored, "What Zhou said isn't true. Do you believe me?" Lin Xian gently patted her small hand, offering a reassuring smile before turning to Zhou and uttering a single word. Noisy. Was Lin Xian truly akin to those dim-witted boys? This man was not easily swayed by hearsay. He wouldn't be fooled by mere words. Zhou face flushed crimson upon hearing this, rendered speechless, unsure whether to remain or depart. All she could manage was an awkward smile. What she presumed to be a cunning scheme to sow discord was merely perceived as a nuisance by others. Hearing Lin Xian confront Zhou brought Tu Jiaojiao immense joy, filling her with a sense of security. "I truly apologize, everyone, but I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave," Lin Xian declared, taking Tu Jiaojiao's hand as he spoke. "All right, we shall converse again at our next meeting. Mr. Lin, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Indeed. Some boys had just acquired Lin Xian's phone number and WeChat contact. Very well. Lin Xian responded cheerfully, bidding farewell to the group while guiding Tu Jiaojiao away. "Lin Xian, thank you so much for today," Tu Jiaojiao expressed gratefully as they drove in the sports car. It was a mere trifling task. Lin Xian replied with a smile while driving. "By the way, I should return this necklace to you. It's too extravagant and I cannot accept it. Once I gift something, it becomes yours. I, Lin Xian, do not retract my gifts," he asserted confidently. "Then, I shall temporarily keep it for you."
Tu Jiaojiao replié.
At a high-end residential community on Pingyi Road, Lin Xian ascended to the 16th floor with takeout in hand. Outside room 1603, he knocked on the door and announced, "Hello, Meituan Delivery. Your order has arrived." After a brief pause, the door opened to reveal a mature woman, around 37 or 38, possessing considerable charm. She scrutinized Lin Xian from head to toe, her eyes gleaming with interest. "May I ask for the last 4 digits of your phone number?" Lin Xian was preoccupied with his phone, entirely oblivious to the woman's gaze. 0996. "That's correct. Enjoy your meal." Lin Xian handed over the takeout, preparing to leave. "Wait, handsome," the mature woman called after him. "Is there anything else?" he inquired. "My light bulb is broken, and I cannot replace it. Could you assist me?" she asked with a smile. Lin Xian considered the task of changing a light bulb. It was a trivial matter, and he agreed, entering her home to help. The mature woman enthusiastically steadied the stool for him, but Lin Xian couldn't shake the feeling that her hands were somewhat too familiar. Once the light bulb was replaced, Lin Xian took a moment to wipe down the stool with a tissue. "All done," he announced, preparing to leave. "Wait," the mature woman blocked his path with outstretched arms. Lin Xian was taken aback. "What does this mean? Please support me with your collections. Flowers. Rating votes. Thank you all." Chapter 58. Young man, would you like to spare yourself a decade of toil? The mature sister leaned against the dining table, her eyes sparkling with a playful smile as she gazed at Lin Xian. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such an extraordinarily handsome young man, and upon seeing Lin Xian, her heart surged with delight. Lin Xian was taken aback. What was happening? He quickly regained his composure, pondering whether this sister intended to support him as a kept man. He scrutinized her appearance. A flowing crimson gown, seaweed-like long hair, and a face radiating a captivating allure. Yet she was simply not his type. "Sister, my teeth are in excellent condition, and I have no desire to live off soft meals," Lin Xian replied with a resigned smile. Hearing his words, the mature sister did not take offense. Instead, she playfully tossed her hair, her smile exuding charm. "When will you rise above your current job delivering takeout? I possess countless properties under my name. If you so wish, I can assure you that within a year." You will acquire wealth that others might only dream of in a lifetime. And don't you find me beautiful? With that, she stepped closer, attempting to grasp Lin Xian's hand. He deftly evaded her touch and replied with a smile, "Sister, you are indeed beautiful, but you are not my type. Farewell." He had already attained a wealth that most could only envy, and he simply did not fancy such a mature sister, even if she was a few years older. As he stepped out the door, Lin Xian felt his heart racing. These mature women were quite bold. Young men must learn to protect themselves in the world. Meanwhile, within a certain residence of a local community, a beautiful girl dressed in Lolita attire sat before her computer, intently painting on her drawing board, her lovely eyes reflecting a deep infatuation. She was Tang Xiaowan, who had shared a fleeting encounter with Lin Xian. Ever since she stumbled upon him on Douyin and subsequently met him, she had been unable to forget his striking features and radiant smile. Her thoughts consumed by him, she devoted herself to her art, hoping to alleviate her longing by capturing their encounter in a series of illustrations, envisioning sweet moments of reunion. The walls of her bedroom were adorned with her artwork, and upon closer inspection, all the characters depicted were the same person. Clad in a chef's uniform, dressed as a delivery man, or donning a simple t-shirt, each portrayal showcasing his striking handsomeness. "When will I see you again? When we meet, will you remember me?" she pondered as she painted. Lost in thought, she retrieved her phone and scrolled through her album, carefully examining the screenshots of Lin Xian from Douyin. He is simply too handsome, breathtakingly so. In a moment of playful mischief, she glanced towards the door to ensure her mother was absent before planting a flurry of kisses on Lin Xian's profile picture. Embarrassed, she covered her face, her heart racing at the thought that if he were real, she might just faint. As the clock struck 10, a tempest raged outside. Lin Xian recalled a similar stormy night when he had just resigned from the gaming company to deliver takeout, braving the rain to complete a few more orders, only to fall ill afterward. Reflecting on those days brought a sense of nostalgia. As he retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cellar, preparing to indulge in a modest sip, his phone rang. The caller ID read Hua Nongying. An exquisite visage flashed in his mind. "Hello," Lin Xian answered. "Lin Xian, could you come over?" Hua Nongying's voice trembled with distress. "What happened?" Lin Xian's expression turned serious. "Xiaomiao has a fever. Can you help me take her to the hospital? I truly do not know who else to turn to," she cried. The image of the adorable little girl, Xiaomiao, filled Lin Xian's mind, tightening his heart. "Don't worry, I'm on my way," he assured her instantly. Hua Nongying's first thought in a crisis was Lin Xian, and upon hearing his voice, her anxiety began to dissipate. After hanging up, Lin Xian seized an umbrella by the door and dashed outside. He drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan directly to Hua Nongying's residence. Accelerating with fervor, he navigated the evening traffic, and within a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of her community. Chapter 59. Lin Xian parked the car and took the elevator directly upstairs. Upon arriving at the door of Hua Nongying, he knocked lightly, and the door swung open. "You're here." Upon seeing Lin Xian, Hua Nongying felt as if all her previous strength and pretense had been stripped away in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. "Don't worry, I've come." Hearing the tremor in Hua Nongying's voice, Lin Xian embraced her gently before quickly releasing her. "How is Miao Miao?" he inquired as he walked towards the room. This was not the time for sweet nothings. The priority was to get Miao Miao to the hospital. "She has a slight fever, and she just vomited the medicine she took," Hua Nongying replied. Upon entering the bedroom, Lin Xian saw Miao Miao lying in her small bed, a towel draped over her forehead. He felt her forehead. It was warm. Without hesitation, he picked Miao Miao up and headed outside, while Hua Nongying hurriedly grabbed an umbrella to follow him. As she watched the tall figure of the man in front of her, Hua Nongying felt an unexpected sense of reliance. Having a man by her side was not a bad thing after all. While they were in the elevator, Miao Miao stirred slightly and murmured, "Daddy," before tears began to stream down her little cheeks. "Daddy, I feel so unwell," she said weakly, her voice laden with grievance. Lin Xian's heart tightened at her words, and Hua Nongying's tears flowed freely beside him. Looking at the pitiful duo of mother and daughter, Lin Xian silently scorned the man who had abandoned them 1,000 times. With such a lovely daughter and such an exquisite wife, he truly wished to confront that scoundrel. Don't be afraid. Daddy will take you to the hospital, Lin Xian said gently. Miao Miao weakly nodded, curling up in Lin Xian's embrace and drifting off to sleep once more. As Lin Xian held Miao Miao, Hua Nongying held the umbrella over them. Noticing their plight, the community security guard promptly opened the gate for them. Lin Xian placed Miao Miao in the back seat, and once Hua Nongying got in and closed the door, he drove straight to the children's hospital. Despite the pouring rain and the late hour of 10 p.m., the hospital was still bustling with patients. Lin Xian entrusted Miao Miao to Hua Nongying and then proceeded to queue for registration. Watching Lin Xian dart about, Hua Nongying felt a surge of emotion, affirming in her heart that this man was her lifelong support. After the doctor diagnosed Miao Miao with a gastrointestinal flu, a common viral infection characterized by recurring fever and vomiting, it was recommended that she receive intravenous fluids. Once Miao Miao was hooked up to the fore, Lin Xian and Hua Nongying stood vigil by her bedside. Hua Nongying held Miao Miao's small hand tightly, her face still etched with worry. Don't fret. The doctor has assured us it's just a cold. She will be fine after the fore, Lin Xian reassured her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders to draw her close. Hua Nongying reciprocated by wrapping her arms around his waist, their bond deepening in that moment of intimacy. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air from the doorway. Xiaoying, how is Miao Miao? Is she all right? A middle-aged woman, around 50, rushed in, and upon seeing the two embraced, she froze for a moment before her face blossomed into a delighted smile. To her astonishment, her daughter, who had always shunned marriage, had found a boyfriend. Aunt Yang was almost ecstatic, realizing that her daughter had abandoned her previous convictions. The couple instinctively turned to face the commotion at the door. Lin Xian was met with the sight of a kind-looking woman in her 50s, her face beaming with warmth. They quickly separated. Then Lin Xian heard Hua Nongying call out to the woman, "Mom." At that moment, Lin Xian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This amiable woman was indeed Hua Nongying's mother. What a colossal misunderstanding. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Aunt Yang said, her smile unwavering. As she spoke, she noticed her daughter's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Mom, Lin Xian just came to help me take Miao Miao to the hospital. It's not what you think. Humph. Aunt Yang scoffed inwardly, rolling her eyes at Hua Nongying. You think you can fool me? I've eaten more salt than you've had rice in your lifetime. Do you take me for a fool? Just look at your shy demeanor. I can see right through you. In her heart, she concluded, this is definitely promising. They've already embraced. How could it not be? How is Miao Miao? If you had called me, I would have rushed over immediately, Aunt Yang said, moving to Miao Miao's bedside to observe her. In her excitement, she nearly forgot her granddaughter. Gastrointestinal flu, with a slight fever. The doctor said she'll be fine after the fore, Hua Nongying explained. Aunt Yang gently touched Miao Miao's forehead and lovingly squeezed her little hand. That's wonderful to hear. Turning her attention back to Lin Xian, Aunt Yang regarded him with a radiant smile. Young man, you are truly handsome. Look at those eyes, that nose, those lips. Everything about you is pleasing, and you're quite tall too. Aunt Yang couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Indeed, she felt her daughter had struck gold. Poor Hua Nongying remained unaware that her mother had underestimated her once again. This was a perfect illustration of the saying, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Lin Xian felt uneasy under her scrutiny, yet he discerned that Aunt Yang's gaze was filled with affection. Chapter 60. Lin Xian felt an undeniable pride at being recognized by the stunning beauty's mother. He adjusted his attire and graciously allowed her to admire him. Young man, what is your name? How old are you this year? Where are you from? What do you do? Despite her fondness, Aunt Yang bombarded Lin Xian with a series of probing questions. Mom, why are you being like this? Hua Nongying hurriedly interjected, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. What's wrong with asking? Is it not permissible to inquire? Aunt Yang countered, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Xian. Auntie, my name is Lin Xian. I am 25 years old, a native of Shudu, and I currently work as a delivery person. Lin Xian replied with a calm smile, neither frivolous nor overly eager to please, embodying a demeanor of composure and propriety. He decided to claim his age as 25, as he would soon be reaching that milestone. In truth, he appreciated the straightforward nature of Hua Nongying's mother. From Shudu, you say? I had only heard of the beauty that hails from there. I never imagined the boys would be so handsome as well. As for your job, it is no concern. As long as one is self-sufficient, that is far better than those spoiled rich heirs in her eyes. You seem quite mature and steady. I am sure you will achieve great success in the future, Aunt Yang remarked with a sweet smile gracing her lips as she observed Lin Xian. Mom, it's getting late, and Miao Miao is fine. You should head back, Hua Nongying said, visibly uncomfortable with her mother's behavior, as though it implied no one would want her. All right, I'll leave. I won't disturb your little world, Aunt Yang said with an understanding expression. Miao Miao. Grandma will come to see you in a few days. Make sure to get better soon, Aunt Yang said, walking over to the bed to gently caress Miao Miao's small face while whispering to the sleeping child. Auntie, where do you live? Let me see you off, Lin Xian offered, noticing that her sleeve was damp from the rain outside. No need. I can take a taxi myself. It's not a bother, Aunt Yang replied cheerfully, waving her hand as she turned to leave the ward. Halfway, she suddenly turned back and said to Lin Xian, Young Lin, could you step outside? I have something to discuss with you. Mom, what do you want to say? Hua Nongying asked anxiously. Mind your own business. Aunt Yang shot her daughter a glare and pulled Lin Xian out. It turned out that Hua Nongying had grown up in a single-parent household, influenced by her upbringing and her own inherent independence. Aunt Yang had noticed that Hua Nongying never dated, nor did she attend blind dates set up by others, until one day, her daughter declared her intention to remain single for life, rejecting the notion of relationships and marriage, insisting that she could thrive without a man. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yang was nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. How could one choose not to marry? In her generation's eyes, remaining unmarried either indicated a failure to attract a partner or a mental issue. Gradually, however, Aunt Yang came to terms with it, realizing she could not sever their mother-daughter bond simply because her daughter chose not to seek a boyfriend. Ultimately, as long as her daughter was happy, Aunt Yang felt fulfilled as a mother. 2 years later, when Hua Nongying adopted Miao Miao as her own daughter, Aunt Yang had not completely abandoned her hope for Hua Nongying to find a partner. Yet, this hope lingered until Miao Miao was 4 years old. The arrival of Lin Xian brought Aunt Yang immense joy. In her heart, she had already deemed him her son-in-law. This story was truly astonishing. Hua Nongying was indeed a member of the non-marriage community. Lin Xian had only heard of such individuals, who typically pursued relationships without the intention of marriage. He had never encountered someone who rejected both romance and matrimony. Little did he know he would meet such a person. Moreover, it seemed that Hua Nongying was reconsidering her previous stance due to him. At the entrance of the hospital room, Lin Xian gazed at Hua Nongying's delicate silhouette, finding it hard to believe that such a breathtaking beauty would choose a life of solitude. Such a thought would surely sadden all the single men in the world. As he entered the room, Hua Nongying turned and asked, Has my mom left? What did she say to you? Lin Xian fixed his gaze on her exquisite face for a moment before replying gently, Nothing much. She just asked me to take good care of you and Miao Miao. Hua Nongying stood in stunned silence for a moment, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Xian's eyes. Previously, she had harbored concerns that Lin Xian might not accept her, especially since she was not truly single anymore, as she had little Miao Miao to consider. Now it appeared that her worries were nothing more than unnecessary anxiety. Chapter 61. Lin Xian and Hua Nongying were on a date when a man from Xihua caught sight of them. Mistakenly believing that Hua Nongying was deceiving him as a member of the anti-marriage group, he drove his BMW over to humiliate Lin Xian, taunting Hua Nongying to laugh in the BMW instead of crying on the back of a bicycle. Miao Miao had been receiving intravenous fluids until 1 in the morning, but fortunately her fever had subsided. Lin Xian drove them home. By this time the rain had ceased, and a few night owls were emerging on the streets in search of food. Lin Xian gently lifted the sleeping Miao Miao into the car and covered her abdomen with a clean t-shirt he had stored in the vehicle. He then gallantly opened the door for Hua Nongying. Previously, in his haste, Hua Nongying had not noticed the type of car Lin Xian was driving. Now, she realized he was behind the wheel of a sleek, striking red SUV, its powerful lines exuding an air of dominance. Although Hua Nongying wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, She could tell that it was likely quite expensive. "Is this your car?" she inquired, fastening her seatbelt. "Yes," Lin Xian replied with a smile as he started the engine. Hua Nongying was astonished. "Aren't you a delivery driver? How do you have such a luxurious vehicle?" Had she unknowingly caught the eye of a wealthy man? In a rather upscale Western restaurant in the capital, a stunning couple entered hand in hand, quickly capturing the attention of onlookers. Their beauty was remarkable, but another point of intrigue was Lin Xian's delivery uniform, particularly since this establishment did not offer delivery services. It was a place most ordinary people could hardly afford, prompting whispers and speculation about whether Lin Xian was living off a wealthy woman. Some women silently mused that they wouldn't mind dating such a handsome man, even if he were a delivery driver. After all, looks were paramount. People often scrutinize others' lives to compare and satisfy their own vanity, even when their own circumstances are less than ideal. The couple in question was Lin Xian and Hua Nongying, who had decided to enjoy a leisurely lunch together after his delivery shift. Lin Xian, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for Hua Nongying before sitting down himself. As the server approached with the menu, Lin Xian requested Hua Nongying to order for him, as he rarely indulged in Western cuisine, being a true connoisseur of traditional Chinese dishes. Nonetheless, he found himself quite pleased with the dining atmosphere. "Is he really a bumpkin?" sneered a man at the adjacent table, clad in designer attire and sporting a watch worth tens of thousands. He must have a bit of money, yet he was envious of Lin Xian's companion. How could a delivery driver attract such a stunning woman? He lamented. "Look, only men like me have a future," he remarked to his female companion across the table, who fed him a piece of steak while her eyes darted over to Lin Xian. The couple appeared sweet, yet they were both preoccupied with thoughts of the others at the table. Lin Xian smirked, raising an eyebrow at the man next to him. "Even as a delivery driver, I can attract a beauty like her, while you're stuck with someone whose face is forgettable." He winked at the woman, causing her to blush while the bespectacled man seethed with anger. In truth, the likelihood of women being attracted to handsome men is no less than that of men being drawn to beautiful women, as evidenced by the presence of wealthy women. Hua Nongying, upon overhearing the remarks, was infuriated. While she could tolerate insults directed at herself, she would not allow anyone to speak ill of Lin Xian. She stood up, ready to confront the pair, but Lin Xian gently restrained her. Stay calm," he said, patting her hand, which only enchanted the woman at the nearby table further. Soon, their meals arrived, and Hua Nongying expertly cut Lin Xian a steak, offering it to him. In return, he prepared a piece for her, and they exchanged bites while casting glances at the table beside them. "Let them underestimate us. Let them envy our connection," Lin Xian thought. The waitstaff frequented their table, attentive to their needs, as patrons admired the striking couple, some even discreetly taking photos from a distance, captivated by their exceptional looks. Chapter 62. I beheld him, truly handsome. His eyelashes are longer than those of any woman. His skin is fairer than mine. How can we women survive in the presence of such beauty? A waitress, having stolen a glance at Lin Xian, excitedly shared her exhilaration with a companion standing nearby. "Indeed, I consider myself a representative of beauty in the service industry, yet in his presence, I feel utterly inferior," a reasonably attractive male server remarked from the side. "The woman beside him is stunning as well, but I doubt their relationship will last. A man's looks alone are of little consequence." A male server scoffed, questioning why they, both being service staff, should be so fortunate, while he, a mere delivery boy, could have such a breathtaking girlfriend. "Don't fret. I just saw him arrive in a sports car," a tall, slender server chimed in. "A sports car? Isn't that easy to rent?" The male server replied dismissively. "It's a Pagani Huayra. Why don't you go rent one and let me see?" The tall server retorted sarcastically. At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted their conversation. It was the manager. The servers promptly dispersed, though they occasionally stole glances to admire that extraordinary visage. Lin Xian and Hua Nongying were engaged in conversation, laughter and joy occasionally punctuating their meal. Just then, a man dressed in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, and wearing pointed leather shoes entered the restaurant. He chose a seat directly across from Lin Xian and Hua Nongying, ordering a steak. Unbeknownst to them, the man soon laid eyes on Hua Nongying, his position directly opposite hers. Yang Lin, having toiled all morning, lifted his gaze to find the goddess he had long admired sitting right across from him. Her smile radiant and her demeanor shy. Yang Lin had never witnessed Hua Nongying smile at him. Seeing her enchanting smile for the first time left him spellbound. However, in the next moment, as he realized her smile was directed at the man sitting opposite her, a surge of jealousy ignited within him, overwhelming him with the sensation of having something precious snatched away. He had pursued Hua Nongying for nearly a year, but his invitations to dine went unanswered, his gifts rejected, and even his willingness to assume the role of a stepfather was dismissed. She had often claimed to be uninterested in marriage, allergic to men, and questioned the source of children. To his dismay, after just a week apart, she was laughing and conversing with another man, clearly smitten. Moreover, judging by the man's attire, he appeared to be a delivery worker. Yang Lin's anger flared even more, questioning how a poor delivery boy could ever compare to him. In a fit of rage, Yang Lin stood up and approached the pair, looking down upon them. Hua Nongying and Lin Xian, engrossed in their conversation, both glanced up to see a furious man glaring at them. "What do you want?" Hua Nongying replied coldly, having rebuffed him at least 100 times before. "Hua Nongying, is it for this delivery boy that you refuse to be with me? Answer me." Upon seeing Lin Xian's face, he instinctively categorized him as a mere pretty boy. In terms of family background and worth, he believed he was superior to this delivery worker, shocked to discover that Hua Nongying was such a superficial woman. "What do you want?" Lin Xian rose, his tone icy as he placed a firm hand on the arrogant man's shoulder, holding him immobile. "Are you looking for a fight?" Yang Lin retorted defiantly, attempting to shake off Lin Xian's grip. Yet, he found himself unable to move, as if a colossal weight pressed down upon him, the pressure of Lin Xian's hand intensifying, causing him to grimace in pain and break into a cold sweat. The spectacle of two men vying for one woman quickly drew the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, who observed with keen interest. Two men competing for one woman? Unlikely. It was the beauty who pursued him, after all. However, he could hardly respect this well-groomed man's aggressive demeanor toward a woman, particularly one he considered his own. It was simply reckless. "Look at you men. This is what you admire. A woman who is clearly playing both sides," a woman remarked to her boyfriend. "But it doesn't count. She hasn't accepted this man's pursuit." The boyfriend responded nonchalantly. "What do you mean it doesn't count? You men are foolish. Just because someone is beautiful doesn't mean you should chase after them," the woman insisted relentlessly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The man replied, furrowing his brow in exasperation. Chapter 63. The man was momentarily at a loss for words and retorted, "Whatever you say goes," utterly incredulous. "I want to break up," the woman declared, her voice brimming with indignation. "Fine, if you want to break up. I have no intention of serving you any longer." The two, leaving their meal unfinished, discarded their chopsticks and stormed out. Hua Nongying approached Lin Xian with a gentle demeanor, grasping his hand. At the mere mention of Xian, Yang Lin felt a surge of bitterness. That tender voice had once haunted his midnight reveries, drawing tears from him. Now, hearing it directed at another only deepened his resentment toward the delivery man. Yet he sensed he was no match for him. Lin Xian, with a swift and refined motion, pushed the overly adorned individual away, indicating that as long as he left promptly, he would not pursue the matter further. Lin Xian's dashing gesture instantly captivated the female spectators, their hearts fluttering in admiration. "He is truly so manly," they mused. In contrast, their own partners, preoccupied with food, appeared utterly feckless. Some men in the restaurant felt a pang of sorrow. Upon hearing Hua Nongying's exclamation, they felt their resolve weaken, casting furtive glances at their domineering partners, who seemed perpetually displeased. They were convinced that, if they encountered someone provocatively challenging them, their own tigers would not only refrain from counsel but would actually encourage them to engage in a brawl, believing that only through bloodshed could they prove their love. Alas, how unfair it was that such a gentle and exquisite woman was not in their lives. Yang Lin, recognizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Lin Xian, hesitated to concede but felt too proud to withdraw completely. He resolved to avoid a confrontation of strength and quietly returned to his seat. Lin Xian and Hua Nongying finished their meal, with Lin Xian settling the bill and preparing to leave the restaurant. Sensing their departure, Yang Lin hastily discarded his fork, settled his bill and followed them outside. "Hey, delivery guy, what will it take for you to leave her alone?" Yang Lin called out as he caught up to them. 1 million. Leave her be, how about that? Before Lin Xian could respond, Yang Lin continued, confidently believing that his modest business earnings would be sufficient to dissuade Lin Xian. In his eyes, a delivery man could never hope to amass such wealth, and he was certain the man would acquiesce. Yet he was gravely mistaken. Lin Xian was no ordinary delivery man. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. A tooth flew from Yang Lin's mouth, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing with a thud, rolling a few times before disappearing into a nearby drain. Lin Xian cracked his knuckles, his patience wearing thin. He had been on the verge of retaliating against this insolent individual, only to find him even more audacious than anticipated. 1 million? Do you think I, Lin Xian, would covet your paltry sum? Moreover, 1 million? That is an affront to women. Hua Nongying, equally incensed, interjected. What do you take me for, an object? The patrons seated by the window witnessed the unfolding drama, their murmurs rising in excitement. The others in the restaurant rushed out, eager to witness the spectacle, oblivious to the specifics of the exchange, save for the fact that a delivery man had been assaulted. How could he resort to violence? Some pointed out, "You wouldn't believe it. I heard that the one getting beaten was persistently pursuing his girlfriend." Another chimed in, "I reckon the one who got hit is quite affluent. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly choose him over a mere pauper. He seems quite devoted," remarked a young man clad in designer attire, albeit with an unappealing visage. "You know nothing. That is true love. Money cannot purchase it," a girl beside him countered, seemingly the girlfriend in question. "What value does true love hold?" The young man scoffed. "What did you say? I never imagined you were such a person. It's over." With that, the woman grabbed her bag and left without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, thanks to their altercation, 2 more couples had ended their relationships that day. Yang Lin wiped the blood from his mouth and stood defiantly. "Kid, do you think that just because you can fight, you can provide happiness for a woman? What qualifications do you, a delivery man, have to be with such a beautiful woman? Can you even support her?" Lin Xian smiled lightly. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Can't support her? My assets alone would terrify you. What can you offer? Your shabby electric bike?"
Yang Lin derided.
"Nongying, look at my newly acquired BMW. If you sever ties with this fellow, I can overlook the past and buy you one too. You have children now. Only a man like me, with such a generous heart, can accept you. This guy looks utterly unreliable." Yang Lin prattled on, pointing at a BMW 7 Series parked by the roadside. Chapter 64. Onlookers at the restaurant entrance. What? She's actually a single mother? How klitsch. The women scoffed, and the men frowned in disapproval. At this moment, Hua Nongying stepped forward. Lin Xian thought she was about to take action again and hurriedly stopped her. Such matters should not involve a woman, especially when his Pagani Huayra was parked nearby. That was enough to slap him in the face. However, Hua Nongying was determined to clear her name today. She strode forward, chest out, and met Yang Lin's gaze with unwavering confidence. "Yang Lin, at this juncture, I must speak plainly. Ever since you began to pursue me a year ago, I have made it clear that there is no possibility between us. I do not like you, nor have I ever, and I certainly do not wish to have any association with you in the future. Should you continue to harass me, I will report the disturbing messages you sent to the police." She raised her phone, speaking with righteous indignation. A flicker of admiration crossed Lin Xian's eyes. Her clarity of affection and disdain was commendable. The crowd gasped, surprised to find such a disreputable individual, initially thought to be infatuated. "From the past to the present, I have never accepted a single date from you. It has all been in your imagination. I, Hua Nongying, conduct myself with integrity. If you persist in your pursuit, we shall meet at the police station." With a serious demeanor, she spoke resolutely. Lin Xian, resting his chin on his hand, wore a deep smile. No wonder she caught my eye. The women who had just criticized Hua Nongying felt embarrassed. Her beauty made them mistakenly envision her as a fickle woman. They felt genuine shame. The men looked at Lin Xian with envy, jealousy, and resentment. His girlfriend was both stunning and self-respecting, unlike some women who would abandon their principles for a bowl of spicy noodles. After Hua Nongying finished speaking, she turned away, sighing in relief. Heaven knows how anxious she had been. This explanation was also meant for Lin Xian. She did not want any misunderstandings between them. Upon raising her head, she found Lin Xian gazing at her with a warm smile. Remembering her earlier fierce demeanor, she feared he might be put off, but it seemed her worries were unfounded. "Shall we?" Lin Xian took her hand and said. He pressed a button on the remote for the Pagani Huayra, and the doors slowly opened, resembling the wings of majestic eagles. With its fiery red exterior and sleek lines, they seemed to be gazing not at a car, but at a symbol of wealth. "Wow! How cool!" exclaimed the onlookers. The delivery man was unexpectedly wealthy, driving a car that was undoubtedly exorbitant, one they could never afford. The envious men felt an even deeper jealousy, though their resentment faded. Who could question the identity of someone driving such a vehicle, or the caliber of girlfriend they could attract? The women, however, felt bitterness, questioning why that woman, already a mother, could find such a rich boyfriend, particularly one who was not only wealthy but also exceptionally handsome. They would never choose that repugnant BMW man, who was not only unattractive but also behaved in a disgusting manner, persistently harassing her with disturbing messages. Truly a disgrace. At that moment, the most humiliated and pained was Yang Lin, who had not anticipated that the delivery man he looked down upon was worth billions. A BMW? 100,000? It was nothing short of self-humiliation. Just moments ago he had contemplated revenge. Now, it seemed prudent to avoid any encounters with such a figure of wealth and unknown backing. The sun blazed overhead. An Audi S5 with out-of-town plates cruised down the streets of the capital. The driver, a man around 25, was slightly plump with a receding hairline. A thick gold chain adorned his neck, and a gold watch gleamed on his wrist. The passenger, a glamorous woman in her 30s, was decked out in extravagant attire and heavy makeup, adorned with gold jewelry on her ears, neck, and hands. As they drove, they admired the cityscape, exchanging flirtatious banter. As the car rounded a corner, the driver slowed upon recognizing a familiar face. "Isn't that my cousin Lin Xian?" he exclaimed, steering the car closer. Lin Xian had just finished a delivery and was walking down the street, heading toward a nearby parking lot to retrieve his vehicle. Suddenly, a blaring horn startled him, prompting him to step aside, believing someone needed to park. Just then, the car pulled up parallel to him and halted. "Lin Xian, is that really you?" Zhou Cheng feigned warmth. Lin Xian squinted in recognition. Wasn't this his cousin Zhou Cheng? How had he changed so much? Time truly was a formidable force. Lin Xian had always been Zhou Cheng's nightmare, the epitome of the other kid their mother compared him to, outstanding in academics, articulate, and handsome. Lin Xian had cast a shadow over Zhou Cheng's upbringing, even though he had lost both parents at a young age. Chapter 65. Zhou Cheng was astonished to see his cousin, who seemingly had everything going for him, delivering takeout. The pent-up frustration he had felt for years under Lin Xian's shadow dissipated in an instant. What did it matter if he attended B University? In the talent-rich capital, such a degree was commonplace. Zhou Cheng couldn't conceal his smugness. In this era, academic credentials were mere facades. He, without a college education, was driving an Audi worth hundreds of thousands, while Lin Xian, a graduate, was reduced to delivering takeout. He never expected to encounter him here after so many years. Zhou Cheng feigned deep emotions upon meeting a relative, casually flaunting the watch on his wrist to Lin Xian. "Is this your cousin?" inquired the woman in the passenger seat, eyeing Lin Xian with undisguised admiration. She was taken aback that such an unattractive man had a cousin so handsome. Regrettably, he was merely a delivery worker, clad in the nationally recognized uniform of Mi Tuan Takeout, instantly recognizable to anyone. "How have you been in the capital after all these years?" Zhou Cheng asked, feigning concern while showing no intention of getting out of the car. "As you can see," Lin Xian replied, spreading his arms to display his uniform with a smile. Could he boast of driving a luxury car worth over 100 million or residing in a mansion valued at tens of millions? Such claims would be met with disbelief from his cousin, Not to mention the fact that he was genuinely delivering food. Nothing to hide there. Aha. Delivering takeout isn't so bad. It's a way to earn a living. I've started a small company back home just to make ends meet, Zhou Cheng said, chuckling. Lin Xian merely smiled, choosing silence, content to observe Zhou Cheng's pretense. Don't be disheartened. With opportunity, anything is possible, Zhou Cheng offered, pretending to offer encouragement. Thank you for your kind words, cousin, Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. By the way, could you introduce me to this lovely lady? He asked, glancing at the woman in the passenger seat. Lin Xian was well aware of his cousin's peculiar inclinations. His penchant for other men's wives, regardless of their age. Even married, he indulged in extramarital affairs. She's a client of mine. I'm in the capital on business to meet her, Zhou Cheng hastily explained, fearing the wrath of his wife should she find out. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. When are you returning home? Your aunt has been missing you. Zhou Cheng quickly changed the subject. In truth, after Lin Xian's parents passed away, his aunt had hardly cared for him. He had no reason to believe Zhou Cheng's words. I plan to go back soon, Lin Xian confirmed, indeed intending to return home shortly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Cheng excused himself, citing a busy schedule. As Zhou Cheng's Audi drove away, Lin Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then walked towards his vehicle, regrettably unaware of Lin Xian's effortless ability to handle his sports car with one hand. Had he seen it, perhaps he would have tempered his demeanor, avoiding a painful slap to his ego in future encounters. Lin Xian continued his deliveries. Occasionally, he encountered fellow riders while on the job. While waiting for the elevator with a takeout order, he spotted a fellow Meituan deliverman struggling under the weight of a 50-pound bag of rice, with each hand carrying a hefty watermelon. Hey, what is going on? Lin Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. The customer requested it, and if I don't deliver, I'll get a bad review, the deliverman replied, sweat pouring down his forehead, unable to wipe it away. Seeing this, Lin Xian promptly took one of the watermelons from him, earning an immediate expression of gratitude from his fellow worker, who was astonished by such unreasonable demands. Lin Xian recalled an instance when he had been asked to carry sanitary pads for a client, which, while unusual, seemed less outrageous than hauling rice. Poor guy, Lin Xian thought. If faced with such a request, he would certainly refuse unless the person were disabled or genuinely incapacitated. A bad review for not complying, was that a reasonable expectation? He could refuse, but for many delivery workers, the money was vital for groceries or school fees for their children. Truly, society is filled with peculiarities. When the elevator arrived, Lin Xian asked the deliverman for his floor and pressed the button. To his surprise, they discovered they were headed to the same floor. Lin Xian effortlessly lifted the bag of rice and placed it inside the elevator. Thank you. Not at all, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Man, I've got to say, you're incredibly strong. You lifted that 50-pound bag like it was nothing, the deliverman exclaimed in astonishment. Just a natural talent, Lin Xian chuckled. Ding. As they spoke, the elevator doors opened. What unit? Lin Xian inquired, ready to assist further. 1205. Thank you so much, brother. The deliverman expressed his gratitude profusely, balancing the two watermelons. It was nothing, Lin Xian said, helping to carry the rice to the door of 1205 before knocking on the door of 1206. Meituan takeout. Your delivery has arrived. The deliverman knocked on 1205's door simultaneously. The door of 1206 opened first, revealing a man in his 40s who, upon seeing Lin Xian, exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Lin. Just then, the door of 1205 opened to reveal a woman of similar age, who froze upon recognizing Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, she gasped, glancing between him and the deliverman with the watermelons, her expression awkwardly caught between surprise and embarrassment. Chapter 66. Everyone was stunned except for Lin Xian. Soon, the residents of units 1205 and 1206 simultaneously realized that they shared a common landlord, Lin Xian. Do you know him? Inquired the delivery man who had ascended the stairs with Lin Xian. This Mr. Lin is our landlord, chuckled a middle-aged man from unit 1205. The delivery man was instantly taken aback. A school district property, and it turns out there are 2 units in the same district. Even without a job, one would not go hungry. He never anticipated that this affable brother would be so humble, possessing 2 properties in a school district while diligently delivering food. If he had known that Lin Xian owned 100 properties in this community, he could only imagine his astonishment. The middle-aged lady from Unit 1206 felt even more awkward, having harbored resentment towards delivery workers. She had left an unreasonable request when ordering food, only to follow it up with a poor review. As the saying goes, after walking a long night road, one will inevitably encounter ghosts. Little did she know she would cross paths with Lin Xian. This story begins a week prior. Last Sunday, while Lin Xian was delivering food, he received a call from the manager of Anjia Tianxia. Someone was interested in renting a school district property, and the price had already been negotiated according to his specifications. All that remained was for him to sign the contract. Lin Xian promptly rushed to the office. The renters were a middle-aged couple. The man was a senior executive at a company, and the woman was a full-time housewife. They were utterly astonished to discover that their landlord was merely a delivery man. They felt a deep sense of imbalance, questioning why 2 decades of hard work could yield less than what a delivery worker had achieved. The couple, especially the woman, felt profoundly insulted. From that day forth, she harbored resentment towards the delivery workers. Upon leaving, Lin Xian directly called the manager of his company, requesting an investigation into the woman's recent order and review records. It was revealed that for the past week, she had ordered food daily, finding various ways to torment the delivery riders. She intentionally left negative reviews and ordered excessively heavy items, ensuring that anyone who delivered to her was destined for misfortune. Those who managed to deliver her food faced indignities, while those who had a stroke of bad luck were insulted and had to bear financial losses as well. Lin Xian understood the situation, and a cold smile crept across his lips. "Brother Lin, what is going on? This woman has an exceedingly high rate of negative reviews. Has she offended you? Should I restrict her from ordering through our service?" Since encountering Lin Xian's extravagant sports car, Manager Wang Tsong had come to hold Lin Xian in high regard. "Handle it as you see fit," Lin Xian replied with a smirk. In Lin Xian's view, having such parents, regardless of how prestigious the school or how desirable the rental property, would only produce narrow-minded and extreme children. Lin Xian then dialed a number to Fang Zijin. "Mr. Lin, are you planning to raise the rent for Unit 1206? But you've already signed a contract." "What? You intend to raise the rent even if it breaches the contract? Very well. I will call the other party immediately." After hanging up, Fang Zijin promptly informed the tenant of Unit 1206 about the rent increase. "Ms. Qin, I apologize, but Mr. Lin just called to say that the rent for Unit 1206 is to be raised. What do you think?" Fang Zijin spoke cautiously, not wanting to offend either party. "Are there any other units available in the community?" "Yes, there are, but the remaining 50 units also belong to Mr. Lin. Would you like me to help you search in other communities?" Fang Zijin continued. On the other end of the line, Ms. Qin from Unit 1206 was infuriated and dumbfounded. She regretted her actions deeply. With the school year approaching, she was uncertain whether she could find another rental in time. How would she explain this to her husband when he returned home from work? Frustrated, she picked up her phone to order food, only to discover she had been restricted from placing orders through the app. Meanwhile, in a hotel in the capital, Zhou Ping was calling his relatives back home one by one. "Uncle, guess who I ran into in the capital?" "Who?" "Lin Xian. You'll never guess what he is doing here." Zhou Ping recalled Lin Xian's appearance in his delivery uniform, chuckling with pride. He is delivering food in the capital. A college graduate reduced to such a role. I always said he was a worthless piece of clay. After ending that call, Zhou Ping called again. "Hello, cousin. It's Zhou Ping. I have some exciting news. Your childhood rival, Lin Xian, is delivering food in the capital." "Ha ha ha, are you surprised?" "I couldn't believe it either at first, but it's true." "Hello, second cousin, it's Zhou Ping. I've arrived in the capital, and you won't believe who I saw today." On the other end of the line, Lin Lei raised the barrier, asking, "Who did you see?" "Haha, it's Lin Xian, that kid we used to beat up. He is delivering food now." Recalling the times they had bullied Lin Xian brought Zhou Ping immense satisfaction. Chapter 67. Really? Lin Lei said disinterestedly on the other end of the line. He was well aware of Lin Xian's job as a delivery driver, But he had never mentioned Lin Xian's purchase of a supercar to anyone in the family, and he had no intention of confiding in Zhou Ping either. How could he let everyone know that Lin Xian was thriving now? Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. It seems he will forever be beneath us brothers.
Lin Lei ciaccol da guardli.
Cousin, are you free tonight? I'll drive over to see you. Ah, don't come over.
Lin Lei hurriedly replied,
Anxious that his dismissal from work would be revealed. What's the matter? I've come all this way and you won't even entertain me? Zhou Ping grumbled, feeling slighted by his cousin's lack of hospitality.
No.
I'm currently on a business trip abroad with my superior. Lin Lei fabricated an excuse. All right then, cousin. I never imagined you'd be the most successful among us brothers. Don't forget us when you hit it big. Zhou Ping, oblivious to the deception, cheerfully ended the call. Once Lin Lei hung up, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he was clever. Otherwise, if this fellow found out, it would be as if all their relatives and neighbors were aware. Lin Xian entered an internet CAF while holding a food container. Upon stepping inside, he was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the times he would join Wang Yang and Lu Shimin at university to play games at such venues. The sight of the computer screens ignited a surge of excitement within him. He longed to partake in a match. However, he reminded himself of the task at hand and took out his phone to call through the Meituan delivery system. Hello? Meituan delivery. May I ask your location? I have arrived. Number XX. The voice on the other end was loud, and Lin Xian could hear two voices simultaneously, one from the phone and another from the surroundings. He swiftly located the number. It belonged to a young man around 18 or 19 years old, engrossed in a game and cursing profusely. Come on, you idiots. Support me. Positioning. Is our XXX an idiot? Damn. This GRD is stealing my kills. Damn it. I can't handle this alone.
Bro, I'm sorry.
Don't hit me. I'm about to die. Lin Xian stood by, observing the chaos. The gameplay was subpar, and the teammates were particularly inept. Once the young man finished, Lin Xian placed the delivery on his table. Your order has arrived. Enjoy. Hey, don't go? Hey dude, do you know how to play this game? The young man inquired. A little bit, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Come on, help me with a match. I'll give you a 5-star rating when we're done. The young man immediately moved to the adjacent empty seat. I'm just having a meal. He chuckled, opening the food container on the table. All right. Lin Xian agreed readily, feeling the itch to relive the thrill of gaming. The game commenced swiftly, with the same inexperienced players as before. Lin Xian promptly selected his hero, familiar with each character's abilities. All right, everyone, listen to my commands. Wear your headsets. Lin Xian cleared his throat, his deep and magnetic voice resonating. Oh, that voice isn't right. Are you the expert that Orange hired? Lin Xian merely smiled in response. Wow, your voice is so nice. A girl with a melodious voice commented. Too kind. Lin Xian replied with a smile. The game began. Positioning is crucial. Lin Xian directed them. If we can't win, we can hide in the bushes. He calmly took control. Monkey, don't run under the tower. Damn, I'm dead. The disparity in strength was apparent, and soon Lin Xian's team lost 9 kills. They couldn't win in team fights and needed to focus on sneaking towers. Monkey, let us coordinate to take the tower. Lin Xian instructed. Damn, I'm almost out of health. Victory. Lin Xian realized that while bluster played a part in the game, skill was equally important. His aptitude lay in strategic thinking. The young man beside him was utterly awestruck. Wow, you're amazing. This is so exhilarating. For Lin Xian, a gaming aficionado, this was merely child's play. The online rumors were indeed true. Delivery drivers were truly multifaceted. A beep. The system detects that the host has completed a special task, rewarding them with 30 shares in Victory Network Company, making them the 3rd largest shareholder of Victory Games. Beep. The system is enhancing the host's physical abilities. Enhancement complete. Lin Xian felt a warm current course through his body, quickly returning to normal. Chapter 68. Victory over the Great Network Company. What a remarkable achievement. Lin Xian reminisced about the countless classic games that had emerged from this company. Titles such as Legend, Sword, and were emblematic of an entire generation's youth. The gaming industry had evolved steadily from the past to the present, establishing itself as the second-largest online gaming company in the nation. Today, the company's reach extended beyond gaming, delving into film, animation, and literature as well. Lin Xian opened his attribute panel once more. Host: Lin Xian. Age: 24. Height: cm. Weight: 70 kilograms. Constitution: 110. Life: 100. New domain: awaiting activation. With his constitution now at 110, Lin Xian pondered whether he might one day possess the ability to soar through the skies or traverse the earth. However, with such powers, he need not fear others coveting his wealth. Yet, the meaning of his life value remained an enigma. What could the awaiting domain possibly be? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the great network company in the bustling metropolis, Secretary hurriedly knocked on the office door of Chun Li, the primary shareholder and founder of the company. Mr. Chun, a mysterious buyer named Lin is aggressively acquiring company stock, having already acquired 30, making him the second-largest shareholder. What? Chun Li sprang from his chair. The great network company was his brainchild, a culmination of his lifelong dedication. The sudden onslaught of this buyer left him uncertain of their intentions. Friend or foe? Would they continue to acquire more shares? If so, the entirety of the great network would fall into another's hands. All his years of effort would become a gift to someone else. No, this simply cannot happen. Chun Li felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Trembling, he flipped through the transaction memorandum, which revealed that the acquirer was a young man named Lin Xian. He struggled to recall, but none of the major competing companies had anyone by that name. Yet, it was plausible that a rival company was using an alias for the acquisition. The rapid acquisition of 30 of the shares indicated that the buyer possessed considerable financial resources. Chun Li picked up the phone and dialed the number from the memorandum. Not long after exiting an internet CAF, Lin Xian received the call. The caller identified himself as the founder and largest shareholder of the great network company, seeking a face-to-face meeting. Lin Xian had always harbored a fondness for this industry. Upon graduating, he had dreamt of joining such a prestigious company to develop games. However, he now had to focus on completing the tasks assigned by the system. Once he immersed himself in game development, he would have no time left. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. I too am involved in game development and have a deep passion for gaming. Naturally, I wish for our company to thrive in the future, but for now I have other commitments. Therefore, I believe it would be best for the company to follow your vision for its development. Lin Xian replied calmly, acknowledging that his primary task at present was delivering food, with other matters to be addressed later. Once Chun Li confirmed that Lin Xian had no intention of further acquisitions and would not interfere with the company's management, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the buyer did not pose any threat to the company's operations, Chun Li was indifferent to the buyer's identity. I have a little donkey. I never ride it. Just as Lin Xian ended the call, his phone rang again. Picking it up, he was surprised to see it was Wang Yang. Hey, Lin Xian, where are you? Come out and have a drink with me. Wang Yang's voice boomed through the receiver, sounding rather dismal. What's wrong? Lin Xian couldn't help but inquire. Let's talk in person. I'm in a terrible mood. Will you come or not?
Wang Yang replied terseli.
Fine. Send me the address. After hanging up, Lin Xian quickly received the location. He hopped into his sports car and sped off, arriving at a bustling outdoor eatery, the spot they frequently gathered at. As darkness began to fall, Lin Xian spotted Wang Yang and Lu Shimin seated outside. What's up, buddy? You look like you've been boiled alive. Lin Xian joked as he approached their table, which was adorned with 2 empty bottles and a couple of dishes. I've lost my job and been dumped. Lu Shimin leaned in, whispering loudly enough for all to hear. Lost your job? Dumped? As far as I know, Wang Yang has always been the one doing the dumping. How is it that this time he's on the receiving end? Lin Xian inquired, incredulous. And how could you lose your job? Aren't you working as a senior executive at your uncle's company? Wang Yang, a local with a decent family background, was known for his charm and wealth. What's this? Our dashing playboy of the gaming world has fallen for someone? Lin Xian teased. Chapter 69. I must tell you, this time I am truly miserable. I have been cheated on, did you know? Wang Yang lamented, taking a sip of his drink, evidently vexed. Lin Xian couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. My friend, this is not merely tragic. It is an utter humiliation. However, out of courtesy, Lin Xian refrained from voicing his true thoughts. Lu Shiming, on the other hand, offered no such restraint. Boss, more drinks please, and bring 5 more pounds of spicy crayfish. Wang Yang was left speechless. Are you still my brothers? Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder. Take heart. It's hard to find a 2-legged frog, but there are plenty of 2-legged women. It's just a green hat after all. Wang Yang was struck dumb with a mix of laughter and despair. Brother, you really know how to offer comfort. Before long, the boss brought the beer, and the bright red spicy crayfish soon graced the table, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. You cannot tell me that you have truly fallen for someone this time. Haven't you always prided yourself on being a rogue? Lin Xian said incredulously. Lu Shiming, who was busy peeling crayfish, was equally taken aback. Who could argue otherwise? Don't you see me wallowing in sorrow? Wang Yang's eyes appeared somewhat red, as if he were genuinely heartbroken. Oh, you truly are heartbroken? Come on, let us drink. A drunken stupor will alleviate all woes. Cheers. Women are but fleeting clouds, Lu Shiming proclaimed, raising his glass. Cheers. Lin Xian echoed, lifting his own glass. Aren't you supposed to be driving?
Wang Yang inquired.
I'll call a designated driver later. You are heartbroken, after all. I must accompany you for a couple of drinks. Lin Xian insisted. What exactly is going on? After downing a glass, Lu Shiming asked curiously. Lin Xian shared the same curiosity. What sort of woman could wound the heart of the notorious Wang Yang so deeply? Both Lin Xian and Lu Shiming turned their gazes toward Wang Yang. Sighing, Wang Yang took another sip of his drink. Don't just drink. It's bad for your stomach. Eat some crayfish and talk while you eat. Lin Xian kindly offered a crayfish to him. Allow me to show you something. Wang Yang did not respond but instead pulled out his phone, revealing a screenshot of a chat conversation. Lin Xian took the phone, with Lu Shiming leaning in as well. It was a series of messages between Wang Yang and the woman who had betrayed him. At 4:18 p.m., Wang Yang messaged. I was foolish enough to believe that by giving you my all and meeting all your demands, we could be together. How naive I was. Wang Yang continued. I knew you were playing around online. I thought you were merely confused for a moment. I still treated you well, like a fool. Upon reading this, Lin Xian and Lu Shiming exchanged incredulous glances. Wang Yang, could it be that you are a ninja turtle? Such a situation should have warranted a kick to the heartless woman at the first instance. Yet here you are, still hoping for her return. Let us see the response from the heartless woman. Heartless woman. So, you no longer love me? Heartless woman. Just because I love 2 people? Heartless woman. Just because you think I am not devoted? Heartless woman. Yes, I love 2 people at the same time, but that doesn't mean I don't love you. Do you understand? Wang Yang. I don't understand. Heartless woman. You are truly selfish, you know?
Wang Yang. Selfish?
Heartless woman. I wore the lipstick you gave me yesterday because I wanted you to feel included. Unlike how you missed me yesterday. Oh my. Oh my. The 2 exclamations echoed simultaneously. This woman is truly invincible, shattering their understanding of morality. The duo's astonished reactions drew the attention of patrons at a nearby table, who leaned in with curiosity, straining to hear the unfolding drama. Hey, could you show some consideration? Wang Yang said helplessly. The 2 continued to read on. Wang Yang. I am not angry at all right now, truly. You have succeeded in that. Heartless woman. Is this what you call loving me? Must you morally bind me under the guise of love? Does devotion equate to love? Do you truly love me? Wang Yang. Repeat that I don't love you again? At this point, Lin Xian felt no sympathy for Wang Yang. He had become the epitome of a ninja turtle, asking such a woman if he didn't love her. Such a woman should be shown the door immediately and blocked without hesitation. Lin Xian could no longer bear to read the subsequent messages, and Lu Shiming echoed his sentiments, lamenting that he could not bear to see more. Fortunately, Wang Yang finally unleashed his anger on the woman and deleted her. Otherwise, they both would have begun to question his masculinity. How could he endure such a situation? Brother, I truly pity you, Lu Shiming said, patting Wang Yang's shoulder with genuine sympathy. There are countless fish in the sea. Why cling to one that is unworthy? Come, let us drink. Lin Xian consoled. Chapter 70. Come, drink. Wang Yang raised his glass and downed the beer in one gulp. The three of them exchanged toasts, quickly becoming a bit tipsy. Lin Xian, however, felt little effect. His body had been enhanced through systematic training, rendering him increasingly resilient to intoxication. He pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. For tonight he yearned for a state of complete inebriation. Unfortunately, his stomach was already somewhat full, leaving him merely with a hint of drunkenness. He nearly forgot to inquire, "Why did you leave your uncle's company?" It's a long story, Wang Yang sighed. "When I graduated, I had no desire to work there. It was my mother who insisted. They call him a high-level executive, yet he wields no real power. And do you know? My uncle is exceedingly stingy. My salary is less than that of an ordinary employee. He claims it's for my learning, but I've been there for 2 years already. In short, I refuse to continue. Working there is worse than delivering takeout with you." Wang Yang slammed the table in frustration. "Really want to deliver takeout? You're welcome to join," Lin Xian teased. He knew well that Wang Yang would never resort to such a job. Even if unemployed, he would not stoop to that level. Yet, Lin Xian understood the truth in Wang Yang's words. Working for relatives is, in essence, a form of dependence, a sentiment he was all too familiar with. Why not? It's just delivering takeout. Wang Yang stood up from his seat, his face flushed and voice raised. Lin Xian shook his head, noting that this fellow had poor drinking etiquette. Just a few sips had him raising his voice, attracting the attention of those around them. Whispers circulated among the nearby patrons, prompting Lin Xian and Lu Shimin to hastily pull him back down into his seat. In reality, Wang Yang was not drunk. Rather, he was in a foul mood and sought to vent his frustrations through drink. At that moment, a man and a woman approached, heading towards the food stall. Lin Xian recognized the woman. It was none other than Wang Yang's ex-girlfriend, Cuckoo. With her large eyes, high nose, and pointed chin, she bore a striking resemblance to an internet celebrity. The man accompanying her was, coincidentally, the boyfriend of their class monitor, Jiang Wei, who, if he recalled correctly. What a twist of fate. Tonight, it seemed everyone was connected. Lin Xian and Lu Shimin exchanged glances, hoping Wang Yang had not noticed Cuckoo, and they attempted to steer him away. But it was too late. Wang Yang had already spotted her, and she had undoubtedly seen him too, making her way towards him. Hui glanced at Lin Xian, momentarily awkward, yet he continued approaching, perhaps believing Lin Xian did not recognize him. Upon realizing that Lin Xian was sitting with Wang Yang,
KKSAS lit up.
Ever since their last encounter, she had been unable to forget the striking young man. He appeared even more handsome than before. Koka's heart raced at the thought of winning him over, convinced she could easily disregard both boys. As her cheeks flushed, even the darkness of night could not conceal her excitement. Lin Xian shot her a cold glance, finding her blatant gaze and her feigned shyness utterly distasteful. "What do you want?" Wang Yang spoke first, not wishing to see her for even a moment. "You've been drinking. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't drink again?" Koka's words shattered the group's sense of propriety, her audacity astonishing. Lin Xian and Lu Shimin exchanged incredulous looks at the man standing beside her, who appeared visibly upset, clearly perturbed by the situation yet holding back his anger. "Chen Ko, do you even have any shame left?" Wang Yang could no longer contain himself, standing up in fury. "What do you intend to do?" Hui interjected, stepping forward. Lin Xian felt an eerie sense of déjà vu wash over him. He stood and pulled Wang Yang back, casting him a knowing glance, a silent signal they had always shared. Such outbursts would only make Wang Yang seem uncouth. For such a shameless person, you must strike at her heart. "Miss, what do you think of me?" Lin Xian stepped in front of Chen Ku, lowering his head and flashing a beaming smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth, radiating charm and warmth. Chen Ku, entranced by the handsome visage before her, felt her heart race, warmth flooding her face. The proximity of her ideal man left her feeling anxious. "I just saw you and felt an instant connection. Would you accept my affection?" Lin Xian's smile remained inviting and enchanting. Chapter 71. "Are you serious?" Chen Ku asked uncertainly. "Of course it's true, more genuine than pearls," Lin Xian replied. his gaze ablaze with intensity as he unabashedly exuded his charm, leaving her utterly entranced. The male idol had confessed to her. Surely, this wasn't a dream? Chun could discreetly pinched her thigh. It hurt. This was no dream. Lin Xian had indeed declared his feelings for her. The male god was soon to be hers. However, Lin Xian feigned immense regret as he said, "What a pity. You can't be my girlfriend. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chun Ko became anxious upon hearing this. Clearly, he liked her. Why wouldn't he let her be his girlfriend? I simply do not like to share a woman with others, Lin Xian lamented. At his words, the tension in Chun Ko's heart dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sweetness. He was jealous. What did this signify? It indicated that she was extraordinarily captivating. Even such a handsome boy could feel envy. Chun Ko's sense of superiority surged. She promptly turned to Hu Yi and decisively stated, "Hu Yi, we are breaking up."
Hui replied. Disagree.
"And what gives you the right to compete with me?" Lin Xian smiled slightly, retrieving a remote control from his pocket and pressing it twice. Beep beep. The headlights of a Pagani Huayra illuminated the roadside, shining like the most dazzling star in the night. "Wow, so handsome," someone exclaimed in admiration. Hu Yi was left speechless. What was left to contest? A person capable of driving such a supercar was on a level that he could never hope to reach. He was already the third wheel and now facing a fourth. Could he still proclaim his claim? It was absurd. He must have been out of his mind to fall for such a woman. Feeling awkward, Hu Yi stood aside, thinking that since Chun Ku was a worthless partner, he might as well let this fool have her. The onlookers at the adjacent table were also stunned. Is this even possible? Are there no women left? This guy must have lost his mind. How could someone so handsome, driving such an extravagant car, fall for such an utterly wretched woman? Though he knew it was false, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel anger. He had truly been blind to consider this woman beautiful, and now even a glance felt like a taint on his eyes. Break up? You can keep this worthless woman. I don't want her, Hu Yi said bluntly.
Sorry, man.
Hu Yi said to Wang Yang as he walked away without a backward glance. He just insulted me. Chun Ku protested, feeling indignant at Hu Yi's words. She pouted, stomped her foot, and posed with an air of feigned cuteness, hoping Lin Xian would come to her defense. You deserve this, Lin Xian whispered in her ear, a smile gracing his lips as he articulated each word with chilling precision. After speaking, his expression turned cold and ruthless. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though they were sharing a secret. Chun Ko could hardly believe her ears. How could the man who had just spoken sweetly turn so callous? When she looked up, she met his icy gaze, causing her to shrink back in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. This man radiated an intimidating aura. Was she really just toyed with? Let us go, Lin Xian said, ignoring Chen Ku as he addressed Wang Yang and Lu Shimin. Wait, didn't you say you liked me? Chun Ku protested, stepping forward in an attempt to grasp Lin Xian's hand. Do you think I'm blind? Lin Xian sidestepped her grasp. Get lost. His entire demeanor exuded a palpable hostility, leaving Chun Ku no choice but to retreat, crestfallen. Everyone present sighed in relief. Had they witnessed this man manipulating her, they would have been infuriated. Fortunately, the outcome had unexpectedly turned in their favor, a true delight for the heart. Lin Xian and Lu Shimin supported the somewhat unsteady Wang Yang, seated on the curb as they awaited a designated driver. Lin Xian also took the opportunity to call their class monitor, Zhang Wei, intending to alert her about Hu Yi's unreliability, only to discover that Zhang Wei and Hu Yi had already separated. After hanging up, Lin Xian quietly gave Zhang Wei a thumbs up. Hey, what did you just say to that woman? Lu Shimin inquired, intrigued by the way her complexion shifted like a painter's palette. It was immensely entertaining. Come here. Lin Xian beckoned Lu Shimin. Wow, Lin Xian, I didn't realize you had such a sharp tongue, Lu Shimin remarked incredulously. Live for the day, drink for the day. If you're ugly, go to sleep first. Tomorrow's worries will come tomorrow, while we laugh at our buddies hand in hand. As Lin Xian and Lu Shimin conversed, suddenly, an unexpected verse tumbled from Wang Yang's lips. Chapter 72. I'll take him back first. You wait here for the designated driver, Lu Shimin suggested. No, I'm not going back. Tonight, I refuse to go home.
Wang Yang protested vehemently.
If you're not going home, where do you intend to go? I must inform you, I have no place for you to sleep, Lu Shimin replied, bemused. He had only a small single room with a single bed and certainly did not wish to squeeze in with this drunken fool. Brother Lin, do you reside in a mansion? Lu Shimin inquired. One could say that. Lin Xian responded, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. Then let us send this fellow to your place. Lu Shimin chuckled. Absolutely not. He rejected vehemently. He found drunks particularly irksome. Let us go to Brother Lin's place and see his mansion, the inebriated man declared. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, realizing that Wang Yang had indeed hurt him. Was he merely pretending to be mad? Brother Lin, I too would like to visit, Lu Shimin added. Very well, but you must take care of this drunkard, Lin Xian stipulated. Of course. Lu Shimin patted his chest confidently. Before long, a taxi pulled up before them, and from it emerged a young man, approximately 20 years old, donning a cap and overalls. His skin was fair, his physique slender, and he was not particularly tall, standing around 160 centimeters. His gait was reminiscent of a woman's. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Could it be a case of a woman masquerading as a man? Upon closer inspection, he realized she was indeed a woman. Beneath her elegantly arched brows were captivating peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and full lips. Her masculine attire lent her an air of coolness and allure, strikingly familiar yet distinct, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. Hello, young sir. I am your designated driver. It appears we are fated to meet, she exclaimed. Despite her efforts to deepen her voice, the truth of her femininity was unmistakable. Lin Xian suddenly recalled that she was one of the two girls who had been splashed with mud by a Porsche during their last encounter, and she had asked if his car had been purchased at the Global Auto Show Center. He hadn't anticipated that she would look so appealing in male attire, a harmonious blend of charm and beauty. However, he couldn't help but wonder how she managed to conceal her identity, as he distinctly remembered her being quite voluptuous. Noticing his scrutiny, she shot him an indignant glance, her cheeks flushing. Brother Lin, it seems this is a girl, Lu Shimin remarked, leaning in. You have a keen eye. You both take the taxi. I'll provide you with the address, Lin Xian instructed. Aren't you coming with us? Lu Shimin asked, mouth agape. What do you think? Lin Xian replied, opening the car door and tossing the keys to the girl before taking a seat in the passenger side. What a man who prioritizes romance over friendship, Lu Shimin grumbled. Yet he still helped Wang Yang into the taxi. How's your driving skill? Lin Xian inquired, turning to the girl in the driver's seat. Quite proficient, she replied confidently. In the confined space, the scent of masculinity enveloped her, making her somewhat bashful. Despite her adept driving skills, she found herself feeling a tad nervous. Don't be anxious. Take your time, Lin Xian encouraged with a smile. The girl thought to herself, his smile is truly disarming. It suddenly dawned on Lin Xian that she bore a resemblance to Qin Rushuang, though her demeanor was more playful and intelligent, contrasting with Qin Rushuang's cool elegance. Could it be? Qin Rushuang had mentioned having a younger sister, Qin Ruoxue, who was currently attending university. Goodness, I'm being driven by my sister-in-law, he mused. The names Frost and Snow were indeed poetic. No wonder she had inquired about his car's origins at the Global International. She had clearly been aware of his identity all along. Lin Xian smirked, amused by her composure. How did you know my car was from Global International? He was determined not to expose her. How clever of you to be sneaky and dress as a man. With such a poor disguise, you must have been recognized long ago without realizing it. You could at least have added some facial hair. He chuckled to himself at the thought of her attempting to wear a fake mustache. Qin Ruoxue, focused on driving, was momentarily stunned by Lin Xian's unexpected question. Was it a guess? She giggled. Did you really think I could guess that? You're quite astute, little girl. Let us see how I unravel your disguise. He thought to himself. Indeed, you possess a keen eye. Do you know that this car was chosen for me by the beautiful director at Global International? Lin Xian leaned back in his seat, hands behind his head, gazing forward leisurely as he spoke. She only did one remarkably perceptive thing. Realizing she had been outsmarted, Qin Ruoxue pouted and fell silent. Are you angry? Lin Xian teased, glancing at her irritated expression. You knew all along and still chose to tease me? She sulked. How mischievous of you. I've been enjoying the spectacle. Yet why does my heart race so? I'll tell my sister that you bullied me, she threatened, her demeanor shifting as she invoked her sister. Just moments ago, she had expressed disdain for her sister, yet now she was invoking her name. Wait, I'll send you a generous red envelope. Please don't tell your sister. Lin Xian was well aware she wouldn't truly inform Qin Rushuang. It was merely a playful display of her temperament. He intended to send a red envelope as a gesture of consolation. The contrasting personalities of the two sisters were indeed striking. One appeared aloof yet was tender-hearted, while the other seemed adorable yet was a little firecracker. Chapter 73. Lin Xian took Qin Ruoshua's phone, inquired about her password, unlocked it, added WeChat, and then generously sent her a substantial red envelope. Wow, you really sent it, Qin Ruoshua exclaimed, her curiosity piqued about the amount. Is your ride-hailing fee? Lin Xian replied with a smile as he returned the phone to her. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely speak highly of you in front of my sister, Qin Ruoshua said, her expression mischievous. She had just stolen a glance and it seemed quite a sum. Having a wealthy brother-in-law felt rather delightful. Soon, the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Lin Xian's neighboring community. After parking, he handed the car keys back to Lin Xian, and the two of them walked out of the underground parking lot. Qin Ruoshua opened the red envelope Lin Xian had sent her. 8,888. Wow. A true tycoon makes a difference. Such a casual red envelope is so generous. She quickly took a screenshot and posted it on her Moments with the caption, Long live brother-in-law. Almost instantly, comments began to flood in. I want a brother-in-law like that too. You only have one younger brother, so just behave yourself. Shwe. Ask your brother-in-law if he needs a sister-in-law. As they turned a corner, a shadow suddenly darted out from a dark corner, rushing past them. While engrossed in her phone, Qin Ruoshua felt something furry brush against her foot, sending a chill down her spine. Ah! She screamed, leaping into Lin Xian's embrace, wrapping her delicate arms tightly around his neck. Hearing her scream, Lin Xian instinctively lifted her off the ground. Just then, a meow echoed from the corner. Turned out to be a cat. They exchanged glances, realizing their positions were rather intimate, and Lin Xian felt the softness of her body in his arms. Qin Ruoshua's face flushed. The unique scent of his masculinity filled her nostrils, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. It's just a cat. Lin Xian gently set her down. I am not scared. Qin Ruoshua defiantly raised her chin, exuding a proud demeanor. I have a little donkey. I've never ridden it. At that moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lu Shimin and Wang Yang were getting out of the car. Master, are you sure this is the right address? Lu Shimin asked uncertainly. Isn't this just a courtyard? He quickly pulled out his phone to call Lin Xian. Lingo, is this the address you mentioned? I see only a courtyard here. Wait for me. I'll be right there, Lin Xian said before hanging up and hastily heading toward the courtyard. Brother-in-law, can you change your ringtone? It's so outdated. It doesn't suit your status at all. Qin Ruoshua shouted from behind Lin Xian. I won't change it. I think it's lovely. Lin Xian raised his hand, indicating his contentment with it. Since he got his first phone, he had always used this song as his ringtone because it was one his mother often sang to him during his childhood. Therefore, Lin Xian never changed it over the years. Hearing the tune made him feel as if his mother was still by his side, gently embracing him while singing. Lin Xian led Qin Ruoshua toward the garage, continuing until they reached the entrance of the community. Brother-in-law, you took a wrong turn. The exit is over there, Qin Ruoshua called out. Keep up. Lin Xian turned his head, smiling as he continued forward with long strides. Qin Ruoshua hurriedly jogged to catch up. Her curiosity piqued about where Lin Xian lived. She had no intention of returning home tonight. After all, she must explore her brother-in-law's luxurious residence. About 300 meters from the community, Qin Ruoshua spotted a courtyard with two people sitting outside. It was none other than Lin Xian and Lu Shimin. Upon seeing Lin Xian approach, Lu Shimin tossed Wang Yang to the ground and rushed over. Brother, where do you actually live? This is my home, Lin Xian stated as he walked toward the courtyard. The three of them were left dumbfounded. their expressions akin to being struck by lightning.
Wang Yang,
Still recovering from his shock, scrambled up from the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief at the magnificent courtyard before him. This courtyard was actually Lin Xian's home. The heavy door slowly creaked open. Lin Xian turned to see the three standing at the entrance in stunned silence, unable to suppress a smile. What are you standing there for? Hurry in, and make sure to close the door behind you, Lin Xian called out, stepping inside. He figured the door should be automated. With such a grand estate, it was rather embarrassing and inconvenient to open it manually. In the past, every household had servants to tend to the door, but Lin Xian had no intention of hiring a doorman. So he truly lives in a courtyard. Once they regained their composure, the three hurried inside, with Lu Shimin being the last to shut the door. To indulge their curiosity, Lin Xian turned on all the lights. Upon entering, they found a smaller door, and the trio stood in awe in the courtyard. A wave of antiquity washed over them. Elaborate beams and painted rafters. The spacious courtyard was adorned with rockeries, exquisite flowers, and rare plants. Lanterns lined the long corridor, illuminating the courtyard in a resplendent glow, exuding an air of understated luxury. They had encountered courtyards before, but many were dilapidated or lacked vibrancy. This lavish scene was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Having such a sanctuary amidst the bustling city was a dream for many. Moreover, this area was essentially the city center. A courtyard of this caliber was invaluable and virtually impossible to acquire. The three of them whipped out their phones, snapping photos in awe. Lin Go, you've kept this from us so well. Turns out you are a super rich second generation. Wang Yang exclaimed in disbelief. From now on, you are my big brother, Lu Shimin added. Me, brother-in-law, I also want to be your little follower. Qin Ruoxue chimed in, raising her hand. This is nothing, Lin Xian said, observing their exaggerated expressions with a calm demeanor. If they only knew he owned 10 such courtyards, and that this one wasn't even the largest, they would surely be left speechless. Lin Gu, you are far too low-key. Indeed, brother-in-law, your modesty is remarkable, Qin Ruoxue agreed. Amid their admiration for the courtyard, Lu Shimin and Wang Yang suddenly recalled the ride-hailing service. Why is this guy still here, and why does she call Lin Xian brother-in-law? Lu Shimin questioned, pointing at Lin Xian. Brother-in-law, of course. He my sister's boyfriend. What else would I call him? Qin Ruoxue replied with a playful tongue-out gesture. The three followed Lin Xian into the north room, which served as the main living area. Qin Ruoxue, the most spirited among them, quickly dashed into the adjoining rooms. Wow! Her exclamation caught the attention of Lu Shimin and Wang Yang. The north room and its connected chambers were filled with luxury items. One wall was lined with watches, another with glasses, jewelry, clothing, and shoes, all seemingly untouched, as evidenced by the intact tags. Lin Go, are you sure you didn't just move a department store into your home? Lu Shimin remarked, picking up a watch and quickly returning it upon seeing the price tag. Over 10,000. I'd better not break this, he exclaimed, realizing the exorbitance of the items. It was akin to a high-end luxury goods store. What a prodigal, Wang Yang echoed, shaking his head in disbelief as he browsed the latest luxury fashion. He considered himself somewhat well-versed in brands, but in comparison to this, it was nothing. Lu Shimin was also astounded. Indeed, true poverty curtails one's imagination. In the past, Qin Ruoxue's family was relatively well-off, but compared to Lin Xian, they could at best be considered moderately prosperous. Little did she expect that Qin Ruoxue had managed to attach herself to such an immensely wealthy individual. Eagerly, she stealthily captured a photograph of Lin Xian and sent it to her sister, accompanied by a message. Haha, Sister Shuang, I have successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. At that moment, far across the ocean, Qin Ruoxue was engrossed in a meeting and did not check her phone, thus failing to respond to Qin Ruoxue's message. Standing before a wall adorned with luxury watches, Qin Ruoxue took a selfie and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "Poverty has limited my imagination." It swiftly garnered attention, with numerous comments flooding in beneath her post. "Boss, from today onwards, I will follow you," echoed repeatedly in a neat line. "What's this?" Qin Ruoxue opened a jewelry box to find a stunning ring. Wasn't this the one that Jiang Meng from their dormitory wore? She examined the ring, noting its price of over 60,000. Humph, that vain Jiangmeng who had the audacity to claim it cost over 200,000. That girl boasted incessantly in front of them, yet it turned out to be far less expensive. Qin Ruoxue felt no envy. She merely disdained Jiang Meng's ostentatious demeanor. How do you like it? Lin Xian approached, observing Qin Ruoxue's excited expression. It's not that. It's just that one of my dorm mates claimed she bought this ring for over 200,000. What a fraud! So hypocritical! Qin Ruoxue snapped, closing the jewelry box in frustration. What about this? Lin Xian picked up another box and opened it. Inside lay a bracelet from the same brand, crafted of gold with several gemstones. Understated yet luxurious. How beautiful! Qin Ruoxue exclaimed, as girls often do when faced with such exquisite items. Lu Shimin and Wang Yang, having joined them, also marveled at the beauty, albeit lacking the appreciation for such finery. It's for you. Lin Xian tossed the box into Qin Ruoxue's lap. For me? Qin Ruoxue gasped, overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of happiness. Am I dreaming? This bracelet is genuinely worth over 200,000. Just like that, he was giving it to her? Even if he was her sister's boyfriend, he wasn't technically her brother-in-law. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Forgive her fanciful thoughts, as the bracelet was indeed extraordinarily expensive. However, he was her sister's boyfriend, and she did find herself liking him. She had been unable to forget him since their first encounter. Wang Yang and Lu Shimin were equally taken aback. This was indeed quite generous. Don't like it? Seeing Qin Ruoxue's flushed cheeks and dazed expression, Lin Xian inquired. I like it. I like it very much. Thank you, young Master Xie. Qin Ruoxue playfully curtsied to Lin Xian. What girl could refuse such temptation? As an ordinary girl, she could only follow her heart. Chapter 74. Greetings to all esteemed individuals. I am the author of Urban, starting with 10 Courtyards. This book is set to be published today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. This marks my inaugural work on Feilu, and indeed, I am a novice author, as well as a female writer, facepalm. Thus far, this book has primarily been composed on my mobile device, as I lack access to a computer at home and my work schedule can be quite demanding. I sincerely hope to receive your continued support following the publication. Thank you all. Now, as for my meals this month, I shall rely on the generosity of esteemed individuals like you. Chapter 75. Mischief. Lin Xian smiled indulgently. Boss, what about me? Boss, what about me? Lu Shimin and Wang Yang chorused. Do you have a sister? Lin Xian replied with a mischievous grin. Oh no, that is so hurtful. Lu Shimin and Wang Yang exclaimed, slapping their foreheads. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxue proudly lifted her chin, unable to suppress her smile. When she noticed Lin Xian gazing at her, her heart skipped a beat. I feel like my brother-in-law's gaze is so intense. What should I do? Waiting online. That evening, Lin Xian arranged guest rooms for them to stay. Meanwhile, a WeChat group led by the Three Musketeers erupted with activity. Wang Lan, image. JPG Wang Lan, image. JPG Wang Lan. Ladies, this is monumental news. Ma Lingling. Who is this girl? I had no idea there was anyone in the capital so wealthy. Just look at all those luxury items. They are the stuff of my dreams. Zhang Ziwen. Isn't she the sister of that fallen Qin Rushuang? Wang Lan. Don't rush. Take a closer look at the pictures. Ma Lingling. Did the fallen aristocrat find herself a boyfriend? With so many luxury goods and a courtyard, he must be quite a wealthy man. Zhang Ziwen. Oh my. Does this mean she is going to rise above us again? Wang Yu. A courtyard and luxury items? She must be someone's mistress. I heard she was dating an old man who drives a Pagani. Wang Lan. Really? An old man indeed. Wang Yu. Absolutely. My cousin saw it with her own eyes. Ladies, think about it. Living in such a courtyard and possessing all those luxury items with the tags still on. With such wealth, how could we not know who it is? Have you heard of any young masters from prominent families having a girlfriend? Zhang Ziwen. Indeed, as far as I know, these young lords do not appreciate their girlfriends broadcasting their lives on social media, let alone allowing a sister-in-law to post such things. Zhang Ziwen. Haha, I told you. How could that fallen woman turn her life around? She just got a few months of free housekeeping. Ma Lingling. I'm curious about how old that old man is, driving a sports car and still managing to attract Qin Rushuang. What a spectacle. Wang Yu, you don't understand. Many older men seek to recapture their youthful spirit, and being with younger women is their way of feeling young again. What's wrong with driving a sports car? Ma Lingling. I've gained some insight. Ha ha ha. Qin Ruoxue never anticipated that sharing snippets of her life would create such a stir in this small circle of socialites. Indeed, these individuals had once been close to Qin Rushuang during her prosperous days. When the Qin family was thriving, they flocked to her like moths to a flame. But once the family fell from grace, they turned on her with scorn and derision. Qin Rushuang had once outshone them all. As long as she was present, she was the center of attention, relegating the others to mere background figures. Numerous wealthy heirs revolved around her, completely disregarding the others, which incited their ire. Thankfully, as her family fell into misfortune, the young lords of high society were unlikely to marry someone of such diminished status. Wang Lan. Why don't we find a reason to invite her out, and ask her to bring her boyfriend? I'm eager to see who this old man is. Perhaps we might know him. Ma Lingling. Let us do it next week. I can hardly wait to overshadow her. Wang Lan. All right, let us set it up. After making a call, Wang Lan quickly received a response. She's in America and won't be back for another 2 weeks. Ma Lingling. Then we shall wait until she returns. The group continued to mock Qin Rushuang with scornful comments. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he had transformed from a vibrant youth into a lecherous old man who could only watch. The next day, Lin Xian called President Chun of Shengda Networks to recommend Wang Yang. Lin Xian recognized Wang Yang's technical skills. Although they paled in comparison to his own, he was still a rare talent. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that Wang Yang's passion for gaming was no less than his own, which is why he wanted him on board. He had always maintained a clear boundary between personal and professional matters, ensuring his company did not harbor useless personnel. Brother Lin, you are truly my boss. I will follow your lead for life, Wang Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Developing games had always been his dream, and he had never even dared to imagine working for such a large gaming company. Now, thanks to Lin Xian, he had been granted this rare opportunity. Stop flattering me, Lin Xian replied, rolling his eyes at Wang Yang, who was struggling to contain his laughter. Just do your job well and don't embarrass me. Of course, Wang Yang promised, thumping his chest. In truth, Lin Xian was not merely helping a friend. He had his own considerations as well. As the second largest shareholder of Shengda, though he did not partake in management, it was prudent to have a trusted individual within the company. He understood Wang Yang well. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was undoubtedly intelligent and sincere, which gave Lin Xian confidence in placing him at Shengda. Among his classmates, there were those more capable than Wang Yang, but some were overly cunning, and others he didn't know well enough. Lin Xian believed it was better to employ those he could manage. Feng Yi had Tang Yuran, who was absolutely loyal to him, so he didn't seek anyone else. Brother Lin, actually, I didn't finish what I wanted to say last night, Lu Shimin interjected. Spit it out quickly. Lin Xian shot him a glance, sensing mischief in his tone. I don't have a sister, but I do have a younger sister. Is that acceptable? Lu Shimin replied earnestly, struggling to hold back his laughter. Get lost. Lin Xian kicked him playfully. Lu Shimin was pressured by his family to take the civil service exam. Yet after 2 years of trying, he had not succeeded. This became a running joke for Lin Xian and Wang Yang, who advised him to give up. After all, a man could find a way to make a living without being a civil servant. He himself had no interest in game development, so Lin Xian had not considered him for a position. I have a little donkey that I never ride. Lin Xian's ringtone was a familiar tune that Wang Yang and Lu Shimin had long since grown accustomed to, eliciting no reaction. Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Tang Yuran. Hello, Yuran, Lin Xian answered. In the office, he referred to her as Secretary Tang, but privately, he called her by her name. President Lin, there's a girl waiting for you in your office. She's with President Wu. Tang Yuran's sweet voice came through, though internally, she felt a twinge of jealousy. A girl? Lin Xian frowned, several faces flashing through his mind as he struggled to recall who it might be. All right, I'll be right there. With that, Lin Xian ended the call. Chapter 76. Boss, are you heading out? Wang Yang now directly addressed Lin Xian as boss. Well, so you all? Hurry up and leave, Lin Xian said before retreating to change his attire. At the 33rd floor of Maple Leaf Hotel, in the president's office, Tang Yuran possessed elegantly arched eyebrows, captivating eyes, a delicate nose, and lips resembling glistening cherries, framed by a face akin to a flower. Her complexion was as smooth and radiant as freshly fallen snow, and her smile revealed charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. Tang Yuran felt a profound sense of threat from her beauty. Who exactly was this woman to President Lin? Zhang Yashuan, with her alluring charm, had eyes like autumn waves and a stunning figure, dressed in a sleek black uniform yet exuding an undeniable allure. She too felt her beauty was considerably threatened. Why did he keep such a stunning presence by his side? The atmosphere in the office was peculiarly tense. Two exquisite young women scrutinized each other, silently competing. Since their last brief encounter, Zhang Yashuan could not forget the charming young man who had helped her catch a cat. His handsome figure and captivating face lingered in her mind. She initially thought she would never see him again, only to discover that he was the spokesperson her father had long sought but could never secure. Thus, she eagerly volunteered to assist her father, secretly wishing to meet Lin Xian again. Little did she know, this delivery boy was a shareholder of the Maple Leaf Hotel, which filled her with exhilarating joy as it felt like they had bridged a gap. However, she never anticipated the presence of such a breathtakingly beautiful secretary in his office, which left her feeling deeply threatened. Lin Xian sped towards the Maple Leaf Hotel, and upon seeing his car, the doorman promptly approached with a salute. With a graceful arc, he parked the vehicle perfectly. Stepping out, Lin Xian tossed the keys to the doorman, who then drove the car to the underground parking designated for Lin Xian. The moment Lin Xian entered, he caused quite a stir. The receptionist's eyes wide, gazed at the long-awaited president, finally appearing before them, albeit with a stern expression. Yet, his cool demeanor only amplified his striking allure, rendering them utterly captivated by his presence. Lin Xian took the exclusive elevator straight to the 33rd floor. Upon exiting, he felt an unusual stillness in the air. Soon, he heard the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Then, Tang Yuran's enchanting visage appeared before him. President Lin, you've arrived, she greeted with a sweet smile. Lin Xian nodded, intending to ruffle her hair when suddenly, a girl in a pale yellow miniskirt dashed out. Is that you? Lin Xian recognized the adorable girl from before, the one who had asked for his help in catching a cat. She was exceptionally beautiful, making her memorable. Hello again, big brother. I'm Zhang Yashuan. She cheerfully extended her small hand, her eyes fixed on Lin Xian's face, utterly mesmerized. He was undeniably handsome. Previously, he had looked like a sunny boy in his delivery attire, but now, dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded a remarkable masculine charm, making him impossible to look away from. Lin Xian, you should already know. He smiled, gently shaking her fingertips. The brief contact sent a delightful thrill through Zhang Yashuan, an enchanting sensation she found utterly fascinating. Come on, let's not linger. Let us head to my office to chat, Lin Xian said to the starry-eyed Zhang Yashuan. Meanwhile, Tang Yuran felt a pang of jealousy, irritated by how unabashedly Zhang Yashuan was staring at Lin Xian. Nevertheless, she graciously led the way, saying, Miss Zhang, this way please. All right. Their gazes met, an electric current seeming to pass between them. Lin Xian sensed the peculiar tension in the air, a situation he had never encountered before. How should he navigate this? His mind raced. Lin Xian picked up his phone and sent Tang Yuran a message. Have you become even more beautiful during our brief separation? Moi. Ding. Tang Yuran's phone chimed. Upon reading the message, a sweet smile blossomed on her face, drastically changing her demeanor. Miss Zhang, would you like something to drink? She asked with a smile. Surprised by the sudden kindness, Zhang Yashuan responded. Do you have orange juice? Yes, we do. Tang Yuran replied politely with a gentle smile. Lin Xian observed this exchange, amused by how easily Tang Yuran could shift her attitude. President Lin, would you like anything? Tang Yuran reverted to her composed, professional demeanor. Coffee, please. Certainly. After preparing the orange juice and coffee, Tang Yuran even assisted in closing the door behind them. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Lin Xian leaned back in his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips. Let me introduce myself first, Zhang Yashuan said with a playful grin, revealing a dazzling smile. Are you familiar with the Global International Auto Show Center, Mr. Lin? Yes, the largest exhibition center in the capital. Lin Xian replied, puzzled as to why she was asking about it. The general manager of the Global International Auto Show Center, Zhang Hai, should be known to you as well, right? Zhang Yashuan continued with a smile. Indeed, Lin Xian realized his initial guess was correct. I presume Miss Zhang is undoubtedly the daughter of the esteemed manager? Exactly. Zhang Hai is my father, she replied playfully. Miss Zhang, what brings you here today? Well, I'm here on my father's behalf to convince you to become our spokesperson. Oh really? Lin Xian smiled, his gaze teasing as he observed the shift in Zhang Yashuan's demeanor from professional to adorably naive. Chapter 77 However, I currently lack the time for such endeavors, and I am not fond of being in front of the camera. Lin Xian resolutely declined. Did they think that sending a beautiful daughter would sway his decision? He pondered, hoping they would not end up losing both the lady and the troops. With the daughter caught in the fray, Lin Xian wickedly mused. No rush. I shall undoubtedly persuade you, Zhang Yashuan declared, her small fists clenched. She was not the type to concede easily. Lin Xian chuckled, finding her earnestness quite amusing. Were she to capitulate right away, he would have looked down upon her. In his eyes, Zhang Yashuan's tenacity far surpassed that of soulless decorative vases. Very well, I shall await the outcome. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Shall we make a wager? Zhang Yashuan proposed with a mischievous grin. Lin Xian suddenly felt a twinge of foreboding. Speak. Yet once the words escaped, there was no turning back. If I convince you, you must be my boyfriend. Upon uttering this, Zhang Yashuan's face flushed crimson. Unable to meet Lin Xian's gaze, her heart racing in fear of rejection. Lin Xian. This little girl truly knows how to set a trap. Whether he endorsed her or not, he would find it difficult to refuse her later. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would find himself ensnared in such a scheme? Yet strangely, this feeling of being trapped was rather delightful. Are you afraid to wager? Noticing Lin Xian's silence, Zhang Yashuan's expression fell. Was her first confession destined to fail? A wager it shall be. Who fears whom? Lin Xian declared. Little girl, your provocation tactics are quite effective. By the way, what is your relationship with Mr. Wu? Lin Xian suddenly recalled Tang Yuran mentioning that Zhang Yashuan was brought in by Mr. Wu. He is my uncle, Zhang Yashuan replied. Lin Xian understood immediately. No wonder she had been able to discern his identity so swiftly. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yashuan, Lin Xian listened as Tang Yuran reported some matters regarding the Maple Leaf Hotel. She even mentioned that Mr. Wu wished for him to provide some training for the chefs at the hotel. However, Lin Xian felt that mastering the culinary arts was not a matter of mere days, and a couple of lectures would bear little fruit. Nevertheless, he could compile a few recipes that had long been lost to time for him. Once work was concluded, Lin Xian presented a pair of earrings he had chosen from home to Tang Yuran. Overjoyed, Tang Yuran immediately cast aside her work mode and showered him with affectionate kisses in the office. This girl transformed into a captivating presence the moment she shed her professional ambitions. Lin Xian enjoyed lunch with Tang Yuran, followed by a brief nap.
Tang Yuran,
in her exuberance, served him as if he were royalty, indulging in dishes and pouring water. In the afternoon, he had to continue delivering takeout. If Lin Xian ever slackened, the system would relentlessly urge him on. At 3 in the afternoon, after completing his deliveries, Lin Xian took the elevator to the basement to retrieve his car, only to find 2 flamboyantly dressed women, heavily made up, leaning against his vehicle, engrossed in a live stream. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, thinking they would soon finish recording and leave. Babies, look here, do you see it? The Pagani Huayra, one woman in a red dress exclaimed, raising a long selfie stick to capture both herself and the sports car. She continued her passionate proclamation. Babies, the Pagani Huayra, worth tens of millions. Don't you yearn to possess one? Lin Xian listened in bewilderment. What did she mean? Who wouldn't he want to own such a car? Do you all remember Sister Lin? Yes, the one who stayed home full-time last year, devoid of money and dignity. She joined us, and within just a year, she acquired a Pagani Huayra. Would you not envy her? The woman in red continued her speech while pulling Sister Lin into the frame. Sister Lin leaned against the car, striking poses in a coordinated manner. Lin Xian. So, they are from a multi-level marketing scheme, and since when has this car belonged to them? How shameless. Initially, Lin Xian did not harbor animosity towards such schemes, but since the rise of terms like acquired by a stay-at-home mom, he had grown weary of them. Some participants were indeed sincere, yet many exploited such slogans to brainwash mothers and full-time housewives. They preyed on the desire for economic independence, convincing them to stockpile goods at home, only for those items to languish unsold. Babies, are you still hesitating? Are you afraid of being stuck with inventory? I simply wish to say, without stock, what can you sell? While others are profiting, you remain indecisive. While others drive luxury cars and reside in opulent homes, you hesitate. If you don't take stock now, when the time comes and sales are booming, don't come to me for replenishment. I'm sorry, but I'm out of stock. The woman continued her fervent rhetoric. I beg your pardon. Could you please step aside? Lin Xian could no longer bear to watch. The woman in red glanced at Lin Xian, a glimmer of astonishment crossing her features, followed by a scheming thought darting through her mind. If she could entice this handsome man to join their ranks, their team membership would undoubtedly surge. Then, she could simply sit at home counting money. Once she had funds, who knows, this handsome man might even become hers. She continued addressing the camera. Babies, I now have some excellent news to share with everyone. Our team will soon welcome an unparalleled handsome man to collaborate with us. The woman in red turned the camera towards Lin Xian, confidently stating, Young man, would you like to acquire a BMW? Do you wish to? What are you doing in front of my car? Lin Xian interrupted her, furrowing his brow. Young man, do not be hasty. Once you join us, you will inevitably own such luxury vehicles. It's 1,000 times better than delivering takeout. The woman in red continued recording her video. I am inquiring about your presence in front of my car. Lin Xian reiterated. Are you simple-minded? Can't you understand? The woman beside Lin, Sister Lin, finally grasped the situation, her mouth agape. Are you saying this car is yours? The woman in red was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to end the live stream, yet she could not believe it. You mustn't speak nonsense. When did this car become yours? Can you afford such a car with your delivery job? Lin Xian, disinterested, pressed a button on his remote. The doors of the red supercar gracefully lifted, resembling an eagle soaring in the sky. In the astonished gazes of the two women, Lin Xian entered the vehicle. All of this was broadcasted live, revealing the truth about the woman in red as a fraud. She was publicly humiliated during the live stream. The mothers and housewives who had contemplated joining her hastily deleted her contact information in a bid to salvage their losses. Please step aside, Lin Xian said as he rolled down the car window, addressing the two women. The two women quickly stepped aside, their embarrassment palpable. With a dazzling drift, the red sports car left a brilliant trail of light as it sped away, leaving them in its dust. Chapter 78. Upon returning to her dormitory that night, Qin Ruoxue was immediately surrounded by her 3 roommates. Confess, where did you go last night? Chang Yen demanded, brandishing an eyebrow pencil against Qin Ruoxue's neck. Have you gotten a boyfriend without informing us?
Yang kian chimet in.
You better come clean, or we'll resort to extreme measures, Jiang Meng added, deliberately flaunting the ring on her finger. Among the 4 of them, only 2 remained single, Qin Ruoxue and Yang Qian. What about your social media posts from last night? Jiang Meng inquired. They had all seen Qin Ruoxue's posts, which left them incredulous that she had such a wealthy brother-in-law. They were somewhat aware of Qin Ruoxue's family circumstances. She had only one sister who, despite being the director of the Global International Auto Show Center, had been repaying debts for years. As Qin Ruoxue had mentioned, it seemed that she had only just finished repaying them this year. Well, it is exactly as you see. Qin Ruoxue replied with a smile, spreading her hands. Is this tycoon really your sister's boyfriend? Jiang Meng asked. The atmosphere in the girls' dormitory appeared harmonious. Yet beneath the surface, there was much rivalry and jealousy. Envy over beauty, wealth, and comparisons about whose boyfriend was more handsome or whose family was richer. Come on, he is not a tycoon. Chang Yen scoffed. Look at this Courtyard and that collection of luxury watches. I checked, and one of them is worth over 10 million. Tycoons usually flaunt watches worth just over 100,000. What's the difference? He's just a brother-in-law, not a boyfriend. Jiang Meng retorted mockingly. Hey, what's that on your wrist?
Yang Qian interjected.
In the next moment, Qin Ruoshue's wrist was lifted, revealing a stunningly beautiful gold bracelet adorned with a myriad of colors. Its simple yet elegant design exuded understated luxury, clearly a masterpiece. Paired with Qin Ruoshue's delicate wrist, it was simply breathtaking. Yang Qian removed the bracelet to inspect its inner band, and the other three crowded around to see. Inside was engraved a series of letters Courtyard. It was among the top 10 in the jewelry world. Ah! Yang Qian and Chang Yen screamed in unison. Qin Ruoshue quickly reclaimed her bracelet, anxious that their excitement might cause damage. Jiang Meng, feeling discontent, realized that her own ring was from the same brand as the bracelet but seemed insignificant in comparison. Where did it come from? You better tell us the truth. The two pairs of piercing eyes fixated on Qin Ruoshue. Okay, I surrender. I confess. Just don't look at me like I'm a criminal, Qin Ruoshue said, raising her hands in defeat. My brother-in-law casually gave it to me, she admitted, recalling how Lin Xian had indeed tossed it to her without a second thought. Casually? Casually? Two voices echoed in disbelief. Why hasn't anyone casually thrown one my way? Oh heaven! Chang Yen exclaimed, looking up in resignation. Exactly, Yang Qian echoed, equally speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Meng stood to the side, smiling awkwardly, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Observing their reactions, Qin Ruoshue could only chuckle helplessly. Quick, check how much it costs, Chang Yen urged, grabbing her phone. Don't bother, Qin Ruoshue said, tossing a jewelry box to Yang Qian. As she opened it, a tag was revealed. Jiang Meng quickly snatched it, eager to discover the price, and the other two hurried to look as well. Over 200,000. Goodness, Courtyard is indeed expensive. A seemingly simple bracelet costs over 200,000. Wait a minute, Jiang Meng. Didn't you say your ring was also over 20,000? Your ring isn't as large or as adorned as this bracelet. How could it be so costly? Chang Yen bluntly exposed Jiang Meng's earlier exaggeration. When she claimed to have bought it for over 20,000, they had believed her without verifying. How vain. Moreover, she had long been irked by Jiang Meng's constant flaunting. The memory of Jiang Meng boasting just a few days prior, when she had returned from a date with her boyfriend, was fresh in their minds. It's so hot today. I'll take off my ring to cool off. Qin Ruoshue and the others had nearly choked on their laughter, utterly exasperated by her pretentiousness. Witnessing Jiang Meng's embarrassment brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Ruoshue. Did I misremember? Jiang Meng stammered, her resentment towards Qin Ruoshue growing. Why couldn't her brother-in-law have casually gifted her a different brand? Could you really misremember? Chang Yen snorted. Thankfully, the matter of the ring seemed to have reached a conclusion. It was likely that Jiang Meng would refrain from boasting for a while. The other two understood that Qin Ruoshue was not one to show off. Finally, peace returned to their world. Ruoshue, who exactly is your brother-in-law? Yang Qian asked curiously. The other two shared her intrigue. Actually, you've met my brother-in-law before, Qin Ruoshue replied to Yang Qian. Who? Yang Qian asked, astonished. Here. Qin Ruoshue revealed a photo she had sneakily taken on her phone the previous night. Is that really him? Yang Qian gasped, recalling the handsome young man who had come to her aid in a moment of injustice. She had been thinking about him since their fleeting encounter, never imagining he was Qin Ruoshue's brother-in-law. A flicker of jealousy crossed her heart. Why did such a remarkable man have to be taken? Wow! A chorus of exclamations erupted. Is this truly your brother-in-law? Chang Yen questioned, pointing at the photo in disbelief. Yes, incredibly handsome. I always thought wealthy men were either rotund middle-aged gents or elderly fellows. I can't believe he is so striking. Jiang Meng was equally stunned, feeling her self-esteem plummet. How could a man of such stature be linked to someone like her? Ruoshue, your sister must have saved the galaxy in her past life to deserve such an extraordinary man. Chang Yen lamented, shaking her head in awe. To all the supportive readers out there, thank you for your encouragement. Chapter 79. My sister is not bad either. Qin Ruoxue huffed, refusing to acknowledge this fact. Though she often clashed with Qin Rushuang, she would not tolerate anyone demeaning her sister. Hey Ruoxue, could I possibly gain some influence from your brother-in-law? My father's business seems to be facing some difficulties lately. Yang Qian, ever eager to seize an opportunity, casually sought to forge a connection with Lin Xian. Having shared a dormitory for 3 years, they were somewhat familiar with each other. As soon as Yang Qian spoke, the other 3 immediately understood her implication. Among them, Yang Qian was the most cunning, having outsmarted the others on numerous occasions. Seeking influence? Not on my watch. Hey Ruoxue, I also desire some of your brother-in-law's influence. I wish to be his little wife regardless of age. Chang Yan's interruption shattered Yang Qian's aspirations. Get lost, you're being delusional. Qin Ruoxue retorted with a touch of pride. Petty. Chang Yan made a face at her. Among the 4, Qin Ruoxue and Chang Yan shared a mutual understanding. Their bond the strongest. Let us go. I'll treat everyone to lunch today. Qin Ruoxue, buoyed by recent joys, was in high spirits. Moreover, she had received a substantial red envelope the night prior. Did everyone make any money from the designated driving last night? Chang Yan inquired. Yes, Qin Ruoxue nodded, though she had no intention of revealing the red envelope Lin Xian had given her. She believed that enough humiliation had been inflicted. Displaying further would only breed resentment. Upon hearing about the free meal, the other 3 sprang into action, rushing to wash up, change clothes, and apply makeup. They were determined to take full advantage of the situation. Ding dong. At that moment, Qin Ruoxue's notification tone chimed. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat. It was a message from her sister. Qin Rushuang. So, have you met him? Qin Ruoxue. Of course. Didn't I send you a photo? Qin Rushuang. What do you think of him? Qin Ruoxue. Handsome. Incredibly handsome. Gentle. Just very manly. Yes, extremely wealthy. Sister, please pursue him. I wholeheartedly support you. I am 1,000 times satisfied with him. Far across the ocean, Qin Rushuang pondered over Qin Ruoxue's enthusiastic praises of Lin Xian. She picked up her phone and replied. Qin Rushuang. So, do you like him? Since their father's passing, Qin Ruoxue had been under Qin Rushuang's care. The elder sister adored her and understood her well. She could easily guess the younger sister's feelings. A man like Lin Xian, Qin Rushuang believed, was beyond her control. As long as he continued to cherish her, she would be content to remain by his side, which is why she sent this message to her sister. Seeing her sister's reply, Qin Ruoxue was taken aback. Sister, what does this mean? Qin Ruoxue. Of course I like him. He is my brother-in-law. How could I not? Plus, he gifted me a bracelet worth over 200,000. Sister, rest assured, I fully support you too. Qin Ruoxue sent a flurry of messages. Qin Rushuang, good, as long as you like him. In truth, there were unspoken understandings between the sisters that required no explicit acknowledgement. Qin Ruoxue. Sister, when are you coming back? Qin Rushuang, soon. Behave yourself at school and don't go out driving for others. The 2 chatted for a while longer about mundane matters, and then Qin Ruoxue changed her clothes. The 4 of them laughed and chatted as they exited the dormitory. It was yet another splendid day. Lin Xian was en route to pick up a meal in his Pagani Huayra when suddenly a cherry QQ attempted to overtake him. Other vehicles typically kept their distance, yet this one seemed intent on passing. Lin Xian smirked in derision. Is this fellow a fool? With a swift press of the accelerator, his sports car surged ahead, leaving the cherry QQ far behind. Inside the Land Rover, the passenger, a blonde, slapped the driver, who also sported a blonde mane. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you even realize what kind of car that was? If you hit it, you'd never be able to pay it off in a lifetime. The driver, appearing nonchalant, replied, what's so special about it? It was just cruising slowly. I found it irritating. The passenger retorted angrily, let me enlighten you. That was a Pagani Huayra, a top-tier sports car worth several million. Several million? The driver broke out in a cold sweat. He had nearly gambled his entire fortune on a reckless maneuver. In truth, the car's ghostly speed was breathtaking. He could only dream of driving something so magnificent one day. On the roadside, a Volkswagen SUV was attempting to park. "Hey, no parking here. Move along," shouted a security guard at the restaurant, rushing over to evict the vehicle. "Why can't I park here? There are already others parked." The driver grumbled, feeling singled out. After all, he had managed to secure a parking spot without any signs indicating otherwise. 3024, 3024, move along. No parking allowed here. A motorcycle police officer arrived, using a loudspeaker to address the Volkswagen driver. With the police intervening, the Volkswagen driver reluctantly started his engine and vacated the spot. Just as he pulled away, he glanced in his rearview mirror to see a red sports car smoothly sliding into the space he had just vacated. The security guard and the motorcycle officer watched in disbelief, failing to utter a word. "Hey there, I'll be right back," Lin Xian said as he exited his vehicle, greeting the officer. "All right, hurry up," the officer nodded. "Sir, you may go. I'll keep an eye on your car," the security guard said, bowing slightly to Lin Xian. The Volkswagen driver stood dumbfounded, witnessing the blatant double standard. Why is he allowed to park? This is utterly unfair, he protested, leaning out of his car window, filled with indignation. Chapter 80. Because others drive luxury cars, you can only drive a Volkswagen, the security guard disdainfully remarked. There is little fairness in this world. Wealth equates to justice. 3024. Hurry up and leave. Do not linger on the road. The voice of the traffic police blared again. Being rich is impressive. Today's wealthy individuals are utterly insane, even delivering takeout in luxury cars. The Volkswagen driver grumbled angrily as he drove away. Indeed, wealth is something to be admired. A minute later, Lin Xian returned with the order and expressed his gratitude to the traffic officer and the security guard, acknowledging the inconvenience he had caused. No need for thanks, it was a small favor. The security guard waved his hand, secretly curious if delivering takeout was truly so lucrative. Lin Xian had completed over 10 regular deliveries when he finally received a special order. However, the note accompanying the order struck him as rather unsettling. The note read, "Please deliver the takeout to the left cabinet of the 4th row, 3rd compartment in the basement morgue of the Didu Ganges Central Hospital." Lin Xian thought to himself, is this really meant for someone to eat? He deeply suspected this might be a prank orchestrated by the system, but he could not refuse the order and reluctantly accepted it, hurrying to collect the food before heading to the hospital. The underground levels of the Ganges Central Hospital, levels B1 and B2, were designated as parking areas, making it impossible to drive directly to B3. Lin Xian parked on level B2 and, carrying the food, sought out the elevator to B3. To his dismay, he discovered the elevator was locked, requiring a card swipe from inside to access the 3rd level. Thus, he had no choice but to take the stairs. As he approached the stairwell, darkness loomed below, resembling an abyss. A chilling wind swept up from the depths, causing Lin Xian's hair to stand on end. He did not believe in ghosts. His fear stemmed from a natural dread of death. Clearing his throat, he coughed a couple of times, but the stairwell remained shrouded in darkness, evidently unlit. It was surprising that a renowned establishment like the Ganges Central Hospital had malfunctioning lights without anyone to repair them. He took out his phone for illumination. As Lin Xian descended the stairs, he found that the basement level B3 was not as dark as he had imagined. Although only a few dim lights flickered, they provided enough visibility to navigate. However, he could not fathom why the morgue, a place inherently daunting, would be lit so poorly, creating an atmosphere of eerie terror. Was it to prevent the light from blinding any lurking spirits? After a thorough search of the basement B3, he finally located a room marked with large white letters spelling morgue. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. After all, he was a living person. Could he really be frightened by the dead? The morgue was spacious, and contrary to his expectations, it was not as frigid as an ice cellar. There were no covered bodies on the tables as depicted in television dramas. Lin Xian approached the left cabinet, accurately identifying the 4th row and 3rd compartment. Taking a deep breath, he yanked the cabinet open. To his astonishment, he was indeed startled, not by the sight of a corpse, but by the emptiness of the cabinet, which contained only some miscellaneous items. Having mentally prepared himself to confront a body, the sudden absence of anything within the cabinet shocked him. Lin Xian placed the takeout inside, ready to leave this foreboding place. Just then, a thin, middle-aged man entered, wearing a staff badge from the Ganges Central Hospital, presumably responsible for the morgue. "Your delivery has arrived. I shall take my leave now," Lin Xian quickly declared, eager to exit the unsettling environment. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man seemed somewhat ominous, perhaps due to their prolonged stay in the morgue. He hurriedly ascended to level B2, opening the car door and sinking into the driver's seat, finally exhaling in relief. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed a special task, rewarding 50 equity in the Didu Ganges Central Hospital, making you the largest shareholder. "Wow, this is remarkable," Lin Xian exclaimed. Holding 50 equity in the Ganges Central Hospital, he was now the principal shareholder, which effectively meant the entire hospital was under his purview. This establishment was a world-class, high-end private hospital, integrating domestic medical institutions with international expert diagnostic platforms, and establishing academic workstations. It gathered over 200 experts from 5 major medical systems and top-tier hospitals across the country, including esteemed Chinese medicine masters. Moreover, it had established technological partnerships with renowned hospitals globally, providing patients with the most authoritative second opinions from around the world. As a pinnacle of high-end medical care in the capital, the Ganges Central Hospital attracted elite clientele, and medical treatment was notably expensive. Typically, only the affluent could afford care there. At that moment, in the office of the hospital's director, an assistant hurriedly burst through the door. Director Qi Shen was engrossed in a discussion with several traditional medicine masters when the assistant's abrupt entrance drew a frown. "What brings such urgency?" The assistant hesitated, glancing at the seated masters. "Director Qi, we can discuss this plan another day," one of them suggested, while the others hastily gathered their materials, preparing to depart. "All right, I will notify you." Director Qi nodded, personally escorting the masters to the door before shutting it. "What is happening?" Director Qi inquired with authority. "Just now, a mysterious individual named Lin Xian acquired all the shares from the other stakeholders, and his ownership has surpassed yours, now standing at 50, making him the largest shareholder of the Ganges Hospital," the assistant explained, handing the transaction memorandum to Director Qi. Stunned, Director Qi perused the document, unable to articulate his shock, struggling to comprehend how the stakeholders had so suddenly relinquished all their shares. He swiftly grabbed the phone to call his old friend. "Hello, Old Li, why did you suddenly sell all your shares?" Chapter 81. Old Qi. "I have devoted my entire life to the field of medicine, with no children or family to speak of. Now that I am aging and unable to continue, I wish to retire peacefully. From what I gather, that young man is quite impressive. I believe the world belongs to the youth, and the price he offered is simply irresistible. Hence, I sold it to him. I won't keep you any longer. The boarding for the flight has begun." Old Li concluded the call. Alas! Dean Sher had hoped to say something more, but the line went dead. The Old Li mentioned by Dean Qi is, in fact, not old at all, merely in his 50s. Dean Qi, of course, was skeptical of his claims, yet there was nothing he could do since the call had already ended. Dean Qi proceeded to contact the other shareholders, each offering varying explanations, but ultimately, they all echoed the same sentiment. The price offered was too good to refuse. In the end, Dean Qi decided to call Lin Xian. While driving, Lin Xian received a call from an unfamiliar number and activated his Bluetooth headset. "Hello. Greetings. I am Qi Shen from Ganges Hospital. May I ask if I am speaking with Mr. Lin Xian?" A steady voice resonated through the headset. Lin Xian quickly pulled over. After several years in the capital, he had certainly heard of Qi Shen's esteemed reputation. "Hello, Dean Qi, this is Lin Xian. Please proceed." As the director of Ganges Central Hospital, Qi Shen's contributions to the medical community were undeniable. Thus, Lin Xian held a genuine respect and admiration for him. The respect and politeness in Qi Shen's tone eased his wariness, and he felt a growing affinity towards the mystery surrounding the acquisition of 50 of Ganges Central Hospital's shares. "Very well, let us get straight to the point. Mr. Lin, you are now the largest shareholder of Ganges Central Hospital. I would like to inquire about your vision and directives for the hospital's future development, Dean Qi expressed with equal courtesy. Dean Qi, to be candid, I am not well versed in the medical field. Therefore, I will rely on your expertise for the hospital's management. You remain the hospital's director, and the development will continue as per the established model. Should you require financial support in the future, please feel free to reach out to me directly. Lin Xian's words affirmed Qi Shen's past contributions while reinforcing his position within the hospital. Moreover, he subtly emphasized his own identity. Their clever exchange ensured that neither party felt awkward. Ah, Mr. Lin, your reputation precedes you. We must have the pleasure of dining together sometime. Dean Qi replied with delight. As long as the new shareholder posed no threat to the hospital or to him personally, Qi Shen was amenable to cooperation. It appeared that this new stakeholder would only benefit the hospital's future. The assistant, who had been silently observing, breathed a sigh of relief as he witnessed the smile gradually spreading across Dean Qi's face. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Soon after, Dean Qi instructed his staff to establish a new office adjacent to his own for Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian claimed he would not be involved in management, maintaining a positive collaboration for the hospital's long-term development necessitated some superficial gestures. After hanging up, Lin Xian sat in his car, contemplating his situation. He now possessed a vast array of real estate and managed 3 enterprises that, while not yet globally renowned, were well established in the capital. Furthermore, he anticipated that both his properties and businesses would continue to multiply. With an increase in assets, the need for management assistance arose. He could not afford to place his complete trust in the shareholders. Thus, Lin Xian realized it was time to cultivate his own influence. By assembling an elite management team, he could better leverage these assets to enhance his reputation and status. That day, Lin Xian drove his sports car to deliver food. There was no escaping the attention his vehicle drew. The system no longer permitted him to remain inconspicuous. With the sports car, who would think to drive an electric vehicle? His delivery uniform was the most understated he could manage. Upon exiting a residential complex, Lin Xian spotted a girl clad in a Lolita outfit approaching him. Even accustomed to beautiful women, he couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times. She wore a light purple lace dress that revealed only a glimpse of her delicate, snow-white legs, topped with a matching light purple bow and holding a light purple umbrella, reminiscent of a character from a fantasy tale. Her long hair cascaded down, with a few wisps framing her face. Under arched willow-like brows, her large, expressive eyes sparkled, and her lips were a luscious shade of red, akin to jelly. She looked as if she had stepped straight out of a comic book, vibrant and enchanting. Lin Xian felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. He recalled that she was the same girl who had viewed his video on Douyin and had taken the initiative to add him on WeChat. If memory served him right, her name was Tang Xiaowan, an aspiring manga artist. They occasionally exchanged messages on WeChat.
Tang Xiaowan spot Lin Xuan.
Her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at the boy she had longed for. It felt as though fate had brought them together once more. They stood on the bustling streets of the capital, lost in each other's gaze. The girl made her way towards him slowly, and at that moment, time seemed to freeze. Tang Xiaowan's imagination took flight, compelling her to step closer to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, familiar with the expression on her face, recognized it as the look of infatuation. However, being admired by a beautiful girl was undeniably pleasant. Suddenly, Tang Xiaowan stumbled over her untied shoelaces and was on the verge of meeting the ground intimately. In a flash, Lin Xian dashed forward, catching her just before she could fall. Their positions, while lacking the elegance of a romantic drama, were undeniably dramatic. As Tang Xiaowan held a stack of her drawings, they scattered across the street in a flurry. Ah!
Tang Xiaowan Shrai.
Lin Xian quickly released her. My drawings! Tang Xiaowan exclaimed, rushing to salvage her artwork. Meanwhile, passers-by began to assist in gathering the scattered pages. Wow, the guy in this drawing is so handsome, one girl remarked, lifting a piece of artwork for closer inspection. Hey, it looks like that guy over there. Another girl pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked up a drawing from the ground. Indeed, it was him. Chapter 82. Do you not think that the real person is far more handsome than in the comic? A girl remarked as she compared the drawing with the live version. Wow, really? So, the boy who stepped out of the comic is indeed real. another girl exclaimed, her voice dripping with admiration. However, a gentleman picked up a drawing and scoffed. He is not that handsome, but the jealousy in his eyes was unmistakable. Hello, beautiful, could you possibly give me one of your drawings? One girl asked Tang Xiaowan. Not giving. Not giving. Tang Xiaowan hurriedly gathered the remaining 2 drawings from the ground, reclaiming them from the hands of the crowd. Give? How could that be? These are her treasures. Can we buy them then? Another girl inquired. Not for sale. Tang Xiaowan snatched the drawings back. Each drawing represented her painstaking effort, meticulously crafted stroke by stroke. Not even a fortune could entice her to part with them. As Tang Xiaowan collected every single drawing, she turned to find Lin Xian smiling at her while holding one of her artworks. May I have one? Lin Xian asked, bending down to examine her face, his smile warm and inviting. All of them are yours, Tang Xiaowan replied, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice as she dared not meet Lin Xian's gaze. Then, if I take your drawing, will you allow me to treat you to dinner? He proposed. Huh? Tang Xiaowan gasped, only to find herself lost in the depths of his eyes. All right. She quickly lowered her head again, whispering softly, let us go. Lin Xian took Tang Xiaowan's hand, leading her towards the parking lot, where even greater surprises awaited her. I have a little donkey. I never ride it. Lin Xian's phone rang, revealing a call from Hua Nongying. Hello, Xian. Are you coming over for lunch today? Mom has made some of your favorite dishes. Hua Nongying's voice was sweet and charming. Recently, Lin Xian had been dining at Hua Nongying's home, primarily due to the exceptional culinary skills of his future mother-in-law, rivaling even those of the chefs at the Maple Leaf Hotel. The sweet soup Hua Nongying prepared was particularly delightful, leaving him utterly satisfied after each meal. All right, just a moment. I'll be there soon, Lin Xian replied before ending the call and shutting off the delivery app. He drove towards Hua Nongying's home, and after a brief journey he arrived. Her mother greeted him warmly, offering him slippers, and after he changed, she placed his shoes neatly on the carpet for his convenience. Hua Nongying attentively wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. Daddy, Miao Miao, engrossed in watching television, rushed into Lin Xian's arms upon seeing him. Lin Xian effortlessly lifted Miao Miao, presenting her with a limited edition doll he had purchased just yesterday. Do you like it? Wow, it's so beautiful, Miao Miao exclaimed, hugging the doll tightly. Why do you keep buying her toys? You've spoiled her rotten, Hua Nongying playfully chided. Of course, she's my daughter. I must pamper her. How about you give me another one? Lin Xian whispered the last part teasingly in her ear. Get lost. Hua Nongying laughed, playfully scolding him. Hua Nongying's mother, witnessing the exchange, slipped into the kitchen with a knowing smile. As the meal was not yet ready, Lin Xian lounged on the living room sofa, watching television. The coffee table was adorned with several plates of fruit that he had washed earlier. Hua Nongying used a toothpick to pick up a piece of watermelon and fed it to Lin Xian. Sweet and delicious, he praised. She then added a few more pieces of fruit to his plate, but when Lin Xian opened his mouth again, ready to be fed, he noticed she was hesitating. Why aren't you feeding me? He began to ask when she interrupted. Stop eating, it's too much now. You won't be able to eat lunch later. All right, I'll listen to you, Lin Xian replied with a smile, savoring the feeling of being cared for. You enjoy the show. I'll check if my dessert is ready, Hua Nongying said, rising to head to the kitchen. Soon, the table was set with a feast, and Hua Nongying arranged the bowls and chopsticks, instructing Lin Xian to take Miao Miao to wash her hands. When they returned, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes. Bamboo shoots with beef, squirrel fish, a large plate of chicken, steamed shrimp, and knowing Lin Xian's fondness for spicy food, she had even prepared a spicy hot pot along with seasonal vegetables. Finally, Hua Nongying brought a nourishing papaya stew with snow frog to the table. Eat up, Xiao Lin. Enjoy your meal, her mother encouraged enthusiastically, watching as Lin Xian relished the food she served. Honestly, Auntie, I'm not exaggerating. This dish you made could surpass anything the chefs at the Maple Leaf Hotel can create, Lin Xian complimented while eating. Then you must eat more, her mother beamed, clearly pleased with his praise. Hua Nongying quickly added more dishes to Lin Xian's bowl. You should eat more too, Lin Xian insisted, serving her as well. and then he peeled a shrimp for her. Daddy, I want some too. Little Meow Meow chimed in, feeling left out. All right, Daddy will get you some right away, Lin Xian said, swiftly peeling a shrimp for his daughter. How's the kindergarten selection going? Lin Xian inquired. Yes, Meow Meow is about to start kindergarten. I found a few schools for her to choose from, Hua Nongying replied, noting the costs seemed quite extravagant. The schools you suggested are all too expensive, she added, feeling a bit guilty about spending his money before they were married. The schools Lin Xian had found charged nearly 200,000 a year just for kindergarten. Not too expensive. My daughter deserves the best, Lin Xian said, affectionately pinching Meow Meow's nose. Let us go with Wide International School. It has kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high school, and it's close to home, Lin Xian decisively concluded. All right, I'll go with whatever you decide, Hua Nongying agreed readily. Lin Xian devoured 3 bowls of rice, unable to resist the delectable food, and afterward, he savored a bowl of Hua Nongying's papaya stew. He was utterly satisfied and slightly stuffed. Chapter 83. After dining, Lin Xian accompanied Meow Meow for a while before taking a brief afternoon nap at Hua Nongying's residence. In the afternoon, Lin Xian drove his vehicle and resumed his food delivery duties. While waiting for an order at a restaurant's front desk, a woman accompanied by 2 children sat in the lobby, waiting for her packed meals. The woman appeared to be around 40, adorned in an extravagant fashion, bedecked with gold and silver, her face bearing the marks of a robust persona. The children included a boy of approximately 14 or 15 and a girl around 10 years of age. Do you see that young man delivering food? Do you know why he is doing this? The woman queried her children, pointing at Lin Xian. Not really, the girl replied. The boy remained silent, merely shaking his head. This is the consequence of laziness and a lack of academic diligence. If one cannot secure a suitable job, they are left with no choice but to resort to such menial tasks. The woman began to use Lin Xian as a cautionary tale to educate her children. What kind of work is beneath one's dignity that they would choose to deliver food instead? How much can one possibly earn from that? It would be better to work on a construction site, she continued, her gaze toward Lin Xian dripping with disdain. Lin Xian thought to himself, I am merely delivering food. What harm have I caused? Am I to become a living example of what not to be? Such aimless boys will surely struggle to find a partner in the future. Remember, you mustn't follow in their footsteps. Strive to be a man of substance like your father. The woman instructed her son with a stern look. Okay, I understand. Mom, I will work hard, the boy replied, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Xian. The mother nodded in satisfaction upon hearing her son's response. Ting Ting, do you comprehend? If you do not study diligently, you will end up marrying someone like that food delivery man, living a life of hardship. She redirected her admonition toward her daughter. Yes, Mom, I understand. I will study hard and marry a wealthy man when I grow up, the girl declared with conviction. Not only Lin Xian, but also the receptionist was taken aback by the girl's worldview. Did these girls truly believe their worth was only tied to marrying a wealthy man? No wonder there are so many materialistic women today. The root of this attitude lies with their mothers. In truth, Lin Xian longed to inform the middle-aged woman that he once excelled academically. So, you must truly dedicate yourselves to your studies, the woman reiterated emphatically. At that moment, both Lin Xian and the middle-aged woman were called to collect their respective meals simultaneously. As they exited the restaurant, Lin Xian's car was parked at the roadside. Its striking red color and sleek lines immediately captured the attention of the mother and her children. Lin Xian initially assumed the woman would cease her remarks, but instead, she pointed at his car and exclaimed, Do you see that sports car parked by the roadside? Isn't it stunning? The boy's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to contain his awe, while the girl chimed in, It's so beautiful. I want to ride in a car like that when I grow up. Lin Xian lit a cigarette, observing their display of superficiality. It is indeed beautiful, impressive, and flashy. However, if you do not study diligently, such luxury will remain beyond your reach, and you will be confined to a life of delivering food. The woman seized the opportunity to educate her children once more. Mom, we understand. We will work hard in our studies. Can you take a picture of me? I want to post it online. The boy handed his phone to his mother and posed in front of the Pagani Huayra, striking what he believed to be a cool pose. Snap. One photo. He then shifted to a peace sign pose. Snap. He changed to a pose with his thumb and index finger on his chin. Snap. 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 He continued to take numerous pictures. I want to take pictures too, the girl exclaimed. But Lin Xian had reached his limit. Stepping forward, he coldly remarked, "This car is indeed stunning and flashy. I see it?" The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at him, clearly unimpressed. Isn't that an obvious question? Let me enlighten you. This car is a Pagani Huayra, valued at no less than 50 million. You could deliver food for a lifetime and still never afford such a vehicle. Truly a simpleton. The boy scoffed. Indeed, as my mother said, people like him are useless, completely unaware of such remarkable vehicles. Silence, son. Did I not tell you to refrain from such bluntness? While your observation may hold truth, one must exhibit some decorum and respect to demonstrate our upbringing, the middle-aged woman admonished. Come, let me take a few more pictures of you, my handsome son. She smiled as she raised her phone for yet another snapshot. Lin Xian could only marvel at the mother's obliviousness. If these children were to discover the stark contrast between reality and their mother's tales, would they not question everything they believed? However, their moment of reckoning was imminent. Excuse me, but this car belongs to me. Could you please step aside? Lin Xian said with a sardonic smile. Yours? What a joke. Your car is over there. The boy pointed at a nearby electric scooter. How do you expect me to believe that? Prove it. The middle-aged woman scoffed. Does delivering food strip one of their dignity? How absurd to fabricate such a lie. If he could afford a sports car, surely they could buy a plane. Lin Xian, uninterested in further dialogue, retrieved a remote from his pocket and pressed a button. Suddenly, the headlights of the sports car illuminated, and the doors opened gracefully, resembling wings prepared for flight. Your method of education is commendable. Lin Xian sneered as he delivered his parting words, climbed into his vehicle, and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The three of them stood in astonishment, mouths agape, as the reality of their misconceptions began to unravel. For the first time, the children cast wary glances at their mother, questioning the validity of her teachings. In Lin Xian's eyes, this incident was but a trivial interlude in the grand tapestry of life, quickly forgotten as he moved forward. Chapter 84. On the afternoon of the second day at 4:10 p.m., Lin Xian, who was delivering food, received a call from Fang Xijin, informing him that someone was interested in renting a property. All right, I'll be there shortly. Lin Xian hung up and drove over. The prospect of a new rental meant additional income. Ever since Xiao Hongmao and Aladdin learned that Lin Xian owned numerous properties, they would eagerly nod and bow whenever he visited, hoping he might sit down and make a purchase. However, Lin Xian had no intention of entrusting his properties to such dubious agents. Upon his arrival, the prospective tenant had yet to appear, so Lin Xian decided to wait at Anjia Tianxia. Good things come to those who wait. The staff at Anjia Tianxia warmly served him tea and fruit while marveling at Lin Xian's dedication, as he consistently arrived in his delivery uniform. A billionaire working so diligently left them with no room for complaints. They should all strive to work hard as well. However, the tenant seemed to be taking his time. Although he had promised to arrive shortly, nearly an hour had passed with no sign of him. Su Gugu and the manager of the rental office had already apologized profusely to Lin Xian. Lin Xian detested tardiness. Yet today he was determined to discover the identity of this individual who warranted such a delay. Finally, nearly 2 hours later, an Audi SUV pulled up outside Anjia Tianxia, and a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a large gold chain disembarked. He appeared to be dressed like an upstart, clutching a bag under his arm. My apologies, Manager Fong, for being late. I was tied up with something. The man hurriedly entered the establishment. Mr. Wang, it's good to see you. Please, take a seat. The manager greeted him with a professional smile. The man glanced around, his eyes sweeping over Lin Xian, seemingly dismissing him. Despite his 2-hour delay, he was surprised to find that the landlord was someone of greater significance than himself. Mr. Wang, let me introduce you to our landlord, Mr. Lin, Fang Xijin said with a smile. Looking at Lin Xian, Mr. Wang was taken aback. Wasn't he just a food delivery guy? How could he possibly be the landlord? He resolved to maintain his composure and not be belittled by this situation. "Oh, so you are the landlord. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Wang extended his hand, feigning contrition. "Hello." Lin Xian responded with a smile, bemused by the formality surrounding a mere rental agreement. "Since both of you are here, let's proceed with the contract," Fang Xijin suggested, pulling the pre-printed document from her folder. I feel terrible about this, but could we wait a bit longer? My wife hasn't arrived yet. It would be better to sign the contract when she is here, Mr. Wang implored. Fang Xijin, Lin Xian. Others at Anjia. Are you serious? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You made us wait all this time, and you couldn't even call your wife beforehand? Mr. Lin, would you still be available? Fang Xijin asked apologetically. Since the manager has asked, I shall wait a little longer, Lin Xian replied, unwilling to cause any discomfort to the manager. However, Mr. Wang was visibly displeased by Lin Xian's willingness to wait, perhaps feeling that the property was beneath him, given his ostentatious attire. Mr. Lin, if I might inquire, are you selling this property? Mr. Wang asked with a smile. You wish to buy? Lin Xian retorted, intrigued. The staff perked up, eager to hear more, as it was well past closing time, yet they showed no desire to leave. Indeed, Mr. Lin, I have 2 children. The elder is about to enter high school, and the younger one is heading to middle school. While I'm not financially constrained, finding a school district property is quite difficult. I presume this house was left to you by your parents. Given your strenuous job delivering food, wouldn't it be better to sell it to me? You could enjoy a more relaxed life, couldn't you? Mr. Wang offered, adopting an overly considerate tone. Lin Xian found his words insincere. It was as if Mr. Wang was belittling him to elevate his own status. The implication that he needed money was particularly irksome. If you are in urgent need of funds, I could pay part of the amount up front and the rest later, Mr. Wang continued. Pay later? Lin Xian was incredulous. Are we negotiating a business deal? If you lack the funds, why speak of purchasing? Such arrangements are reserved for banks, not for me. Not selling. Lin Xian firmly rejected him. Before Mr. Wang could respond, Fang Xijin quickly interjected. Mr. Wang, let us wait for Mrs. Wang to arrive before we proceed. Moments later, Mrs. Wang entered. Mrs. Wang, please have a seat. Fang Xijin warmly offered her a glass of water. Upon noticing Lin Xian seated inside, Mrs. Wang's expression soured as she rolled her eyes, recalling the delivery man from the previous afternoon who had embarrassed her in front of her children. Lin Xian smirked coldly, recognizing the irony of encountering her once more. Old Wang, you called me here to sign the contract, yet the landlord hasn't arrived. Is this how you treat us all waiting here? Mrs. Wang raised her voice. Clearing his throat, Mr. Wang felt his face flush. He was the one who had delayed their meeting, yet he signaled his wife to cease her complaints, only for her to remain oblivious to his hints. Why are you coughing? Am I wrong? Mrs. Wang shot back, her tone accusatory. Mrs. Wang, this is Mr. Lin, the landlord. Fang Xijin quickly interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. What? Mrs. Wang exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though she had just been slapped across the face. The irony of encountering this delivery man again was almost too much to bear. Chapter 85. Mrs. Wang, this gentleman Lin is the landlord. Thinking she had misheard, Fang Xijin reiterated. My hearing is perfectly fine. No need for you to repeat, Mrs. Wang retorted harshly. Fang Xijin felt a twinge of embarrassment but maintained her smile. We are no longer renting this house, Mrs. Wang declared, stomping her foot. We cannot concede to this little brat. Lin Xian shrugged, indifferent, as he was not particularly in need of the money. However, Mr. Wang, in a fluster, reminded his wife, but the school requires proof of housing this Wednesday. He had entirely forgotten his earlier display of wealth. Leave it to me. I firmly believe he is the only one in this neighborhood with a house. Mrs. Wang scoffed. Lin Xian smiled faintly, knowing he owned merely 100 units in the area. Manager Fang, surely there are more than just him looking to rent in this neighborhood? Mrs. Wang inquired. To be frank, all the properties in this neighborhood are exclusively sourced through Anjia Tiantang. If you do not rent Mr. Lin's house, there will truly be no other rentals available. Manager 883 replied, glancing at Lin Xin. Her words were indeed truthful. There were only 105 listings in the area, with 3 for sale and the rest for rent. But wait, didn't you say there were over 100 properties? Mrs. Wang questioned skeptically. Indeed, of those 100 plus, 3 owners are selling only. Aunt Sue, wearing a smile, interjected, strange clients have become more common, especially this year. But her words were cut short. SNT, there's still a few left? Don't tell me they've all been rented out. Mrs. Wang exclaimed loudly. This manager was the first she had met, and she found her quite disagreeable. It was evident that, with over 100 properties, to suddenly claim that one unavailable unit meant none were left felt like blatant favoritism towards that brat. Indeed, over 100 units, old Wang chimed in, Manager Fong, let us rent somewhere else. He shot Lin Xin a disdainful glare, thinking, I want you to witness the futility of having a place yet being unable to rent it. Lin Xin reclined in his chair, leisurely spearing a piece of apple with a toothpick, enjoying the spectacle. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, please allow me to finish, Aunt Sue said with a smile. Go ahead. Mrs. Wang waved her hand impatiently. Of those 100-plus houses, 3 owners are selling only, and among the others, 1 owner is renting exclusively, and that owner has 100 units, which belong to Mr. Lin. Aunt Sue finished her explanation in one breath, her gaze settling on Lin Xin. Mrs. Wang and Mr. Wang were left dumbfounded. 100 units. Is this person insane? Who buys houses like that? Buying 100 at once, that's quite extravagant. Mrs. Wang had seen Lin Xian's luxurious supercar that afternoon and knew he was wealthy, but she never imagined he would invest so heavily in a single neighborhood. Mr. Wang was equally astonished, having thought Lin was merely a freeloader living off a single property, only to discover he was a super-rich individual. They felt embarrassed for having boasted about their plans to rent from him. Mr. Wang, there's still one of the 3 houses for sale. You might consider purchasing it, Fang Xijin kindly suggested. But old Wang hesitated, realizing he lacked the funds to buy a house. You could sell the house you currently reside in and use the proceeds as a down payment for this one, Fang Xijin offered helpfully. But old Wang hesitated again, while his wife wore an awkward smile. They were also renting their current residence and had no money to buy a house. Lin Xin yawned, stood up, and decided it was time to leave. Mr. Lin, let me see you out. Fang Xijin quickly rose to accompany him. Are you leaving, Mr. Lin? Aunt Sue also hurried to stand. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. We did not consider this matter thoroughly today, Aunt Sue said apologetically as they walked towards the exit of Anjia Tiantang. You are being too harsh. This incident is not your fault, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Aunt Sue exchanged glances with Wang Zijian, who promptly went to attend to the dazed Mr. and Mrs. Wang while the managers escorted Lin Xian outside. Realizing what had transpired, Mr. and Mrs. Wang hurried to catch up. Mr. Lin, please don't leave just yet. Old Wang rushed after him, aware that there were only 2 days left to submit their documents to the school. If they failed to do so, their spot would be given to someone else. He had worked hard to secure a connection for his child's admission, and now they were just 1 step away. Regretting his earlier arrogance, he lamented how he always tried to act superior. Mr. Lin, I will rent your house. We can sign the contract immediately, and I will pay you a year's rent up front. Mr. Wang declared. Yes, Mr. Lin will pay a full year's rent at once. It's difficult to find tenants like us, so please rent it to us, Mrs. Wang added awkwardly. Lin Xian smiled coldly, knowing that a person's true nature would never change. Even when in need, they still spoke so disdainfully. What does it mean to be humble? They have no understanding. Lin Xian found his path obstructed, with Fang Xijin and Aunt Sue watching him expectantly. The Wang couple stared at him with hopeful eyes. Please have Manager Fang and Aunt Sue assist me in finding new tenants for this property, Lin Xian said with a smile. Absolutely, Mr. Lin, Fang Xijin replied cheerfully. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. We will handle it promptly, Aunt Sue added with a smile. Please step aside, Lin Xian said coldly, brushing past the Wang couple. He was no saint, and he had no intention of being magnanimous after being mocked and ridiculed, nor did he wish to rent to someone who would likely cause him future troubles. The Wang couple exited Anjia Tiantang in a dejected state, just as Little Red Riding Hood was finishing her shift. Noticing their downcast expressions, The owner hurried over to greet them. Chapter 86. Are you two looking to buy or rent a house? At Little Red Riding Hood, we possess the most comprehensive and exclusive listings nationwide. The cheerful manager of Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed. Do you have any properties in the school district for Longquan School? Mrs. Wong inquired. Absolutely. The plump manager of Little Red Riding Hood quickly replied. Their motto at Little Red Riding Hood is to cater to every inquiry. Whatever the type of house or layout, they have it all. Old Wong, I told you Anja Tiantang is unreliable. Feng Shijin appears to be someone who will resort to any means to sell houses. You didn't believe me at the time, and now look. Others have plenty of school district properties. If only you had listened to me earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Mrs. Wong chastised Old Wong. Old Wong remained silent, wearing a bitter expression, too afraid to respond. At Z University, it is currently summer vacation. Although classes are on break, B University allows students to stay on campus during the winter and summer holidays, as rent in the capital can be exorbitantly high. Thus, some students who do not return home continue to reside at school, leading to a bustling campus atmosphere. At 12:15 p.m., in the student cafeteria, Qin Ruoxue and her 3 roommates stood in line, each holding their own prepared lunchboxes, ready to serve themselves at B University's cafeteria. Today's dishes look quite sumptuous, Chang Yen exclaimed, returning from the serving window, her face alight with joy. Do you think the serving lady's hands will be steadier than yesterday? Qin Ruoxue asked with a smile. Of course, they will be shaky.
Yang Qian replied.
It is widely known that the cafeteria staff often struggle with severe tremors. Soon, it was their turn. Qin Ruoxue swallowed, her hunger palpable. Among her roommates, she was the last to be served. Approaching the window, she extended her bowl and flashed a sweet smile at the lady. Dear and lovely auntie, I would like this and also this and this. Qin Ruoxue pointed to several dishes she adored, her voice sugary as she spoke. Indeed, the auntie's hand steadied, and she generously added an extra chicken leg for Qin Ruoxue. Thank you, auntie, Qin Ruoxue said sweetly. Oh yeah. Her roommates silently applauded her good fortune. Behind Qin Ruoxue, a girl in a floral dress imitated her. Pretty sister, I would like this and also this and this. The girl believed her tone to be even more charming, as women often prefer to be addressed in diminutive terms. The auntie looked up. So fat, still eating. If you keep this up, you'll become a pig. What an eyesore. Ugly people always cause trouble. She served a half-spoonful of food, her hands trembling slightly. Several nearby students witnessed this exchange and couldn't suppress their laughter. Most were aware that the serving lady had a son working in the cafeteria, 30 years old and still unmarried. It seemed she had her sights set on Qin Ruoxue as a potential daughter-in-law. The girl in the floral dress, feeling humiliated by the laughter, blushed furiously and directed her resentment towards Qin Ruoxue, wishing she could bore a hole into her back with her glare. It's all her fault. If she hadn't spoken so sweetly, I wouldn't have followed her lead and made such a fool of myself. At that moment, Qin Ruoxue held her lunchbox, scanning the cafeteria for her roommate's chosen spot. Not far off, for boys were rising from their seats and heading towards the cafeteria exit. One of them was Chun Fan, a well-known wealthy heir at Z University, who often flaunted his family's wealth. The girl in the floral dress quickly devised a plan. She hastened towards them, and just as Chun Fan was about to pass by Qin Ruoxue, she feigned a casual approach, pushing Qin Ruoxue lightly from behind in a spot where no one else could see. Qin Ruoxue sensed trouble, but before she could comprehend why she was about to collide with someone, her body lurched forward uncontrollably, causing her lunchbox to slip from her grasp, spilling its contents everywhere. Fortunately, Qin Ruoxue and Chun Fan were not facing each other directly. Only his pants and shoes bore some grease stains. I'm so sorry, Qin Ruoxue quickly apologized, looking back to confront the culprit, but found no one behind her, save for the floral dress retreating a meter away. Qin Ruoxue had caught a glimpse of the dress and was certain it was the girl who had pushed her. Hey you! Stop! Qin Ruoxue hurried after her, blocking her path. What's wrong? The girl in the floral dress feigned innocence, as if nothing had transpired. Seeing her expression, Qin Ruoxue felt her anger boil. Why did you push me just now? She demanded. I didn't. When did I push you? The girl in the floral dress insisted, striving to maintain her faade of innocence while secretly reveling in her mischief. Her gaze towards Qin Ruoxue filled with jealousy. Why did Qin Ruoxue, born of the same parents, have to be so strikingly beautiful? Qin Ruoxue was the belle of the finance department at B University, somewhat renowned, and most people recognized her. You think you can just run away after dirtying my clothes? Chun Fan approached with his 3 cronies, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of arrogance. His gaze towards Qin Ruoxue was simultaneously amiable and lecherous. It wasn't me. It was her who pushed me. Qin Ruoxue quickly clarified, unwilling to accept the blame. You're not innocent either. Look at my clothes drenched in soup and grease. What do you propose I do about it? Chun Fan was not swayed by Qin Ruoxue's defense. I didn't push her. Did anyone see me push you? The girl in the floral dress adamantly denied any wrongdoing. Soon, their argument drew the attention of the cafeteria crowd, who quickly gathered around to witness the spectacle. Isn't that the belle of the finance department? Someone remarked. Qin Ruoxue claims this girl pushed her, which led to the soup spilling on Chun Fan, said a boy. You guys are utterly clueless about women. Perhaps this is just Qin Ruoxue's ploy to get closer to Chun Fan. A girl scoffed. Z University's Chun Fan is known to be a super-rich heir, with hundreds of billions in the family. I agree. The girl over there seems too docile to push Qin Ruoxue. Another girl chimed in. Seeing the belle of the department in distress, many girls relished in the drama, as women often harbor jealousy towards those who are more beautiful than themselves. Chapter 87. Wishing she would be troubled, they would feel delighted. Compensate me. The entirety of my attire isn't extravagant, merely totaling over 100,000. Each of you shall contribute half. I shan't demand the change, just 50,000 from each of you. Chun Fan declared, discarding the cigarette but he held, extinguishing it underfoot. Indeed, compensation, echoed the 3 sycophants behind him. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was a mere summer t-shirt, a seemingly ordinary pair of shorts, and a pair of commonplace sandals truly worth over 100,000? Some classmates hastily pulled out their phones to verify the prices of Chun Fan's garments. In reality, his entire outfit barely amounted to 20,000, clearly indicating extortion. Whispers of discontent circulated among the bystanders, yet no one dared to speak up for her. It wasn't that Qin Ruoxue lacked popularity. Rather, they all feared Chun Fan's powerful status. Rumors suggested his family's enterprises spanned the entire capital city, and a mere stomp of his foot could send tremors throughout the metropolis. Anyone would perceive opposing such a figure as a fool's errand, preferring to avoid offense whenever possible. Though Qin Ruoxue was undeniably beautiful, the males present deemed it unnecessary to risk offending Chun Fan for a woman they could not attain. As for whether the girl in the floral dress was the most innocent party, they were even less concerned. Upon hearing that Chun Fan demanded she pay, the girl in the floral dress was momentarily stunned. Her intention was to provoke Qin Ruoxue into offending Chun Fan, but she never anticipated that her scheme would entrap her as well. The weight of Chun Fan's influence at school intimidated her from refusing. This was what one might call a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal rice. Regret washed over the floral dress girl. Her resentment toward Qin Ruoxue deepened. Had it not been for her, she would not have found herself in such a foolish predicament. Coming from a modest background with a monthly allowance of merely 1,000, how could she possibly come up with 50,000? I refuse to pay. Your clothing is worth at most 20,000. On what grounds do you demand 50,000 from me? Qin Ruoxue exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. A male companion of Chun Fan leaned in to whisper something. Chun Fan's face twisted into a lewd grin, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth, as his gaze fixated on Qin Ruoxue. Refusal is acceptable. Simply accompany me for a month, and I shall overlook this incident, he said, stepping closer, his lecherous eyes locked onto her. For Chun Fan, a month with any woman would eventually grow tiresome. Qin Ruoxue clenched her fists, her beautiful face burning with indignation. I shall give you 3 days to contemplate, Chun Fan stated, pointing again at the girl in the floral dress. You must pay 50,000, not a cent less. With that, he and his 3 sycophants departed. Dream on. Qin Ruoxue shouted at Chun Fan's retreating figure. The crowd erupted in murmurs, astonished by Chun Fan's audacity. After all, this was a society governed by law. How could he dare to utter such threats and act so brazenly? The girl in the floral dress felt utterly despondent. She would rather accept Chun Fan's proposal than face the prospect of paying him. Yet, she possessed just enough self-awareness to recognize her lack of charm, knowing that offering herself would only lead to disdain. She was left with no choice but to seek ways to gather the money. Chun Fan was not someone she could afford to offend. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxue's 3 dorm mates waited for her at their seats, puzzled by her delay, assuming she was struggling to find them due to their secluded choice of location. By the time they finally located her, the crowd had dispersed. They found Qin Ruoxue fuming as she picked up the scattered dishes on the floor, remnants of a meal strewn about. "What happened, Ruoxue?" Chang Yen hurriedly inquired. "Let us return to the dorm," Qin Ruoxue replied tersely. "All right." After Qin Ruoxue recounted the ordeal, Chang Yen pounded the table in frustration, cursing the shamelessness of it all. However, Yang Qian and Jiang Meng displayed no intention of defending Qin Ruoxue, only harboring jealousy towards her for attracting the attention of yet another wealthy individual. Ultimately, it was Chang Yen who suggested that Qin Ruoxue enlist her brother-in-law to resolve the matter. "I have a little donkey. I never ride it." As Lin Xian was delivering takeout, his phone rang. "Brother-in-law, help." Qin Ruoxue's voice trembled with tears over the line. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian's heart tightened as he quickly inquired. "Someone is threatening me to accompany him for a month, or else he'll take my life." Qin Ruoxue sobbed into the phone. "Where are you?" "I'll come right away," Lin Xian said, furrowing his brow. "At school." "Okay, wait for me. I'll call you once I arrive at the school gate," Lin Xian concluded before hanging up. 20 minutes later, the unmistakable roar of a sports car echoed near the entrance of Z University. Gradually, a stunning Pagani Huayra came to a smooth halt at the school's entrance, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Students recognized the Pagani Huayra as an extraordinary supercar and quickly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. From the car emerged an exceptionally handsome young man, clad in designer labels that accentuated his striking presence. Lin Xian had intentionally changed out of his delivery attire, unwilling to bring shame to his sister-in-law at school. Lin Xian had become accustomed to the stares of passers-by, displaying a calm and composed demeanor. "Wow, so manly, such charm," a female voice squealed, as others eagerly snapped photos. "Impressive. This guy has me in awe. It's the first time I felt someone is more attractive than me," a male student remarked. Leaning against his car, Lin Xian effortlessly struck poses that could rival any model, captivating the attention of the onlooking girls. The crowd at the school gate grew increasingly larger. Lin Xian dialed Qin Ruoxue's number, leaning casually against the car while lighting a cigarette, which only provoked more excited reactions from the girls. While the boys scoffed, a few discreetly mimicked Lin Xian's smoking posture, with one even lighting a cigarette to practice, earning disapproving glances from nearby girls. "Public smoking is prohibited." One girl shot him an admonishing look, only to turn back, starry-eyed, as she gazed adoringly at Lin Xian. Chapter 88. Chen Fan, much like his father, possessed a boastful tongue and an ostentatious demeanor. As the last remnants of his cigarette dwindled, Lin Xian spotted Qin Ruoxue's silhouette materializing at the school entrance. Accompanied by 3 girls, presumably her roommates, Qin Ruoxue appeared resplendent in a flowing white dress, her chestnut curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She emanated an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. "It's Qin Ruoxue," someone exclaimed. Her reputation at school was already notable, but the events of the afternoon had elevated her fame further, as a video of the incident had been surreptitiously circulated on the school forum. In the midst of curious gazes, Qin Ruoxue approached Lin Xian directly, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Her roommates, upon encountering Lin Xian, were equally taken aback, their expressions gradually transforming into bashfulness. They had never laid eyes on such a handsome young man. Just one glance was enough to ignite feelings of infatuation within them. Watching Qin Ruoxue nestle into Lin Xian's embrace, they couldn't help but wish they were the ones in his arms. "Brother-in-law," Qin Ruoxue whimpered as she plunged into Lin Xian's embrace, her voice a mere whisper intended for his ears alone. She felt utterly humiliated and distressed, yearning for comfort. What's wrong? Lin Xian gently patted her back, his voice imbued with tenderness. Witnessing the normally assertive Qin Ruoxue in such a vulnerable state tugged at Lin Xian's heartstrings. The crowd at the school gate gaped, their mouths forming perfect O's. Discussions on the forum revolved around whether Qin Ruoxue would acquiesce to Chun Fan's unreasonable demands. Yet, in a twist of fate, she soon found herself enveloped in the arms of a wealthy man, igniting the gossip within the crowd. Photographs of their embrace swiftly circulated, further fueling the ongoing discussions. Before long, one of Chun Fan's sycophants reported the unfolding situation outside the school gate. What on earth is happening? Lin Xian inquired. Only then did Qin Ruoxue extricate herself from his embrace to recount the morning's events in detail. Upon hearing her story, Lin Xian's expression darkened ominously. He was determined to confront whoever dared to threaten his own. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you," Qin Ruoxue said, gesturing towards her roommates. "These are my friends." "Hello." The three girls greeted Lin Xian with smiles. "Hi there." Lin Xian returned their greetings with a nod. Yang Qian, Jiang Meng, and Cheng Yan exchanged glances, each contemplating whether Lin Xian's smile hinted at an interest in one of them. However, they could only fantasize. Accustomed to beautiful women, Lin Xian found such ordinary girls unable to capture his heart. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Chun Fan, awakened by the report from his sycophant, seethed with jealousy upon seeing the photographs of Lin Xian and Qin Ruoxue in an embrace. He hastily jumped out of bed, summoning two of his lackeys, and rushed towards the school gate with fervor. From a distance, Chun Fan spotted Qin Ruoxue standing face to face with a man at the entrance, and an overwhelming sense of betrayal washed over him. In his mind, he believed that since Qin Ruoxue could not compensate him financially, she must repay him in kind, as he had unilaterally deemed her to be his woman. "Boss, do you see that car over there?" A Pagani Huayra, one of his lackeys, remarked, concerned about the implications of the luxury vehicle's presence and its owner's potential background. "What's there to fear? My father promised me a luxury car upon graduation. I can afford it," Chun Fan boasted arrogantly. His lackeys, resigned to his bravado, followed him with the intention of remaining spectators should a conflict arise. Lin Xian leaned against his car, intending to summon someone to bring out the so-called Chun Fan, when he noticed a man clad in a blue t-shirt, flanked by two others in black t-shirts, approaching with an aggressive demeanor. Lin Xian smirked coldly, perfect timing. "I was just hoping he would come looking for me." The school gate was now teeming with spectators, all craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama, speculating on who would emerge victorious, Chun Fan or the enigmatic man with the supercar. "Is it you who is set on troubling my people?" Lin Xian coldly addressed the scrawny, beady-eyed figure before him. Qin Ruoxue's heart fluttered at the mention of my people, recalling her sister's words, as a blush crept across her cheeks. "So, do you wish to seek financial reparations?" Chun Fan retorted, now demanding not just money but a month of her companionship. "Compensation might be negotiable, but how will you atone for the humiliation you've inflicted upon Qin Ruoxue?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a chilling smile, applying pressure on Chun Fan with every word. The crowd gasped in astonishment, witnessing Chun Fan falter for the first time, relishing the moment. "Let me make it clear. This is the school gate. Don't act recklessly," Chun Fan stammered, stepping back under Lin Xian's relentless advance. The onlookers reveled in the sight, knowing that Chun Fan's reputation was not the source of their fear, but rather his wealth. "You're not worth my effort. How about this? Slap yourself 10 times, and we'll consider it settled," Lin Xian proposed frostily. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they admired Lin Xian's audacity. Finally, someone had the courage to stand up to Chun Fan. "Who do you think you are, demanding I slap myself?" Chun Fan laughed, bending over with amusement at what he perceived as a joke. "Whether or not you choose to comply is entirely your decision. However, I kindly advise you to accept this opportunity now. For later, the consequences will be far more severe," Lin Xian replied, a devilish grin spreading across his face. The crowd was eager for the spectacle, many having endured Chun Fan's bullying in the past. "Just wait. You'll pay dearly for this," Chun Fan threatened as he dialed a number on his phone. Brother-in-law, perhaps Chin Ruoshua, tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve nervously, fearful that he might attract trouble. Regret washed over her. She wished she had simply asked her sister for money instead of acting impulsively. Yet, before she could finish, Lin Xian gently placed a hand on her shoulder, turning her to face him, and said earnestly, "I should be the one protecting you. If you have to endure this, then I, Lin Xian, am not a man." Chapter 89. Young man, are you truly willing to offend me over such a woman? Chun Fan continued to boast shamelessly. In the next moment, a figure flashed by, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Chun Fan being lifted into the air by Lin Xian with a single hand. Chun Fan squirmed, terrified, and cried out in distress, while his two lackeys had already vanished without a trace. Was this person even human? His speed and strength were astonishing. Lin Xian dropped Chun Fan onto the ground. In this lawful society, he certainly would not take his life. He merely frightened him to the point of wetting his pants. How handsome! How impressive! The girls at the school gate were ecstatic. In that moment, Lin Xian became their idol. They dreamt of marrying him. The boys conceded defeat. Why could others be with beautiful girls? Just this display of courage and strength surpassed them all. "Hey, Dad! Where are you? Help!" Chun Fan cried as he dialed his father. "We need backup here." Fortunately, Chun Mo, his father, was nearby. Upon hearing his son's plea, he immediately instructed the driver to turn towards Z University. To be honest, Lin Xian was not intimidated by Chun Fan at all, regardless of his background. Moreover, he was somewhat embarrassed. He had recognized Chun Fan's identity the moment he laid eyes on him. Wasn't he merely the son of the boastful Chun Mo? Lin Xian had seen a family photo of them during an interview at Longting's office. "You've got guts. Don't you dare walk away," Chun Fan shouted angrily from the ground. "Whoever leaves is a dog." Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. The students at the school gate were practically boiling with excitement. A confrontation between titans was about to unfold. Meanwhile, at a nearby restaurant close to Z University, Chun Mo raised his glass as he approached Chun Li, the second-in-command at Xingda Online Games. After utilizing various connections, he had finally managed to arrange this meeting with Chun Li. He intended to leverage this opportunity to climb the corporate ladder. A partnership with Xingda Online Games would propel his career to new heights. Chun Li nodded slightly and drank. "When would it be convenient for you to meet? I'll come by your office to sign the contract." Chun Mo replied with a broad smile, "No rush. If we need to collaborate, I'll have my secretary notify you." Chun Li was indifferent. He looked down on such mediocre gaming companies and had heard of Longting's plagiarism, which he found disgraceful. His presence at dinner was merely to honor a mutual acquaintance. After dining, Chun Mo's driver escorted Chun Li back to the company. He courteously opened the car door for him and ensured Chun Li did not bump his head as he entered. Once Chun Li was settled, Chun Mo joined him in the vehicle. As they neared Z University, Chun Mo's phone rang. Seeing it was his son calling, he promptly answered. The sound of Chun Fan's distressed cries sent a wave of anxiety through him. Chun Fan was their family's prized possession, cherished beyond measure. "Where are you?" "I'm on my way,"
Chen Montag exclaimed.
Hearing that someone threatened his son's life was unacceptable. He immediately ordered the driver to turn around. "Please excuse the delay, Mr. Chun Li," he remembered, realizing Chun Li was still in the car. Chun Li's expression darkened as he regretted not bringing his own driver. From a distance, Chun Mo spotted his son slumped on the ground, seemingly sitting in a puddle. His heart ached. "Drive faster," he urged. 2 minutes later, a Jeep Wrangler pulled up at the entrance of Z University. "Please wait a moment," Chun Mo called to Chun Li as he exited the vehicle. Chun Li followed suit, regretting his decision to dine with such a person. Chun Mo strode over with determination, his imposing bodyguard trailing closely behind him. "Hey, I recognize him. I senti that Chun Li, the boss of Shangda?" a male classmate pointed out. "Yes, I've seen his photo in a gaming magazine. It's definitely him," another chimed in. "Who would have thought Chun Fan is the heir to Xingda Online?" A third voice commented. "Good thing I didn't offend him earlier. That would have been disastrous." Chun Li was indeed a significant player in the gaming industry, with 3 to 4 popular games out of 10 attributed to his company. No one expected Chun Fan to have such powerful connections. Did you all notice how wealthy this guy appears? I wouldn't be surprised if Chun Li didn't dare to cross him, someone suggested. As the crowd murmured, Chun Mo and his imposing bodyguard approached Chen Fan. Get up. You look like a coward. Chen Mo yanked his son to his feet. Dad. Chen Fan cried out in frustration. Who did this to you? Those two. Chen Fan pointed angrily at Lin Xian and Qin Ruoxue. Following his son's gesture, Chen Mo recognized Lin Xian as the young man who had previously humiliated him in his office. A cold smile crept onto his face. A mere delivery boy had the audacity to repeatedly bully them. He vowed to drive this brat out of the capital. Mr. Lin? Chen Mo was about to unleash his fury when he noticed Chun Li approaching, warmly shaking Lin Xian's hand. What is happening here? Mr. Chun. Lin Xian replied with a smile. I hope you don't mind the spectacle, Lin Xian remarked pointedly. Not only was Chun Mo taken aback, but the onlookers were also stunned. Chun Li was not Chun Fan's father. He was someone else entirely, and yet Chun Fan was shaking hands enthusiastically with this handsome young man. Chun Li had just stepped out of the same vehicle as Chun Mo. The crowd was bewildered. Mr. Chun, what do you call him? Chun Mo asked, perplexed. Allow me to introduce him. This is Mr. Lin, our second largest shareholder at Shengda Online. If you wish to collaborate with us, you must first gain his approval, Chun Li explained to Chun Mo. Chapter 90. As soon as Chun Li stepped out of the car, he recognized Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had previously stated that he would not partake in the management of the company, it did not imply that they had never met. They had encountered each other during Wang Yang's previous visit to Shengda, where they discussed the future development of gaming. Chun Li was deeply impressed by Lin Xian's expertise and unique insights, persistently persuading him to take on a role in the company's management. In truth, he wished for Lin Xian to directly oversee the company's research and development, as he believed their combined efforts would propel Shengda Games to surpass its competitors in the near future. However, no matter how much he insisted, Lin Xian remained resolute, even declaring that his primary goal at present was to deliver food, leaving Chun Li both amused and exasperated. What?
Chen Montag was speechless.
The food delivery person was actually the second largest shareholder of Shengda. President Chun, are you sure? The last time I saw him, he was merely a delivery guy, Chun Mo exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Lin Xian. Previously, he had heard whispers of someone acquiring shares in Shengda, but he never imagined that this individual was the same delivery boy who had once listened to him boast in his office, only to mock him in return. The memory of his earlier arrogance made Chun Mo flush with embarrassment. He had boasted that Shengda was inferior to his own dragon rising online and had even called the boss of Shengda stingy. He suddenly felt unworthy to face anyone. Is delivering food so shameful? Lin Xian retorted. Even as a delivery person, I can still outshine you. Lin Xian had not anticipated encountering Chun Li here. However, this turn of events spared him considerable trouble. Chun Mo's revelation left the surrounding students in shock. What the hell? A food delivery person can afford shares in Shengda Network, worth billions. If delivering food is this lucrative, why are we even studying? We might as well become delivery drivers. Chun Mo forced a wry smile, realizing that the connection he had so painstakingly established was now at risk of severance. No, even as the second largest shareholder of Shengda, he should be reasonable. However, he dared not confront Lin Xian directly and instead approached him with a bowing demeanor, inquiring with a forced smile, President Lin, what is going on here? The onlookers realized that Chun Li and Lin Xian were not allies. It appeared that Chun Li stood firmly beside Lin Xian, while this Chen Fan did not seem to belong to a wealthy lineage. Given his family's circumstances, who gave him the audacity to act like a rich heir at school? Perhaps it was the courage instilled by Liang Jingru? You might as well ask your son about the situation, but I must make it clear. He must apologize and slap himself 10 times today, Lin Xian stated coldly, pointing at Chen Fan. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Striking a son in front of his father was quite disrespectful, even more so than slapping the father directly. Yet, there was an unusual anticipation surrounding the unfolding drama. Chun Mo's expression soured. What was the difference between slapping his son and striking him? Did wealth grant one the right to be so arrogant? He had never considered how his son behaved at school. Mr. Lin, that might not be appropriate. This is quite bullying, he stammered, yet he dared not unleash his anger upon this formidable figure. Meanwhile, Chun Fan thought that his father's presence would bolster him, but he was taken aback to see his father treating the man who demanded self-inflicted punishment with such deference. Dad, didn't you say that if you stomped your foot in the capital it would shake 3 times? Why can't you handle this mere second-largest shareholder of Shengda Network? Chun Fan cried out in despair, glancing at his classmates who seemed to relish in his misfortune, wishing he could vanish on the spot. If he had to slap himself today, he would never be able to show his face at school again. The crowd erupted in ridicule. Did he truly believe that stomping his foot in the capital would hold any weight? What is happening here? Chun-Li asked, perplexed. Those who insult me should anticipate facing the consequences, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Qin Ruoxue hesitated to speak, feeling shy about revealing that Chun Fan had asked her to accompany him for a month. I'll explain. A young man raised his hand, having witnessed the entire incident in the cafeteria during lunch. He had long disapproved of Chun Fan's behavior at school and seized the opportunity to expose him. You lie! How dare you slander me? Chun Fan shouted, his eyes blazing with rage. The truth was indeed as the young man described, and there were not just one but several witnesses, including surveillance footage from the cafeteria. Upon hearing the mention of surveillance, Chun Fan realized he could no longer deny his actions. His face flushed with anger as he glared at the young man who had spoken up, his eyes filled with animosity. The young man wore an expression that seemed to challenge him, fueling Chun Fan's fury. If it were up to me, I'd break his legs. 10 slaps would be far too lenient, Chun-Li remarked, standing beside Lin Xian. President Chun is right, Lin Xian replied with a slight smile. Turning to Qin Ruoxue, he asked, what do you think? Qin Ruoxue, who had been quietly resting against Lin Xian's arm, was taken aback by his inquiry. She had not anticipated Lin Xian would defend her so vigorously, believing he would only assist her in settling the matter financially. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to wonder if he might harbor feelings for her. You are unaware, then? In that case, I shall decide for you, Lin Xian said, gazing warmly at the bewildered Qin Ruoxue. I will not accept any leniency. 10 slaps must be delivered without exception. Lin Xian's demeanor suddenly turned icy. You insolent brat! How dare you act this way? Haven't I taught you better? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and slap yourself.
Chen Montag shouted angrily.
Frustrated with his son's antics, he was concerned but felt powerless to intervene. After hearing the account, he recognized his fault. In the past, he would never have admitted his shortcomings, but now, faced with these 2 titans, he could not afford to provoke them. Besides, he had imitated several of Shengda's mobile games and had profited significantly. If anyone pursued the matter further, it could jeopardize his entire company. Chapter 91. Strike quickly.
Chen Montag bellowed in frustration.
Dad? Chun Fan stared incredulously at his father, who had always demanded 100-fold retribution from anyone who dared to touch him. Yet today, he was being urged to slap himself. Was this truly his father? The security personnel arrived, and someone shouted, "The principal is here." Upon hearing this, the crowd naturally parted, creating a path for the principal. The principal of Z University, in his 50s, bore a serious demeanor that commanded respect. Chun Fan's eyes sparkled with hope. He had not anticipated that the principal would show concern for students at such a critical moment. The man standing before him must surely be his stepfather. Yet, the principal's tardy arrival left him despondent. Why couldn't he have come out later, allowing his son to finish his self-inflicted punishment first? Ah, Mr. Lin, is that you? Principal Wang approached Lin Xian with enthusiasm. The crowd gasped in surprise. What was happening? Who was this prominent figure, and how did he know Principal Wang? Lin Xian himself was equally bewildered. He did not recognize the principal at all. Good day, he replied politely, acknowledging the principal, who was older and held a revered position. Old Chun is here too. Principal Wang quickly extended his hand to Chun Mo. Such influential figures typically knew one another. Just moments earlier, he had been informed about the cafeteria incident, and after reviewing the surveillance footage, his expression darkened. He had heard whispers about Chun Fan's notorious reputation within the school, and just 3 days prior, he had received a letter reporting that Chun Fan had broken the leg of an orphan who was a freshman. He had only just conferred with the security department regarding disciplinary actions against him. To his dismay, Chun Fan was once again causing trouble on campus. Upon arriving at the school gate, Principal Wang spotted Lin Xian and was immediately struck by his impressive appearance. "You are indeed a fine young man," he remarked, patting Lin Xian on the shoulder with a smile. "You know me?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "Of course. Not only do I know you, but I admire your work." Principal Wang grinned. "Do you two know each other?" Chun Mo questioned, glancing between them in confusion. "Not at all, not at all." Principal Wang hastily waved his hands. Their acquaintance was ambiguous, leaving everyone perplexed. "Allow me to explain," Principal Wang said, pulling out his phone to display a video from Douyin, one featuring Lin Xian cooking at the Maple Leaf Hotel. However, this video alone did not indicate an acquaintance. "This video was sent to me by Dean Ji. He knows of my passion for cooking and shared it with me, asking me to identify the talented individual within." Principal Wang chuckled. Lin Xian smiled knowingly, realizing how unexpectedly endearing it was that such a formidable principal was an avid cook. Chun Li remained bewildered. Even if one were passionate about cooking, such deference towards a young man seemed excessive. "Principal Wang, I understand now. You were informed by Dean Ji that not only is he an exceptional chef, but he is also the second largest shareholder of Shangda Online Games."
Shen Li dadusa.
Too kind, too kind. Lin Xian humbly shook his head, revealing yet another facet of his identity. "The second largest shareholder of Shangda Online Games? Oh no, Dean Ji didn't mention that," Principal Wang exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. "What did Dean Ji say?" Chun Li speculated whether Lin Xian possessed other significant affiliations. Dean Ji described this talented young chef as the new largest shareholder of Hengi Central Hospital. Principal Wang shook his head in disbelief, still astonished by the revelation. The crowd erupted with excitement. Goodness, who was this individual? The largest shareholder of Hengi Central Hospital? How wealthy must he be? Acquiring such shares would cost billions. They began to cast pitying glances at Chun Fan and his father, realizing that offending someone of such stature would likely preclude any chance of redemption, though it was, after all, their own doing. Chun Li was taken aback. No wonder Lin Xian claimed he lacked time to work at the company. Who had the luxury of spare time when managing such extensive enterprises? Chun Mo recalled the bravado he had displayed in front of Lin Xian, the boasts he had made, which now felt utterly humiliating in light of Lin Xian's true capabilities. "Old Chun, I shared your expression at that moment. Youth is formidable. We old bones are destined to be washed ashore." Principal Wang chuckled. "Indeed, Mr. Lin is remarkably accomplished," Chun Li added with admiration. Lin Xian felt modesty wash over him at their praises. "Not at all, I am merely honored by your recognition," he replied with a smile. "You two are the true paragons of the industry. I have much to learn from both of you," Lin Xian complimented, eliciting hearty laughter from them. "Mr. Lin, you are far too humble. I am well aware of your capabilities," Chun Li quickly asserted. The three engaged in lively conversation, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. They had initially believed the principal would intervene on behalf of the students, yet here he was, immersed in amiable banter with Lin Xian, showing no signs of disengaging. However, observers found solace in the apparent camaraderie between the principal and the dashing young man, believing it would prevent any favoritism towards Chun Fan. Meanwhile, Chun Fan watched the principal with a forlorn expression, having expected him to advocate for a student being bullied, only to witness the principal exchanging pleasantries with the very individual he had hoped would defend him. The atmosphere turned awkward for Chun Mo. He had anticipated the principal would support his son against the external threat, yet the principal was engrossed in jovial conversation, completely disregarding him. What an embarrassing predicament! However, this also presented a golden opportunity for him to whisk Chun Fan away, as it seemed the principal and his entourage were preoccupied. "Let us go. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to be slapped?" Chun Mo scolded, exasperated by his son's foolishness. "Stop right there," came Principal Wang's authoritative voice from behind just as they were about to leave. Chapter 92. "Mr. Chun, please hold on." Principal Wang's voice resonated once more. Chun Mo and his companions reluctantly turned around, realizing that they could not evade the matter at hand. "Mr. Chun, there are certain issues I must inform you about. I kindly ask you to join me in my office for a discussion," Principal Wang stated. "Oh, very well," Chun Mo stammered. "Mr. Lin, I would appreciate your company as well. Principal Wang smiled at Lin Xian. I shall comply. Lin Xian nodded. Mr. Chun, another day I shall treat you. We can continue our conversation then. Lin Xian turned to shake hands with Chun Li. You are too courteous. Another day I shall host. Chun Li replied with a smile. As the situation reached a temporary resolution, the crowd at the school gate quickly dispersed. Mr. Chun, there is something I wish to show you. Just as Chun Li was about to enter his vehicle, Lin Xian called out to him. Lin Xian opened the App Store on his phone and displayed 2 mobile games to Chun Li, whose expression darkened as the pages loaded. Minutes into the game, Chun Li's face was as grim as a soot-blackened pot. The 2 games Lin Xian showcased bore an uncanny resemblance to the ones their company had launched merely 6 months prior. Chun Li understood the implications immediately. While such occurrences were not uncommon in the gaming industry, witnessing a blatant copy was unprecedented. The audacity of the competitor was astonishing. It was indeed foolish to neglect making any alterations, as the similarity reached an astounding 90. Rest assured, I will handle this, Chun Li declared as he climbed into his car, promptly dialing the legal department of his company. Due to the privacy features of Lin Xian's phone, it was impossible to discern the screen from a distance. Chun Mo observed Lin Xian, who seemed to be engrossed in a game research session with Chun Li, and an ominous premonition bubbled within him. Their company had launched 2 new mobile games 2 months prior, which were direct copies of Shengda's MMORPG. They had achieved remarkable success, amassing nearly 10 million in profit within that brief span. If the competitor were to pursue legal action now, it would spell trouble. Previously, he had been unperturbed by minor companies issuing cease and desist letters, often disregarding them or profiting before complying. Eventually, recognizing the lucrative potential, he instructed the tech department to emulate Shengda's most popular games from the past 6 months. However, if Shengda chose to pursue the matter, it could lead to dire consequences, potentially bankrupting his small company. Chun Mo felt a tremor in his legs, resigning to whatever fate Chin Fan and the others would devise. After all, they would survive, suffering only minor repercussions, provided they were granted a chance to salvage their company. Lin Xian, accompanied by Qin Ruoxue, proceeded to Principal Wang's office. With the principal now involved, Lin Xian felt compelled to show respect, keeping the 10 slaps in mind for later. What do you think we are contemplating as we walk? Lin Xian quietly inquired of Qin Ruoxue beside him. What do you mean? Qin Ruoxue pondered, walking side by side with him, both radiating beauty and charm. Like a couple. Upon this thought, a rosy hue crept across Qin Ruoxue's cheeks, though she felt too shy to admit it. Noticing the blush on her earlobes, Lin Xian smirked mischievously. Doesn't it resemble a pair of students who have been summoned for misbehavior? Qin Ruoxue gasped in surprise, feigning indifference to Lin Xian's teasing. How dare you take advantage of me? She huffed, pretending to be upset. I was merely jesting. Do not be angry, Lin Xian quickly attempted to appease her. Humph, I remain quite angry, the kind that cannot be soothed. However, she mused that having such a father might not be too bad. No one would dare bully her, and even if they did, he could retaliate, providing her with an immense sense of security. Shall I treat you to a meal after this? Lin Xian hastily proposed. I want hot pot. I want to enjoy tripe, goose intestines, and brain matter. Qin Ruoxue immediately listed a plethora of dishes. Realizing she had fallen into her own trap, she chided herself for being too greedy. Food could easily distract her from everything else, revealing her lack of resolve. Very well. I enjoy those as well, Lin Xian chuckled. Being from Shudu, indulging in hot pot was a necessity. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office. Principal Wang graciously invited the 2 parents to sit. I have thoroughly understood the situation at hand. Mr. Lin, on behalf of the school, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and Qin. Fortunately, this matter has yet to yield any significant consequences, Principal Wang stated directly. He acknowledged that the students suffering within the school fell under his purview, and had he been stricter, many issues could have been averted, thus feeling compelled to apologize to Lin Xian. Principal Wang, you are too hard on yourself. With your numerous responsibilities, it is impossible to monitor every student at all times. I believe this incident also reflects on the upbringing of the involved student. Lin Xian quickly interjected. This assertion held truth. University was not akin to kindergarten, and it was unreasonable to expect constant supervision. Furthermore, university students were adults, their personalities and behaviors already well formed. Mr. Lin, we acknowledge our errors. I shall slap myself 10 times. Without waiting for Principal Wang to respond, Chunamo interjected, raising his hand to deliver blows to his own face. Slap, slap, slap. He struck himself 10 times, leaving his face swollen. Lin Xian and Principal Wang were taken aback. Lin Xian had lost interest in self-punishment, knowing Principal Wang would ensure Chun Fan faced appropriate consequences. As for Chunamo, Chun Li would handle him. Chun Fan appeared indifferent, still lost in the nightmare of not being from a wealthy family. Mr. Chun, the matter concerning Chun Fan will be addressed according to school regulations. He cannot exercise authority on behalf of the principal. Your 10 slaps shall not alter the situation, Lin Xian asserted. Chunamo looked at Lin Xian incredulously, regretting the self-inflicted punishment. It was quite painful. Principal Wang regarded Lin Xian with admiration, recognizing him as a principled individual. If leniency were granted, where would those students victimized by Chun Fan seek justice? At that moment, other members of the board entered the principal's office, carrying a thick stack of documents, all detailing Chun Fan's violations of school rules and regulations, extortion of protection fees, coercion into relationships, and even breaking others' legs. Each account was a shocking testament to his bullying behavior. Chapter 93. The final board meeting declared the immediate expulsion of Chun Fan from Z University, permanently barring him from readmission. Upon hearing the announcement, Chun Fan was struck dumb. His life was effectively over, as a student with a tainted record would find the path ahead fraught with obstacles. Yet, this was a consequence of his own actions, and one could only say he deserved it. Additionally, several of his accomplices were also expelled, with those whose actions were less severe receiving reprimands instead. As for the girl in the floral dress who had pushed Qin Ruoxue, she hastily approached to apologize, and Qin Ruoxue decided to let the matter slide. With Qin Ruoxue's forgiveness, Lin Xian had little to say on the subject. After bidding farewell to Principal Wang, Qin Ruoxue implored Lin Xian to take her out for a drive. Considering the monotony of delivering takeout daily, Lin Xian felt compelled to oblige the request of such a beautiful girl, who happened to be his sister-in-law. Principal Wang was reluctant to part ways, as he had several culinary techniques he wished to consult Lin Xian about. However, his true intention was to introduce his daughter to him. After all, who wouldn't desire such an outstanding and affluent son-in-law? As long as he remained unmarried, there was still a chance for fair competition. Yet, this was merely a one-sided desire from old Wang, as his daughter was not particularly striking. Lin Xian drove a supercar with Qin Ruoxue, cruising along a road in the outskirts of the capital at exhilarating speeds. The road was sparsely populated, making it a playground for wealthy young men eager to race their supercars. Ah! Qin Ruoxue screamed, not out of fear, but exhilaration. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to see a girl so unafraid in a speeding sports car. Her excitement invigorated him. Pressing the remote button, he transformed the car into a convertible, and a gust of wind tousled their hair. With the pedal to the metal, the car surged forward, reaching a thrilling speed that was intoxicating. It was no wonder many rich heirs enjoyed racing. The rush was simply irresistible. Lin Xian wondered if, after systematic enhancement, he could achieve such speeds himself. In the distance, he spotted a black Bentley speeding ahead, fast but still lacking in comparison to his own vehicle. A quick glance in the rearview mirror prompted him to change lanes and overtake. What's this? Are we being overtaken? One wealthy young man exclaimed to his male companion in the passenger seat. Aren't you stating the obvious? Hurry up and pass him, the passenger yelled back. The young man floored the accelerator, the car nearly lifting off the ground. Yet Lin Xian's vehicle remained out of sight. Damn, I need to be richer. This is no fun. That wealthy heir, for the first time, felt the sting of poverty. After an exhilarating experience of speed and adrenaline, Lin Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. Qin Ruoxue was equally thrilled, eager to try the thrill of racing herself. However, Lin Xian declined her request, not out of a bias against female drivers, but because many girls naturally lacked the mechanical aptitude that boys possessed. He felt uneasy at the thought of sitting beside her while she raced. There was a significant difference between driving and being a designated driver. He valued his life too much for that. As they prepared to return to the city for dinner, the two enjoyed a leisurely drive, taking in the picturesque scenery on either side of the road. In the distance, the sky exploded with radiant hues as the sun set, painting the horizon a deep crimson, resembling a magnificent ocean of red. Truly a sight only the heavens could boast, rarely witnessed by mortals. The fields alongside the road, uneven and lush, were heavy with ripe rice plants bowing under the weight of their grains, while wildflowers, unknown to Lin Xian, dotted the landscape. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the blossoms. Lin Xian gradually reduced the speed of the car and parked it steadily at the roadside. They stepped out to admire the rare beauty before them. "How beautiful!" Qin Ruoxue exclaimed, dressed in a pristine white dress as she gazed into the distance. The rice paddies, the sunset, the floral scent, and the sight of the lovely girl in white, with her hair dancing in the wind, painted a stunning tableau. Lin Xian was captivated by this exquisite scene. "Such beautiful little flowers," Qin Ruoxue remarked, bending down to gather a few blossoms, crafting 2 floral crowns, one for herself and placing the other atop Lin Xian's head. Instinctively, Lin Xian wanted to refuse. After all, what kind of man wore a floral crown? Yet, seeing Qin Ruoxue's bright, expectant face, he leaned slightly to allow her to adorn him. "You look lovely," she beamed, flashing a radiant smile as she admired her handiwork. With the floral crown, Lin Xian resembled a prince from an enchanted realm, and Qin Ruoxue found herself utterly entranced. "You are even more beautiful," Lin Xian replied, his lips curling into a charming smile as he took her small hand in his, gazing into her clear eyes, until he saw himself adorned with the floral crown reflected in her gaze. By the time they returned to the city, night had fallen, and they headed straight to a hot pot restaurant for dinner. Lin Xian finally witnessed what it truly meant to be a foodie, embodied by Qin Ruoxue, who not only relished her food but also savored it, mixing 2 different sauces, sesame and garlic oil, without a second thought. Unlike many girls he had encountered who refrained from garlic out of modesty, she seemed unbothered, as long as the food was delicious. While eating, she continuously served Lin Xian, her appetite and graceful eating manner making the experience all the more delightful for him. She was genuine and unpretentious, making their time together comfortable. Lin Xian admired Qin Ruoxue, who gazed at him with affection. Observing Lin Xian's composed and elegant demeanor while eating, one couldn't help but wonder what kind of celestial man he was. Those dining nearby occasionally cast glances at the captivating duo. A striking man and a beautiful woman. A perfect pair. "Excuse me, can I have your WeChat?" A girl, who considered herself more attractive than Qin Ruoxue, approached Lin Xian, deliberately raising her voice in a coy manner while casting a challenging look at Qin Ruoxue. Qin Ruoxue was taken aback. Does she not see the main character sitting right here? She thought, utterly appalled. Did she have no shame? Moreover, wasn't this scenario entirely reversed? In idol dramas it typically went, "Hey, I like this girl. I'll give you 5 million to leave her." This was simply intolerable. Chapter 94. The surrounding diners turned their gazes towards the scene unfolding before them. The girls admired the courage of the young woman, while the boys scoffed, thinking, what is there to like about this pretty boy? Today's girls are becoming increasingly unreserved and superficial. Wealth is the true measure of a man. Yet, they all secretly wondered whether the man would acquiesce to her request. Qin Ruoxue's expression shifted as she anxiously observed Lin Xian. Although this girl seeking WeChat contact did not possess breathtaking beauty, she was certainly not unattractive. Every nuance of Qin Ruoxue's expression was captured in Lin Xian's gaze as he glanced at the WeChat QR code presented before him. "Apologies, but I have a girlfriend and will not be adding unfamiliar girls on WeChat," Lin Xian stated coolly, without even looking at the girl's face. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxue could not suppress a smile. She found his response quite satisfying. The girl seeking the WeChat contact stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected rejection. It was her first experience of being turned down by a boy. How infuriating! How humiliating! She awkwardly retrieved her phone and returned to her seat. Her table mates, evidently her close friends, struggled to contain their laughter. Other girls dining in the establishment breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it wasn't them who had approached him. However, they couldn't help but think how fortunate it would be to be his girlfriend. given his good looks and unwavering loyalty. Qin Ruoxue instantly became the target of countless envious glances. After finishing their meal, the couple strolled hand in hand along the pedestrian street before driving back to their courtyard residence. On yet another sunny morning, Lin Xian rose with vigor, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. He felt as though he looked even more handsome than the day before. Just then, his phone on the bedside table chimed. Lin Xian was well aware of the system's patterns. Such an unexpected notification surely indicated business. Perhaps the system had noticed his recent lack of enthusiasm. He opened the delivery system and read the delivery note. Upon arrival, knock 3 long and 2 short times, or face a poor review. Another threat of a bad review. 3 long and 2 short knocks were not difficult. However, whether or not a review mattered was of little consequence. The system's rewards were the true motivation for Lin Xian's delivery endeavors. He changed his clothes and set off. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at the delivery location, an old building from the 1990s that appeared quite dilapidated. The ground floor was littered with debris from recent renovations, and large characters declaring demolition adorned the exterior. Looking up, he noticed that nearly every balcony had been dismantled, with no signs of laundry hanging out to dry, giving the impression that the building was uninhabited. Ascending the stairwell, he encountered heaps of garbage. Could anyone possibly still reside in such a place? Lin Xian speculated it might be a nail household. Following the address on the delivery order, he climbed the stairs 2 at a time until he reached the 6th floor. The dusty security door was tightly shut. He knocked 3 times slowly, then quickly tapped twice. Meituan delivery, your order has arrived. Then, Lin Xian stepped back, distancing himself from the door. After a moment, the door creaked open. A shifty-eyed man peeked out, glancing behind Lin Xian before extending his hand. Give it to me. Lin Xian handed over the food container, adding, enjoy your meal, and please remember to leave a good review. He tried to catch a glimpse inside but was met with the door barely ajar, obscuring his view. An instinctual feeling told him that something was amiss behind that door. With a sudden thud, the door slammed shut again. As Lin Xian descended to the 2nd floor, he turned back. He was certain that the shifty-eyed man had been watching him through the peephole to see if he had left. Thus, he retraced his steps. Another reason for his return was that the system had yet to notify him of a successful task completion. The secret behind that door must be the target of his mission. Indeed, as he approached the door once more, Lin Xian pressed his ear against it. He could hear unusual sounds emanating from within. Stepping back, he delivered a decisive kick to the security door. With a resounding crash, the door fell to the ground. Inside, 2 men seated at a dilapidated coffee table, enjoying their meal, stared in shock at the intruding Lin Xian. They quickly dropped their chopsticks and charged at him. Lin Xian, stepping through the doorway, swung his fist at the man leading the charge, landing a solid blow to his face. The impact sent the man's head twisting to the side. His features contorted as he collapsed heavily onto the floor. First blood. With a swift movement, Lin Xian delivered a powerful kick to the gut of the second man rushing towards him, sending him staggering back several meters before crashing into the coffee table. Double kill. The fragile table shattered under the force, leaving both men sprawled on the ground, unable to move, only able to groan in pain. In reality, Lin Xian had exerted less than 30% of his strength, cautious not to inadvertently cause severe harm. No one had anticipated that this delivery boy would return, overpowering them so easily. They had certainly underestimated the seemingly unassuming delivery man, unaware of his formidable skills. Had they known, they would have thought twice before ordering such wretched takeout. A coil of rope lay on the sofa, presumably intended for use in capturing someone. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian grabbed the rope and bound the 2 men together back to back. Where is she? Lin Xian demanded, yanking one man up by his collar, a fierce glint in his eyes. The earlier sounds of struggle he had overheard outside the door had ceased. In the bathroom, the bloodied man trembled, pointing weakly towards the restroom, clearly terrified of incurring Lin Xian's wrath. Lin Xian tossed the man heavily to the ground and kicked open the bathroom door. There, he found a girl in a red dress, her hands and feet bound, lying motionless on the bathroom floor, seemingly unconscious. Her long, dark hair obscured her face, revealing only her delicate nose. Lin Xian hurriedly crouched down and lifted her into his arms, cradling her against him. He then noticed that her mouth was taped shut. Hey, wake up. Lin Xian gently pushed her hair aside, discovering dried blood on her forehead. She was a remarkably beautiful girl. Despite her closed eyes and pale complexion, her exquisite beauty shone through. However, Lin Xian had no time to admire her appearance. Chapter 95. Lin Xian hastily tore off the transparent tape that was affixed to her mouth, then proceeded to untie the bindings that restrained her. Her wrists were already raw and bleeding, likely from her struggles. As Lin Xian worked, the girl awakened, and upon seeing a man crouched before her, she instinctively recoiled in fear, letting out a terrified scream. Her hands flailed in the air, desperately trying to ward off his approach. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, Lin Xian reassured her, raising his hands in a calming gesture. I am here to rescue you. The kidnappers have been subdued. You need not fear me. I will not hurt you. He patiently continued to soothe her, gently grasping her flailing hands. Trust me. Do not be afraid. Lin Xian gazed intently into her eyes, conveying a sense of trustworthiness. Eventually, her screams ceased, and the frantic movements of her hands subsided. She stared at Lin Xian, tears cascading from her large, glistening eyes. Suddenly, the girl collapsed into Lin Xian's embrace, trembling uncontrollably, her hands gripping the fabric of his clothing as if to prevent him from disappearing. She was genuinely terrified, having been confined in that restroom for 2 days, tormented by 2 menacing captors who had relentlessly demanded her family's phone numbers. Yet she knew nothing. They had starved her, denying her food. Do not be afraid. You are safe now. Lin Xian comforted her with a gentle pat on her back. He helped her to her feet. Can you walk on your own? He inquired. Yes, she replied softly with a nod. However, as she took her first step, her body lurched forward. After 2 days of being bound and starved, she was too weak to stand. Lin Xian quickly scooped her up into his arms, noticing a hint of color returning to her pale cheeks. He carried her out and gently placed her on the sofa. The 2 kidnappers, witnessing the girl's liberation, cried out, pleading with Lin Xian to spare them. Be reasonable. Lin Xian shot them a fierce glare, and they immediately quieted down. Please, good sir, let us go. We realize our mistakes. The girl is unharmed, is she not? We meant her no harm. One of the kidnappers pleaded. Have mercy. We truly did nothing wrong. We only sought to make a little money. The other chimed in. Silence. Lin Xian barked, casting a menacing glance their way. He swiftly found 2 ragged towels and stuffed them into their mouths. There was no question of releasing them. Lin Xian dialed the police, ensuring that these criminals would face the justice they deserved. Ding. System has detected that the host has completed a special task. Reward. A villa in Huafu Mountain Water, British Manor. System is enhancing the host's physical capabilities. The familiar voice resonated within him, a warm sensation coursing through his body as he felt himself becoming stronger once again. Huafu Mountain Water? Lin Xian recognized it as the most prestigious villa district in the capital, home to the affluent and elite. Having experienced a series of luxurious residences, his anticipation for this manor was tempered. He planned to visit it at a later time. Soon, alarms blared from downstairs. The police ascended the stairs, accompanied by doctors and nurses, having been informed of injuries during Lin Xian's call. As they entered, they were met with the sight of a battered security door. The force required to break through was astonishing. Who possessed such strength? The medical staff, upon entering, were confronted with the sight of the 2 thugs, resembling swollen pig heads, initially mistaking them for the reported victims. Only upon noticing their bindings did they realize they were the kidnappers. You called the police? The lead officer inquired. Yes, that was me. Lin Xian explained the situation. Before long, the police escorted the kidnappers downstairs, while the medical team examined the girl. Fortunately, her injuries appeared superficial, though she was dehydrated from 2 days without food and would require further evaluation at the hospital for a head injury. Throughout this ordeal, the girl clung to Lin Xian's clothing, refusing to let go. He assumed that once she was in the hands of the police, his responsibility would end. However, she continued to grasp his hem, her eyes pleading, resembling a forsaken puppy unwilling to let a stranger take her away. Seeing her distress, the police officer permitted Lin Xian to accompany them, as they still needed his detailed account. Reluctantly, he lifted the girl into his arms and followed the officers downstairs. As he placed her into the ambulance, he reassured her repeatedly that he would not abandon her, and only then did she release her grip. Now that she was safe, the police would notify her family, ensuring she would no longer feel afraid. His supercar remained parked by the roadside. He would be heartbroken if it were damaged. Stepping out of the ambulance, a nearby officer promptly opened the police car door for him. "I have a car. I'll follow you," Lin Xian declared. Oh, the officer suddenly realized that Lin Xian was a delivery driver, and his electric bike was his means of livelihood, which he would never forsake. "All right, stay close," the officer instructed. In an unexpected turn, a sports car parked nearby had its door flung open, and the delivery driver, who had been standing beside them, climbed inside. The officer was taken aback. It was astonishing to discover that a mere delivery driver possessed such wealth. "Let's move out," the officer commanded. The sirens blared once more as Lin Xian followed closely behind the police vehicle. Upon arrival at the police station, Lin Xian provided his statement, and the kidnappers' interrogation yielded swift results. They were two unemployed drifters who, in dire need of money, had been aimlessly driving around in a dilapidated van seeking opportunities to make a quick buck. They stumbled upon the girl in a secluded area, and mistaking her for the daughter of a wealthy family, they abducted her under the pretense of extortion, intending to extract ransom from her family. However, they soon realized that the girl was utterly clueless. She did not know her name, her family's contact information, or even her own address. Without a phone, they were unsure if she had one when they incapacitated her. After 2 days of confinement, they had gleaned no information and were too frightened to release her. They assured the authorities that they had not harmed her, aside from taking her jewelry to sell for money. The injury on her head, they claimed, was merely an accident while they had carried her upstairs. Chapter 96 Xiao Yuan. Immediately contact each branch to inquire about recent reports of missing persons, Officer Liang commanded as the interrogation concluded. "Can I leave now?" Lin Xian inquired. Yes, a young officer replied to Lin Xian. Since he had completed his statement, there was no reason for him to remain any longer. However, just as he was about to exit the police station, his phone rang. It was Officer Liang again, who informed him that the kidnapped victim was experiencing severe anxiety and needed him to visit her at the hospital. A sense of being ensnared by the system washed over Lin Xian. Yet, even if Officer Liang hadn't called, he had already intended to visit the hospital, for he had made a promise to the girl. A man must honor his word. Lin Xian drove directly to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Upon arriving, he took the elevator to the 6th floor and located the ward mentioned by Officer Liang. Seeing Lin Xian, the 2 police officers stationed at the door promptly allowed him entry. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian stepped into the room, where he found the girl he had rescued now clad in a hospital gown, huddled in the corner of the bed, refusing to let the doctors or nurses approach her. She appeared frightened and helpless, likely traumatized from being bound for the past 2 days. Upon noticing Lin Xian's presence, the girl leaped from the bed and dove into his embrace. "Take me home. I don't want to stay here," she murmured softly. Lin Xian awkwardly raised his hands, unsure why she was clinging to him. "All right, let the doctor examine you." He gently patted her back in a consoling gesture. "Promise you 1 tea leave." The girl peered up at him, her head peeking out from his embrace. "I won't leave. I'll stay right here with you," Lin Xian assured her patiently. Hearing his words, she obediently lay back down on the hospital bed, allowing the doctor to examine her while her bright, innocent eyes remained fixed on Lin Xian, a smile lingering on her lips. Lin Xian felt as though he had been ensnared in a web of intrigue. The doctor conducted a thorough examination, revealing that aside from some superficial injuries, she was otherwise unharmed and would recover naturally with a few days of rest. After the examination, a female doctor entered, drawing the curtain, prompting Lin Xian and the male officers to exit the ward. After a while, Lin Xian vaguely heard the female doctor mention something about being intact. "All right," she called out from within. Shortly thereafter, a nurse entered, carrying an 4 bottle. "Let us start the infusion." Lin Xian settled beside the bed. The girl extended her small hand toward him, signaling for him to hold it. Reluctantly, he complied, grasping her tiny hand. At the doorway, a doctor conversed with the two police officers. Once the doctor departed, one of the officers entered with a voice recorder and began the questioning. Miss, do you truly not remember your family's phone number or home address? The officer inquired. I don't remember. The girl shook her head. What about your family's names? The officer continued. She again shook her head. I don't know. Lin Xian interjected. What is going on? Why can't she recall anything? Do you remember a friend's phone number? Or perhaps a friend's name or address? The questioning officer began to frown. The girl once more shook her head. I don't remember. Think carefully about your own name. The officer found the situation increasingly perplexing. The girl hesitated, lost in thought, before finally looking up. I think my name is Chanqian. This revelation left both the officer and Lin Xian speechless. Such a common name, there must be countless girls named Chanqian throughout the city. It seemed that finding her family would be a considerable challenge. With no leads, they would have to wait for updates from the missing persons investigation. What else do you remember? The officer pressed on. Chanqian concentrated hard. I think the door to my house is very large. A large door, Lin Xian remarked, finding this information rather unhelpful. You really need to think harder. How long will you cling to me like this? Chanqian pressed her hands against her head, attempting to recall more, but it only resulted in a headache. My head hurts, she complained, clutching her temples. The questioning had to be abandoned, and Lin Xian shook his head in resignation. Amnesia? Such a dramatic plot seemed fit only for a television drama. In reality, he had only encountered forgetfulness in trivial matters, like forgetting what he had for dinner or the password to his bank card. But to forget one's own name, origins, or even one's parents, that was something he had never witnessed. Soon enough, the CT scan of Chanqian's brain was completed, revealing a blood clot pressing on her nerves, which was the cause of her memory loss. Lin Xian was astonished to learn that amnesia, as portrayed in dramas, could indeed be real. However, depending on the severity of the blood clot, some might resolve with medication while others would require surgery. For a swift recovery, surgery would certainly be the quickest route. However, since Chanqian's guardian was not present, surgery could not be performed. After all, brain surgery was no trivial matter. Thus, the doctor prescribed medication and advised her to be discharged to continue treatment at home. The investigation into missing persons would not yield results quickly. Mr. Lin, it seems that Miss Chanqian trusts you quite a bit. Why not let her stay with you for the time being? Officer Liang suggested as he arrived. What? Lin Xian could hardly believe his ears. Was such an arrangement truly appropriate? He merely wished to be a good citizen, and was somewhat coerced by the system. Officer Liang, this seems rather inappropriate. Lin Xian replied, exasperated. Moreover, how could two single individuals cohabitate? Mr. Lin, I trust your character, and given the circumstances, you have witnessed for yourself that if Miss Chanqian experiences any further distress, it would hinder her recovery, Officer Liang said, patting Lin Xian's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at Officer Liang. I sense you are trying to deceive me. Rest assured, all expenses will be covered by our department. You won't incur any costs. Officer Liang assumed Lin Xian was merely concerned about finances. Am I the type to worry about such trivial expenses? Lin Xian retorted, feeling it was a matter of inconvenience. How could a clumsy man like him possibly care for her? Inwardly, Lin Xian cursed the system for this predicament. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, Chanqian, having completed her infusion, approached once more, tugging at her clothing, her demeanor resembling that of a small child seeking shelter. Officer Liang shrugged at Lin Xian. I beg you, Mr. Lin, it won't be for long. We will notify her family to come and take her home within a few days. Chapter 97. A day later, there was still no information regarding Chanqian's parents or their residence. Outside the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Lin Xian strode out with an expression of discontent, followed closely by a stunning beauty in a flowing red dress. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Xian abruptly halted, causing Chanqian, who was not paying attention, to collide with his sturdy back. Ouch! Chanqian exclaimed, covering her nose. Doesn't it hurt? Lin Xian turned to her, noticing her grimace. Really? Really? Qian nodded vigorously, terrified that Lin Xian might abandon her. To be honest, she felt an overwhelming fear inside. She could not remember anything, as if she had never truly existed in this world. Only this man before her provided a sense of security, making her feel she could trust him. She likened herself to a leaf swaying in a storm, tossed about and unable to find her way home. Now that she had finally found a place to settle, how could she possibly let go? Not only could she not relinquish it, but she also needed to hold on tightly. Keep up. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned towards the parking lot. Qian beamed and hurried to catch up. Wow, is this your car? It's absolutely stunning. So cool. Truly the best in the universe. It suits you perfectly. Upon seeing Lin Xian's vehicle in the parking lot, Qian showered him with compliments. Lin Xian chuckled, realizing that the girl had gone through quite an ordeal, kidnapped while simply walking down the street and now unable to return home. She was even flattering him as a way to stay by his side. He thought it was not entirely her fault. As a man, he had promised to take care of her, so perhaps he should adopt a gentler attitude. However, she was supposed to have amnesia. How could her tongue still be so nimble? Get in. Lin Xian flicked his head, signaling for Qian to enter the vehicle. Seeing him finally smile at her, Qian joyfully hopped into the car. Lin Xian intended to take her shopping for some clothes, as his home was filled with men's wear. While it was acceptable for her to wear his clothes, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. It would be better to buy her a few outfits. Meanwhile, at the Huafu Shanshui property, an emergency board meeting was convened. Esteemed shareholders, as you may have heard, our largest English-style villa has finally welcomed its owner. I have gathered you all here today to discuss this matter, Chairman Hubo announced, clearing his throat. The information we have received indicates that the owner of this villa is Lin Xian, though I am unaware of when he will take residence in the estate. The shareholders nodded in agreement, and a flurry of discussions ensued. They were all aware that the Huafu Shanshui villa area housed only the affluent and distinguished. The English-style estate, being the largest villa in Huafu Shanshui, was not something one could simply purchase with money. Only individuals of sufficient status were eligible to reside there. Such figures were not to be trifled with, and certainly deserved utmost respect. Chairman, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, our security department will keep a close watch, and I will assign additional personnel to the villa, stated Chen Lei, the head of security. Chairman, you can count on our cleaning department as well. I will arrange for extra staff, echoed another shareholder. Chairman, you needn't worry. Various departments expressed their assurances. Well, since everyone understands the significance and has taken this matter seriously, I need not elaborate further. Chen Lei, please continue to reach out to Mr. Lin, Chairman Hubo said, relieved by the attention given to the issue. Meeting adjourned, he declared, signaling the end of the session. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Qian strolled through the mall, their striking appearances drawing attention. Upon entering a store, the sales staff were taken aback by Lin Xian's charm and demeanor, momentarily forgetting their duties. Find her a few outfits, Lin Xian instructed, gesturing toward Qian before settling onto a sofa to browse his phone. Of course, the staff stammered, quickly regaining composure and hastening to assist Qian. After a while, Qian approached Lin Xian, her voice brimming with excitement. How does this look? Lin Xian glanced up, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld her in a delicate lavender dress, reminiscent of a fairy. Beautiful. Wrap that one up, he commanded. Yes, sir. The sales associate beamed, unable to hide her delight. Tonight, they had encountered a generous client. Though she couldn't flirt with him, the commission would be substantial. Unlike many men who would scrutinize prices while their girlfriends tried on outfits, she felt a twinge of envy. Why did some women have the fortune of finding such affluent partners willing to spend on them? With a skip, Qian returned wearing a pale yellow short skirt, her eyes sparkling with joy. What do you think? She twirled before him. Lin Xian noticed that the back of the skirt was quite revealing, exposing her slender waist. Not appropriate, he replied coolly. In truth, Qian was lovely with her fair skin and graceful figure. She would look good in anything. However, seeing her swaying in such revealing attire was overwhelming for any man. Qian pouted, and dashed off to try on more outfits. Lin Xian selected several more modest options for her, eventually paying with his card. The staff eagerly escorted them to the entrance. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Xian walked ahead while Qian, her arms laden with shopping bags, skipped behind him. Lin Xian, thank you. You are truly the most handsome, generous, and kind-hearted boy in the world, Qian exclaimed, showering him with praise before hanging the bags on her arms and linking hers with his. At that moment, a weary, bespectacled man, nearly buried beneath shopping bags, trailed behind his assertive girlfriend. Upon spotting Lin Xian, who strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets, and his girlfriend, who was adorned with numerous bags while still managing to hold onto the other man's arm, he felt a sting of humiliation. Why was it that the other man could carry himself with such dignity as a boyfriend? Chapter 98. He found himself in a predicament where he had to spend money and also act as a porter. His legs felt as though they might give way, yet he could not express his exhaustion or thirst. Unlike the charming smile that the girl across from him bestowed upon her partner, he received none of that warmth. The most disheartening fact was that his girlfriend was decidedly less attractive than the other man's. This thought gnawed at him, and he felt an irrational sense of imbalance within. Walk faster, haven't you eaten? You can't even carry such a small load. That's hardly manly, he thought bitterly. His girlfriend noticed his sluggishness and, in a fit of irritation, berated him with harsh words. As the distance between him and Lin Xian dwindled, a sudden gesture caught his attention. Look at him. Look at him. Qian tugged at Lin Xian's arm, urging him to observe. Lin Xian cast a cursory glance at the bespectacled man and remarked coolly, "There's no need to feel sympathy for him." He believed that a man should not complain about carrying a few bags. Yet he held disdain for those who grovel and offer their efforts without receiving appreciation in return. Such behavior was utterly deserving of scorn.
Understood.
Qian nodded, obediently lifting her bags and continuing on her way, finding them not burdensome at all. Had the bespectacled man just been disparaged? At that moment, a sales clerk from a nearby clothing store climbed onto a stool and announced with enthusiasm, "New arrivals at Ashili. Enjoy a limited-time 10 discount. Come take a look." Friends passing by. Ushili? Their new collection rarely sees discounts. "Let us go check it out," exclaimed a group of women, their interest piqued. Although a 10 discount was not a significant sum, for these women it felt like a golden opportunity. The bespectacled man's girlfriend's eyes lit up at the mention of the discount, disregarding her boyfriend entirely as she rushed into the store, leaving him no choice but to follow. "Shall we take a look?" Lin Xian inquired of Qian, as they stood at the entrance of Ushili. The sales clerk, noticing Lin Xian's designer attire, hastily beckoned them inside with enthusiastic gestures. No, it's just a 10 discount. It hardly saves much. I'm not falling for that, especially since I've already bought so much," Qian insisted, shaking her head vigorously. The bespectacled man, standing at the entrance, recalled the past indignities inflicted upon him by his girlfriend and began to contemplate seriously. Was he truly so inadequate? Would he be subjugated to her whims for eternity? If this was how things were before marriage, what would it be like afterward? No, he resolutely shook his head in his mind. His life should not unfold in such a manner. He had always envisioned a life akin to the man before him, successful, with a gentle and charming girlfriend, a virtuous wife. In stark contrast, the woman he was with was lazy, unattractive, poor, and fierce. He had foolishly played the role of a devoted admirer for far too long. From this day forward, he vowed to cease being a sycophant and to no longer endure such indignities. Just then, his girlfriend, having tried on a dress inside, emerged in search of him, her frustration boiling over as she shouted, "Where have you been? I asked you to help me decide if this dress looks good, yet you're nowhere to be found." The bustling store was filled with patrons, her voice commanding attention. At that moment, the bespectacled man could no longer contain his frustration. He hurled the multitude of shopping bags to the ground and declared, "Let us break up. I refuse to cater to you any longer." He strode away without a backward glance. His girlfriend stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend what had provoked such a reaction from him. "I'll count to 3, and if you don't come back, you can forget about it," she shouted at his retreating figure, confident that her words would compel him to return and apologize as they had in the past. But this time she miscalculated. He did not look back and descended the stairs resolutely. Fuming, she stomped her feet, aware of the curious gazes directed her way. She resolved to reprimand her boyfriend thoroughly upon their next meeting, determined not to let this humiliation go unpunished. However, she was mistaken. Her devoted admirer would not return. She struggled to gather her scattered bags from the ground under the scrutinizing eyes of onlookers and fled in embarrassment. Lin Xian had not anticipated that his casual gesture would lead to the dissolution of a couple. Let us go, Chen Chen said, shaking his arm. All right, he replied, and the two turned to leave the scene. The sales clerk silently pleaded, don't leave wealthy customers. After their shopping excursion, Lin Xian took Chen Chen to a pedestrian street for a meal. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian asked. Chen Chen tilted her head in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. I want to eat that. She pointed eagerly in a direction. Snail noodles? Are you sure? Lin Xian inquired. Yes. I want to eat those snail noodles. They sound delicious. Chen Chen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Xian thought it curious that she hadn't tried them before or had simply forgotten. All right, he nodded, realizing he hadn't had them in quite some time. Seeing his agreement, Chen Chen nearly danced with delight. Observing her joy, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. She was indeed an easily satisfied girl. Welcome. Please take a seat. The middle-aged proprietress greeted them warmly. 2 bowls of snail noodles, please, Lin Xian called out. Coming right up. Before long, 2 generously portioned bowls of fragrant and colorful snail noodles were placed before them. What is that smell? Chen Chen wrinkled her nose slightly. Ah, that's just the aroma of snail noodles. Lin Xian chuckled, encouraging her. Give it a try. It may smell peculiar, but it tastes quite good. He likened it to durian, which, despite its odor, is adored by many. Taking his words to heart, Chen Chen cautiously picked up a strand and brought it to her mouth. The first bite. It doesn't taste as bad as it smells, she exclaimed. Keep going. It's delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Lin Xian. Not bad, right? He asked with a smile. Absolutely. She nodded vigorously. Chen Chen quickly finished 1 bowl. I want another bowl. Lin Xian, astonished yet amused, called out, Another bowl. Please. It was just 2 bowls of snail noodles. It wouldn't impoverish him. She was quite the foodie. Yet, it was remarkable how she maintained her figure, with her body developing in all the right places. Such a considerate little one. Chapter 99. After dining together, the two went for a late-night shopping spree, acquiring various daily necessities. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard with Chen Chen at 9 in the evening. Our front gate seems to be similar, Chen Chen remarked, trailing behind Lin Xian. Really? Think carefully. Perhaps you can recall your home address, Lin Xian suggested, turning his head. No, wait, Chen Chen mused, scratching her head. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, playfully teasing her. He opened the door, and Chen Chen quickly followed suit. Upon entering the courtyard, her curiosity led her to explore. Put down your things and take your time to look around, Lin Xian encouraged. Okay, Chen Chen responded cheerfully. Since the northern rooms had been converted into a wardrobe by Lin Xian, he offered Chen Chen a guest room in the side hall. You'll stay here for the next few days, he declared, tossing the purchased items and clothes into the room. And what about you? Chen Chen inquired with wide, innocent eyes. My bedroom is over there. Lin Xian pointed toward the main house to the north. Please don't wander into my room without permission, he cautioned. He was merely her guardian, yet he was also a normal man. I want to sleep with you, Chen Chen insisted, defying him. Lin Xian coughed. Ahem, do you even realize what you're saying? Are you certain? Suddenly, he leaned closer, placing his hands against the wall, effectively trapping her between him and the wall. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, intending to tease this naive girl. Had no one informed her of the potential dangers posed by men? His deep, alluring voice echoed in her ear, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Mom, something's wrong. I can't breathe. I'm going to die. Be good, sleep on your own. Tomorrow, I'll take you to eat snail noodles, Lin Xian said, straightening up. Oh, Chen Chen reluctantly acquiesced. Lin Xian retreated to his northern room, took a shower, and settled on the sofa to play video games. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure in a white dress glide through the doorway, startling him. Only after recognizing it was Chen Chen did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you a ghost? You walk so silently. Didn't I tell you not to come into this room?" Lin Xian's tone was somewhat harsh. "I washed my hair, but I don't have a hairdryer," Chen Chen replied, standing before him with a hint of distress, her eyes slightly red. Lin Xian noticed her long, wet hair cascading over her shoulders, combined with her white spaghetti-strap nightgown, giving her an ethereal, refreshing appearance. With a sigh of resignation, he stood up to fetch a hairdryer for her. Upon returning from the bathroom, he found her seated on the sofa, having turned on the television. "Here." Lin Xian handed her the hairdryer, expecting her to leave afterward. However, she instead found an outlet, blowing her hair while watching TV. Lin Xian sighed, conceding to the situation, and settled at the opposite end of the sofa to watch television as well. In truth, he was not genuinely interested in the show. Seeing a girl dry her hair for the first time was unexpectedly captivating. With her head slightly tilted, her delicate fingers wove through her wet locks, the strands dancing enticingly. The television displayed a romantic drama where the male lead pinned the female lead against the wall, followed by a kiss. Lin Xian contemplated changing the channel but was unable to locate the remote. Such scenes could heighten the affection between a couple, but in this context, felt rather awkward. As anticipated, Chen Chen paused her hair drying, blushing as she gazed at the screen. "It's all acted. It's fake. Hurry and dry your hair." Lin Xian attempted to divert her attention. To his surprise, Chen Chen set down the hairdryer, approached him, bent down and bashfully said, "I want that too. Why didn't you finish it just now? It's called Waldong, right?" Lin Xian was rendered speechless. "What are you doing? And hasn't anyone taught you that you shouldn't bend over in a skirt? Your hair should be dry by now. If it is, hurry to bed," he urged, hastily pushing this oblivious yet alluring girl out of the room. He closed the door to his northern chamber. Lin Xian was no saint. He could not guarantee what might happen if this continued. "My hair isn't dry yet," came Chen Qian's dissatisfied protest from outside. "Go to sleep. Otherwise, I'll send you back to the police station tomorrow," Lin Xian shouted from within. Outside, Chen Chen pouted, thinking to herself how close she had come to succeeding. After all, he was her long-term ticket. That night, Lin Xian found himself unable to sleep, replaying the image of Chen Chen bending down before him throughout the night. It wasn't until dawn that he finally drifted off, relieved that his body, having undergone systematic enhancement, could function well on just a few hours of sleep. Upon waking, Lin Xian freshened up, only to receive a notification from the system. "Dear host, the system has detected a decline in your motivation. Please complete your beginner tasks promptly, as diligence leads to prosperity. Completing these tasks will expedite your system upgrade." Dressed in work attire, Lin Xian knocked on the door of the side hall guest room. After a moment, the occupant finally opened the door. Lin Xian thought to himself how she had kept him awake half the night while she slept like a log, questioning if she was doing it on purpose. Yet, even with her bare face and sleepy gaze, she still radiated charm. Unlike many female celebrities who required hats or sunglasses to face the world upon waking. "I'm heading out to work. There are ingredients in the kitchen. You can cook for yourself," Lin Xian informed her. "By myself?" Chen Chen asked, bewildered. She didn't know how to cook, and being alone in such a vast courtyard frightened her. "I don't want to." She adamantly shook her head. "How about I accompany you to deliver takeout?" she suggested. "No." Lin Xian flatly rejected her idea. 20 minutes later, as Lin Xian walked toward the parking lot, he noticed a girl in a light purple dress trailing behind him, a delivery box slung over her shoulder like a little follower. "Hurry up," Lin Xian snapped, glancing back at the overly cheerful girl. Yet, for some reason, his pace unconsciously slowed. How had he softened and agreed to bring her along for deliveries? It was utterly absurd. It was all her fault for being so endearing when she pouted. Chapter 100. Lin Xian was the type of person who responded better to gentleness than to harshness. The more one tried to assert authority over him, the less he would engage. A little coquetry and a more amiable attitude sufficed. As long as one did not infringe upon his principles, then everything could be negotiated. at the entrance of the underground parking garage. The security guard spotted Lin Xian from a distance and greeted him with enthusiastic nods and bows. However, when the guard noticed the stunning girl following Lin Xian, carrying a delivery box, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. While they, the less fortunate, struggled to find partners, the wealthy seemed to have a beautiful companion even for food deliveries. If only he could find a wife as lovely as hers, he would certainly pamper her and let her do nothing. Alas, for them, their aspirations barely reached the ceilings of the affluent. They could only admire from afar. Today, Lin Xian planned to drive the Cullinan. After accepting an order, he navigated towards the pickup location. Sitting beside him, Chen Chen pressed a button. Just as Lin Xian was about to admonish her to refrain from pressing random buttons, music suddenly filled the car. "How did you know it was that button?" Lin Xian inquired, puzzled. "Intuition," Chen Chen replied. In truth, it was indeed a kind of intuition that led her to believe that pressing that button would play a song. Lin Xian teased, "Why didn't your intuition guide you home?" As the music played, Chen Chen hummed along to the rhythm, and Lin Xian nodded in time, reveling in the delightful experience of having a beautiful girl accompany him on a delivery. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Xian parked the car by the roadside. "Wait for me in the car. I'll just grab the food from that shop over there," he said, pointing to a nearby eatery before exiting the vehicle and hastening towards it. After approximately 2 minutes, the order was ready, and the attendant handed it to Lin Xian. At that moment, a pair of delicate, fair hands reached out, taking the package from his grasp. "Hey, I'll carry it for you," Chen Chen exclaimed, grinning radiantly beside him. With an exasperated shrug, Lin Xian stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Let us go." He never anticipated that one day he would have a charming companion to assist him with his deliveries. This was no ordinary food delivery. It felt more like a business executive inspecting operations, with a secretary aiding in carrying the briefcase. The male attendant stood in astonishment, bewildered by the scene before him. Was it customary to deliver food accompanied by a girlfriend? Observing the girl's attire and demeanor, she did not appear to belong to a wealthy family. Yet here she was, willingly assisting her boyfriend with deliveries. Another woman willing to forsake material comforts for love, reigniting his belief in romance. Nearby, a delivery boy waiting for his order watched in envy. Why was it that some had such fortune in delivering food? The mere presence of a girlfriend was an unprecedented delight, let alone one who insisted on helping him carry the order. He did not require a partner as beautiful. He merely wished to return home to a warm meal after a long day, rather than facing an empty kitchen and a pile of dishes awaiting his attention. Once the delivery was completed, Lin Xian passed a cosmetic store but did not let Chen Chen exit this time. He entered the shop and selected the most expensive sunscreen available, then stepped into a boutique next door to purchase a sun hat. Returning to the car, he tossed the 2 items to Chen Chen. "For me?" she asked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the sunscreen, turning to look at Lin Xian with delight. "Indeed," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, Lin Xian, you are too kind," Chen Chen exclaimed, unexpectedly leaning over to plant a kiss on his cheek. Lin Xian was taken aback. "Ah, such beauty cannot be resisted," he coughed lightly. Young ladies should maintain a sense of decorum. Yet, a smile crept onto his lips, clearly pleased by the unexpected affection. "Understood," Chen Chen murmured, her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Xian teased, "I thought you were bolder than that. Next time, it'll be your turn to kiss me." Chen Chen glanced at Lin Xian shyly before quickly lowering her head, a playful smile on her lips. Lin Xian was left astonished. Had he been flirted with again? Today was destined to be a day of attention for Lin Xian, especially with such a captivating companion at his side. Their pairing as food delivery personnel hardly resembled a mundane task. It appeared more like a couple enjoying a leisurely day out. After completing several deliveries, Lin Xian noticed Chen Chen's cheeks were sunburned, yet she insisted on helping him carry the food boxes. However, he was not one to overlook her well-being. The task could be accomplished at a more leisurely pace. He did not want this delicate beauty to suffer from sun exposure or exhaustion. Lin Xian decided to wrap up after completing one last delivery, as this area was not far from the Bihua Mountain Villa district, which he wanted to check out. Though he had not anticipated it, It was still an asset under his name, and he felt the need to familiarize himself with it. As Lin Xian and Chen Qian made their way into the community carrying the food boxes, they were halted by the security guard at the entrance. "What brings you here?" the guard inquired. "We're delivering food," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Then sign in," the guard said, opening the gate for them. In most communities, signing in allowed entry. "Wait, what's your purpose here?" the guard suddenly asked, blocking Chen Qian's path. "She's helping me carry the boxes," Lin Xian explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian instinctively stepped closer to Lin Xian, signaling her allegiance. The guard thought, wow, this guy really knows how to flaunt. Delivering food with a beautiful girl by his side? Unbelievable. "All right, come in," the guard relented, albeit with an inner monologue of disbelief. "Thank you," Lin Xian expressed, leading Chen Qian into the community. "Hey, stop right there. Who let you in?" A loud voice boomed as Lin Xian and Chen Qian had walked a short distance, causing them to turn instinctively. They were met with the furious gaze of a middle-aged man, approximately 35 years of age, pointing angrily at them. Confusion adorned their faces. Was he addressing them? "Just you two, the food delivery people. Who allowed you entry? Don't you know this community prohibits anyone from entering?" The man approached quickly, his tone brimming with disdain as he glared at Lin Xian. He had just witnessed a food delivery accompanied by such an exquisite girl, and his irritation only deepened. Chapter 101. Letting the young lady carry the takeout. How absurd. This fellow dares to show off right in front of me. What is this? Is delivering a mere takeout worth such ostentation? Today, encountering him, Qin Tang is his misfortune. I shall teach him a lesson on how to conduct himself. Lin Xian scoffed. Is he looking for trouble? Chen Qian, noticing an irate man striding towards them, hurriedly concealed herself behind Lin Xian. Who allowed you to enter? Get lost, the man bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xian. Oh really? But I am already here, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, crossing his arms and provocatively gazing at the man. Furthermore, pointing at someone like that is quite rude. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Lin Xian glanced at the man's finger, feeling quite displeased. Even if he was merely a delivery worker, shouldn't basic respect be understood? Upon closer inspection, Lin Xian noticed a badge on the man's chest, identifying him as the head of security for Huafu Mountain. Lin Xian understood. He was merely a dog for Huafu Mountain, barking wildly in this Jintai community. Lin Xian now had solid reasons to question the reliability of the security at Huafu Mountain. The man's demeanor hardly resembled that of a security guard. He appeared more akin to a thug. Clearly, as a homeowner at Huafu Mountain, Lin Xian needed to address this with the property management, especially since the property fees for the side courtyard were not inexpensive. So what if I'm pointing at you? You're just a gopher. Do you expect respect? The man derided. Qin Xiao, I let them in, the security guard who had just allowed Lin Xian to enter quickly intervened. Who gave you the right? Don't want to work anymore? If you're done, then get lost. Since when can such dogs enter Jintai Garden? The man called Qin Xiao roared at the guard. The guard, intimidated, fell silent. Although Qin Xiao did not work for the property management of this community, his uncle held shares in the property company, giving him a sense of entitlement to dictate matters within the community. Thus, the guards were eager to please him, hoping to secure a position at Huafu Mountain, where the wages were several times higher than here. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the residents, who were divided in their opinions. Some felt that delivery workers should not be allowed in, while others believed they should. However, most concluded that since he had already entered, it would be unreasonable to continue harassing him, especially since he must have gained entry with the guard's consent. Dog? I believe you are the dog here. Isn't your badge from Huafu Mountain? What are you doing barking around Jintai Garden? Lin Xian scoffed. The crowd shared his disdain for such bullying behavior, recognizing that having an uncle as a shareholder didn't grant one the right to act superior. Regardless, my uncle is a shareholder of Jintai Garden's property management. Is there a problem with me keeping an eye out? Or is it wrong to encounter someone like you? Qin Tang boasted arrogantly. Lin Xian replied, how has he shown off? I'm curious. With a faint smile, he continued, I thought you were going to say the property shareholder of Jintai Garden is your father. Turns out it's just your uncle. Do you think he is aware of how you're behaving like a dog here? Laughter erupted from the crowd, finding amusement in the delivery worker's candid remarks. Who are you calling a dog? Say it again if you dare. Qin Tang shouted, furious. Who agreed to be called a dog? Lin Xian responded with a grin. Laughter filled the crowd again, though some urged Lin Xian to leave, warning him that he could not afford to provoke such a person and should take his woman and go. Is this delivery mine? A middle-aged woman approached. May I have the last 4 digits of your phone number? Lin Xian inquired. 3030, she replied. Lin Xian promptly asked Chen Chen to hand over the delivery, apologizing with a smile. I'm sorry for the delay. Observing the delivery worker's composed demeanor and polite interactions, the onlookers felt a surge of sympathy and encouraged him to leave swiftly. It's all right, you should go. Don't mind him, the kind-hearted woman advised Lin Xian. Now you want to leave? Daring to speak so boldly here, you think you can walk away? Not a chance. Unless you bark like a dog 3 times and crawl through my legs. Qin Tang declared arrogantly, placing his foot on a nearby flower bed. Such an insult, the crowd murmured. Lin Xian's expression darkened. You have quite the audacity to come here and bark. Do the owners of Huafu Mountain know of your antics? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by Lin Xian's boldness. Was he truly so oblivious? Being foolish is no way to handle this. What's the point of arguing here? Someone muttered. You dare to flaunt Huafu Mountain? Do you know what kind of people live there? Let me tell you, with your pitiful appearance, you wouldn't even qualify to be a dog there. Qin Tang boasted, reveling in his perceived superiority. I certainly wouldn't want to be a dog at Huafu Mountain, for I am a homeowner there, Lin Xian replied with a smile. The crowd stirred, astonished. This young man not only stood his ground but also claimed to be a homeowner. This community was already considered upscale, and its residents held some social standing. Yet compared to Huafu Mountain, they were hardly in the same league. How could a delivery worker possibly be a homeowner at Huafu Mountain? Isn't that a tall tale? The crowd had initially viewed Lin Xian as a courteous young man, but his bold claim now painted him as a braggart, utterly unrealistic. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Qin Tang laughed uproariously. What? Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? If I'm not a homeowner at Huafu Mountain, I'll bark like a dog 3 times and crawl out from between your legs. But if I am, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me. Do you dare to wager? Lin Xian said, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 102. What do I have to fear? I won't take advantage of you. Should I lose, I shall not only apologize but also bark like a dog thrice and crawl beneath your legs, Qin Tang declared. In his eyes, losing was an impossibility. He had been working at Huafu Shanshui for 3 years, knowing every owner, having met them all. Was he unaware of whether or not someone was a landlord at Huafu Shanshui? Suit yourself, Lin Xian chuckled. He had no penchant for crawling or barking, yet he wondered what would happen if someone insisted on slapping him in the face. How will you prove it?
Qin Tang inquired.
Just as Lin Xian was about to assert his ownership proof, a voice interrupted. The speaker was Chun Lei, a shareholder of Jintai Property and also of Huafu Shanshui. What are you all doing here? Qin Tang, what mischief are you up to? Chun Lei asked. Uncle, I was just having a bet with this delivery guy. He claims to be a landlord at Huafu Shanshui. If he isn't, he'll bark thrice and crawl beneath me, and vice versa. Qin Tang replied with a grin, his demeanor overly confident. A landlord at Huafu Shanshui? Chun Lei pondered for a moment. May I ask, are you Mr. Lin Xian? He quickly inquired. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. Upon hearing Lin Xian's response, Chun Lei's heart sank. Such an oversight should not have occurred on his part. Is Mr. Lin the owner of the British Manor? Chun Lei continued to probe. Correct, he confirmed, realizing that this young man was the future owner of the British Manor, whom the chairman had specifically instructed them to watch out for during the recent board meeting. Chun Lei felt the world darken around him, fearing he might faint. Offending Mr. Lin would likely cost him his position at Huafu Shanshui, and possibly jeopardize his role at Jintai Garden as well. He was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals residing within Huafu Shanshui. You fool! Kneel and apologize to Mr. Lin at once. Chen Lei ordinanger. How could he demand Mr. Lin to kneel? Was this imbecile's mind filled with nonsense? He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him on the spot. Chun-Lei hoped Mr. Lin would show mercy. Otherwise, if this escalated to the board, his troubles would be immense. Just then, Chun-Lei's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and felt a chill. It was Chairman Hubo calling. "Hello, Chairman." Chun-Lei stammered as he answered. "Old Chen, are you at Jintai Garden?" came Hubo's voice from the other end. "Yes, Chairman, I am here," Chun-Lei replied nervously. "Oh, that's good. I'm at the entrance of Jintai Garden. I need to discuss something with you," Hubo stated. Chun-Lei nearly dropped the phone in shock. "Chairman, I'll come to find you. How can I let you come here personally?" he blurted out. "No need, it's just a small matter. We'll talk and then be on our way," Hubo replied before hanging up. Chun-Lei's face turned ashen. It was all over. Meanwhile, Qin Tang, realizing that the delivery boy was indeed a landlord at Huafushanshui, and also the owner of the British manor, was utterly stunned. Anyone residing in Huafushanshui could easily crush him like an ant if they chose to. Just moments ago, he had boasted about making the delivery boy bark like a dog and crawl beneath him. Now he wished for nothing more than to vanish. Upon learning that the chairman of the Huafu Shanshui Property Company was coming, Qin Tang's legs weakened, and he immediately knelt before Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, I did not recognize your stature. Please forgive my transgressions. Had I known you were a landlord at Huafu Shanshui, even if you lent me 100 times the courage, I would never have dared to offend you. Is it so that those not of Huafu Shanshui can be treated with such disdain?" Lin Xian remarked coldly. Qin Tang was fervently bowing his head in apology. The onlookers were astonished. Who would have thought that this delivery boy was indeed a landlord at Huafu Shanshui? It was not difficult to deduce. A mere delivery boy wouldn't be accompanied by such a beautiful lady unless he were extraordinarily wealthy or a formidable second-generation heir. Perhaps he was merely indulging in a taste of life with his girlfriend. No wonder he carried himself with such confidence. He had the backing to do so. The key point was that they perceived Mr. Lin as possessing a particularly sound moral compass. Indeed, is it acceptable for those who are not landlords at Huafu Shanshui to be treated lightly? While it is true that people can be classified into various levels, every individual deserves respect. Disregarding others is tantamount to disregarding oneself. Lin Xian, too, felt a twinge of confusion. While he was a landlord at Huafu Shanshui, it shouldn't evoke such fear from the shareholders. He sensed that this situation was complex. Yet he was certain that as the owner of the British manor at Huafu Shanshui, he commanded significant attention from the property management. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Lin. Old Chen," Chun-Lei began, but he was interrupted by a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Chairman Hubo entering the community, accompanied by several shareholders. "Chairman," Chun-Lei greeted him, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "What's the commotion here?" Hubo inquired with a smile. "Oh, why is your nephew kneeling on the ground?" a keen-eyed shareholder asked, noticing Qin Tang on the floor, tears streaming down his face. "What's going on? Who is this?" Hubo questioned, looking curiously at the young man before him, who had somehow compelled the head of security at Huafu Shanshui to kneel. "This is Mr. Lin," Chun-Lei quickly replied. "You are Mr. Lin?"
Hubo exclaimed.
However, having navigated through society for decades, Hubo quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately extended his hand to grasp Lin Xian's right hand firmly. "Hello, Mr. Hu," Lin Xian smiled, extending his hand with an air of both humility and confidence. Chapter 103. Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but recently our property management in Huafu has been making preparations daily, eagerly anticipating your arrival at the English manor. It is truly unexpected to meet you, Mr. Lin, under such circumstances.
Hubo smiled helplessly.
You are too polite, Mr. Hu. I had intended to visit the English manor today, Lin Xian replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hubo's expression darkened as he turned to Chun-Lei, his tone shifting from familiarity to formality. "Chun-Lei, what is going on?" "Chairman, it is all due to that fool, Qin Tang, who offended Mr. Lin. I have only just arrived and am currently addressing the situation," Chun-Lei said, wiping the sweat from his brow, unhesitatingly throwing his wife's nephew under the bus. "Clarify this matter. What exactly transpired?" Hubo demanded sternly. Chun-Lei clenched his hands. contemplating how to respond without implicating himself in this foolishness. I know. That kneeling person made that brother call like a dog and demanded he crawl under him to leave. At that moment, a child exclaimed loudly before quickly hiding behind an adult. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. All shareholders of Huafu Mountain Water Property, including Chairman Hu Bo, paled at the revelation. How could anyone compel the owner of the English manor to bark like a dog and crawl? They felt faint at the thought. Offending Mr. Lin meant their property company could forget about continuing its operations in Huafu Mountain Water. You foolish dolt. Go apologize to Mr. Lin.
Chen Lei barked.
Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was wrong. I deserve punishment. Just moments ago, the arrogant Qin Tang now resembled a defeated dog, kneeling at Lin Xian's feet, begging for mercy. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive my folly. We will handle this matter seriously until you are satisfied. Chun Lei bowed and nodded before Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, please do not be angry. This was indeed a failure on our property company's part, and I assure you it will be dealt with seriously. Hu Bo added hastily. Chairman Hu, you are well aware of the reputation of Huafu Mountain Water. If your management team is only capable of such conduct, I can confidently seek out another property company that is truly competent, Lin Xian stated without reservation. Is it really possible that such a person could serve as the head of security at Huafu Mountain Water? The position requires more than mere ferocity. It demands understanding that not only residents frequent Huafu Mountain Water, but many affluent guests do as well. With someone like Qin Tang in place, it is only a matter of time before he tarnishes the reputation of Huafu Mountain Water. Yes, indeed, Mr. Lin. Rest assured. We will uphold the principle of superior service and will take serious measures against Qin Tang, Hu Bo asserted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. When Lin Xian mentioned collaborating with other owners to appoint a new property company, Hu Bo's heart sank. He wished he could eliminate Chun Lei's nephew on the spot. Huafu Mountain Water was not like other neighborhoods where property management wielded tyrannical power over helpless owners. Here, every owner possessed the right and capability to dismiss the property management if needed. Other shareholders glared at Qin Tang and Chun Lei, fully aware that it was Chun Lei's decision to employ his incompetent nephew. Now they faced the consequences, potentially dragging all shareholders into the mess. You foolish dolt. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lin. Then bark like a dog and crawl under him. Chun Lei's eyes blazed with fury. All right. I will bark like a dog now. Woof, woof, woof. Qin Tang barked 3 times. Stop. Lin Xian raised a hand to halt him. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated that he would actually bark like a dog. It was quite an eye-opener. I do not impose such demeaning tasks upon others. That would only diminish my own stature. I have stated that a simple apology while kneeling suffices. As for the consequences, I trust Chairman who will make the appropriate decisions. Lin Xian continued. I hereby declare that Qin Tang is to be dismissed for his misconduct and repeated violations of company policy, never to be reemployed. Hu Bo announced immediately, fearing that Lin Xian might seek retribution against their property company. Qin Tang was left dumbfounded at the announcement of his termination. Where would he find another job that paid as well? Mr. Lin, I was wrong. Chairman Hu, please do not fire me. I promise I will never dare again. I beg you, let me bark like a dog. Qin Tang cried out in distress. The crowd looked on, appalled at his lack of dignity, wondering how someone could force another to bark like a dog. Yet no one felt pity for him. This outcome was entirely self-inflicted. Uncle, please help me. Qin Tang clung desperately to Chun Lei's leg, his earlier bravado now replaced with utter humiliation. Get lost. You're embarrassing yourself.
Chen Lei snapped.
Fortunately, he still managed to retain his shares in Huafu, refusing to jeopardize his own interests for that foolish nephew. Had it not been for his wife's insistence, he would never have hired Qin Tang in the first place. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this resolution? Hu Bo asked cautiously, as other shareholders looked on expectantly. Chairman Hu's personal reprimand is certainly adequate, Lin Xian replied, granting Hu Bo a measure of grace. That is all that matters, Mr. Lin. Hu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly noon. With the matter resolved, he saw no reason to linger any longer. Chairman Hu, I must take my leave now, Lin Xian declared. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. I just heard you intended to visit the annex today. Why don't we have lunch together? I will host and my fellow shareholders will accompany us, and I will personally take you both to see the annex, Hu Bo suggested warmly. Hearing about lunch, Chen Qian looked at Lin Xian with eager anticipation. Very well, since chairman Hu has extended such an invitation, I shall graciously accept. Lin Xian smiled at Chen Qian, responding cheerfully. Chapter 104. It is indeed our honor that Mr. Lin has graced us with his presence, Hu Bo remarked with a smile. Please, Mr. Lin. Hu Bo quickly gestured for him to enter. Lin Xian nodded, bending his arm to indicate for Chen Qian to link hers with his. Only after Lin Xian took a step did Hu Bo follow suit, maintaining his position beside Lin Xian without ever advancing ahead. The other shareholders hastily fell in line behind them. The shareholder at the rear quickly contacted the property management, urging them to prepare for Mr. Lin's visit to the English manor. The staff of Huafu Property, upon receiving the directive, sprang into action. Why are you still dawdling? Chun Lei shot a glare at the dazed Qin Tang, admonishing him in a hushed tone. Qin Tang scrambled to his feet, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Noticing the crowd still watching him with amusement, he snapped in irritation, What are you staring at? Oh, it just struck me that my takeaway was personally delivered by a resident of Huafu Shanshui, chuckled a lady who had ordered food. Indeed, that's something to boast about for a lifetime, another woman teased. All right, disperse. What is so interesting about a defeated dog? Someone called out. Ah, I completely lost track of time. I still have soup simmering on the stove. Oh dear, my spouse will be finishing work soon. I must hurry back to prepare dinner. The crowd soon began to disperse. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Upon reaching the parking lot, Chun Lei courteously opened the car door for Lin Xian. Fortunately, Mr. Lin had not laid blame upon him earlier. No need. I'm driving, Lin Xian replied, gesturing toward the nearby Pagani supercar. The others turned to see the luxurious vehicle parked nearby. They were no strangers to opulent cars seen around Huafu and instantly recognized its value. Truly, the owner of the English manor has exquisite taste. Even for a delivery, he drives such a magnificent car. Surely enough to cover a day's fuel expenses, they mused, bewildered by the world of the ultra-wealthy. Oh, then we shall pave the way for Mr. Lin, Chun Lei said, slightly flustered. The dining venue was in close proximity, merely a few streets away, and was an upscale Chinese restaurant. Please serve each of your signature dishes, Hu Bo instructed the waiter, respectfully presenting the menu to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who detested ordering food, handed the menu to Chen Qian seated beside him, saying, Order whatever you wish. All right, Chen Qian exclaimed, taking the menu and eagerly telling the waiter, I want this, and this. She flipped through the menu, selecting dishes based on their appealing names and appearances. Lin Xian made no attempt to stop her, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would indulge his girlfriend's preferences. That will be all. Chen Qian finally set down the menu, smiling. Hu Bo and the other shareholders donned eager smiles. It was merely a meal, and they were keen to placate Mr. Lin. Dishes were soon served, and Hu Bo, alongside several shareholders, ordered wine. Mr. Lin, allow me to pour you a drink, Hu Bo said, seated beside Lin Xian as he reached for a glass. Thank you, but I'm driving today, so I will abstain from alcohol, Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile, halting Hu Bo's gesture. Oh, understood. In that case, I shall raise a toast to Mr. Lin with tea. Hu Bo did not press further. Such a prominent figure stating his refusal to drink left them no room for persuasion, and he quickly lifted a teacup, standing. The other shareholders promptly followed suit, raising their teacups. Mr. Lin, regarding today's incident, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of Huafu Property, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, Hu Bo added. There's no need for such formality, Hu Dong. I will rely on your continued support for the English manor in the future. Please, everyone, take your seats. There is no need to be so reserved, Lin Xian said, smiling as he sipped his tea. Not at all, it's the least we could do, Hu Bo replied, grinning, while the other shareholders echoed his sentiments. Mr. Lin, please enjoy the dishes. The cuisine here is quite distinctive, Hu Bo enthusiastically introduced as he settled down. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded with a smile, picking up his chopsticks to serve an abalone to Qian, who had been visibly salivating. As the men adhered to the formal dining etiquette, Lin Xian refrained from eating first, watching the food with anticipation. Qian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Xian, feeling a warmth in her heart. He understands me. Lin Xian responded with an affectionate smile, and the older gentleman observed this exchange, reflecting wistfully on the joys of youth. Only after Lin Xian began to eat did the others follow suit, their demeanor noticeably more cautious compared to Lin Xian and Qian. After the meal, Lin Xian drove Qian with Hudong leading the way, as they headed towards Huafu Shanshui. At the entrance of Huafu Shanshui, security personnel stood uniform and orderly along the roadside. Located in the core of the commercial center within the East Third Ring, each villa in the complex spans over 2,000 square meters. At that moment, Wang Hong, the property manager of Huafu Shanshui, paced nervously within the villa area, contemplating, didn't they say they would arrive soon? It's been nearly an hour. Where are they? Finally, a distant roar of engines broke the silence. A Lamborghini thundered into view, its engine's growl reverberating. The security personnel promptly saluted in unison. The affluent heir in the driver's seat remarked, "What is going on today? Weren't there just a single guard saluting before? Why 2 full rows today?" However, the heir deemed this a fitting display, boosting his sense of superiority as he revved the engine even louder. Such exceptional service, in his opinion, was befitting of Huafu Nuaqian Shanshui. Wang Hong craned his neck, realizing that the chairman's vehicle did not follow the Lamborghini, indicating that it wasn't the esteemed Mr. Lin. He could only continue to wait anxiously. After a moment, the roar of engines echoed again, causing Wang Hong and the security staff to hold their breath in anticipation. In the distance, Wang Hong spotted Hudong's car leading the way, followed closely by a red Pagani supercar, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Trailing behind the supercar were 2 other shareholders' vehicles. Wang Hong quickly raised his hand in salute, and the security guards, not daring to lose focus, mirrored his actions, smiling as their eyes followed the approaching supercar until it reached the villa area, at which point they finally lowered their hands. The guards at the entrance secretly exhaled in relief. Chapter 105. Property manager Wang Hong hastily retrieved his mobile phone and made a call before driving off in pursuit. Wow! In the sports car, Qian marveled at Lin Xian. Boss, I've just realized you are truly a big shot. Absolutely the best in the universe. She gazed at him with adoration, showering him with compliments. Just average, Lin Xian replied with a smirk. This kind of experience was new to him. Previously, he had been an ordinary citizen like most others. Now, with the help of the system, he felt as if he were soaring to new heights. The Huafu Villa area was quite expansive, lined with maple trees on both sides of the road, their leaves just beginning to blush in August. By autumn, this stretch would undoubtedly be breathtaking. As the sports car cruised along, the maple forest swiftly retreated behind them, revealing villas nestled among the trees, evoking the sensation of venturing into the countryside. Despite being in a commercial center, the tranquility was palpable. The English manor was situated further inside. As Lin Xian drove, he kept a keen eye on the surroundings. Soon, he spotted the grand characters spelling out English manor among the maple trees. They had finally arrived. Ahead, Hubo's vehicle had come to a halt just in front of the villa, leaving ample space for Lin Xian to park. A row of security personnel stood guard in front of the villa. After Hubo parked, several shareholders followed suit. Hubo quickly alighted from his vehicle and hurried towards Lin Xian's car. "Mr. Lin, please." He gestured invitingly, with the other shareholders nodding and bowing respectfully behind him. The nearby security guards held their breath, eager to glimpse the elusive big shot who had caused such a stir in the property company these past few days. As the car door swung open, a young man clad in a rice delivery uniform stepped out. The security guards were taken aback. Could this delivery boy truly be the owner of the English manor? Lin Xian himself had not anticipated that a simple house viewing could lead to such a spectacle. He had merely intended to stop by while delivering food. He smiled slightly. "I apologize for the surprise." "Greetings, Mr. Lin." The guards, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and bowed in unison. The sudden display startled Lin Xian. Such formality was unexpected. Fortunately, he maintained his composure. As Qian emerged, Lin Xian pressed a button on his remote to close the car door. "Wow, what a beautiful manor," she exclaimed, immediately captivated by the scenery within the courtyard. Lin Xian took his time observing the surroundings, noting that every flower and tree appeared meticulously tended. "Mr. Lin, all the flowers surrounding the courtyard were planted recently at my request. I hope you find them to your liking," Hu Bo quickly interjected. Lin Xian nodded in approval. "Well taken care of." Receiving praise from Lin Xian, Hu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The environment of his delivery service was under his supervision, and as long as Mr. Lin was satisfied, it seemed their property management efforts were on the right track. "I want to go inside and take a look." Qian bounced in front of Lin Xian, tugging at his arm. "All right, let us head in." Lin Xian responded with a smile. As he turned, he noticed the ornate characters, "English Manor," elegantly inscribed on the stone archway. Retrieving a remote key from his pocket, which he had brought along that morning, he pressed a button. The black gate slowly opened. Lin Xian took Qian's hand and stepped inside, with Hu Bo and the shareholders promptly following. After traversing an asphalt road and a path of red stones, they finally arrived at the villa. The architectural style was distinctly European. The entrance boasted an electronic keypad lock. As Lin Xian approached to input the code, everyone respectfully stepped aside. The interior was nothing short of opulent. If one had to describe it, the word lavish would scarcely suffice. With its classic European decor, the entrance hall displayed exquisite oil paintings. Lin Xian was astonished. The decor seemed to emulate the grandeur of European royalty. "Mr. Lin, I am truly fortunate to accompany you today and finally witness what a true villa looks like. Compared to this, the places I visited before seem like mere farmhouses." Hu Bo chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "Indeed, I almost thought we had entered a royal palace." Another shareholder chimed in, equally awestruck. Although Lin Xian recognized that their words were mere flattery, he found them oddly pleasing to the ear. Truth be told, he was still in shock, unable to fully grasp the magnificence before him. Previously, he had assumed it was just an ordinary villa. Now, it dawned on him that the System S offerings were nothing short of exceptional. "Of course, just look at whose house it is," Qian said with a playful tilt of her head. Lin Xian playfully tapped her on the head, reminding her to be modest in her remarks. Hu Bo and the other shareholders shared a chuckle. "Miss Qian is right," Chen Lei quickly added. Lin Xian took a cursory glance around the interior, concluding it was indeed grand and spacious. The outdoors was even more breathtaking. Lush greenery, ornamental stones, and flowing water exuded elegance. The swimming pool could only be regarded as a standard feature in comparison. This was no mere villa. Lin Xian thought it resembled a miniature castle. He had heard that this villa was designed by the renowned European architect Paul, known for crafting designs solely for royalty. "What is this small building for?" Lin Xian inquired, leading the group to a modest structure that appeared to be around 50 square meters. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind. He recalled a rumor that claimed even the doghouses in the English Manor were larger than regular homes. Could this be the infamous doghouse? "What is this small building for?" Qian echoed his curiosity. "Oh, Mr. Lin, this is a doghouse," Chen Lei explained. Lin Xian frowned. Could the rumor actually be true? There was indeed a 50 square meter doghouse. At that moment, Lin Xian found the doghouse quite unsightly, wondering if the designer had an unusual affection for dogs. Creating such a large doghouse struck him as almost a mockery. "Hu Bo, please arrange for the construction team to remove this doghouse," Lin Xian instructed, turning to Hu Bo. 3 updates. Is there any reward? Covering face. Chapter 106. Upon seeing the doghouse, Lin Xian felt it was an eyesore. "Shovel it away," he instructed with uncertainty. "Yes. Get rid of that doghouse for me," Lin Xian said, then continued to stroll through the garden. "It's just a dog. It doesn't require such a large house." "Understood, Mr. Lin. I will have someone take care of it immediately," Hu Bo replied, casting a knowing glance at Chen Lei. "You, my friend, have a chance to redeem yourself. Hurry up and get it done." "Rest assured, Mr. Hu, I will handle it perfectly," Chen Lei whispered quickly in Hu Bo's ear. At the edge of the villa, there were some houses designated for the servants. Lin Xian pondered that such a large estate would undoubtedly require management, and regardless of whether he moved in or not, he would need to hire a reliable steward, along with several gardeners and maids. He promptly decided to choose a date to relocate. After completing his tour, Lin Xian estimated that this villa covered over 3,000 square meters, which was particularly spacious in the Third Ring Road. Given the exorbitant value of land, he surmised that this villa must be worth at least 500 million. 500 million. Suddenly, he comprehended why the shareholders of Huafu property were so terrified today at the Jintai Garden community. The wealth and power behind someone who could afford such a residence were undoubtedly staggering, which is why they dared not offend him. Mr. Lin, may I inquire when you plan to move to Huafu Shanshui? Hu Bo asked as he stood beside Lin Xian. There's no rush, Lin Xian replied casually. He was still contemplating the choice of steward, hence there was no urgency. Even if I don't move in, I assure you, I won't skimp on the property fees. Lin Xian jested. Mr. Lin, you're joking. Hu Bo laughed along with him. After concluding his visit to the English manor, Lin Xian bid farewell to the shareholders of Huafu property. Once Lin Xian departed, the shareholders of Huafu Shanshui finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they now had a formidable figure to serve with utmost caution. Chanshan, do you prefer the Sihyuan we currently live in or this villa? Lin Xian inquired as he drove. I think both are wonderful. As long as it belongs to you, it must be the best. However, I feel this villa has a higher status, and the entrance resembles my home in my memories. Chanshan responded earnestly. Your home's entrance? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Could it be that Chanshan was the daughter of a wealthy family? He quickly recalibrated his route. To the police station. Perhaps this could be a valuable lead. In no time, the car sped towards the police station. Lin Xian parked and intended to find Officer Liang directly. Seeing the police station, Chanshan hesitated, thinking Lin Xian no longer wanted her and remained seated in the car. Lin Xian was both amused and exasperated, realizing she was quite attached to him and feared he might abandon her there. Don't worry, I'm just here to speak with Officer Liang. I won't leave you here. Lin Xian reassured her helplessly. Really? You're not deceiving me? Chanshan asked, her large eyes blinking curiously. Really? Now come out of the car. Lin Xian urged. All right, but you mustn't deceive me. Chanshan stepped out half convinced. Initially, Lin Xian intended to tease her, but recalling her frightened expression when he rescued her, he decided against it. However, once out of the car, Chanshan clung to Lin Xian's arm, fearing he might run off. Lin Xian had already called Officer Liang beforehand, so he was waiting for him in the office. Officer Liang's office was on the 3rd floor, and Lin Xian took the stairs. Chanshan disliked climbing stairs, so she hung onto Lin Xian's arm, leaning her weight on him as he guided her upward. Playfully, Lin Xian ruffled Chanshan's hair and continued to lead her upstairs, finding it quite amusing. Officer Liang. Lin Xian knocked on the door of Liang's office before entering. Ah, Mr. Lin, welcome. Please, take a seat. Officer Liang stood up and gestured for him to sit. Lin Xian settled onto the sofa opposite the desk, and Chanshan followed, still gripping his arm. It seems Miss Chanshan has been quite well with you, Officer Liang teased. Ah, Officer Liang, I'm rather troubled by this matter. Do you have any new developments regarding Chanshan's parents? Lin Xian replied with a sense of helplessness. We're still investigating, Officer Liang stated. Oh, Lin Xian sighed in disappointment, realizing that news would likely not come swiftly. However, Officer Liang, I do have a suggestion. He continued. Please go ahead. Officer Liang encouraged, hopeful that Lin Xian might provide some valuable information. Chanshan, you mentioned that the entrance of your home resembles that of my villa. Could you describe it in detail? Lin Xian turned to Chanshan. Let me think. Chanshan mused, preparing to delve into thought. Wait a moment. Officer Liang interjected. Please hold on. He then made a phone call. Soon, a young police officer entered, clutching a drawing pad. Hello, Liang uncle. The young officer greeted Lin Xian and Chanshan with a nod. Come, Miss Chanshan, please describe it. Xiao Lu, have a seat here and sketch. Officer Liang instructed. All right. The officer named Xiao Lu promptly sat down and opened his drawing pad. Miss Chanshan, please begin your description. Officer Liang urged with a smile. A black door with pillars on either side. Qian began, slowly articulating as she recalled. Xiao Lu swiftly sketched as she spoke, and soon a rough representation of the door appeared on the paper. Is this how it looks? Officer Liang asked, holding the drawing pad upright. Yes, somewhat similar. Qian tilted her head, pondering. Lin Xian examined the drawing. Such a door was rather commonplace, present in many neighborhoods. Can you think of any other distinguishing features? Lin Xian inquired, eager for more details. Officer Liang observed her with anticipation. Other features. Qian contemplated. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Chapter 107. Have you thought of something? Lin Xian inquired. No, that's not it. In the next moment, Qian shook her head again, lowering it to conceal the cunning glint in her eyes. She indeed had a thought. There stood a grand palm tree in front of her home. However, finding her way home would mean departing from Lin Xian, and how could she bear to leave such a handsome young man? The mere thought of returning home filled her with unease, so she promptly dismissed it. She certainly did not want to part ways with Lin Xian. Lin Xian sensed that the girl had recalled something and was eager to draw her out. Yet she suddenly leaned against his shoulder, clutching her head, her face pale. The truth was, Qian's thoughts had indeed crossed into reality, and her discomfort was genuine. Both Lin Xian and Officer Liang, upon witnessing her distress, decided to relent. Noticing Qian's fatigue, Lin Xian resolved to take her home for a good rest. Once she felt better, he could attempt to engage her in conversation again. After bidding farewell to Officer Liang, Lin Xian drove Qian home. Qian, don't you want to return home? Lin Xian asked in the car. I don't know why, but it seems I don't really want to go back. I want to be with you, Qian replied, her face flushed with shyness. Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, you could still be with me after returning home. But I want to be with you every day, Qian pouted. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise, no way, this girl surely can't be developing such feelings for him, right? Although he admitted she was truly beautiful, he could not accept her in her current state. What if she recovered her memory and regretted it later? Let us discuss it once you regain your memory. Perhaps your family has arranged a marriage for you, Lin Xian remarked, glancing at Qian. That won't happen. I'm definitely single. The doctor said so the other day. Qian's voice trailed off, her face reddening again. When a girl speaks such words in front of a man, even the most oblivious would understand her meaning. For a moment, Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere in the car became somewhat awkward. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Xian noticed Qian was quite worn out, so he encouraged her to rest. Back in his own room, he took off his shirt in preparation for a shower. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the beginner's task and is now upgrading the system. The system is loading. System loading successful. Rebooting. System startup complete. Distributing beginner's task rewards. Beginner's gift package distributed. System is enhancing the host's physique. A familiar series of electronic sounds resonated in Lin Xian's mind. He then felt a surge of unprecedented, powerful warmth coursing through his body, lasting approximately 30 seconds. Lin Xian sensed an invigorating strength like never before. His physical prowess had reached a new pinnacle. This was precisely what he needed, as his wealth had also ascended to new heights. Merely possessing wealth without other capabilities was insufficient. Money might provide a sense of security, yet it could also attract envy. Thus, after fortifying his body to the utmost, he would no longer fear such latent dangers. Lin Xian felt a rush of excitement. He had finally awaited this day. A beginner's grand gift package. Lin Xian opened the control panel in his mind with intention. Host: Lin Xian, age, 24, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, physique, 180 life, 120. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian was astonished that his physique had directly reached 180. The last time he checked after completing a task, it was only 110. Every man dreams of being invincible, and Lin Xian was no exception. His life value had now reached 120. He had previously speculated that this life value referred to his vitality. However, he would not delve into that just yet. He continued to explore further. A new domain had finally opened. New domain: Recruitment, simply the word recruitment appeared. Below it scrolled a row of playing cards. Each card had a line of small text underneath. Complete 10 ordinary delivery tasks to flip a card. Complete 10 film wrapping tasks to flip a card. Successfully earn 1,000 from street vending to flip a card. Seeing these tasks, Lin Xian could only chuckle. This truly was a life experience system. It encompassed every conceivable work experience. Where was the beginner's reward? Lin Xian searched the control panel again. Finally, he found a treasure chest icon in the upper right corner of the panel. With intention, he opened it. Congratulations, host. You have received a customized Lamborghini Veneno, parked in the British Manor parking lot. Congratulations, host. You have received a customized Bugatti La Voiture Noire, parked in the British Manor parking lot. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a building in the Golden Summit International Center. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 80 of the shares in Miaoxi Live. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Xian's mind. He was utterly dumbfounded. This was simply incredible. Was this really the beginner's task gift package? Luxury cars are every man's dream, and many spend their entire lives seeking a car that satisfies their desires. Yet he had suddenly acquired 3 magnificent vehicles, all customized with the highest configurations. What does it mean to play with cars? This was truly playing with cars. The Golden Summit International Center. Lin Xian was astounded. Oh my! The Golden Summit International Center is situated at the most bustling Tianhe Plaza in the capital. It is the most expensive office building in the capital. The Golden Summit International Center was a project built through investments from over 50 global enterprises. A total of 5 buildings were constructed. Numerous headquarters of Fortune 500 companies are located in the Golden Summit International Center. The headquarters of the 5 major banks in the country, renowned accounting firms, prestigious law firms, insurance companies, and prominent financial institutions are all situated within the Golden Summit International Center. One can only imagine how remarkable it is. Lin Xian truly did not expect the system to be so powerful. Such an international center now belonged to him. This was the pinnacle of being a property owner. Lin Xian pulled out the keys to the Lamborghini and Bugatti from his pocket, only to discover another card in his pants pocket. Upon inspecting it, he found a black and gold card with the words Golden Summit International Center inscribed, along with the notation Building A, 53rd floor in the lower right corner. Chapter 108. The system is indeed generous. Lin Xian recalled that the A building of the Financial International Center was one of the tallest structures, reaching approximately 240 meters with its 53 floors. The system had granted him the access card to the 53rd floor. Could it be that this floor was currently unoccupied? The mere thought thrilled Lin Xian. Standing on the 53rd floor would surely provide a breathtaking view, allowing one to feel as if they were on top of the world. His wealth had been steadily accumulating, and he could no longer afford to be a hands-off manager. Lin Xian promptly decided that the top floor of the Golden Summit International Center would serve as his future office. After all, one must indulge in the experience of being a CEO, right? He took another glance at Miaoxi Live, an astounding 80 share. This was remarkable. Miaoxi Live was currently the largest live streaming platform in the country. Most of the well-known internet celebrities had risen to fame through this platform. Even some rising stars, prior to their debut, would often be brought to this platform by entertainment companies to gain popularity. Many big-name celebrities occasionally streamed on this platform to promote products and earn some extra cash. As for the lesser-known stars, they were desperate for a recommendation spot, often competing fiercely with internet celebrities. Companies, too, were not to be overlooked. They scrambled to boost their sales as live streaming sales had become a trend. One could only marvel at the prowess of this platform. Lin Xian was utterly astounded. The revenue-generating capability of Miaoxi Live was undeniably impressive, and the system had managed to secure 80 of the shares for him. As long as he managed it well and stayed within the rules, it would be a veritable cash cow. Ding! System reminder. As this system is named the Life Experience System, after completing the novice tasks, in addition to special tasks dispatched by the system, the host is required to complete 50 regular delivery tasks each week until new domains are unlocked. Lin Xian. He actually had to deliver takeout? He had thought he could solely focus on his career. Well, it made sense, after all. It was called the Life Experience System. Besides, wasn't there also a screen-protecting task in the new domain? He wondered how long this task would persist. Would he eventually see a news headline? Shocking! A billionaire persists in delivering takeout for 10 years. The thought made Lin Xian chuckle. A super-rich individual delivering takeout for a decade would indeed be legendary. Lin Xian retracted the control panel from his mind and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. His excitement lingered long after. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Miaoshi Live was in utter chaos. Originally, there were 5 major shareholders. In a single night, the shares of the other 4 shareholders had been entirely acquired. Now only Lu Yu remained with 20 of the shares. Lu Yu was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The opposing party was financially robust and aggressive, having acquired 80 of their company's shares in one fell swoop. If they did not relent, he would completely lose his stake in Miaoshi Live. Lu Yu, who had risen to fame as an internet celebrity, had worked hard to transition from a comedic skit creator to a shareholder, finally taking control of the company. Now, facing such a fierce acquisition, how could he remain calm? Quickly, Secretary Chow, find out the contact number of this mysterious acquirer. Lu Yu instructed his secretary urgently. He needed to reach out to this enigmatic investor and plead for a chance to retain his position. Having finished his shower, Lin Xian emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, showcasing his sculpted physique with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Previously, he had only 4, but after the system's enhancement, he now boasted a perfect 8-pack. As he towel-dried his damp hair, he walked toward the bedroom. At the door, Qian appeared in her nightgown just in time to catch a glimpse of Lin Xian emerging from the bathroom. Her gaze widened, and she felt a flush of warmth spread across her face. Lin Xian halted, noticing Qian's intense stare. Her eyes seemed to glimmer with admiration, and to his surprise, she even had a nosebleed. Goodness! Lin Xian swiftly tossed the towel over her head to shield her view and hurried into the bedroom. Feeling a bit bashful himself, after dressing, Lin Xian returned to find Qian with a tissue stuffed in her right nostril. Cough! Why aren't you resting properly? Lin Xian awkwardly cleared his throat. His half-dry hair tousled and slightly disheveled, giving him a relaxed yet alluring appearance. Qian's eyes widened again at the sight. I can't sleep, she stammered, her cheeks flushed. Don't think too much, Lin Xian teased, giving her forehead a gentle tap. I'll make you some mung bean soup, he announced as he headed to the kitchen, feeling a need for a couple of bowls himself. Sounds great. Hearing about food, Qian eagerly followed him into the kitchen. Lin Xian sighed. This was perhaps the first time he personally cooked for a girl. Now he was a master-level chef, and it was rather fortunate for her. Even his aunt had not had the pleasure of tasting his culinary skills. Back in school, his aunt insisted he focus on his studies and never let him touch household chores. After he started working, she remarked on how hard he worked and wouldn't let him do anything when he returned home, urging him to rest instead. He resolved that, upon returning home, he would personally prepare a feast for his aunt. Just a few days ago, Lin Xian had transferred 1 million back home. He wondered if his aunt would be willing to spend it. To Lin Xian, his aunt was like a mother to him. Now that he had wealth, it was only right to show her gratitude. Without her, he might have ended up homeless, driven to beg on the streets by his uncles. As Lin Xian glanced at the time, it was nearly 4 o'clock. He decided to prepare a few more dishes: fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried meat, and sauteed lotus root slices. He also made a pig liver soup for Qian, as she had just experienced a nosebleed and needed to replenish her blood. While Lin Xian cooked, Qian assisted him. However, it seemed she was inexperienced in kitchen tasks, fumbling even while washing vegetables. Lin Xian couldn't help but tease her. Look at you. You can't even wash vegetables. How will you get married in the future? It's enough that you can cook. Qian smiled sweetly. Besides, I find your cooking style quite charming. Lin Xian paused, momentarily taken aback. How had this girl managed to flirt with him again? She appeared adorably naive. Yet at times, he felt as though she was a cunning little fox. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 109. Look at that sweet little mouth. All these dishes were delivered by the hotel staff at Lin Xian's request. Tang Yuran frequently brought people over to help him tidy up the yard and clean the house. Soon the meal was served, and the mung bean soup still needed to simmer slowly. Wow, this is delicious, Qian exclaimed after taking a bite of the fish-flavored shredded pork. Moved to tears by the exquisite taste. How can food be this good? It's 1,000 times better than what the hotel chef made for lunch. With a thumbs up, she spoke with her mouth full. It's so tasty. After we finish eating, let us wash the dishes. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, confident in his culinary prowess. This is nothing compared to the myriad of recipes I have mastered. Understood. Qian quickly saluted him, adding, as long as I can enjoy meals like this every day, I wouldn't mind washing dishes daily. Come eat some pig liver and drink some pig liver soup. It's good for replenishing blood. Lin Xian served her a bowl of soup. Upon hearing this, Qian's delicate face flushed, feeling a bittersweet sensation in her heart. The warmth of being cared for felt truly wonderful. Why are you crying? Lin Xian was taken aback. Is it really that delicious? So good it makes you cry? I'm just very touched. Qian wiped away her tears. It seemed she had never experienced such genuine concern before. Lin Xian thought to himself, it's just a bowl of pig liver soup. What is there to be so moved about? Silly girl. He reached out to gently wipe the tears from her cheek. Hurry and eat. He picked up a slice of lotus root for her. He had a weakness for pretty girls. When they cried, his heart softened, leaving him at a loss. However, this only applied to those who were cute and charming. Those who were unattractive and troublesome were simply repulsive. After the meal, Qian obediently went to wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen, even dragging Lin Xian over to inspect her work. Not bad, Lin Xian remarked, observing the kitchen was spotless and everything was neatly arranged. With it cleaned like this, can I marry you? Qian looked up at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes, her face adorably round. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. Is that all you think about, marriage? No, I mean marrying you, Qian shouted from behind. I'm not getting married. Lin Xian quickly ran off, eager to end the conversation. He lamented his own good looks, realizing that such romantic advances were inescapable. He needed to find a way to send this girl away. The mung bean soup simmered in the pot, and Lin Xian planned to take his newly acquired sports car for a spin while searching for the mysterious black gate Qian had mentioned. Driving his Pagani supercar, Lin Xian took Qian to the British Manor to switch vehicles. As they approached the entrance of the Huafu Shanshui Villa area, the security staff were less numerous than before but still respectfully greeted Lin Xian. This was much better. Yesterday's pomp felt excessive and out of character for his low-key personality. Lin Xian pressed the remote for the courtyard gate, which opened slowly. He drove directly into the Villa's parking lot. Wow, cool. Stepping out of the car, Lin Xian snapped his fingers. A sleek, black Bugatti La Voiture Noire, custom-made and worth a staggering 100 million, gleamed in the sunlight. Next to it was a striking blue Lamborghini Veneno, valued at 80 million. Lin Xian was utterly satisfied, completely enamored with the vehicles. Is all this yours? Qian asked, her eyes wide with awe. Aha! Lin Xian nodded. Which one do you think looks better? He inquired. The black one. It looks cooler. Qian pointed at the Bugatti. Good eye. Come on. Let us take it for a spin. Lin Xian grinned, pressing the car key. The Bugatti's headlights flickered to life as if awakening from slumber. All right, Qian exclaimed, lifting her skirt as she climbed into the passenger seat. Lin Xian settled into the driver's seat, familiarizing himself with the controls before starting the engine. The Bugatti roared to life, racing forward like a wild beast. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Soon, they exited the Huafu Shanshui Villa area. The security guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When had such a luxurious car appeared? He had no idea, suspecting it belonged to some rich heir in the villa community. He sighed, realizing he would likely never drive such a vehicle, left only with envy. Lin Xian drove around the city, searching for the elusive black gate Qian had spoken of, hoping for a miracle. When Qian suddenly needed to use the restroom, Lin Xian parked near a public toilet at a nearby park. When he emerged, he found a crowd gathered around his car, snapping photos. Is that really the legendary Bugatti La Voiture Noire? Yes. I just checked the price. It's at least 100 million. I'm so envious. They rushed to take pictures, eager to showcase their encounter with the mythical supercar on social media. All right. Please make way. Lin Xian called as he pushed through the throng. Upon seeing the car owner, the crowd parted. A few young men eyed Lin Xian with jealousy. This is so unfair. He is so young and driving such a luxury car. And he is handsome too. All the girls are looking at him. They wondered why some were so fortunate in life, while they were destined for mediocrity. They wished they could ask him how to achieve a better fate in their next life. Nearby, several girls gazed at Lin Xian with longing, dreaming of marrying such a wealthy man. But alas, the impossibly handsome billionaire merely cast them a cold glance. Help me, Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was about to press the key, he heard Qianqian's distressed voice. He turned and hurried towards her. There, a plump, oily young man had a firm grip on Qianqian's wrist. How dare you? Lin Xian swiftly kicked the greasy young man, careful not to exert too much force to avoid causing serious harm. The rotund young man tumbled to the ground, letting out a yelp. Chapter 110. Are you all right? Lin Xian walked over to Qianqian and inquired. I'm fine. Qianqian shook her head. As long as Lin Xian was by her side, she felt fearless. Qianqian, who is this person? The greasy young man on the ground rose, pointing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you know her? He seized the man and asked. Qianqian, who is this person, and why does he know me? Of course I know her. She is my girlfriend. Who are you? Stay away from my girlfriend. The greasy man sneered at Lin Xian, deliberately flaunting the watch on his wrist. A person with such an unkempt appearance must be merely a superficial admirer of Qianqian's beauty and wealth. How could he let this upstart get ahead after pursuing Qianqian for so long? Who does this nobody think he is, trying to steal his girlfriend? Qianqian furrowed her brows. Mister, do I know you? What an ugly man. If she had a boyfriend who looked like him, he might as well perish. In her mind, she firmly believed she would never have a boyfriend. I don't know you. Lin Xian, let's go, she declared, linking her arm with Lin Xian's as she attempted to leave. However, Lin Xian had no intention of departing just yet. It was evident that this greasy man was acquainted with Qianqian, and he could not simply walk away. You know her? Lin Xian stood still, addressing the greasy man with a calm demeanor. Isn't that a redundant question? How could I not know my girlfriend? The greasy man retorted. Then what is her name? Where does she live? Can you tell me? Lin Xian aimed to provoke him. Qianqian. She resides at Villa No. 7 in Qingyuanicheng. The greasy man triumphantly revealed Qianqian's background. Thank you. Lin Xian smirked, putting his arm around Qianqian's shoulder and turning to leave. As for this greasy man, with a brain so dull, he should not be further belittled, considering his appearance was equally pitiable. Stop. Where do you think you're taking my girlfriend? The greasy man obstructed their path. Mister, are you not tiresome? I don't even know you. What evidence do you have that I'm your girlfriend? Qianqian replied impatiently. The greasy man awkwardly stammered. Isn't it just a matter of time? He indeed was not yet Qianqian's boyfriend. No, it will never be. Step aside and don't block our way. Qianqian asserted fiercely. Hurry up and go. This ugly man will ruin my plans. It infuriates me. The greasy man clenched his fists, contemplating how he could take advantage of her family's wealth. Damn it, I'll deal with you soon. These wealthy young ladies are so proud. Just wait until I win her over, and then I'll teach her a lesson. After spending a few days together, Lin Xian realized that Qianqian was indeed quite particular about appearances. Without a doubt, this man would never be her boyfriend. Give it up. Lin Xian smiled at the greasy man. Can't you see? You and Qianqian are clearly from different worlds. With that, Lin Xian casually walked away, his arm still around Qianqian's shoulders. Qianqian gazed at Lin Xian with admiration. How handsome and charming he was. No wonder he was the man she had chosen. However, that ugly man had just exposed her. What excuse could she concoct to remain by Lin Xian's side? Hey, where are you taking Qianqian? The greasy man persistently followed. That's none of your concern. Besides, Qianqian is with me. Lin Xian replied with a cold laugh, then pressed the car key. Beep. The headlights of the Bugatti nearly blinded the overweight greasy man. He glanced at his BMW parked by the roadside. He had just mocked Lin Xian as a mere pretty boy, yet it turned out he was the one who was poor. The onlookers who had earlier admired the sports car now sneered at the greasy man. People today with a bit of money feel overly self-important. This pig thinks he can match with a swan or a wealthy beauty. He should take a good look in the mirror. Such a handsome man wouldn't he need to compete for a girlfriend with you. With his status, a mere gesture would attract a flock of admirers. Lin Xian got into the car and immediately called Officer Liang. He arranged to drive Qianqian home, while they would rush over. It seemed that the outing tonight had indeed been fortuitous. Qianqian sat in the passenger seat, pouting with visible displeasure. When she remembered who that ugly man was, she would not let him off easily. Why had he found her so quickly? What's wrong? Aren't you happy to be going home soon? Lin Xian gently asked as he noticed her forlorn expression. I don't want to go home yet. Lin Xian, can you stay with me tonight and take me back in the morning? Qianqian pleaded. No way. You've been missing for so long. Your family must be worried sick. Lin Xian firmly refused. He would not allow her to act recklessly. Qianqian lowered her head, falling silent. The atmosphere in the car became slightly tense. All right, you know where I live. Just come visit me later. Lin Xian ruffled her hair. In the next moment, Qianqian threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed the books were right. Women truly were like water. Once they started crying, it was like a floodgate had opened, and it was impossible to stem the tide. Her tears soaked his shirt. After finally comforting Qianqian, Lin Xian drove towards the Qingyuanicheng villa area. Reflecting on it now, it was no surprise that Qianqian couldn't even cook. In affluent families, daughters are typically pampered. Not to mention Qianqian, a rich heiress living in a villa. They had dedicated servants and housekeepers for laundry and cooking. Such girls are entirely unaccustomed to manual labor. Moreover, just a bowl of snail noodles had her raving. It was evident she was used to sumptuous delicacies and found roadside snacks to be a refreshing novelty. Soon, they arrived at Qingyuanicheng. After consulting with the security guard at the entrance, Lin Xian drove directly to Villa number 7. He exited the car and examined the villa's grand entrance. It was indeed black, flanked by 2 pillars, with a large palm tree at the entrance. The palm tree symbolizes wealth. Many affluent families favor planting one at their entrance. It seemed Qianqian had recalled this grand palm tree that night. Little did they know. Chapter 111. Get off the car. With a hand resting on the car roof, Lin Xian bent down and smiled at Qianqian. Only then did she slowly disembark from the vehicle. At this moment, Officer Liang and his team arrived in their own car. Mr. Lin, how did you find this place? Officer Liang immediately inquired as he stepped out of the car. Officer Liang, it's a long story. I'll explain it later. But first, let us clarify a few things. Lin Xian replied. I think there's been a misunderstanding. How could this possibly be my home? Qianqian said, turning to re-enter the car. Seeing this, Lin Xian swiftly pulled her aside with one hand and gently closed the car door after pressing the key. At that moment, the large gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man resembling a butler who, upon seeing Qianqian, exclaimed, Miss? Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, the butler assumed it was the master returning home. He hurriedly opened the door only to find his own young lady standing there, accompanied by several police officers. The butler was startled. Had the young lady gotten into some trouble? Hadn't she mentioned going to school a few days ago? Hello, we are from the police station. Is this Miss Qianqian's residence? Officer Liang quickly stated as the villa's gate opened. Yes, this is our young lady. The butler replied promptly. What's going on? I'll call the master right away. The police officers breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. On the phone, Officer Liang explained the situation to the master, who was none other than Qianqian's father. After hanging up, the butler sighed. It turned out that Qianqian's father was deeply engrossed in his clothing business, a notorious workaholic, rarely concerned with Qianqian's affairs. She had not returned home for a week before her disappearance. Qianqian's mother, an obscure actress, was often absent as well, pursuing her acting dreams. When Qianqian was home, she was usually alone. On the afternoon of her disappearance, the butler had overheard her mention going to school and did not arrange for a driver, thinking she was merely stepping out for a bit. He had assumed she was at school all this time. By the way, Qianqian was about to enter her senior year at B University, majoring in design, and was Lin Xian's junior. Lin Xian thought to himself how astonishing it was that her parents were so oblivious to their daughter's disappearance. If it weren't for him, she might have faced dire consequences. Did they really not contact her for days? How busy could their work be? It seemed Chen Chen's reluctance to return home stemmed from a deep-seated resistance. Well, she is safe now and back home. I suppose my part in this is done, Lin Xian told Officer Liang. Indeed, Mr. Lin, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. The department plans to award you a commendation for bravery, Officer Liang said, patting Lin Xian on the shoulder with a smile. He genuinely admired Lin Xian, seeing him as a reliable and forthright young man, especially one with impressive capabilities. He thought about how beneficial it would be to have someone like him in their ranks. Officer Liang, I'll pass on the commendation. It was merely a small effort. Lin Xian chuckled, realizing this was not an act of bravery, but rather a task assigned by the system that had yielded substantial rewards for him. After bidding farewell to Officer Liang, Lin Xian approached Chen Chen, ruffling her hair playfully. Take care, little one. He pressed the key to unlock the car door, preparing to drive away. Lin Xian, Chen Chen called out, stopping him. What is it? Lin Xian asked, sitting in the car, knowing she was reluctant to part ways. Yet, he had no choice. Although she was beautiful, he was not in the mindset to have a woman by his side at that moment. There was a certain freedom in solitude. Will we meet again? Tears glistened in Chen Chen's eyes. Of course. Next time, I'll take you for some snail noodles, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Chen's face brightened once more. Lin Xian waved goodbye, started the engine, turned the car around, and sped off into the distance. By 7 in the evening, Lin Xian returned to his courtyard. Just as he was about to sink into the sofa for a gaming session, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Xian picked up the phone and swiped to answer. Hello? Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man's voice came through. I am indeed surnamed Lin, but I'm not sure if I'm the Mr. Lin you seek. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Yu, one of the other shareholders of Miaoxi Live. Oh, what can I do for you? Lin Xian asked, smiling. Noticing the other party seemed to be in good spirits, Lu Yu continued, Mr. Lin, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I am anxious to know if you will continue with the acquisition of Miaoxi. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. So that was the reason for the call. Well, regarding the acquisition, I had initially planned to proceed. Lin Xian decided to play a little hard to get. He could sense Lu Yu's tension rising. Mr. Lu, I believe Miaoxi Live possesses greater potential for development. I've had some discussions with the previous shareholders, and it seems they have already made enough money, showing a lack of interest in the platform's growth. That's why I took over, Lin Xian elaborated. He did not outright say he would not proceed with the acquisition but rather articulated his previous intentions, aiming to motivate the shareholder to remain dedicated rather than indulge in complacency. Lu Yu, being astute, quickly responded, Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will dedicate myself to ensuring Miaoxi reaches new heights. All right, please manage it according to the original operational model. I will make periodic visits to check in, Lin Xian instructed. Of course, welcome anytime, Mr. Lin, Lu Yu said, momentarily relieved. This meant Lu Yu's 20 share was safe for the time being. In truth, Lin Xian had no immediate plans to take over completely. He would consider that once he had assembled a capable team. Just as Lin Xian hung up the phone, before he could even open the game, another call came through. This evening, Lin Xian felt as though he was juggling an overwhelming number of tasks. Hello. Good evening. He answered. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Lin? Another similar opening line. However, this caller's tone was even more respectful than Lu Yu's from Miaoxi. Chapter 112 I am. Lin Xian stated directly. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Kai Wenguang, the head of the Golden Ding International Center Property Company. Came the polite voice from the other end of the line. Mr. Kai, how may I assist you? Lin Xian inquired, pondering whether the property company was so eager to collect fees so soon after he acquired the tallest building in the Golden Ding International Center. Moreover, was this the right time for such a call? If that were indeed the case, perhaps the property company should reconsider its approach. Mr. Lin, this afternoon, several company executives from Building A reached out to me, wishing to transfer next quarter's rent to you. However, They do not have your contact information or account details, which is why they asked me to get in touch with you, Kai Wenguang explained. Rent to collect. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with interest, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had once possessed a fortune of 10 billion and had recently received some rental income. While profits from other companies would not be distributed until year-end, he still had over 10 billion in his account. Surely, the rent could not surpass that amount. I see, Lin Xian replied. If you're busy, you may provide me with your account details, and I will inform them to transfer the rent directly to you. Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Kai Wengung répondait eagerly.
It is my privilege to assist you. After ending the call, Lin Xian rose and walked to a nearby room, opening a cabinet filled to the brim with rental agreements, an impressive feat of the system. He casually picked up the top document, which was a lease agreement from a Fortune 500 company. Upon glancing through it, he noted that they had rented 2 floors with a quarterly rent of 12 million, translating to 6 million per floor per quarter, an annual total of 24 million across 52 floors. Of course, the rent for each floor was likely not uniform. Calculating this, the total annual rent could exceed 10 billion. Lin Xian was no longer calm. This was not merely a cabinet of contracts. It was a treasure trove. He silently thanked the system for elevating his life to such heights. The following day, around 10 in the morning, Lin Xian's phone began buzzing with bank notifications. By 11:30, his account had received a total of 385 million. He cross-verified the rental contracts, every penny accounted for. After all, the companies in the Golden Ding International Center were formidable enterprises on a national and even global scale, and they would never default on rent. After enjoying a lunch, Lin Xian took a brief nap. With nothing on his agenda for the afternoon, he prepared for the 5 daily food delivery tasks. The system's demands were relentless. 50 deliveries a week. He chuckled at the system's tenacity. Since he had not completed the preparatory work for other tasks, Lin Xian decided to tackle 10 food delivery tasks, which could overlap with the 50 delivery tasks. After donning his work attire, he glanced in the mirror. Not bad, he mused, still the most dashing among the delivery personnel. After delivering 5 orders, his phone rang. He parked the car and checked the caller ID. Another unfamiliar number. Hello. He greeted, his signature opening line. Lin Xian, it's Chen Chen, came the cheerful voice from the other end. Chen Chen, why are you calling? Lin Xian inquired. My parents would like to meet you. They want to express their gratitude in person. Chen Chen explained. Oh, that's unnecessary. I didn't save you for thanks. I did it willingly. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Actually, my parents have something important to discuss with you. Please, for my sake, meet them. Chen Chen urged playfully. All right, Lin Xian relented. Meeting them wouldn't be a burden. After all, he was indeed Chen Chen's savior and could graciously accept their gratitude. When shall we meet? Lin Xian asked. Right now, if you're free, Chen Chen proposed. Lin Xian checked the time. Completing the remaining 5 deliveries was certainly manageable. Send me the address, he instructed before hanging up. A minute later, Chen Chen sent the location. Lin Xian drove over without bothering to change his clothes. After all, he was not meeting his future in-laws. Initially, he felt a slight embarrassment at encountering acquaintances while delivering food. However, since becoming a millionaire, he found himself rather indifferent to the opinions of others. Perhaps this was the liberating influence of wealth. Once affluent, one no longer concerns oneself with the judgments of others. Lin Xian soon arrived at the CAF Chen Chen had indicated. He parked the car and ascended to the 2nd floor, scanning the room for her familiar figure. Lin Xian, over here. Chen Chen spotted him first, waving her hand enthusiastically. He approached her and noticed that, at the table, there sat a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s and slightly overweight, wore a serious expression, likely Chen Chen's father. The woman, presumably her mother, was strikingly beautiful and appeared to be in her 30s, resembling Chen Chen closely. Lin Xian felt as if he had seen her on television but could not pinpoint from which show. Upon noticing Lin Xian's arrival, they stood up, warmly inviting him to sit beside Chen Chen. Uncle, Auntie, Lin Xian greeted politely. Ah yes, you must be Lin Xian. I've heard so much about you from Chen Chen. Her father remarked with a warm smile that made Lin Xian feel a bit uneasy. Chen Chen's face flushed slightly, which struck Lin Xian as unusual. He sensed an odd tension in the air. Indeed, Lin Xian replied, smiling while observing the situation. Lin Xian, what would you like to drink? Qian Qian's mother quickly summoned the waiter. Cappuccino, please. Thank you. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Seeing his calm demeanor, Qian Qian's parents exchanged approving glances. Thank you so much. Our family is truly grateful to you. Qian Qian's mother expressed sincerely. Uncle, auntie, you flatter me. It was merely a small act of kindness. Anyone else would have done the same for Qian Qian. Lin Xian replied modestly. Chapter 113. Lin Xian, you are being too modest. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't possess your strength even if they saved her. Qian Qian's father hastily exclaimed. I have heard from Qian Qian that you have been taking care of her these past few days, and we are truly touched. We sincerely thank you. Qian Qian's mother chimed in. It is indeed rare to find such a brave and upright young man like you, Qian Qian's father added. The couple took turns praising Lin Xian, showering him with gratitude. Lin Xian felt a bit embarrassed by their compliments. Lin Xian, it is true that you are Qian Qian's savior. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them, Qian Qian's father stated. Lin Xian, are they really intending to express their gratitude this way? He glanced at Qian Qian, who was nervously clasping her hands. What are they scheming? Uncle, aunt, I have no requests, Lin Xian replied, feeling perplexed. He genuinely had no demands. He sought neither wealth nor romance. Qian Qian's parents exchanged satisfied glances. Ahem, Lin Xian, would you like a wife? Qian Qian's father blushed after uttering this line. Regardless, for the sake of my daughter, I will boldly say it. What does face matter in comparison? Lin Xian nearly spat out his coffee. Uncle, what did you say? He asked incredulously. Qian Qian's father awkwardly chuckled. Allow me to explain. Qian Qian's mother interjected, giving her husband a gentle nudge. Lin Xian, you saved Qian Qian, and we have decided to let her repay you by marrying you. This is also what Qian Qian wishes, Qian Qian's mother said with a smile. Ahem. Lin Xian was genuinely taken aback. Marry Qian Qian? These parents are utterly unreliable. Their daughter was kidnapped and missing for days, and now they want to marry her off to a man they barely know. Although Lin Xian considered himself a decent man, these parents were being excessively hasty. Even if their daughter consented, wouldn't they at least need to ensure she was making a wise choice? Upon looking at Qian Qian, she bore the expression of an ancient noble lady being courted by her beloved. This family is truly amusing. Uncle, aunt, I am merely a delivery person. Lin Xian intended to dissuade them. In my eyes, there is no high or low in professions. Anyone who earns a living deserves respect. Qian Qian's father replied. Well, Qian Qian's father certainly speaks eloquently, a testament to his entrepreneurial prowess. You need not worry about finances. We have only one daughter, and the family business will eventually be yours to inherit, Qian Qian's mother quickly added. Lin Xian thought, are they suggesting I become a stay-at-home son-in-law? And your children will carry your surname. Qian Qian's father seemed to perceive Lin Xian's thoughts and hastily remarked, but I have no house, no car, and certainly no savings. Lin Xian protested. Ah, Lin Xian, do not underestimate yourself. I believe in your capabilities. One day you will possess all of these things, Qian Qian's father assured him. Is that so? Lin Xian was astonished, realizing how many suitors would covet someone like Qian Qian, a white-collar beauty. Why did they seem so eager to marry her off? Lin Xian was left speechless, feeling it was utterly unbelievable. No matter, we have plenty. You are welcome to live with us, and after marriage, you will have your own space. We will not intrude, Qian Qian's mother hastily added. Lin Xian thought, at this rate, they might just convince me. If it were someone else, they would have readily accepted the proposal and married a wealthy beauty, transforming their life overnight. I am still an orphan, without parents. Lin Xian continued. That is perfect. There will be no mother-in-law disputes, Qian Qian's mother exclaimed, beaming with laughter. Lin Xian thought, you are quite the character, I might as well faint. In truth, such a kind-hearted mother-in-law and father-in-law would be hard to find even with a lantern. However, Lin Xian was different. Regardless of his past or present, he had no intention of living off others. He absolutely refused to do so. More importantly, he was not contemplating marriage at this moment. He found Qian Qian stunning and her character quite agreeable. He felt a budding affection, but it was far from the level of wanting to wed her. Uncle, Aunt, I appreciate your admiration, but I genuinely do not intend to marry at this time. I wish to strive for another 2 years, and furthermore, you are aware of Qianqian's health condition. We should focus on her recovery first. I believe we can remain friends for now. Lin Xian decided to earnestly converse with Qianqian's parents, as matters of marriage should not be treated frivolously. Moreover, I believe this is the responsible approach towards Qianqian and myself. Lin Xian continued. Qianqian's parents, upon hearing Lin Xian's sentiments, felt they could not press further. However, they also recognized the validity of his words and grew to appreciate him even more. Had it been anyone else, they would have readily agreed to the marriage. Thus, they regarded Lin Xian as a truly exceptional young man. When will Qianqian regain her memory? The expression on Qianqian's mother's face turned anxious in an instant. Perhaps, Aunt, I could recommend a hospital. I happen to know someone who is the director there. I could ask him to arrange for an expert to examine Qianqian, Lin Xian suggested. Which hospital? Qianqian's father asked eagerly. The Ganges Central Hospital, Director Qi, Lin Xian replied. In truth, Lin Xian had considered taking Qianqian to see Director Qi earlier, but he had not yet done so when he found her family. You know Director Qi? Qianqian's father exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of Director Qi's reputation and had always wanted to establish a connection but never found the opportunity. He was aware of the Ganges Central Hospital's capabilities and had been there for medical examinations. However, the specialists and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were typically unattainable for ordinary people. Thus, upon hearing Lin Xian mention knowing Director Qi, Qianqian's father was quite astonished. Yes, I will call him right away, Lin Xian replied with a smile. He picked up his phone and dialed Director Qi's number. Hello, Director Qi. It's me, Mr. Lin. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Since we last met, I haven't seen you again, and you haven't visited the hospital to check on me. The old man joked from the other end of the line. Director Qi, I will come to see you shortly. You are at the hospital, correct? I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Xian replied cheerfully. Yes, come over. I will be waiting for you, Director Qi said jovially. Chapter 114. Qianqian's father and mother gazed earnestly at Lin Xian. Having just overheard Dean Qi on the phone address him as Mr. Qi. Lin Xian. I believe I just heard Dean Qi refer to you as Mr. Lin? Qianqian's mother expressed her doubts candidly. Indeed, uncle overheard correctly. Dean Qi does address me in that manner, Lin Xian replied with a resigned smile. The secret was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Yet, he mused, there was little to hide in the first place. Qianqian's parents looked at him with an insatiable curiosity. Well, it's like this. I happen to hold a small stake in the Ganges Central Hospital, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. Are you the new shareholder of Ganges Central Hospital? Qianqian's father asked in astonishment. Being well connected, he had recently learned from an old friend that there had been a significant shift in the hospital's ownership, with a mysterious young individual acquiring 50% of its shares. He had marveled at the investment acumen of this young buyer, never imagining that the very person was sitting before him now. Yes, Lin Xian stated nonchalantly, as if it were of little consequence. Oh my! Qianqian's parents exchanged glances, their astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. They had previously thought that marrying their daughter to him was a stroke of fortune. It now appeared they were the ones who had overreached. The couple felt a twinge of embarrassment. All this time, they had assumed Qianqian was simply dating a delivery person. However, upon reflection, if Qianqian could indeed wed Lin Xian, it would be a tremendous boon for the Chun family. After finishing their coffee, Lin Xian accompanied Qianqian's family to the hospital to meet Dean Qi inside. Lin Xian briefed Dean Qi on Qianqian's condition, prompting him to swiftly convene a panel of international experts to discuss her ailment. True to its reputation as a prestigious hospital with a diverse array of specialists, a treatment plan was promptly established. A minor, minimally invasive surgery would suffice. Dean Qi immediately arranged for Qianqian's admission. The surgery was scheduled for the following day, to be performed by the renowned neurosurgeon, Dr. Guan Liang. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qianqian's parents found themselves at a loss for words, vowing to follow Lin Xian's lead for the rest of their lives. Qianqian, too, resolved that she could only marry Lin Xian in this lifetime, determined to repay his kindness for eternity. Come, Mr. Lin, let me show you to your office. Dean Qi said warmly as Qianqian's parents accompanied her to complete the admission paperwork. Lin Xian responded, I have an office? His office was adjacent to Dean Qi's, but unlike the latter's, it was lavishly appointed. The spacious room was adorned with a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows and a full set of mahogany furniture. Dean Qi, you've gone to great lengths, Lin Xian remarked with a smile, genuinely satisfied with the office, even though he anticipated not spending much time there. However, as a shareholder of Ganji's Central Hospital, having an office was certainly warranted. Not at all. As long as Mr. Lin visits often to guide our work, that is sufficient. Dean Qi replied with courtesy. Haha, Dean Qi, there is no need for guidance. I am quite out of my depth in the medical field, Lin Xian chuckled, settling into a nearby sofa and leaning back. Ah, this is indeed comfortable. Mr. Lin, that girl earlier. She is your girlfriend, isn't she? Dean Qi asked with a hint of gossip, eager to introduce his daughter to Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled at Dean Qi's earnestness. Despite his esteemed reputation, he was as unpretentious as a playful child when around someone like Lin Xian. No, I merely saved her the other day, and we got to know each other through that, Lin Xian explained. Ah, the savior. How romantic. Dean Qi joked. Lin Xian could only smile in response. Dad, so you're here. At that moment, a bright voice rang out from the doorway. Lin Xian instinctively turned to see a rather plump young woman standing at the entrance. As their eyes met, she widened her gaze in surprise. It's him, she thought, recognizing the man from the videos her father had shown her days prior. In person, he was even more handsome than he appeared on screen. Her face flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Feifei, you're here. Come in. I must introduce you. Dean Qi beckoned eagerly for his daughter to enter. Feifei, this is Mr. Lin, the one I told you about. Mr. Lin, this is my daughter, Qi Feifei. Hello, Mr. Lin. Feifei transformed into a picture of shyness, though her considerable size made the gesture seem somewhat awkward. Hello. Lin Xian maintained his composure with a smile. Feifei's gaze turned envious as she gazed at Lin Xian, thinking, how can someone be so extraordinarily handsome? Dean Qi, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave, Lin Xian said, seeking an excuse to escape. Don't say that. Let us have dinner together tonight. Dean Qi urged. Perhaps another time. I already have plans this evening, Lin Xian replied, feigning a glance at his watch before making his exit. In Lin Xian's office, Feifei wore a forlorn expression. See, I told you to eat less at every meal. Now look, he doesn't even fancy you. Dean Qi remarked. That is all your fault. You keep suggesting all those delicious dishes for me to eat. Now I can't marry anyone. It's all on you. Feifei huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. All right, it's all my fault. Seeing his daughter upset, Dean Qi quickly tried to appease her. No, I must lose weight. I will slim down to a lightning bolt. Feifei vowed dramatically. Dean Qi shook his head at his daughter, having heard her declare such intentions countless times. Yet she only seemed to grow heavier. As Lin Xian left the office, he hurried down the stairs, anxious to avoid any further encounters with Qi Feifei. After visiting Qianqian in her hospital room and offering her some comforting words, he noticed the joy radiating from her parents, their smiles wide and uncontainable. Chapter 115. Before darkness descended, with a sliver of time remaining, Lin Xian hurriedly completed 5 delivery orders. After dining outside, he returned to the courtyard. Within his mind, he summoned the control panel, revealing the 10 ordinary delivery tasks corresponding to their respective cards. A flash of light illuminated the scene as the cards flipped over, displaying the name of an exquisite beauty, the housekeeper Han Xiaoxiao. Below her name was a photograph of her stunning visage, rated at least a score of 90, her sleek black hair elegantly styled in a bun, clad in a perfectly tailored black uniform that accentuated her alluring figure. At the bottom of the card, a line of fine print read, Exquisite Beauty Housekeeper. Height, cm. Weight, 48 kilograms, possessing a high level of professionalism. Characteristics, loyal. Next, Lin Xian perused Han Xiaoxiao's resume, noting her degree in property management and 3 years of work experience. The subsequent pages contained information about other personnel in the estate, such as gardeners and cleaners, which were of little consequence. Lin Xian held a favorable view of Han Xiaoxiao's loyalty, recognizing that while appearance may hold importance, fidelity was paramount in a housekeeper. At that moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. He answered. Hello? Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Han Xiaoxiao. I have received an email requesting my immediate employment at the English Manor. Should I come over now? The sweet voice on the other end resonated. Lin Xian was taken aback by the system's efficiency. He had anticipated an interview process following the card reveal. Instead, the system had directly sent an email, finalizing her selection.
No rush.
Please come by tomorrow at 10 in the morning, he replied. Understood, Mr. Lin. See you tomorrow, came Han Xiaoxiao's sweet and respectful voice. The following day at 10, Lin Xian arrived punctually at the English Manor. From a distance, he spotted a woman in a stylish black and white uniform standing at the entrance. He parked his car steadily in front of her and rolled down the window.
Han Xiao,
he inquired. Taking a moment to assess her, Lin Xian found her even more beautiful in person. The tailored uniform accentuated her enviable figure, her hair neatly arranged, exuding an aura of mature intellect. She was the kind of woman who captivated a man's attention at first glance. Lin Xian silently praised the system for its insight into his preferences. Having such a housekeeper would surely invigorate his days. Yes, Mr. Lin, Han Xiaoxiao replied, momentarily taken aback, as she bowed respectfully. She had expected her employer to be a middle-aged man, yet found herself in the presence of someone so youthful and handsome. It dawned on her that such accomplishments at a young age commanded admiration, and she felt a surge of respect for this capable man. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded gently. He exited the vehicle, handing her a stack of documents. This is the staff roster and the contract. They will now be under your management. As he spoke, he pressed the key fob, and the villa's grand doors opened slowly. Understood, Mr. Lin. Han Xiaoxiao accepted the documents, noting the list of names and contact numbers. Observing that no one from the estate had yet emerged to open the door, she inquired, Mr. Lin, are you not residing here currently? I have yet to move in. I am waiting for you, my beautiful housekeeper, to manage everything so that I can settle in comfortably. Lin Xian replied with a smile, pausing to meet her gaze. Mr. Lin, I will make arrangements promptly. Han Xiaoxiao walked alongside Lin Xian, striving to conceal her nervousness and present herself as composed and professional. However, when he suddenly halted and flashed her a charming smile, her heart raced uncontrollably, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. Excellent, Lin Xian affirmed with a nod. Together, they ventured into the villa. Lin Xian guided Han Xiaoxiao through various rooms to familiarize her with the layout. Upon witnessing the opulent decorations and oil paintings, Han Xiaoxiao was left awestruck. This was no mere villa. It resembled a palace. Afterward, Lin Xian led her to the staff quarters, encouraging her to select her preferred room. For now, aside from Lin Xian, she held the highest standing in the estate. Following their tour of the interior, Lin Xian took Han Xiaoxiao to the garden, which had been transformed from a 50-square-meter doghouse into a blossoming landscape, a testament to the efficiency of the estate management. In an effort to leave a favorable first impression, Han Xiaoxiao had donned 7-inch stilettos, yet she had not anticipated that her future employer would lead her through the garden on her very first day. His tall stature and long legs made it challenging for her to keep pace, and as they traversed the gravel path, she found herself struggling to keep up. Noticing her predicament, Lin Xian unconsciously slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up. Suddenly, Han Xiaoxiao's heel became lodged in a crack between the stones, causing her to lurch forward uncontrollably. Resigning herself to the imminent fall, she closed her eyes, bracing for impact with the ground. However, the next moment, she found herself cradled in an embrace, realizing that Mr. Lin had caught her around the waist. All her carefully maintained composure shattered in an instant, and her face flushed crimson. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, she stammered, internally lamenting her embarrassment, fearing that she would lose her job before it even began. Not to worry, Lin Xian replied casually, resuming his stride ahead of her. Han Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief as she observed his tall silhouette from behind, quickly hurrying to follow. Lin Xian acquainted her with the surroundings, outlining key responsibilities to keep in mind. As the housekeeper, she would oversee all aspects of his daily life and the management of the estate staff. Lin Xian provided her with funds for the estate's routine expenses, instructing her to arrange for the transfer of some belongings from his courtyard. He scribbled down the address of the courtyard for her. Understood, Mr. Lin, I will arrange it immediately, Han Xiaoxiao replied respectfully. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction before driving away. Chapter 116 I possess a little donkey, yet I have never ridden it. Lin Xian, while driving, effortlessly answered the call with his Bluetooth headset. Hello, Lin Xian. Where are you? I have missed you so much these past few days. A sweet voice, like honey, emanated from the other end of the line. It was Tang Xiaowan. Really, you miss me? Is that true? Hearing her words, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile slightly. Absolutely. Where are you? I would like to come find you. I have designed a set of hanfu for you as a gift. Tang Xiaowan replied playfully. Hanfu? For me? I knew she was a fan of Lolita fashion, but I didn't realize she also appreciated hanfu. And she even designed a set for me. This was Lin Xian's first time receiving a gift from a girl, especially a handmade one. Previously, he had only received love letters and had never been gifted anything, which left him feeling somewhat touched. He had seen many girls wearing hanfu on the streets, and while it was indeed beautiful, it was also quite selective in who could wear it. Some girls donned it gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm, while others appeared rather unrefined. As for boys, he seldom encountered one wearing hanfu in real life, though he had seen a few on Douyin. No need, just tell me where you are, and I will come pick you up, Lin Xian replied with a smile. I'm at home, Tang Xiaowan responded. All right, I'll be there shortly. Lin Xian hung up the phone. Upon hearing him say wait for me, Tang Xiaowan felt a rush of excitement coursing through her. He was not only handsome but also possessed a voice that could be likened to a melodious bass. Lin Xian swiftly arrived at Tang Xiaowan's community and headed straight upstairs. He knocked on the door and leaned against the wall, waiting for her to answer. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached. Lin Xian. As the door opened, he was greeted by a vision of beauty. A girl clad in hanfu stood before him. Dressed in a pink RU skirt, she embodied classical elegance. Her grace accentuated by her long neck, delicate willow leaf brows, and almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with a captivating allure. Beautiful. Lin Xian gazed into Tang Xiaowan's eyes, sincerely complimenting her. This RU skirt epitomizes the gentleness of our women to perfection. Young Master Lin, this humble lady has come to pay her respects. Tang Xiaowan curtsied slightly, her head bowing shyly. The demure gesture added to her charm, evoking the essence of a refined lady. There's no need for such formality. Lin Xian's eyes crinkled with a smile as he followed her into the house. Lin Xian held up a piece of hanfu to himself, pondering, do I really have to wear this? The outfit was a modified version, featuring a light blue top that transitioned into a gradient of pale to deep blue at the hem, embellished with intricate embroidery. He felt confident that, with his stature and looks, he would undoubtedly look good in it, yet he hesitated. Yes, you have no idea how much effort I put into this. Tang Xiaowan eagerly nodded as she affixed the final hairpiece. She had arranged to wear hanfu with a few friends from her hanfu group and wanted Lin Xian to accompany her to the old summer palace. Don't worry, with your looks and height, you will undoubtedly be the most handsome one there. Tang Xiaowan playfully shook his arm. Fine, I have no choice but to change. Lin Xian relented. After changing, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and was momentarily stunned. Wow, I look even more dashing than I imagined. He exuded an aura of charm that was simply irresistible. How handsome! Tang Xiaowan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She began to regret inviting him to the gathering, realizing that such a striking Lin Xian would surely attract envious glances from women. Thank you for your kind words.
Lynx en pléfouli ou avait d'afan, streaking à pause.
Tang Xiaowan burst into laughter. At the parking lot near the old summer palace, Lin Xian parked the car, and as he and Tang Xiaowan stepped into view, they immediately drew attention. The young man was strikingly handsome in his hanfu, exuding an air of grace and nobility, while the young woman was enchanting in her pink attire, radiating a sense of ethereal beauty. Wow, is that a celestial being I see? That young man in traditional attire is simply mesmerizing, exclaimed a passerby, captivated by Lin Xian's stunning features. Oh my goodness, he is so incredibly handsome. I can't contain myself. I must capture this moment on Douyin. Another girl squealed, unable to suppress her admiration. The crowd quickly pulled out their phones to snap photos and record videos. In no time, Lin Xian became a sensation on Douyin, with female fans clamoring for him to debut as a star. As Lin Xian and Tang Xiaowan walked toward the entrance of the old summer palace, he initially felt a bit uneasy, but soon began to relish the attention. Seeing the adoring faces of the girls, a smirk graced his lips. Who said that being handsome was of no use? Only those who were envious would say such things, for they could never comprehend the thrill of being admired by so many. At the entrance, several individuals dressed in hanfu waved excitedly upon spotting Tang Xiaowan. Over here, a girl in a light blue RU skirt called out, beckoning Tang Xiaowan. This way. Tang Xiaowan pulled Lin Xian along. As they approached, the two girls' eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Lin Xian. Goodness, how extraordinarily handsome. Where did Tang Xiaowan find such a stunning boyfriend? Until Lin Xian's arrival, they had thought their own partners were quite charming. They had chosen their outfits with care, even styling their hair in traditional fashion. However, in comparison to Tang Xiaowan's boyfriend, their partners now seemed rather unremarkable. Lin Xian appeared to be the epitome of a noble scion, while their boyfriends resembled mere attendants. Chapter 117. At this moment, one of the boyfriends of the two girls was feeling quite disgruntled, as his girlfriend was casting covetous glances at another man, utterly disregarding his feelings. He felt humiliated, especially since the other girl's boyfriend was exceedingly handsome. Did they truly wish to entertain such thoughts? Did they not consider their own looks and whether they were worthy of attention? The other boyfriend was a mere sycophant, terrified that Lin Xian might steal his girlfriend away. Though his appearance and character left much to be desired, he treated her as if she were a treasure. Why did you arrive so late? Were you catching the bus? One of the men inquired. We. Tang Xiaowan began to respond, but then recalled something, her face turning crimson. Indeed, we waited a long time for the bus. Lin Xian replied with a smile. He had long sensed the animosity emanating from the two men. He intended to provoke them. After all, it was not his fault that he was handsome. Upon learning that Lin Xian had come by bus, the two men felt a sense of equilibrium restore within them, realizing that aside from his looks, he was just an ordinary fellow. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaowan was simply too beautiful, believing that love alone would suffice. She was still too young and naive. Regrettable days lay ahead. The group exchanged introductions. The girl in green was named Wang Min. Just as she was about to introduce her boyfriend, he stepped forward, dramatically unfurling a fan and declaring, I am Yang Tao, a financial analyst. He cast a proud glance at Lin Xian. I am Lu Shui, the girl in purple said, looking at Lin Xian before shyly lowering her gaze. Lin Xian noted that her shyness bore a striking resemblance to that of Qi Feifei, which was rather unbearable. Chun Ming, manager of a property company, another declared, his expression brimming with pride. I am Tang Xiaowan, a manga artist, as you all know. She replied playfully, giving a slight bow. When it was Lin Xian's turn, all 8 eyes were fixated upon him, awaiting his self-introduction. I am Lin Xian, a delivery man, he stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing that Lin Xian was merely a delivery man, Yang Tao and Lu Ming could hardly conceal their smug expressions. It was evident that handsome men were often devoid of substance, unlike themselves, who were distinguished white-collar elites. The two girls, upon learning of Lin Xian's occupation, revealed expressions of disappointment. Their earlier excitement had waned considerably. While they admired handsome men, they were acutely aware of reality. They clung intimately to their boyfriend's arms, acknowledging that despite their flaws, they were financially secure. In their minds, they would rather weep in a BMW than smile on a bicycle, and certainly not on an electric scooter. Yang Tao glanced at the hand resting on his arm and muttered, For now, I will forgive you. Lu Ming remarked, Fortunately, my girlfriend ultimately chose me. Let us go inside, he suggested. Tang Xiaowan proposed they buy tickets and enter the park. As they wandered and took photos, Lin Xian, who disliked being photographed, stood as a picturesque scene. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaowan, his little admirer, incessantly snapped pictures of him, asking him to pose in various ways. This tree looks lovely. You must stand beneath it for a picture, she insisted. We must capture the iconic 7-hole bridge as well. She expressed her enthusiasm, stating, "I want to draw this one and that one too." Lin Xian occasionally returned the favor, taking a few pictures of Tang Xiaowan, though she primarily focused on him. Yang Tao and Lu Ming could only watch with envy. Their girlfriends posed in what they considered overly theatrical manners, demanding endless retakes. Even when they finally achieved a satisfactory shot, complaints ensued about unflattering angles, prompting further reshoots. Frustrated, Yang Tao observed Tang Xiaowan taking pictures of Lin Xian and complimenting him fervently. As he glanced at his own girlfriend posing nearby, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with her. Lu Ming, despite feeling weary, dared not voice his discontent for fear of angering his goddess. Reluctantly, he snapped pictures, all the while submitting to her whims, believing he could endure anything as long as she was happy. After a considerable amount of time, the group found a shaded area to sit and cool off. "Xiaowan, you are a manga artist," Yang Tao remarked. "Yes, I adore drawing manga," Tang Xiaowan replied, her enthusiasm palpable. "Coincidentally, I have a friend who owns a studio dedicated to publishing manga. Would you like me to introduce you?"
Yang Tao offered.
Lin Xian smirked slightly, pondering if this was an attempt to undermine him in front of his face. Wang Min's expression soured as well. If it weren't for the little money he had, she would have long since discarded him, and now he wished to put a green hat on her. "I'll just con you out of a bit more cash before I'm done with you," she thought. "No need. My parents own a publishing house. If I want to publish, I can just go to them." Tang Xiaowan firmly rejected the offer. Lin Xian smiled lightly, appreciating her decisive response. Chapter 118. Moreover, I shall never part with the likeness of my boyfriend. It is something I wish to keep for my own admiration. Tang Xiaowan gazed affectionately at Lin Xian as she spoke. Lin Xian playfully ruffled her hair, responding with a tender smile. Yang Tao had initially intended to cultivate a closer relationship with Tang Xiaowan, thinking to leverage the publication of a comic as a legitimate excuse to obtain her contact information. He envisioned future opportunities to engage with her. However, to his dismay, she outright rejected him, serving him a mouthful of dog food in the process. Having wandered around for a while, Yang Tao suggested they have lunch together, only to be met with another refusal from Tang Xiaowan. The gathering was meant to showcase Hanfu among a few girls who shared a passion for it. "No, we have plans with friends for lunch," she stated, feeling distinctly out of place with them. Furthermore, she sensed Lin Xian's discomfort in their company, leaving her uncertain about whether he would be upset with her for bringing him along today. "Very well. We shall arrange another meeting next time," Yang Tao replied awkwardly, resigned to abandon his attempts. Meanwhile, Yang Tao's girlfriend, who had overheard her boyfriend's incessant attempts to ingratiate himself with the beautiful Tang Xiaowan, was rolling her eyes in exasperation. As the group exited the summer palace, Yang Tao proposed to escort Lin Xian and Tang Xiaowan, primarily hoping to secure Tang Xiaowan's contact information or home address. However, with his girlfriend present and Tang Xiaowan's blunt rejection still fresh in his mind, he resorted to a roundabout strategy, reasoning that knowing their address could allow him to feign an accidental encounter later. Girls are often enamored with vanity. If he showered her with gifts, she would surely discard that impoverished fellow in time. "No, thank you," Tang Xiaowan replied awkwardly, bemused by his persistence. "Actually, we came in our own vehicle," Lin Xian interjected calmly. "Come on, brother, there's no need for such formality. Our meeting today is fortuitous, and you need not feel burdened by it." Yang Tao assumed Lin Xian was concerned that Tang Xiaowan would look down on him for having a car, and he feigned enthusiasm in offering them a ride. "Really, it's unnecessary. My car is just over there," Lin Xian insisted, visibly frustrated by Yang Tao's disbelief. "Is it a delivery scooter?" Lu Ming scoffed from the side. "Has the goddess arrived? A handsome man is not only useless but exceedingly vain." Lin Xian merely smiled faintly, disregarding the jibe, as he took Tang Xiaowan's hand and walked towards the parking lot. Some individuals insist on thrusting their pretentiousness upon others, leaving no room for courtesy. Yang Tao and Lu Ming exchanged glances, intrigued by Lin Xian's demeanor. "Wow, did you see that sports car?" Lu Ming exclaimed, pointing at a Bugatti Chiron parked nearby. "Yes, I see it. That car is extraordinary. Said to be the only one in the world, valued at 120 million. If I could ever drive such a car, it would be worth dying for. Yang Tao gazed at the Bugatti with starry eyes. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, he approached him and patted his shoulder. You've never seen a supercar like this, have you? It's my first time too. I completely understand your astonishment. Lin Xian nodded, continuing to hold Tang Xiaowan's hand as they proceeded forward. Tang Xiaowan regarded Yang Tao and Lu Ming with a look of disbelief. Noticing Tang Xiaowan rolling her eyes, Yang Tao mistakenly believed she was now throwing him glances of affection. He eagerly pointed to an Audi Q5 parked nearby. Xiaowan, why not ride with me? The sun is quite fierce. You wouldn't want to get sunburned. Indeed, Xiaowan, join me in my boyfriend's car. It's easy for girls to develop spots from sun exposure. Wang Min chimed in, her words dripping with an air of superiority. Lin Xian observed in silence, bemused by their ostentation. Why not join us in our vehicle? We have nothing pressing to attend to. The sycophant initially wanted to flaunt his own status but hesitated, fearing that Lin Xian's agreement might displease their goddess. To his surprise, she spoke up, his car is a Volkswagen SUV. Though it may not be as costly as Yang Tao's Audi, I deem it far superior to Lin Xian's delivery scooter. Lin Xian chuckled coldly, no thank you. As he spoke, he retrieved the key to the Bugatti and pressed a button. The headlights illuminated instantly, and the doors slowly opened. Positioned just 3 spaces away from Yang Tao's vehicle and 4 from Lu Ming's, the spectacle was unmistakable. Their expressions shifted to a blend of embarrassment and disbelief. Moments ago, they had flaunted their modest cars, ridiculing Lin Xian for driving a delivery scooter. Yet here he was, in possession of a supercar worth over 100 million. The realization of their earlier arrogance left them feeling utterly humiliated. They comprehended a newfound truth. Without absolute prowess, one should refrain from ostentation. The 2 girls widened their eyes, regretting their previous behavior at the summer palace. Had they known, they would have been more cordial to Lin Xian, potentially winning his favor. Lu Ming's girlfriend elbowed him gently. Look at him, driving a luxury car. You need to work harder to get me one. But that car costs over 100 million. Lu Ming's smile was more pained than joyful. Do you no longer love me? For my sake, you must strive harder. You could take on a few more jobs. Lu Shui turned her face away in displeasure. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words, having already taken on 3 jobs. What do you mean If you're unwilling, we should break up. Lu Shui retorted, angry. Fine, I will work harder. Please don't be upset. Lu Ming adopted a submissive demeanor to placate her. I truly have a car, so I won't impose on you too. Lin Xian remarked with a subtle smile, maintaining his composure as he walked past them. The 2 climbed into their car, and Tang Xiaowan waved cheerfully at the group. Goodbye. Let us arrange to meet again soon. Chapter 119. A few embarrassed acquiescents. Next time, let's meet again. What shall we meet for? To see your pretentiousness? Haha, Lin Xian, did you see their expressions? Tang Xiaowan laughed heartily, almost doubling over in amusement. So happy? Lin Xian glanced sideways at Tang Xiaowan and smiled. Haha, it's truly satisfying. Let them look down on others. Tang Xiaowan's smile was radiant. As Lin Xian drove, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He too found it quite gratifying and exhilarating. After enjoying lunch with Tang Xiaowan, he sent her home and hurried back to the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Han Xiaoxiao was directing the staff in inventorying Lin Xian's property documents and various items. They were meticulously organizing and cataloging everything, preparing to pack them into boxes for transport to the English manor. Upon seeing Lin Xian stride in, clad in traditional Hanfu, he exuded an effortless grace that immediately caught everyone's attention. Upon meeting his profound gaze, Han Xiaoxiao quickly averted her eyes, feeling a rush of shyness. Mr. Lin. Han Xiaoxiao quickly bowed in respect, her heart racing uncontrollably. The workers, busy with their tasks, froze in surprise upon seeing their young master, who was not only remarkably youthful but also strikingly handsome. They hurriedly put down their work to greet him. Good day, Mr. Lin. Lin Xian nodded and gestured for them to continue. You've worked hard, he said softly to Han Xiaoxiao, who was taken aback. Her previous employer had been a wealthy woman who often belittled the staff, sometimes resorting to harsh treatment. She could hardly fathom someone like Lin Xian, who would express concern for her well-being. The sound of his deep voice lingered in her ears, and she felt a sweetness in her heart, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, she understood her responsibilities well and dared not overstep her bounds, choosing instead to silently admire Lin Xian's retreating figure. Once inside his room, Lin Xian changed out of his hanfu into a delivery uniform, as his weekly duties were far from complete. When he emerged dressed as a delivery man, Han Xiaoxiao gasped in surprise, and others looked on in astonishment. "Mr. Lin, what is this?" Han Xiaoxiao inquired, perplexed. "Experiencing life," Lin Xian replied with a faint smile before stepping out the door. "By the way, where will I be sleeping tonight?" he asked as he reached the entrance. "You can return to the English manor tonight, Mr. Lin."
Han Xiaoxiao hurriedly responded.
"All right." Lin Xian nodded, seemingly recalling something, and walked back to Han Xiaoxiao. "Can you drive?" he asked with a smile. Han Xiaoxiao looked up at his suddenly magnified handsome face, her heart skipping a beat. I can drive," she stammered. Driving was a fundamental skill for someone in her line of work. "Good," Lin Xian replied, tossing her the keys to the Cullinan. "Take it from the underground parking lot in the nearby community to the English manor." After he left, Lin Xian speculated that the systems directory did not include a driver position, which likely indicated a task for recruitment. After all, aside from the butler and secretary, a reliable driver was particularly essential. "Understood, Mr. Lin," Han Xiaoxiao said as she accepted the keys. As Lin Xian activated the delivery system, he felt a sense of ease washing over him. It was indeed a delightful experience akin to that of a wealthy young master living life to the fullest. This afternoon, undisturbed, he completed 20 deliveries in one go, earning him the title of exemplary delivery person. As dusk approached, he finally ceased his activities and drove back to the English manor. Upon arrival, he noticed the lights glowing at the entrance of the manor, with a warm glow emanating from within. Han Xiaoxiao was waiting by the roadside for him. Initially residing in the basement and often working late into the night, he would return to a cramped and dimly lit space. Now, however, the home was illuminated, and someone awaited his return. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. Despite his current wealth and status, he had once been an ordinary person, yearning for the simple joys that he now cherished. The gate was open, and Lin Xian drove directly into the courtyard. After Han Xiaoxiao entered, the security promptly closed the gate. "Mr. Lin," Han Xiaoxiao respectfully called out as he exited the parking area. Lin Xian replied, nodding as he entered the house, with Han Xiaoxiao following closely behind. "Mr. Lin has returned," an auntie exclaimed with a bright smile, promptly offering him a pair of slippers. "Mr. Lin has returned. Dinner will be served shortly," another auntie chimed in cheerfully. As Lin Xian walked through the immaculate villa, the crystal chandelier illuminated the spotless floor with a warm glow. The aroma of delicious food wafted from the kitchen, enticing his senses. A rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, which Han Xiaoxiao happened to hear, making her feel that Mr. Lin seemed much more approachable. After washing his hands in the restroom, Lin Xian emerged to find the staff setting the table. Han Xiaoxiao quickly pulled out a chair for him. Soon, the table was filled with an array of dishes: braised pork, steamed base, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and a bamboo fungus soup. Lin Xian took a seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, while Han Xiaoxiao and the other servants stood respectfully nearby, especially the chef, who silently noted which dishes Lin Xian favored and which he consumed less of. It appeared their master was not particularly picky and enjoyed every dish, indicating he had a hearty appetite. The chef mentally resolved to prepare a couple of extra dishes next time, relieved to find that their master was easy to please. Thus began a life of opulence and luxury. Chapter 120. Han Xiaoxiao stood respectfully to the side, her gaze unwavering, yet every fiber of her being was attuned to Lin Xian, contemplating his needs so she could attend to them promptly. However, as she watched him, she became entranced. How could a man be so extraordinarily handsome, exuding charm even while merely dining? His features were sculpted with divine artistry. Eyelashes fanned out like a delicate fan, casting shadows upon his face under the soft glow of the lights. His nose was perfectly chiseled, lips a luscious crimson. He savored his meal with a graceful demeanor, devoid of any hint of effeminacy. Han Xiaoxiao found herself utterly captivated, her heart racing uncontrollably. What should she do? It seemed she had unwittingly fallen for her employer. Nearby, an older lady observed Lin Xian with a smile, acknowledging the undeniable elegance of their employer. Lin Xian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their collective gaze, cleared his throat and addressed them with a warm smile. You need not attend to me here. Please go about your tasks. Yes, yes. Han Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. Had she been caught staring too intently? What should she do now? Would Lin Xian think her infatuated with his beauty, yearning for his form? Panic surged within her, and she retreated hastily outside to the yard, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. What's the matter, Han? A servant sweeping the floor approached her and inquired softly, Is it difficult to serve Mr. Lin? Han Xiaoxiao composed herself and turned with a serious demeanor. Before coming to the England manor, did you undergo the necessary training? Yes, the servant replied. Did your instructor not inform you that discussing the employer's private matters is strictly forbidden? Han Xiaoxiao continued to question sternly. I understand now, Han. I was wrong. The servant's legs trembled in fear. In affluent households, the rules were numerous, and prying into the employer's privacy was a serious offense. I will deduct from your wages for this transgression. It will not be so easy next time, Han Xiaoxiao stated with firmness. Without strict discipline, how could she, Han Xiaoxiao, uphold her position as steward, ensuring Lin Xian could trust her with the affairs of the estate? They must serve him well, as it was their duty. Matters beyond that were not to be questioned. I understand, Han. Thank you. It won't happen again, the servant hurriedly assured, fully aware of their error. It was a mercy that Han Xiaoxiao had not dismissed them entirely. With no one watching, Lin Xian felt a sense of ease wash over him, allowing him to enjoy his meal even more. The cook's skills rivaled those of Hua Nongying's mother, and Lin Xian devoured 3 bowls of rice in quick succession. Speaking of cooking reminded him that Miao Miao would soon return to school, and he ought to find time to visit her. After dining, Lin Xian ascended the stairs to inspect the various rooms, finding each one impeccably arranged. His own bedroom, curated by Han Xiaoxiao, exuded a cool, masculine aesthetic, subtle yet luxurious, perfectly appealing to his sensibilities. All his clothing, watches, shoes, and bags were meticulously organized. Lin Xian summoned Han Xiaoxiao to his study. You've done well, he praised without reservation. Thank you for your commendation, Mr. Lin.
Han Xiaoxiao replied, striving to suppress her inner nervousness.
From now on, you will be solely responsible for maintaining my bedroom, Lin Xian announced. Understood, Mr. Lin. Han Xiaoxiao responded respectfully, her head lowered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush under the light, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Xian. Upon being caught in her gaze, she feigned composure and averted her eyes. Are you afraid of me? Lin Xian leaned closer, locking his gaze onto hers, fully aware that she had been mesmerized by him on multiple occasions, yet she maintained an air of deference, appearing exceedingly anxious. He couldn't resist teasing her a little. No, I'm not afraid. I merely respect you, Han Xiaoxiao stammered, flustered, turning her eyes away from his piercing gaze and instinctively retreating. As she backed away, Lin Xian advanced, cornering her against the desk, leaving her no room to escape. You claim not to be afraid, yet you retreat, he inquired softly, leaning against the desk and creating an intimate barrier. I. Han Xiaoxiao's heart raced. How could she admit to stealing glances at him? Mr. Lin, I still have unfinished tasks. If there's nothing else here, I shall take my leave, she blurted, hastily exiting from the side where Lin Xian was not blocking her. Lin Xian watched her retreating figure, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He rather enjoyed this game of cat and mouse. After playfully toying with Han Xiaoxiao, Lin Xian descended the stairs, intending to watch some television. I have a little donkey. I don't ride it when I come. The unique ringtone echoed through the tranquil night, drawing laughter from the lingering housekeepers. Their employer still retained a childlike spirit. Lin Xian picked up the phone resting on the coffee table to find a call from Qin Rushuang. Are you back? It's been nearly 20 days since you left. Do you finally miss us? Hello, Xian. I just landed. Qin Rushuang's soft, slightly husky voice resonated through the line, causing Lin Xian's heart to quiver with excitement. All right, I will come to fetch you immediately. Lin Xian replied, hanging up and making his way outside. Are you heading out, sir? One of the housekeepers inquired. Yes. Lin Xian responded with a nod, striding confidently from the villa, driving his Bugatti towards the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Xian parked the car and called Qin Rushuang. Hello, I'm at the airport. Where are you? I'm at the international arrivals area, she replied. All right, I'll be there shortly. Lin Xian hung up. Despite it being nearly 10 o'clock at night, the international arrivals area buzzed with activity due to several recent flights. Qin Rushuang stood at the exit in a deep red spaghetti strap gown, clutching her suitcase, scanning the crowd for Lin Xian. She had chosen this striking red dress specifically for her return, even reapplying her makeup before landing, all in hopes of presenting her best self to Lin Xian. Chapter 121. While Qin Rushuang searched for Lin Xian, he too was in pursuit of her amidst the throngs of people. In the vast sea of faces, their gazes locked onto one another. Qin Rushuang discarded her suitcase and dashed toward Lin Xian, who, inspired by her fervor, quickened his pace to meet her. It felt as though the world around them was retreating, leaving only each other in their sight. 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Qin Rushuang leapt into Lin Xian's embrace, and he responded by wrapping his long arms around her tightly. Onlookers turned their heads, smiles of delight gracing their faces, enchanted by the sweetness of the couple. Mom, I've been inundated with dog food, exclaimed a nearby girl, covering her mouth in astonishment. Why hasn't my boyfriend come to pick me up? Complained another, jealousy evident in her tone. How romantic, sighed a girl passing by, her expression filled with longing. These women are drawn to such superficial gestures. I've lost hundreds of thousands just to come and pick you up, a greasy middle-aged man remarked, dampening the mood and provoking a chorus of eye rolls. After a minute of embracing, they finally parted. Qin Rushuang rose onto her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on Lin Xian's lips, further sweetening the moment. Lin Xian had always thought of Qin Rushuang as a restrained individual, rarely expressing her emotions abroad. However, upon their reunion, he realized her ardor ran deep. Where's your luggage? Lin Xian noticed that Qin Rushuang's hands were empty and inquired. Ah! Qin Rushuang suddenly remembered her suitcase. Lin Xian shook his head in exasperation as they hurried back to retrieve it. Fortunately, it was still waiting for them. Lin Xian grabbed the suitcase with one hand while Qin Rushuang held on to him with the other, and together they made their way to the parking lot. Wow, you've got a new car, Qin Rushuang exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the Bugatti. How much money do you have? It's only been a few days, and you've already bought another one. Just happened to like it, so I bought it, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Rich and reckless. Qin Rushuang gave him an approving thumbs up. Come on, let us get in, Lin Xian said with a smile. Once inside, he started the car and sped off towards Qin Rushuang's home as the city lights twinkled to life. The entire capital was enveloped in a vibrant nightlife. On a pedestrian bridge, an extraordinarily handsome young man found himself surrounded by a group of girls. Indeed, the striking figure was Lin Xian. He had just acquired a full set of phone screen protection gear online, courtesy of Han Xiaoxiao. Before leaving the villa, he practiced using a few servants' phones, leaving them astonished, exclaiming that they couldn't bear to use their phones after Lin Xian personally applied the protective films. Since I'm doing this, I must do it well, was Lin Xian's guiding principle. Just 10 minutes prior, as he sat on the bridge with 2 small stools, he quickly drew the attention of passing girls. 1, 2, 3. Soon, a swarm surrounded him. I was here first. I want mine done first, one girl declared. No way, I arrived first. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Another girl contested. Ladies, no need to rush. One at a time, Lin Xian replied, smiling as he took one of their phones. The girl immediately shot a triumphant look at her competitor, who, not to be outdone, pulled out another phone from her pocket and rolled her eyes in defiance. Humph, what does it matter if you went first? I only have 2 phones. Lin Xian skillfully cleaned the phone before meticulously applying the screen protector, ensuring no bubbles formed. His long, elegant fingers, neatly manicured, elicited gasps from some girls who were particularly enamored by handsomeness. Those still waiting eagerly snapped photos of Lin Xian at work. All done. One girl tossed a bill at him. No change necessary. she declared grandly. Thank you. Lin Xian replied without hesitation, aware of the appreciative glances he was receiving. As he continued to apply screen protectors, he became increasingly adept at the task. Why didn't I think of setting up a screen protection stand on the bridge after I left my job? He mused internally. Soon, he completed the task of applying protectors to 10 phones, yet the girls remained gathered around him, some having waited a considerable time. With a lack of options, Lin Xian continued his work. Fortunately, the quantity of protectors supplied by Han Xiaoxiao was limited. Otherwise, he would be working overtime. Apologies, ladies, but I've run out of protectors for today, Lin Xian said apologetically. How can it be finished already? One girl lamented. Will you be here tomorrow? We'll come back to find you, another girl suggested. Depends on the circumstances, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Indeed, if the system didn't assign him another task, he certainly wouldn't return. Just then, a couple appeared on the bridge. The girl, seeing the crowd around Lin Xian, expressed her desire for a screen protector while linking arms with her boyfriend. Lin Xian, her boyfriend, called out. As Lin Xian was tidying up, he instinctively looked up at the sound of his name. The face seemed familiar, yet he couldn't place it. Who are you? Lin Xian asked, puzzled as he searched his memory. Lin Xian, it's me, Zhang Qiao. I sat behind you in middle school. Lin Xian's eyes widened in recognition. Zhang Qiao, the bridge monk. Of course, I remember. Is that what you're doing? Zhang Qiao pointed at Lin Xian's screen protector stand in astonishment. Indeed, as you can see, Lin Xian replied cheerfully. Ladies, it's time to disperse. I've finished applying all the protectors for today, Lin Xian announced to the reluctant girls who lingered. You must come back tomorrow. They clamored as they reluctantly departed. Is it really done? My girlfriend still wants to get one, Zhang Qiao exclaimed. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Li, he said, wrapping his arm around her waist, pride evident on his face. Chapter 122. Indeed, it is a display of pride. Look, how beautiful my girlfriend is. In Lin Xian's eyes, she was merely of average beauty. Compared to Qin Rushuang and Hua Nongying, she was like the heavens and the earth apart. However, men by nature are inclined to boast. The affluent showcase their wealth, while those less fortunate flaunt the beauty of their girlfriends, for it is widely believed that only the wealthy can attract beautiful partners. Even the single and impoverished feel the need to brag a little. Alas, such is the way of the world. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Your girlfriend is quite lovely. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qiao immediately felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, flattered by the compliment from such a handsome man, blushed and gazed at Lin Xian with newfound fervor. Alas, it was a pity that he was merely a screen protector vendor. The warmth in Xiao Li's eyes faded, replaced by an expression of regret. As the girls dispersed, Lin Xian hurriedly packed up his small stall, placing everything into an LV handbag that Han Xiaoxiao had prepared for him. Xiao Li's eyes lit up once more. As a sales associate in a luxury goods department, she recognized instantly that Lin Xian's LV bag was undoubtedly authentic and a limited edition. Using a limited edition LV bag to carry screen protection tools, this old classmate of her boyfriend was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Is this really your profession? Or are you just doing this for fun after work? Zhang Qiao inquired, perplexed. He had no understanding of luxury brands like LV. In his worldview, only gold was truly valuable. Thus, he wore a thick gold necklace around his neck. His eagerness to ascertain Lin Xian's career stemmed from the fact that Lin Xian had been the top student during their school days, entering the best local high school with the highest scores in the entrance examination. In contrast, Zhang Qiao was the epitome of a mediocre student, having dropped out after junior high. Back then, Lin Xian mingled only with a select group of high achievers, while Zhang Qiao and his peers formed a separate, less academically inclined circle. Lin Xian's vague recollection of Zhang Qiao was due to their lack of even casual acquaintanceship during school. Lin Xian replied. His current job was assigned by the system, so it could indeed be considered a profession. What does mean? Zhang Qiao pressed. Yet, as long as Lin Xian's life was less favorable than his own, he found joy in that. This reaffirmed his father's adage that education was of little value compared to earning money early on. If Teacher Yu, who once had high hopes for Lin Xian, knew he had fallen to selling screen protectors, one could only imagine his reaction. Would he lament his wasted potential? Would he think of him as a lost cause? Forgive his lack of education for his inability to conjure a more fitting expression. This is such a waste of your talent. You were the cream of the crop in our school. Zhang Qiao lamented. It doesn't matter. Lin Xian replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. I believe true greatness often lies in the mundane. This Lin Xian will surely achieve great things in the future.
Xiao li sudan li interjecta.
Presenting a contrasting viewpoint to her boyfriend, her gaze held a hint of playful challenge, subtly inviting. Lin Xian could hardly contain his laughter. Was this woman attempting to flirt with him? Complimenting him in front of her boyfriend, casting flirtatious glances. Yet, he thought, I have no interest in such overt advances. Zhang Qiao seemed oblivious to his girlfriend's behavior and turned to Li, saying, You're being naive and misusing metaphors. It's just a screen protector. How grand can that be? After his remark, the atmosphere grew tense. Haha, Lin Xian, please don't take offense. I may not be well educated and my words may sound harsh, but they are the truth. There's a saying that honest advice is often unwelcome. Perhaps you should quit this screen protector business and come work on my construction site. I guarantee you'll earn more than you do now. Zhang Qiao laughed, feigning to keep the atmosphere light while covertly belittling Lin Xian. Indeed, selling screen protectors hardly qualifies as grand. Lin Xian replied with a calm smile. Your classmate here clearly embodies the scholar. How could he possibly work on a construction site like you, a brute? Xiao Li shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Qiao. Afterward, she cast a seductive look at Lin Xian, causing him to shiver uncomfortably. Zhang Qiao's expression shifted, internally cursing, What is wrong with you tonight? Why do your elbows keep pointing outward? Lin Xian, suppressing his laughter, patted Zhang Qiao on the shoulder and said, Old classmate, I appreciate your concern, but I am quite content with my current life and have no intention of changing it, so your good intentions I shall merely acknowledge. Lin Xian glanced at the time and decided to leave, thinking it a waste of his time to linger here any longer. With a smile, he said, I have something to attend to. Let us chat again some other time. If you say it like that, I must say I look down upon you. A real man should not adopt a passive attitude. You should venture out into the world like a true man, Zhang Qiao declared, blocking Lin Xian's path. He could not stand Lin Xian's aloof demeanor, which seemed to persist even when he was struggling financially. Now that he was reduced to selling screen protectors, he still maintained an air of superiority. Zhang Qiao was determined to knock him down a peg tonight. Staring at the arm blocking his way, Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. So what if you're an old classmate? If you want tea, give me face. Don't expect me to be polite. What are you doing, Zhang Qiao? Is this how you treat Lin Xian? Before Lin Xian could voice his discontent, the righteous Xiao Li intervened. She addressed Lin Xian with an affectionate tone. Zhang Qiao, realizing the situation, began to piece together the truth. So, this woman is interested in this pretty boy, is she? What worth does a mere screen protector vendor hold? The atmosphere between Zhang Qiao and Xiao Li grew palpably tense. Lin Xian wore an innocent expression. Is this my fault? Just then, a sweet, melodious voice chimed in, Mr. Lin, are you done with your work?